All right, what do you say we just hop right into it? Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays, happy Hanukkah, Merry Kwanzaa, whatever it is that you celebrate, if you celebrate anything at all. I wish you the best, the happiest, the healthiest holidays that you could possibly have. Thank you to everybody who makes this show possible. Thank you to the mods. Thank you first and foremost to Mel. Thank you to Logan. Thank you to my friends and family. I'm very appreciative and grateful for each and every one of you. And I'd like to thank, also Matt and the people over there on this space, the mods over there, Matt for putting the coalition together. Lots of people to be grateful for, lots of people to be thankful for as we round out another year here at Blunt Politics. And boy, are we rounding out this year with some absolute craziness. And let me just show, do you like it? Hold on. I got the Brian W. Griswold reporting for duty here. Brian W. Griswold officially reporting for duty. How's everybody doing? Let's bring in the chat. Say Merry Christmas. Say hey, hi to everybody. What's going on, Kyle? How are you, my brother? Appreciate you. Merry Christmas. What's up, Tina? Hi, Amy. Hi, Just Julie. What's going on? Hi, Andrea. How are you? What's going on? Ask. How are you? What's up, Veronica? Moms. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for showing up and showing out as you always do. What's up, Laurie? Thank you, guys. What's up, Michael? What's up, Jin? Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Hit that like button on the way in. Hopefully a little bit more of a laid back episode today. We're going to be covering a few of the major talking points that have come from at least the data set 8 of the Epstein release, just to kind of, hammer that home during this, break or, possible couple days that people are going to be going, without podcasts, without, the stuff that they're usually consuming on a daily basis. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the chat. Thank you so much. What's up, David? What's going on, guys? Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. What's up, Letterhack areas? What's going on, brother? Hopefully he hasn't cracked too many yet. Showed me a nice little bottle he's got waiting for today. Nice little bottle. I appreciate it. He'd fit right in with my family, with my Irish family. I know that. But yeah, just a few things that we're going to be diving into today. A few of the emails, a few of the documents, a few of the reports from the FBI, from the DOJ that people had called in that directly named Donald Trump, that give very specific, detailed accounting of some pretty horrific and horrendous activities. So again, to have Kash Patel sit in front of Congress and testify that there was nothing in these documents that would, lead him to believe that other conspirators were perpetrating these crimes along with Jeffrey Epstein, along with Ghislaine Maxwell, is just it's unbelievable. It's ridiculous, and a lot of people are rightly calling it out, as such. So let me throw this back on here. Appreciate you guys. And then I'll toss these. And again, trigger warning for anybody that is, easily triggered, or this, is sensitive to material like this, or has had something, grievous and uncalled for and damaging happen to them in the past. A few of these, a lot of these are hard to read, but again, these are reports made to either the FBI, the DOJ, and again, directly naming people like Prince Andrew, Donald Trump, obviously Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and others involved. But I think it's important that we continue. And as by the second, people, citizens of this country, people all over the world, fucking media organizations all over the place dig through these files, and they sift through these files, and more is found. We need to make sure that we're highlighting and make sure that we're getting this information out there for the people that are doing the work that the DOJ, the FBI, and Donald Trump don't want people to do, which is sift through these files with a fine-tooth comb and find every name, every instance, every possible redaction that can be unredacted, right? Every name that was mistakenly not redacted. Question why any of the male faces in there were redacted, why the females' information and faces in a lot of these accounts weren't redacted. I mean, again, you can see where the emphasis was for Donald Trump, the DOJ, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. and it clearly wasn't protecting and making sure they did everything to again protect the victims in this case, whether it be redacting their information, names, details of it that give it away, their direct faces in this, while also doing all of the work in the world and making sure they're sitting there as detailed as possible to redact the criminals, to redact the monsters, the males in this investigation. So let me throw this up on the screen here. This is just one of the instances and pieces of evidence that people are talking about and discussing. And again, this is, let me throw this up here. This is posted by OSINT Defender, and it says, horrific account from the alleged victim of Ghislaine Maxwell obtained by the FBI in August 2020, describing sexual assault and torture by Maxwell alongside Prince Andrew, as well as being drugged by her father and forced to participate in pedophile ring parties, quote unquote, at 6 to 8 years old in Surrey, England. And again, like I said, trigger warning for anybody that this that relates to. But again, this is from, the date says 8/15/2020. You can see the case ID here. Jeffrey Epstein child sex trafficking case, drafted by, and then that's blacked out. Date and time received 7/13/2020, 8:02 p.m. Threat to life. For some reason, it says threat to life false submitted text. Not sure what that means, but as the text is written, as the account goes by whomever reported this, it states, when I was 6 to 8 years old, living at blank in Surrey, UK, I was drugged at night, driven by my father, which is just how there are people like this in the world that exist is beyond me. Yeah, you understand. We don't have to get too deep into it. Like I said, we only have so much time, but it's sickening on so many levels and so infuriating on so many levels to read shit like this. But again, to a quote, what they call pedophile party rings, that says the main house I was taken to is located behind Thorpe Green at the end of a private road. Hurst Farm Livery Stables is next door. So, very detailed and specific on where they were taken, what businesses and establishments are around that area, so you can corroborate this information. In the driveway of this house, I was hit by a dark blue car with a personalized license plate ending in blank, driven by Prince Andrew. I don't know why they'd why would they blank out the license plate and then tell you who it was driven by anyway? But then I was not taken to the hospital, it says. And let me make this a little bigger on the screen. My apologies, just in case anybody's having a little trouble. There you go. So it says, where were we? It says, I was driven by, that car was driven by Prince Andrew that she was struck by. I was not taken to a hospital, but I suffered permanent injuries to my ribs, hip, leg on my right side. The car's hood figurine broke off in my hand on impact, and I later buried it near my home so it could still be recoverable as evidence. Another thing that would go heavily to corroborate this information, this instance that they're talking about here. If they could provide that and match that up with the car that it was taken from, that would be hugely beneficial in this case. I woke up, she says, they say, after I was hit by the car, I woke up to Prince Andrew, blank, 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 blank. I mean, no, the mind goes in so many places when you hear Prince Andrew, and then you have to blank out the next several sentences. But it says after that, I have medical records of the resulting infection. I once ran from the house naked. I made it to the Irish traveler community down the road, given specific GPS coordinates here. I remember seeing and speaking to a man. So I think there may be Irish travelers living in the area who could corroborate what goes on there. So basically saying, hey, I do recall speaking to somebody in the area, and if that specific person isn't still around, you can be damn sure that people should probably know in that area of the stories of what was going on. So you could probably talk to them and kind of corroborate some of this information as well. I was also taken to another house later, and I put on a table and later tortured with electrical shock by Ghislaine Maxwell and surrounded by watching men. I remember seeing Prince Andrew's face, and then it says blank, blank, blank. I tried to sneak out. Maxwell caught me and beat me with the bristle end of a broom. Blank, 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 blank. She also threatened me, saying I, quote, deserve to die, and hit me in the face with the broom, breaking my nose. I was only taken to the hospital for the broken nose after a rugby match so that the injury could be blamed on that. Right? And this is EFTA 0002. What is that? 0457. In case anybody's wondering and you need to reference that specific one. But again, should there be any more information needed? And you can say, okay, if there was one of these FBI reports in there, like that stated something like this, you could kind of, there might be a way where you could chalk that up as to being, okay, look at all of the, the different allegations, all of the different reportings, all you could point to is this one specific instance. And then, okay, it would probably lend them some credibility in that. But guess what? There's so many different instances like this that it's impossible. Again, pairing that up with what we know about Donald Trump's past relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, the number of times he was on his flights, on his jet, the time in the Epstein files that has been released, there were multiple times where it was just Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump with a name that has been redacted, thus leading us to believe that it was a victim with just the two of them, right? The pictures, the videos, adding all of this, putting all of that together. And there's absolutely no way you could come out with any other instance in otherwise than saying that Donald Trump absolutely knew 100% about every single one of the egregious crimes that were taking place. Whether or not he had direct activity in themselves it's looking more and more and more like there's direct evidence in these files to suggest that Donald Trump, yes, did actually, in fact, have direct involvement in these crimes. And it wasn't just money. It wasn't just him letting Jeffrey Epstein poach the underage girls he had working at Mar-a-Lago, right? He was much more involved in this than previously said by anybody or thought by anybody in this. So let's continue, because this is another one here. Let me throw this on the screen. This one was posted by the account is Hazel, and then it says, according to an FBI tip found in the Epstein files, President Donald Trump allegedly raped a 13-year-old girl who was pregnant at the time. Trump was also allegedly present when the newborn baby was murdered and thrown into Lake Michigan. Right. And again, this is FBI reporting. So tip lines. So people calling in, giving their accounts, giving their tips, giving their, their stories to go with this investigation. Right. So this is just to be fair, just to be very clear, this is by no means like confirmed activity. Right. This has not been thoroughly, these specific allegations, to the best of our knowledge, as far as we've seen released in these files, is not something that has been specifically investigated and corroborated or denied or anything like that, right? But these are several different tips from several different people that point the finger at Donald Trump, that say that Donald Trump knew absolutely that what was going on, not only what was going on, but had direct involvement, right? And again, we'll read this because, and again, trigger warning for anybody that relates to. This is sick and egregious and demented stuff. And I'm sorry that we have to go through it, and I'm sorry that we have to deal with this right now. But unfortunately, these are the times that we live in. This is the hand that we are now dealt. And I find it incredibly important to make sure that we go through every single one of these prominent and salacious pieces of information that point directly to the president of the United States, the current president of the United States, being engaged with acts of pedophilia, with the sex child trafficking ring, bigger than any other that we've seen before in history, potentially, with dealing with more high profile and rich clientele than ever before in history. So I'll just read this. And this says age December. And let me just make sure this is the whole thing and not just a little bit of it. Let me see what this takes me to. So I'll just make sure I'm looking at the whole page. So we'll do this. So I'll share this one like this, so nobody can accuse me of, and I'll hop out of the way. I'll zoom in a little bit so we can see unclassified FBI intake. You can see the case ID number, 8803-2020, drafted by blank, date received, date, the time, right? So this says details. On 8/3/2020 at 5:11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, blank, date of birth, blank, email address, blank, address, blank, Los Lunas, New Mexico, 87031, cellular telephone number, blank, internet protocol, IP address, blank, which resolves at Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87114, submitted an online tip to the FBI National Threat Operations Center, the NTOC, via tips.fbi.gov to report a follow-up tip regarding being a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. It goes on. Note, blank is a real name and AKA name is blank. Date submitted, 8/3/2020. Transaction number. You can see the transaction number there. Threat to life, false submitted text. It goes on. I previously provided a tip about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, under an alias I have for myself, blank. All the other details of my previous tip match all the information given in today's tip, except I am given my real name. A detective from NYPD FBI Sex Trafficking Task Force called me a couple weeks ago from a 212 area code number. I talked to him for about 20 to 30 minutes about my about my sex trafficked, about being sex trafficked by my uncle and Jeffrey Epstein in 1984 while I was 13 and pregnant. I told him other important information about other high-profile individuals involved in my sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of the newborn daughter because I gave birth to her while in the middle of this sex trafficking ordeal. I cannot remember the detective's name, nor do I have the number. It goes on. Where can I contact him? I would like to have his name and contact information. I would also like to know if there will be any further follow-up. It goes on. Questions. What was the exact time of occurred? Child sex trafficking and infanticide. It says, when did the crime incidents occur? Please provide approximate date and time. Then it goes on to say May through September 1984. Where did the crime incident occur? Mostly from a yacht in Lake Michigan, originating from Mona Lake, Michigan. Goes on here. Complaint information blacked out. Subject information, first name, Jeffrey, middle name, blank, last name, Epstein. Then it goes on here. Additional info. I just wanted to reconnect with the original detective that called me, and I offered the information about this. How is contact known? He was orchestrating a deal along with my uncle where different men, a few women and girls, would come to a variety of boats and yachts, pay money to force me to do blank with them when I was 13 and pregnant. Then it says address blank, city blank, zip blank. And then it says here, witness information. First name, Donald. Last name, Trump. Age, 70, right? And again, these are just tips coming into the hotline. That goes on to say, just trying to find out the NYP detective on the FBI Sex Trafficking Task Force that called me a couple weeks ago and spoke to me about some of the issues. He participated regularly in paying money to force me to blank with him, and he was present when my uncle murdered my newborn child and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. And it goes on to give what it looks like longitude and latitude. But again, horrendous stories, horrendous accounts from people calling in with, direct and specific, very detailed information about people, accounts, times, dates, what boat they were on. I mean, this isn't just like some random passing joke. It doesn't seem like in this where people would just, prank call in the FBI. I think we can at least make that fucking stretch at this point. Right. And again, put this up with all of the other information. We're not saying to hold this up on its own. We're not saying just this. Put this with all of the other information that that has come out in this release, other releases, past investigations, right? Just put it all together. And it goes on because that's not it either. We'll put this one on the screen because this one was posted by Brian Krasenstein, and he's been doing some pretty good work, regardless of what you think or, like or don't dislike about him and his reporting. He has been doing some pretty good work relating to the latest releases on the Epstein files. He was the one that I saw put out the video about being able to unredact some redacted sections of the files. He's also been doing some good work on his Substack and putting together some of the most, again, salacious or important emails or documents that have been found so far. And again, this is changing by the second, guys. People are right now, as we speak, sifting through these files, trying to dig through them, looking for names, dates, details, anything that they can find that was supposed to have been redacted that wasn't, anything that looks like it shouldn't have been redacted that was. So again, this is changing as the words come out of my mouth. There's probably more information to be gleaned, to be learned from all of this. So it's going to be a task to try to sift through all of the reporting, all of the independent journalists, all of the YouTube channels that are doing great work on this, and to come out with all of the accurate and most important information that we need to give to everybody. But I hope to do my best here. But again, this goes on. Massive breaking. Dataset 8 at the Epstein files shows that a victim stated that Trump and Epstein raped her and that a limo driver heard Trump in the back speaking to, quote, Jeffrey about, quote, abusing girls. The victim then, quote, committed suicide in January of 2000 after reporting the incident. Police didn't believe it was suicide. Share this everywhere. And again, if we read this, I'll put this on the screen for you guys. Obviously, clearly, a lot of it being redacted here. It says, blank asked blank about his time driving a limousine for 2 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. During blank time as a driver, he met Donald Trump. Blank noted he picked up the president in 1995 and took him to the DFW airport. Blank reported some of the things President Donald Trump had spoken about during the limo ride while on his cell phone, and they were very concerning. Blank reported that he was, quote, a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median and within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying, end quote. This is, again, the limo driver listening to Donald Trump on the cell phone, reportedly, allegedly with Jeffrey Epstein, and he could hear what they were saying, and it was so fucking sick and so gross and so egregious and so infuriating that the limo driver says that he was this close to pulling the fucking car over, ripping this son of a bitch out of the back and leaving him on the fucking highway, if not beating him to a bloody pulp right there and then. Which, in my view, in Boston, probably would have been done a lot sooner. You wouldn't have thought about that twice. You just would have done it, and then afterwards you would have been like, oh, I just did that. Yeah, you did. That's just kind of how we roll. But it goes on here. Let me see here. Where were we? A few seconds for pulling the limousine over to the median, then a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying, and the caller chose not to. Blank noted Trump continuously stated that the name, quote, Jeffrey, while on the phone, and made references to, quote, abusing some girl. Blank was unsure. So do I need to make this big? Can you guys see this all right? Yeah, I'll zoom in a little bit. Sorry. Why? Now, how does that possibly make it smaller? All right, well, I'm sorry. That's about as big as I can make it. I'm reading it out to you, so I apologize. But abusing some girl. Blank was unsure who he was talking to, nor was he referencing, or who he's referencing. As Blank talked about at this time meeting Donald Trump, Blank immediately said Blank demeanor went to stone cold. As Blank stated, quote, he raped me. Blank said, quote, what? As Blank replied, Donald J. Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein, end quote. Noted some girl with a funny name. Blank noted some girl with a funny name, quote, took me into a fancy hotel or building. That's how it happened, end quote. Blank advised Blank to call the police regarding the incident. As Blank stated, quote, I can't, they will kill me. On Christmas Day, Blank contacted Blank, stated she had, in fact, called the police about what they had talked about. Blank told Blank she had, quote, done good. Blank did not hear from Blank or Blank until January 10th, 2000. Blank reached out to Blank, stating Blank was dead and noted she was found with her head, quote, blown off in Kiefer, Oklahoma. Officers on the scene, and Blank stated there was no way it was a suicide. Coroner stated it was a suicide. Blank later stated Blank committed suicide because Blank had gotten cocaine from a Mexican drug cartel. Blank feels the murder is a cover-up, is a cover for Ghislaine Maxwell, right? So again, a very detailed, very specific, right, story, recounting of what took place. Not only who it was, who he was talking to, what they said, his emotions, his feelings at the time about hearing what was being talked about, right? Goes on to, very specific. The girl in this case said that she couldn't say anything because they'd kill her. Ends up saying she did end up saying something. And then, lo and behold, she ends up being found dead with her head blown off. Nobody believes it was a suicide. None of the police, none of the law enforcement on site believe it was a suicide. But somehow the coroner's report and later other people there were, I'm sure, paid off to label this, or allegedly, reportedly label this as a suicide, as a cover-up. And again, don't put this up with itself. Don't hold this out and try to use this as information. Put this with everything else. Put this with all of the other information that we know. All of the other information that we know. And it continues, right? I mean, how many different arrows do you need pointing back to the President of the United States to prove, or at least suggest on a very fucking, very prominent basis, that he absolutely, at the very fucking least, had all of the information, if more information than most people on this planet, to tell him, to show him, to let him know exactly what was being done, exactly what was taking place, the crimes happening with his friends and his buddies all over the place. And again, this is the very least that we can come out. Otherwise, he's directly involved with the crimes, with the sex acts, with the children. That's the only other outcome here. That's the only other fucking outcome. But what more do we need to see? What more needs to happen? What more needs to be released to prove that this man has been lying through his fucking teeth the entire time he's been talking about this. That he absolutely has a lot more to hide than he's leading on, that he's telling his base, and he's trying to get through to the mainstream media. How much more needs to be released? And that's not to say I don't want to see that it shouldn't be released. I'm just saying, at what point do Congress take action? At what point do the American people take action? With the President of the United States, now we have almost definitive evidence, but definitely circumstantial, a large amount of circumstantial evidence to put him at these places, in these planes, with these victims, with the underage girls, right? Owning Mar-a-Lago, which Jeffrey Epstein was poaching a lot of these underage girls from, knowing about the fucking Eastern European girls that Jeffrey Epstein was fucking buying, basically. You know? It's unbelievable. And again, this is going to change by the second. More information comes out by the second, and it's looking worse and worse and worse for Donald Trump with every document that comes out. With every document that comes out, and that's exactly why the fucking DOJ found it necessary to release that little statement that they released with this latest fucking tranche saying, hey, look the other way. Anytime you see Donald Trump's name referenced in these files, it's a mistake. It's false. It's fake. Don't worry about it. Because they know how this looks. They know what this fucking points to. Right? And they know just apparently don't have the time or the hands or the personnel to do all the redacting that they needed. Right? Donald Trump's in these fucking files. So I think I saw somebody say just with what's been released by the DOJ, Donald Trump's been named in this like 600 plus times. So from saying that Donald Trump's not in the files, it's a Democratic hoax, right? It's all made up by Democrats. Bill Clinton wrote this in a fucking, he not only was he involved, but he made it up at the same time. Like, everything that they're saying makes no sense. And then to come out and be like, okay, his name's in there 600 times. We now found out that he's been on the fucking Epstein's jet a lot more than previously reported. Not only that, but with Epstein and a victim in this case, them two alone with the victim on Epstein's private jet. And again, all of the other information that's been coming out, who he knows, who he's been hanging out with, what he knew, where he was. What else do we need to hear? Lock that son of a bitch up and lock him up now. And any other politician, I don't care if you get an R or a D next to your name, any politician that in any way voted against or stood in the way in any shape, any fucking shape, form, or fashion, and delaying the release of these files to come out should be fucking arrested and imprisoned immediately as well. I mean, that's just the way this shit is so horrendously egregious, right? And has clearly, been covered up, right? There's been a clear and concise cover-up, a conspiracy by different agencies within our government to redact the names of the criminals, to redact the names of the monsters, while flagrantly denying the victims, in this case, their anonymity. Again, goes directly to show who the government cares about, who they're really worried about. And it ain't the fucking victims. I can tell you that much. It ain't the fucking victims. But I'm going to throw this on real quick because the I've Had It ladies kind of had their reaction to what's been going on lately. And I just wanted to kind of pop that on for you guys to see if we can get a little bit of what Jen and Pumps have been feeling with the latest releases. And then we got a new 20-point peace plan. I'll kind of just run through that at the end of the show by Ukraine. Apparently, this Reuters article says Ukraine unveils 20-point peace plan proposal under discussions with the U.S., and then it goes on to list the 20 points. So we'll just kind of quickly see if we can go through those 20 points and see what has changed, how much has changed. Well, let's see if we can dive into a little bit of this I've Had It podcast episode titled Trump's DOJ releases fake Epstein suicide video. What are they covering up? And I'll just throw this back on the screen, and away we go. Appreciate you guys.
The Epstein files continue to be the Grinch that stole Trump's Christmas. The cover-up and the incompetency is crazy. Jennifer, look at this. DOJ releases shocking fake video of Jeffrey Epstein suicide as part of a file dump. What in the world is this? I mean,
now there's been so much going on, and I've been trying to really dive into like the meat of what's been released so far in like names, dates, times, specific accounts. I haven't really touched on this specific one so much, nor do I know too much about it. So is this like an AI video that the DOJ was kind of, they either were faked out themselves by, or they made and tried to fake us out? Do you guys know a little bit more about this? They'll probably tell us, but I'm not, again, so much going on, so much happening as far as this is concerned. This one kind of slid past me, so I'll let them kind of give you the ones and twos here.
I haven't watched the news in 24 hours, listener, and I told Punch, just gather up the most recent crazy news stories for this Christmas, week drop of iHip News. And I just I'm just speechless. It's just insane that this stuff just goes on, and it's just not met with that much resistance.
Absolutely. And here's the thing. I watch a lot of true crime. So I feel like that if I were as big of a corrupt criminal committing Trump administration official like Pam Bondi, who's been corrupt for decades, I could cover this shit up better. Like, the cover up is so terrible. They have 1,000 FBI agents on it, all, doing all this nefarious redacting. And they release the fake suicide video. And they also release.
Let me see if I can pull up, just because I'm kind of curious now, again, if they made that video or if it was like a previously made DOJ AI Epstein video. Just kind of curious now. Fake video purporting to show Epstein suicide released. DOJ, let me see. Epstein survivor on DOJ's handling of files concerned about what is being redacted. Here's how the DOJ released. So let me see what this says. Fake video purporting to show Epstein suicide released by DOJ, then taken down. The Department of Justice on Monday released a fake video. I'll throw this up on the screen. Fake video purported to show convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's death by his own hands. The clip was part of the latest batch of files in the Trump administration released related to Epstein, but was then later taken down without an explanation from the department. The fake video apparently made it into the FBI's Epstein files because someone had emailed it to the Bureau with a query asking if it was real. According, Jesus Christ. Somebody else made it, asking them. Somebody else made it, and then somebody else sent it to them being like, hey, is this real? And then without corroborating or confirming or denying that, they just literally released it with the fucking... Again, it goes to show, and exactly what Jen and Pumps were just saying, as it pertains to like the carelessness, the incompetency in which they're even going about just something as simple, you would think, as redactions, right? Take the victim's information. Anything you see, the victims are the most important in this. That's what your main focus and thought should be, right? Anything that shows a victim, anything that would, kind of tell you who a victim was, or given a date or an address, right? Or a nickname or anything like that. Like, that should have been their specific focus. Their one main focus was the victims. Protect the victims. But it's clearly not, right? And clearly the simple task of redactions couldn't be followed or met, the standards of that couldn't be met by these incompetent assholes anyway, because apparently, as we showed on this show, you could unredact, some of the files. It was either done in Adobe this or Adobe that, and it wasn't done in the right format, whatever it may be, the ins and outs to it. You could quite literally copy and paste it onto a notepad and see anything that was redacted in a certain section of these files. So clearly incompetence shown right there. Incompetency shown right there and proven right there. That's inexcusable. That's inexcusable. What was that? What if that was direct personal information of the victims? That you couldn't, there's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for that would now be in the hands of MAGA, of QAnon, of the Proud Boys, right? That you just can't excuse that. Nor could you put a number on the chain on how their lives would change. Right, which is why some of the victims in this case that did have their fucking information released here, not redacted, are so pissed off. So again, exactly what she's talking about here is like they just don't give a shit about the victims. You can see how sloppily everything was handled in this case, right? They didn't, it seems like, to me, it seems like they never expected that this was going to be an outcome. To me, they wholly expected Donald Trump was going to put a stop to this. He was never going to have these be released. It was just never going to happen. And they were caught with their fucking pants down, right? And basically they spent the time doing what they could to redact what they found, Donald Trump's name found in these files. None of the other information was redacted, and they're scrambling behind the scenes. And again, it was reported by, I think it was Ben Meiselas on Midas Touch this morning, was talking about just how many files we may be looking at here. We're talking about, and he kind of suggested it could be up to like 10 million plus files. And if you put that as to with like how many how many have been released, I mean, we're talking about a ridiculous amount of files and information and documents and pictures and videos, wiretaps, whatever it may be. So again, they're fucking scrambling hard, and apparently they're hiring like independent people to come in and help redact these files or something crazy. If you can, I think Ben did a video on it this morning. We're not going to have time to cover it here, but if you want to head over to Midas Touch and check those videos out, I think he does a little bit of reporting on that, which is wild to hear anyway. But let's dive back into this, and she's 100% right. Clearly, everything about this has been mishandled. It's been misjudged at every turn.
Okay, so Republicans Against Trump publishes a report from an attorney at the Southern District of New York, wherein the email says, in a January 2020 internal email, an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York wrote that flight records showed Donald Trump.
Yeah, and this is the one that we were talking about on the show yesterday. This is the one that we specifically showed yesterday that talked about, oh, hey, just to let you know, Donald Trump was on that jet a lot fucking more than we originally thought. Right? For your situational awareness, I'm going to read it again just in case anybody wasn't around yesterday. It says here, for your situational awareness, we wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously had been reported. And then in parentheses says, or that we were aware of, including during the period that we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. Basically saying, and as we stated on the show, this would make Donald Trump a direct fucking witness, right? Just like the people that were with him that were then called to testify or then called to be witnesses in the case, Donald Trump would then be a direct witness in that what would have been the Ghislaine Maxwell case. He is listed as having traveled with, among others, and at various times, Marla Maples, his daughter Tiffany, his son Eric, on one flight in 1993. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein are the only two listed not eligible to be housed in a facility that she's housed in, per the Bureau of Prisons policies, rules, and regulations, right? So again, Todd Blanche directly throwing himself in front of that bullet. Jesus.
Ghislaine Maxwell, and the cover-up is so bad that 1,000 weren't able to hold it down. Once they released it, they figured it out and they pulled it back down. But the question is, are you surprised at all that Trump and Maxwell are all buddy-buddy?
No, I thought that was well known.
Well,
isn't it?
Well, he's acting like, oh, well, my DOJ went down there. I mean, I don't know her that well. We weren't that good of friends. I mean, he lies and lies and lies about it like it's a casual, hi, I saw you at Mar-a-Lago.
I think
we used to have that. I mean, the same thing she's talking about. We used to have that sound clip here of, let me see if I can find it real quick, of him wishing Ghislaine Maxwell well. I mean, I'm sure you guys all remember that one. Let me see if I can just real quick. I know I have a ton of them back here in these files. Let's see. I don't think I have it marked right. I'm not going to take your time up, but I mean, I'll pull it up for one of the next shows that we have, because obviously this is going to be continuously talked about. But where he, wishes Ghislaine Maxwell well directly up on the podium in front of the world. Fucking, it's like, what? Did you just, you obviously, and do you know what she's been convicted of? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I don't have it actually listed per the name of it, but I'll find it and I'll put it on here, and we'll have it on here so we can continuously remind people of just what Donald Trump said about Ghislaine Maxwell, and how that, goes hand in hand with her special treatment, hand in hand with how Todd Blanche, obviously made this special waiver come to fruition so she could get this special treatment. The possible pardons that have been thrown around for Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, all of it is just, it goes hand in hand with all of the other information that we know about Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, their past relationships, where they lived, how they partied together, what they talked about, their alike interests, to keep it fucking PC or PG, if you will. I'll put it all together. I don't understand how anybody with a fucking brain inside their noggin, with a head on top of their neck that resides on their shoulders, could be like, nope, clearly he's got nothing to do with it. Like, what is Meg? Uh-oh, hold on. My mom called. I always got to take mom's call. Hello? Hi, Mom.
Did I call you?
Yeah, I'm on the show. Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. I must have hit it by accident.
All right, I love you.
All right.
Merry Christmas. I'll call you after the show.
All
right, bye. Sorry. When mom calls, you got to answer. That's a call you're always taking, especially on Christmas. I mean, it goes without saying, right? But yeah, where was I? All right, we got about 15 minutes left. But again, like I say, the information on this is coming hot and heavy, fast and furious. And, the more eyes that are on it, the better. And the more reporting that is done on it, the better. And again, here at Blunt Politics, we're going to do our very best at gathering all that reporting, all of the articles, information, videos, any of the testimony, whatever it may be, and we'll bring it right to you guys. Just the factual stuff here, as we always do. But let's dive into, as we only have a few minutes left, and I'll let you get on to your friends, your families, your loved ones here on this Christmas Eve. Let's just dive into a little bit of what's happening with this Ukraine peace proposal, if I may. I appreciate you guys for indulging me and letting me talk about these things. I know a lot of people get frustrated when anything other than domestic policy is discussed, especially with such egregious activities going on and dangerous at times here in the United States. But again, we must do our best to look at the broad picture, the broader picture as well. So again, just to kind of unveil the reporting that's been going on this morning, this says Ukraine here on Reuters says Ukraine unveils 20-point peace proposal under discussion with U.S. And then it says here, President Volodymyr Zelensky outlined for the first time the main points of a draft 20-point framework peace proposal discussed by Ukraine and the United States, which he said could become the basis of future agreements to end the war with Russia. And why I think this is important, obviously, besides the main reasons of ending this war and returning Ukraine to its sovereign borders and making sure that they can remain a democratic society. This is the first time, or at least the most prominent reporting of Ukraine actually not only being involved, but also having their voices heard, or their demands, or at least their changes to these peace proposals, or at least what the fucking, the nonsensical peace proposals that were going around originally, what they state, right? And I haven't read this yet. This is the first time I'm seeing it with you guys. It does go over the points here. It says, after weeks of talks to modify an earlier 28-point draft, the ridiculous Russian proposal, which it says, as many saw as supporting many of Russia's main demands, Zelensky said that the most positions had been brought significantly closer. Ukraine and the United States still had not reached consensus on two main points: control of territory in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Zelensky said calls for talks with U.S. President Donald Trump to resolve them. But let's just go over some of the points here. Below are the points of the draft proposal as unveiled by Zelensky and shared by his office on Wednesday. 1. Ukraine's sovereignty will be reaffirmed. Okay, now, again, this doesn't specify too much. Ukraine's sovereignty will be reaffirmed. I love it. I love what it states. I'm all for it. Specifically, what that entails and what that's regarding, again, we'll probably have to wait till a more detailed report comes out. But obviously, we want to see Ukraine remain a sovereign country, a sovereign territory. Which, again, that is just stating in generality. So that's good. Number 2, this point will envisage a full. Okay, so here's number 2 relating to number 1. This point will envisage a full and unquestionable non-aggression agreement between Russia and Ukraine. We've done that dance before, but I guess it's something that is going to have to be kind of installed into these peace agreements. It specifies that to sustain long-term peace, a monitoring mechanism will be established to oversee the line of contact through space-based unmanned monitoring to ensure early notification of violations and to resolve conflicts. Okay, it specifies that to sustain long-term peace, a monitoring mechanism will be established to oversee the line of contact through space-based unmanned monitoring. So satellite reconnaissance, like that's pretty much how they'll be doing the. I'm trying to kind of get that through my head here, trying to, put that into terms on which I can relate to what it looks like on the battlefield, on the front lines, right? So it specifies that to sustain a long-term peace, a monitoring mechanism, so basically something monitoring the lines of demarcation, wherever they may be, at the end of these peace talks, should be done through space-based unmanned monitoring. So again, that just leads me to believe satellite reconnaissance, different photography and images that would monitor the battlefield and the movements of both sides in whatever area that we're talking about, as far as I can see from that. So again, I have no issues with that. I'd also like to see, I hope that's not the only point of monitoring, like the only mechanism for monitoring. I would also love boots on the ground, NATO boots on the ground, to make sure that we, deter the Russians from ever enacting anything like this again, or, taking pot shots, again, depending on where the lines of demarcation actually rest when this is all said and done. Okay, so number 3 says Ukraine will receive robust security guarantees. Love it. Ukraine will maintain its armed forces. What are the security guarantees, though? Again, we'll have to wait till a more detailed and specified report for that. But I hope they are, like they said, robust and substantial. Again, all of this to deter, to prevent Russia from ever thinking they could take on something like this again. We need to make that same thing we need to do here in the United States. Same thing we need to do. We need to make fucking examples. We need to make examples of Donald Trump. We need to make examples of corrupt politicians. We need to make examples of corrupt fucking careerists inside the government, wherever they may lie, right? We need to make examples of fucking treasonous traitors and assholes, whatever it may be. We need to make examples of people that supported the criminals in the Epstein files, that defended and engaged in the cover-up of the Epstein files. So people down the line, whoever gets in these positions, whoever gets into fucking office, whoever gets president, does not fucking think that they can get away with the same shit. They know damn well if they even attempt something even remotely fucking like this, that they'll be fucking strung up on the fucking town square by the American people, and that we're not going to fucking stand for it, hypothetically speaking, right? So that's the same thing we need to do here. We need to make examples out of Russia. We need to fucking punish them to a point where they say, okay, this is no longer fucking worth it. We cannot go through this again. We cannot afford to go through it again. We can't lose what they just reached in 1.2 million casualties on the battlefield, right? That's what we need to do. Make it so fucking hurtful. Make it sting so much that they never want to fucking try it again. That's why it's so important not to give them any favors, not to reward them at fucking all for this. That just gives the entire wrong incentive. That gives them the incentive to do and perpetrate these kind of crimes and acts on other countries, so they can get more for for their money. It's crazy. But then it says here, 4, Ukraine will maintain its armed forces at their present strength of 800,000 personnel. The earlier U.S. draft had called for Ukraine to reduce the size of its forces. But there was one proposal that I saw. Was it the European proposal that said that Ukraine shouldn't have to? But I guess that's obviously a concession here. That's a concession in my eyes. That's a concession by Ukraine, by Zelensky. Because I know for a fact I saw a report, and there's been so many of these different peace plans to come out that it's kind of hard to put my finger on which one it was. But I believe it was the Europeans' proposal that stated that Ukraine shouldn't have to limit its armed forces to any size, right? So this is now Ukraine saying, hey, we'll stipulate that on our own accord we will keep our military the same size as it is now. Which, again, if they find that to be something they can maintain and something that is, still able to defend their sovereign territory, then absolutely no problems with that. And again, that's just, like I said, a sign of Ukraine giving up concessions, right? Something that they shouldn't have to do, but they are willing to do, showing that they are willing to, engage in these peace talks in good faith, and that they do want this war to end. They don't want to be attacked and murdered on a nightly basis anymore, which, again, we didn't have to guess on. But again, the way that Donald Trump and the Republicans talk about them, that has to be specified, right? So 5, the United States, NATO, and the European countries will provide Ukraine with security guarantees that mirror Article 5, the Mutual Defense Clause of NATO's founding treaty. Love it. Love it. There's no reason why that Article 5 should go anywhere. There's no reason why that still shouldn't be upheld. So I have not only no problems with that, but that should be an absolute must. 6, Russia will formalize a policy of non-aggression towards Europe and Ukraine in all necessary laws, all required documents on ratification, including ratification by an overwhelming majority vote in the State Duma. So Russia will formalize a policy of non-aggression towards Europe and Ukraine in all necessary laws, all required documents on ratification, including ratification by an overwhelming majority vote in the Senate by the State Duma. Again, I guess that has to be in there, but as to like what that actually says about Russia, you can't take their word for it, right? There's no peace agreement. There's no, there's no document. There's no treaty that they're going to sign. There's no law that they're going to pass or ratify that is going to lead anybody that knows anything about the Russians or Vladimir Putin or how they operate to believe that they're doing it in good faith, right? So again, it's maybe something that technically has to be in there. And, maybe this is kind of like a, almost like a form of embarrassment to say that, hey, the State Duma on a majority vote has to pass all of these laws saying that they will not attack Europe or Ukraine, right? So, they're making it go just that step further by saying it needs to be a majority vote, not just a vote in the State Duma. It needs to be a majority vote, which obviously Vladimir Putin would have to, kind of work and feather behind the scenes and threaten people to vote the way that he wants them to vote. But again, nobody on any side, I think, really trusts any of the agreements, even if fucking Russia is to kind of agree to them, right? So again, 7, Ukraine will become an EU member. Ukraine will become an EU member at a specifically defined date. Ukraine will also receive short-term preferential access to the European market. Love it. No problems with it. Love it. 8, Ukraine will receive a strong global developmental package, which will be defined in a separate agreement on investment and future prosperity. Love it. Love it. Absolutely. Several funds will be established to address economic recovery, the reconstruction of damaged areas and regions, and humanitarian issues. The objective will be to mobilize $800 billion to help Ukraine fully realize its potential. Love it. Right? Something that is going to be incredibly important, when is all said and done, when the guns fall silent, right, is the reconstruction of Ukraine, building up the incredibly fucking damaged areas that have been just completely wiped out of not only people, but, fucking buildings, shelters, anything in that area. The cleaning up of fiber optic cable. right? I wish I could find, I know I don't have much time here. I wish I could find that video. It's an incredible video by United 24, guys. And if you go look that up, I believe it's a short. I just don't know when it was posted, how long ago, but it shows basically a short video of a town in Ukraine, and it is just absolutely covered from end to end with fiber optic cable that just looks like really thick fishing wire. And just think of how damaging that is to the environment, how incredibly difficult that is going to be to clean up, right? The labor involved in that's going to have to take place to clean just that up, right? And again, we showed a video from United 24 where soldiers on the front lines themselves were being sickened by the wildlife being caught up in these, in the fiber optic cables, the birds being caught up in the drone nets and stuff like that, and the damage the toll that is, being, taken on these areas, on the, again, not just the people, but the wildlife, the environment there. So, pipes, roadways, railways, bridges, fucking plumbing, heating, electricity, all of that in all of these areas that are hopefully rightly going to be returned to the people of Ukraine is going to have to be rebuilt. And that's absolutely something that needs to be focused on, thought about, and planned for. And it's good, obviously good to see that. It's in here. Number 10, Ukraine will accelerate the process of concluding a free trade agreement with the United States. Zelensky said that the U.S. position was that if Washington were to grant free trade access to Ukraine, it aimed to offer similar terms to Russia. Ukraine will accelerate the process of concluding a free trade agreement with the United States. Zelensky said the U.S. position was that if Washington were to grant, that's just horrendous. So basically, Zelensky's saying that the U.S. is telling him, basically, if we offer free trade access to Ukraine, it has to also be offered to Russia. Why? Russia is the aggressor. Russia is the criminal here. They are the ones to blame. They are the ones that should be punished. And again, if I'm reading that correctly, and correct me, anybody that's watching this at a later date, if I'm misrepresenting that at all, but that's what it says to me. It says Zelensky said the U.S. position was that if Washington were to grant free trade access to Ukraine, it aimed to offer similar terms to Russia. Why? Why is that a thing that we need to do? Why are we trying to appease Russia? Why are we giving a handout to Russia? Why are we offering in any way, shape, or form the same things to Russia that we're offering to our fucking ally and the people in the country that was forced to give up their nuclear arsenal, on the promise of protection from the United States in the event Russia does or did the exact fucking thing that they undertook in 2022 and prior to that in 2014. What the fuck are we talking about? So again, first sticking point, and that's not a point that Ukraine's put in there. That almost seems like an aside to that put in by Reuters, but I'm not sure. I'll have to look at another copy of this and see if it's kind of written the same way. This might just be a rewriting of the points by Reuters here. I'm not 100% sure. This says 11. How much time we got? 2 minutes? Crap, my bad. All right, so let me fly through these. Ukraine will confirm that it will remain a non-nuclear state in accordance with the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Zelensky said no agreement had been reached with that one. As we talked about, Ukraine and Russia commit to implementing educational programs in schools and across society that promote understanding and tolerance toward different cultures and eliminate racism and prejudice. Ukraine will implement European Union rules on religious tolerance and the protection of minority languages. No problem with that. Territory, Zelensky said that it was the most complex point as yet unresolved. I mean, I think that's pretty clear and plain to see that territory is going to be the major sticking point, right? Russia wants Ukraine to withdraw troops from all territory. Russia wants Ukraine to withdraw troops from territory Ukraine still controls in the eastern Donetsk region. Kyiv wants fighting to be halted at current battle lines. Washington has proposed demilitarized zones and a free economic zone in the part of Donetsk region controlled by Kyiv. 15, reaching an agreement. How much time we got? About a minute. After reaching an agreement on future territorial arrangements, both Russia and Ukraine undertake not to alter these agreements by force. 16, 17, and 18, 19. So we'll have to go over those at a later date. I don't want to cut into Jeff's show at all. But so far, from what we've gone through, definitely much more positive in favor of Ukraine than anything that we've seen so far, which is exactly why Russia will never agree to it. That's exactly why I can tell you right now, Russia will never in a million fucking years agree to that plan. Not going to happen. Not what they want, not what they're looking to have happen. But again, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to each and every single one of you out there. Thank you to everybody on this space. Thank you to Matt over there for, again, putting together a great coalition. Thank you to the mods over there for doing everything that you guys do. I really do appreciate it. I know how much time and energy and bullshit you guys deal with and put up with. So thank you to everybody on this space. I'll let Jeff Waldorf take over now over there. For everybody on Blunt Politics, hang around so I can thank everybody individually over here. But thank you to everybody on this space. Take it away, my main man, Jeff. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays from Boston Brian and everybody here at Blunt Politics. Thank you, guys.
So we are constantly told a lie in this country that the grind set mentality is what we need to be doing. The idea that if you are not working yourself to the bone 60 hours a week, Sigma grind set, answering emails at midnight, then you are a failure. You are lazy. We have been told that hard work is the only path to wealth and happiness. Well, I hate to break it to the corporate overlords, but the science just proved them wrong once again. Again, no shit. So this is a study published in the Health Economics Review, and it confirms what we already know, what every worker already knows. Working less doesn't make you lazy. It actually makes you happier, healthier, and more alive. Yes, more able to enjoy life. Imagine that, right? Now, researcher, and I'm sorry, I'm probably going to butcher this person's name, King Long Shao, analyzed data from over 18,000 people across 10 different surveys. And the findings are crystal clear that there is a direct statistical link between working fewer hours and more satisfaction out of life. Again, no kidding. Now, the bridge between the two, of course, is people's health. Turns out that when you are not chained to a desk for 50 hours a week, you have time to take care of yourself, your body, your mind. You have time for very much needed social inclusion. You have time for your community. And look, you actually end up feeling more safe as well. The study found that part-time work significantly boosts your health, which skyrockets your life satisfaction. And interestingly enough, this effect happens strongest in the private sector. So if you work for a private corporation, cutting your hours is actually one of the single best things you can do for your mental state. Now, this is the part where the billionaires, they don't want you to hear this, okay? Now, the study explicitly points out that people in European countries often enjoy shorter hours because they have a welfare state paid for by taxing rich people. When you have a safety net, when you are not terrified of losing your health care because, you missed a shift or whatever, you can afford to work less and live more. But in America, the system is designed to keep you desperate and poor. Look, if you're not working full time, you don't get benefits like healthcare. You do not get security. In fact, there's a lot of places, a lot of employers that make sure that you barely miss the cutoff for getting benefits. It's not by accident either. It is a policy choice in order to keep the labor force desperate and compliant and not asking too many pesky questions. Now, interestingly enough, this data also shows a fascinating gender divide. Women, no surprise, generally prefer fewer hours and see a larger happiness boost from it. And look, we can go into the fact that a lot of women, in addition to work, have a lot of the emotional labor as well as housework, that, domestic labor piled on top of them. So working less actually helps them even more in that regards. And I think that we need to really work on that part of our society so that we don't dump all the emotional and domestic labor onto women. That would be real nice. But this would help. This would absolutely help. Okay. Now, men who are often culturally brainwashed by the patriarchy into defining our entire net worth by our paychecks, well, it's no surprise that because of that, we report lower life satisfaction overall. So this would benefit us as well. So it's bad news for the Sigma grind set people that are working 70 hours a week. You're burning yourself out, bro. And for what? So that your boss can get another freaking yacht. Congratulations. As for the middle class, by the way, income gains do boost happiness, yes, obviously, but because money means mobility and financial security. It also means peace of mind, knowing that you can pay the bills. And maybe when you're done, you can do something fun. But for the ultra rich, hoarding that extra $1 million doesn't actually make them happier. It just makes them greedier. At the end of the day, this 40-hour work week that we have is an absolute outdated relic. The hustle culture is nothing more than a scam in order to keep people exhausted and desperate. And we have the data. We have the technology. At the end of the day, we should be working less, earning more, and actually enjoying the one life that we get. Well. It isn't the consequences of their own actions. We're talking about Pennsylvania today, specifically the lumber industry in the northern part of the state. This is an area that went heavily for President Donald Trump. And now, as a result of those policies, they're in financial freefall. Why? Because the tariffs that they cheered for are absolutely destroying them. And here's the kicker. Same people who screamed about the free market and were against socialism are now begging the federal government for a bailout. Can't make it up. So let's look at the numbers. Because unlike the feelings of the macro crowd, facts actually do matter. So here's a report from PennLive. The Pennsylvania hardwood industry is currently tanking. We're talking about a drop from 15 billion board feet of production in 2008 under Obama to just 4.5 billion this year. Wow. That is a very long, slow, protracted collapse. They have lost in total 40,000 jobs. Exports are down nearly $1 billion. And why? Well, it's because when you start a trade war with China, which is the biggest buyer of Pennsylvania lumber, China decides we're going to fight back by not buying American wood. Oops. So Jeremy Roop, a third-generation lumberman, admitted it plainly. He said that, quote, that they are selling wood to China at zero profit margin just to get rid of it. Zero profit. Wow. Now, of course, here's the part that's going to make your blood boil. This industry overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump and agree with Trump's policies. Roop says, quote, our industry backs 90% of his decisions. 90%. So they voted for the tariffs. They voted for America first. They voted for xenophobia and isolation. And now that it's bankrupting them, they're not too happy about it. In fact, recently they sent a letter to the White House demanding a taxpayer-funded bailout. You see, these people are jealous that the farmers got $12 billion in relief while they got nothing. In fact, he said, quote, it's a little unfair when they get funds for their crops or something and we don't get anything from that when we can't sell our wood overseas. I mean, Talk about dealing with the consequences of your own actions. The leopards coming home to feast. Rupe added that he recently counted some 20 different companies that have gone under as a result of what's going on. A lot of them, he says, are in Pennsylvania. Some are in other states as well, but a lot of them in Pennsylvania are closing because they just can't afford to continue to sell at losses. I feel like there's an economics lesson in here somewhere. Okay. Now, you said the industry is going to continue for the lucky ones that can last and hold out, but we're losing jobs, particularly in Pennsylvania. We're losing jobs because these companies are having to close locations, reduce their production, reduce costs where they can, and just try to survive.
Whoopsie.
Kind of feels like, once again, consequences of their actions. Now, to be fair, this is not all on Donald Trump. There have been a lot of pressures on industry that were there before the tariffs, okay? In fact, between 2022 and 2024, this was under President Joe Biden, U.S. hardwood exports had declined by $930 million. Hardwood lumber exports fell 20%, or $663 million, and hardwood log exports had declined 11%, or $209 million. Okay, so now that sector, as I already mentioned, lost about 40,000 jobs. It's 10% decline overall in its workforce. So that was under Biden. However, the biggest hit to the industry actually came back in 2018 when the hardwood industry was left out of that year's tariff relief measures under who? Donald Trump. In fact, this is Kirby Kendrick of Kendrick Forest Products in Edgewood, Iowa, writing in an op-ed in AgriPulse, quote, in 2018, many farmers rightly received relief packages to offset their losses from trade disputes. Yet policymakers must remember that hardwood producers are farmers too. Our livelihoods depend on the land, and our industry is just as vulnerable to the same global forces that affect traditional agriculture. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That said, the current tariffs are now making a already not great situation even worse. And because of this, now this industry is next in line to demand a government handout. Look, this is basically the stepchild inferiority complex of the MAGA movement. They say, oh, we want the government to stay out of our business when we're making money. However, the second their own bad political choices, voting for trade wars, have consequences, they want you to come in and save them with your tax dollars. Interesting. It's the classic Republican MAGA playbook. Privatize profits, socialize losses. Look, when a single mom needs help with her groceries, oh, helping her would be communism. But when an entire industry destroys itself by voting for a con man who promised to do these trade wars, oh man, you don't understand. That's strategic investment. We're fighting against the woke mobs, let me tell you what. And now as a result, 60,000 jobs in Pennsylvania are hanging in the balance. But hey, Liz, at least, you can say the R word again. Ooh, oh, wow. No, look, that's a tragedy for the workers. It is. But for the owners who back the agenda, this is turning out to be a very expensive lesson that they had already refused to learn the first time. Show me your papers. Now, look, we used to say that phrase to mock authoritarian regimes, right? But now, it's just a Tuesday all over the country. Now, I've got a terrifying story about a 22-year-old woman born in Maryland. She's a U.S. citizen who went out to get Taco Bell with her sister and ended up in an ICE detention center in Louisiana. They have her birth certificate, they have her immunization records, but ICE says, oh, none of that matters. No, fake news. Now, meet Dulce Consuelo Diaz Morales. She is 22 years old. She was born in Laurel, Maryland. On Sunday, she was with her 17-year-old sister, Shirley, and their father doing laundry and grabbing lunch. Suddenly, they were swarmed by law enforcement vehicles, ICE. According to her sister, officers had ignored their questions, ignored their IDs, and just took Dulcie. Why? Well, her sister Shirley says that it was racial profiling, plain and simple. She told HuffPost they went straight to my sister because she's darker than me. And there it is.
The Republican Party's racist.
Now, Dulcie offered proof. Her lawyers had provided a Maryland birth certificate, her medical records, her immunization history. Her lawyer even called the hospital where she was born, confirming that she was indeed a patient there. Quote, I called the hospital and they were able to confirm that she was a patient during that general period. The last part especially would be impossible to manufacture. We will be working to obtain even more evidence, but there's no doubt that she was born here and ICE has been put on notice. Now, speaking of ICE, their response was that the documents were forged, faked. They're literally looking at a U.S. birth certificate in their hands and saying, yeah, we don't believe you. Forged, fake. Now, that shouldn't really be a shocker to people who've been paying attention. Why is that? Because the President of the United States himself had openly questioned the birth certificate of his predecessor, Barack Obama. Remember, Trump was pretty much patient zero. Okay, the first guy to go out there and spread that conspiracy theory, he didn't come up with it, but he spread it around on Fox News during Obama's presidency. I think he was born in Kenya. I don't believe the birth certificate. Where's the birth certificate? Well, it turns out that even though they could have the birth certificate and they've seen the birth certificate, they still don't believe it. And now they've taken that and they have basically turned an entire government agency into people who say, I don't believe it. It's forged. I mean, look at what they did with Obama. Oh my God. So obviously, instead of releasing her because she had her correct documentation, they decided to move her in the middle of the night from Baltimore, a detention center there, to Louisiana, a known deportation hub, making it, of course, nearly impossible for her lawyers to even reach her. Look, we warned you about this, okay? This is Project 2025 in action. This is white supremacy in action. This is not about law and order. It never was. It has always been about terrorizing communities of color. That's it. The government is now arguing that even if you're born here, even if you have the paper trail to prove that, they can still lock you up and ship you halfway across the country if they decide, based on your skin color, like you look like you don't belong here. I mean, that is just absolutely horrifying. Her attorney, Zachary Perez, said it perfectly. Quote, this is something that I've never encountered. They're actually literally denying the authenticity of official records, which again shouldn't be a surprise considering what they've done. But this is what's going on. Another attorney, Slatton, said, I've been doing this for a very long time. I understand that not everyone is honest all the time, but this is not one of those cases. This would literally be impossible to do, to fake these birth certificates. I mean, seriously. So now the question here is, okay, well, if a birth certificate isn't enough proof of citizenship, then what would be? I mean, that is supposed to be your ultimate proof right there. Your IDs, okay? Your immunization records. But again, also shouldn't be surprising because they don't even believe in immunization. And so, look, this is horrific. If a word of a federal agent can override the state of Maryland's official birth records, if that happens, then yes, I got bad news for you. It means that we have lost due process. It's gone. Due process is dead. Anyone could be snatched up by ICE now. imprisoned, and possibly even sent to a foreign torture prison. Even if they have the right documentation, they have the right papers, their birth certificate, their identification. I mean, this is as serious gets. All right. Now, thankfully, a federal judge did step in to stop her immediate deportation to it's not even deportation, it'd be exile, because she doesn't belong in another country. She belongs here. She's an American citizen. Now, after a Thursday morning telephone hearing, U.S. District Judge Brendan A. Herson, who is a Biden appointee, extended a standing order against deporting her or sending her to a country that she wasn't even born in. Respondents, he wrote, including all those acting for them on their behalf, are enjoined from removing petitioner Dulce Consuelo Diaz-Morales from the United States or altering her legal status during the pendency of this action, subject to further order of this court. So for now, she is still here. She is still protected from being literally sent to another country for which she does not belong to, okay? But even though she's protected from getting sent somewhere else, she is still sitting in a prison cell in Louisiana, deprived of her freedom, deprived of her basic humanitarian rights and due process. She does not belong there. She is an American citizen. She was not committing any crimes. She was just getting lunch. That's all she was doing. But here's the thing. That none of that matters anymore in this country. None of that matters in Trump's America, because now all you have to do to be snatched up and sent to a prison or worse is to be brown in America. That was her only crime, and apparently that's enough. So we've talked about Larry Bouchard, the retired cop who was thrown in a cage for 37 days over a Facebook meme. You also know probably about the $2 million bond, which is absolutely insane for what he is alleged to have done. And you also probably know that the charge has since been dropped. But what you might not know is the BS excuse they used to throw him in jail in the first place. That's right. And the devastating price that Larry has ended up having to pay for simply exercising his First Amendment freedom of speech rights. Now, after he was released, Bouchard filed a federal lawsuit against Perry County and the local sheriff, Nick Weems. And the details of this 30-page complaint expose exactly how fragile our First Amendment rights really are under this Trump regime. Wait, I thought they were supposed to be protecting First Amendment rights. Well, maybe if you want to say the N-word, the R-word, then of course they're going to protect you from on that. But when it comes to your actual rights to not get thrown in prison for the things that you say, they are not at all interested. Here's the weak, flimsy justification that the police used to go after Bouchard. So the meme he posted quoted Donald Trump regarding a shooting at Perry High School in Iowa. Remember, Trump had said, "Oh, we're just going to have to get over it." Okay. Oh, another school shooting. Oh, get over it. Well, the sheriff's department claimed that because there is a similarly named school nearby in the state of Tennessee, that this meme quoting Trump was a threat of mass violence. Think about that one for a second. All right, think about that. Think about how flimsy of an excuse that is to arrest someone, to literally take away their freedom. Okay, in his lawsuit, it states that the local school district actually had zero records concerning Bouchard. They had no idea who he was, and they didn't feel threatened by this at all. There was no panic at the school. And the threat, turns out, was entirely invented by the sheriff's office. This was not a misunderstanding. This was a hit job against someone who was simply against Donald Trump. Okay. Now, the lawsuit alleges that Sheriff Weems and the investigator Jason Morrow had understood that the meme was political. It was just political commentary on gun control. That's all it was. And they knew that he was quoting Donald Trump. And they knew that he wasn't threatening a local school. Weems even admitted in a later interview that he knew at the time of the arrest that Larry's post used a pre-existing meme and was not threatening that school. But, of course, law enforcement had left out that extremely important context from their warrant application. Seriously. I mean, that in itself should get these police in trouble. Now, speaking of the police, when they went to his home, they were actually pretty confused, the responding officers, right? In fact, on body cam footage, one of the officers says, "I'm going to be completely honest with you. I have no idea what they're talking about. He just called me and said that there were some concerning posts that were made. I don't know. I just know they said something was insinuating violence. And by he, they meant Sheriff Weems. Larry had responded to this saying, no, this wasn't. And I'm not going to take it down. And he shouldn't. He shouldn't have had to. And I'm glad he didn't. That said, hours later, Perry County ended up issuing a warrant for Bouchart's arrest. And local police returned after 11 p.m. to arrest him for threatening mass violence at a school. Again, you had body cam footage showing local police being just as confused as before about why they're being ordered to take a man into custody. I threatened no one, Larry told them. I may have been an asshole, but the other officer completed that sentence by saying, that's not illegal. And there it is. There it is. Now, then why did Weems do this? I think it's pretty clear. To try to bully this man into silence. And it worked. Bouchart, a man who served 30 years in law enforcement, lost his post-retirement job because he was sitting in jail for a month. He was the primary earner for the family. They have lost that income now. His lawyers at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression say that now he is afraid to participate in online political conversation because he is terrified that the police are going to target him again and throw him in jail again. Now, I have to ask you, where are all the right-wing free speech warriors? Where are you guys? The ones who are like, we are going to make sure that people's free speech is for freedom of speech is protected. Where are you guys? I don't see any of you out here saying what they did to this man is unconscionable. It is absolutely unconstitutional. That is why we have the First Amendment, so the government cannot come after you for your political opinion. And yet here we are. We get the government coming after people for their political opinions. That's right. That's right. And so where are the free speech warriors anyway? Well, I think they're currently too busy defending Donald Trump for him saying horrific things about the murder of Rob Reiner. I mean, he blamed that on TDS. Maybe it's because he was saying mean things about me all the time. He said that even though this had nothing to do with any of that. But here's the thing. If you apparently quote Donald Trump on Facebook, you could be arrested and lose your job, sit in jail for 30 days, miss your wedding anniversary, the birth of your grandchild, just for posting a meme. I mean, that's insane. Larry said it best in his statement, quote, I was arrested for nothing more than refusing to be bullied into censorship. That is what censorship looks like. That is actually what happens when you weaponize law enforcement against your political opponents. All the stuff that they were screaming about during the Biden administration, they're actually doing. That's what they're doing, okay? And so, look, that's what this is. Make no mistake. Fire attorney, senior attorney Adam Steinbaugh said on this, quote, if police can come to your door in the middle of the night and put you behind bars based on nothing more than an entirely false and contrived interpretation of a Facebook post, then no one's First Amendment rights are safe. Bingo. And that right there is the big takeaway here. Now, while they couldn't get the criminal charge to stick, they did manage to take this man's job and his peace of mind. And that's the punishment. And understand that at the end of the day, the fear and the cruelty was the entire point of this exercise, and to chill people from actually expressing their First Amendment rights. You know the slogan. They love to scream it from the rooftops, man. Go woke, go broke. I mean, they're plastering it all over social media, bumper stickers. They shout it at every company that dares to show even an ounce of inclusivity. However, down in Kentucky, in deep red Mitch McConnell country, reality is hitting these same people pretty hard. And it turns out the real slogan might just be, go MAGA, get left behind. The parent company of Jim Beam, Suntory Global Spirits, just dropped a bombshell on Bullitt County, Kentucky. They are halting production at their main Boston, Kentucky distillery for the entirety of 2026. That's right. We're not talking about a 2-week shutdown for routine maintenance. We are talking about shutting down for an entire calendar year. And then who knows what's going to happen afterwards. Now, why? Well, they claim it's, we're going to upgrade to increase capacity. Really? Because look, let's look at the timing and the context for this, because that is actually where the real story lives. Hundreds of local workers, people in a rural conservative stronghold, are now staring down the barrel of uncertainty. These are the manufacturing jobs that the Republican Party claimed they were going to protect. These are the forgotten men and women that Trump claims to have fought for. And look, I support working people. I am a union guy. I mean, down to my core. I've worked these blue-collar jobs, and so I understand, okay? And I understand that Republicans are definitely not fighting for you and me, okay? Look, corporate giants like Suntory Spirits make moves that destabilize the entire local economy. Where's the outrage from these Republicans? Where's the protectionism, okay? Because it turns out that their main protectionist policy, which is the tariffs, are devastating them. Look, this fits a pattern that we've been seeing across specifically red states. When you foster an environment on instability, whether it be through chaotic tariffs, culture war nonsense that targets these major brands, or just general economic mismanagement from the right wing, businesses get pretty nervous and they start doing things that, well, contract business, that shed jobs. Okay. And look, on the culture war stuff, we've seen the right wing launch boycotts against Bud Light. Okay. We've seen the videos of them like blasting entire cases of Bud Light. We've got Target, which, by the way, Target is now also the literal target of a boycott from the other side now for killing DEI. And then, of course, Disney, right? Which famously has been feuding and fighting with Ron DeSantis in Florida. These right-wingers have created a business climate where companies are terrified to operate normally. And while there isn't a direct boycott against Jim Beam right now or their parent company, the broader economic instability in these red states is absolutely undeniable. Turns out you can't just sit there and declare war on corporate America for being woke every other Tuesday and then be surprised when those same companies restructure, pause production, or even automate their jobs away to protect their bottom lines. And let's be honest, in the alcohol industry itself, the bottom line has been trending down for some time. This is not all on Donald Trump. His tariffs are just the latest in a string of pretty bad trends for that industry. Okay. the alcohol industry is not doing well because of many different factors, including shifting attitudes towards drinking, especially among the youth. Gen Z is drinking less and instead focusing on what they consider to be healthier options, which includes cannabis. Especially since we've had legalization, which is why the alcohol industry is absolutely dead set on making sure to get rid of that, okay? To undo legalization. So now, studies show that over 36 to 60% of consumers have reduced their alcohol intake following cannabis legalization. Gen Z is leading that trend by replacing alcohol with cannabis, with many preferring that over alcohol. And I don't blame them, by the way. Bars are expensive. And in this economy, who's got the money for a $12 freaking drink? All right. I always, honestly, I've never been a bar guy. I was old, even when I was young. I always found bars to be too noisy, smelly, and just not at all fun. I was a bit of a social pariah for that. But hey, look who's cool now. Everybody. Yeah, that's right. It's for Jim Beam, though. I mentioned Trump's tariffs being one of the major factors in them scaling back production. And there's a huge reason for that, okay? As a result of these tariffs, the retaliatory tariffs, Canada, one of the most important foreign markets for American whiskey, has been boycotting since March. So they have not been importing very many bottles of this alcohol. As a result, U.S. whiskey sales to Canada are down more than 60% through October, a blow that is landing squarely on red state producers who overwhelmingly backed Donald Trump and Republicans. And while I have to say that Centauri did not donate directly to Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, for that matter, they do have a history of funding Republicans, people like Mitch McConnell, Todd Young, members of the same party that refused to put a stop to Trump's tariffs or to rein him in any meaningful way. Remember, Mitch McConnell could have voted to impeach Trump, to have him removed. Did not. Now, look, at the end of the day, though, my heart is with the workers in Kentucky, okay, who deserve better than to be pawns in a corporate fight, okay, or victims of a political movement that claims to fight for them, but actually cares more about fighting the culture war than to fight for people's paychecks or jobs. While the MAGA crowd is busy fighting Mickey Mouse or whatever, real jobs in real American towns are vanishing or being put on ice or having their workers arrested by ICE. Either way, if you really want to know what's going on, you gotta follow the money. And who's at fault for what is going on? Because unlike MAGA, the facts, we follow the facts here, and the facts do not care about anyone's feelings. They say that everything Trump touches dies. Usually we're talking about things like casinos, steaks, or his own cabinet members' careers. But today, we're actually talking about an institution that has survived since the Civil War, the Great Depression, and through 2 world wars. But apparently, it could not survive a partnership with Donald Trump. Oh boy.
Whoopsie.
Cadwalader, Wickersham, and Taft is the oldest law firm in New York City. Founded in 1792. It is considered to be absolute Wall Street royalty for some reason. Well, it was. According to reports from the Daily Beast and the Wall Street Journal, this historic firm is now being swallowed up by a rival, Hogan Lovells, in a desperate bid to save its practice. Why? Why does this matter? Because they bent the knee. They bent the knee. So let's rewind this, okay? Give you some context. When Donald Trump started signing executive orders against law firms threatening to strip them of their security clearances and government contracts if they didn't fall in line, most of them fought back, to their credit. And you know what? A lot of them won in court. They kept their dignity and they kept their independence, but not Cadwallader. Instead of fighting, they folded like a cheap suit. They reportedly pledged $100 million in pro bono work to support Trump's priorities just to avoid financial penalty. The result, of course, was instant and catastrophic. Their own lawyers, people with actual spines, didn't want to work at a firm that was just going to act as a henchman for the MAGA agenda. So the firm started hemorrhaging talent. Key partners quit. Entire groups left to join other practices. And those other practices, by the way, were also fighting against the Trump agenda. And so, look, they lost the one asset a law firm actually has: talented people. So now, to stop the bleeding, of course, they're merging with Hogan Lovells. But let's be very clear about this, right? This is not a win. This isn't even a merger of equals. Hogan Lovells brings in about $3 billion a year. Cadwallader brought in about $600 million. Cadwallader's leadership, they're being demoted to committee roles, while Hogan Lovells and their CEO take the reins. The oldest firm in New York is effectively being acquired because its leadership was too cowardly to stand up to a bully. Again, other firms fought the Trump administration and flourished. They won. One example is WilmerHale. WilmerHale decided to stand up against this lawless executive order, which was designed to break that firm. They did not break, however. In fact, they are now doing better than ever. So well that last week, the firm had announced that they were sharing their financial success with the rank and file attorneys in the form of associate bonuses. Well, would you look at that? To recognize your commitment, professionalism, and performance, we are pleased to announce we will award year-end bonuses and a one-time special bonus. Wow. Look at that, huh? Nice. Nice. Another firm that was targeted by Trump that did not fold is Perkins Coie. They actually sued the Trump administration, saying that they were taking this action to protect the firm, its clients, and the legal system overall from an unlawful attack on the freedom of all Americans to select their counsel of choice without fear or of retribution or punishment. And on May 2nd of this year, Judge Beryl Howell permanently blocked Trump's executive order, ruling that it violates the Constitution and is thus null and void. And they're not the only one. The Trump administration has received many lawsuits from a lot of these firms. And, of course, the judges have all ruled in the law firm's favor. Yeah, I know. Weird, right? Over 500 firms backed Perkins Coie's lawsuit, while firms like Cadwallader and Paul Weiss had surrendered. And guess what? They're now paying the price. They both lost a great deal of talent as well as future jobs. Because who wants to hire a law firm to stand up to, let's be honest, the government, right? When those very law firms bow down immediately to the government and do not fight for what they should believe in. Okay. So this should be another reminder to corporate America. When you trade your integrity for a temporary reprieve from Donald Trump or MAGA's rage, the end result is you might end up losing much, much more than you would have ever gained. We always knew that the corporate media would end up bending the knee to the Trump administration. The latest example of this, by the way, is 60 Minutes, the so-called ticking clock of journalism, which just killed a finished fact-checked investigation into Trump's mass deportation machine. And the reason, of course, they did that will make your blood boil. So let me give you a breakdown here, a timeline. So there was a segment that was titled Inside CCOT that was scheduled to air. It was an investigation into the infamous terrorism confinement center in El Salvador, a mega prison where thousands of people deported by the Trump regime are being sent to illegally, and where torture reportedly runs like clockwork. Now, the teasers were already running. The episode was finished. Then, less than 3 hours before airtime, yanked it. They yanked it. It's gone. CBS put out a vague statement claiming that the story needed, quote, additional reporting, which is corporate speak for, we scared, we got cold feet. Now, of course, we all know that this is a lie because the call is coming from inside the House, or maybe even the White House. According to the Wall Street Journal and Puck News, 60-Minute correspondent Sharon Alfonsi sent an email to her colleagues, blowing the whistle on this entire thing. She wrote that the story was screened 5 times and cleared by CBS attorneys, standards, and practices. He stated plainly that it is, quote, factually correct. So the question is, who killed it? Well, according to reports, the decision came from none other than CBS News chief Bari Weiss. Yes, Weiss reportedly decided to spike the story because she felt that it had lacked, get this, critical voices. And who did she suggest that they interview to save the segment? What critical voice was it missing? Stephen Miller. Racist Nosferatu himself. That's who they decide is a critical voice on this entire thing. Not the victims here, not the people that were placed in this horrific prison that were tortured. No. We got to hear it from Stephen Miller. Really? The architect of the family separation policy. The man who probably wanks off to these mass deportations in the first place, the ICE video. Okay? That guy? No. Bari Weiss reportedly gave the 60 Minutes team Miller's personal contact information, which, for me, it would make me want to throw my cell phone in the fire or something. Smash it. Destroy it. Like, oh, get that thing away from me. That is unholy. Why does it burn my hand when I hold the phone with this contact information? Whoa, get it away. Get it away. Okay, look, they effectively said we cannot air this report on the human rights nightmare unless we let the Trump regime spin it first to their advantage. Look, this is not journalism. This is stenography. That's the reality of the situation. This is anticipatory obedience. This segment was about the reality of where these deportees ended up. A hellscape prison. That is a fact. It doesn't need Stephen Miller's permission to be true, but CBS leadership is apparently terrified of doing anything that makes the Trump agenda look bad without, apparently giving a MAGA ghoul the chance to try to balance it out with his propaganda. But understand that that's how things work now. You see, Bari Weiss, how is she even the head of CBS News? It's not like she got it because she's such a talented media executive, knows so much about the news business. Oh, no. She was put there by David Ellison, the son of pro-Trump tech billionaire Larry Ellison, who owns Skydance Media and now Paramount Global, the parent company of CBS News. Follow the money, right? Look, this is the same Larry Ellison that back in May of 2022, according to the Washington Post, which again owned by Jeff Bezos, participated in a conference call days after the 2020 U.S. presidential election. This call focused on strategies for challenging the legitimacy of the vote, trying to do to help Trump overturn an election, doing election denialism. Okay, that's what they were doing in 2020. And now they're buying up all the media. They have been buying up all the media. I mean, look, he and his son, okay, turning them into this media into pro-Trump propaganda outlets run by family members. So it's nepotism too. Right now, the Ellisons are involved in a billion-dollar battle to take over Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers Discovery, which, by the way, owns CNN. According to reports, Paramount made a hostile, all-cash approach for the entire Warner Brothers business of $108.4 billion. That happened earlier this month on December 8th. Gee, I wonder why they're so focused on trying to take over Warner Brothers Discovery. Oh, right. It's because Donald Trump hates CNN. That's it. Here's the thing, okay? There's a big meta picture, okay? These billionaires, Larry and David Ellison, okay, are extremely dangerous to our democracy, for our democracy, which relies on an educated and informed populace. This is not just about killing a factual story in order to protect Stephen Miller's narrative. No. This is actually more about what is happening to the state of journalism in America overall. When you have hacks like Barry frickin' Weiss spiking stories that look bad for this administration while taking editorial notes from the likes of Stephen Miller, I mean, you know that you can no longer trust anything that media says, okay? From that media empire, that media source, okay? CBS News, no, you're done. You're done, okay? And big credit, by the way, to the woman who put out this email, okay? Sharon Alfonsi. Huge credit. And the journalists, they were right to be very concerned about everything that was going on, about Barry Weiss taking over, because this is what we knew was going to happen. Look, when billionaires, and this is a result of billionaire ownership of media, okay? When they take over all the mainstream media outlets and turn them into right-wing propaganda mills, you know that at the end of the day, the state of journalism and democracy is in deep, deep trouble. There is a specific kind of justice that you almost never see in the American legal system. Usually, when a hateful bigot terrorizes a family, the wheels of justice turn relatively slowly, if they turn at all. But sometimes, and just sometimes, physics steps in. In Waco, Texas, yeah, that Waco, a man driven by racial hatred tried to burn down a woman's home. He had the gas, he had the lighter, he had the intent, but he made one critical error. He forgot that fire doesn't actually care about your ideology. It doesn't care if you're the member of the master race. Okay, so let's set up the story. So this happened just a few days ago, December 18th on Aris Street in Waco. Now, according to the arrest affidavit, this didn't start with a fire. It started with racial hatred. 47-year-old Tony McDaniel, a white man, approached a home where 3 black victims were present. Now, he wasn't just passing by. No. He was looking for a fight. Police say then he began screaming racial slurs at the people inside, weaponizing language, trying to intimidate them in their own neighborhood. Now, this is the part of the story that we see way too often. An emboldened bigot who feels comfortable screaming hate speech in public because the political climate, MAGA, told him that it's okay. It's okay. Hey, Trump's president. I can say the N-word again. Oh, thank God. We can finally say the N-word and the R-word. Oh, yes. Now, that said, he threatened to burn their house down, and then he left. Okay. Now, in a sane world, that could be the end of it. Yes, it's a terrible interaction, maybe a police report or a restraining order. But this is not the world that we're living in now. You see, McDaniel returned, and he did not come back empty-handed. A female victim told police that McDaniel showed up holding a gasoline canister. Now, this is the moment where hate speech transforms into domestic terror. See, he began pouring fuel on the side of their home, pouring it into the roadway. I mean, literally dousing their safety in accelerant. Okay, think about the terror in that moment. If you're that family, you're in your home. Somebody has just screamed some racial slurs at you, and now you smell gasoline. You know exactly what's coming next. McDaniel, he pulled out a lighter, and he ignited the fuel. Now, this is where the story takes a turn that I can only describe as instant karmic intervention. According to the police report, this is what caused McDaniel to catch himself on fire, along with the roadway and the grassy area near the home. He didn't just light the house, he lit himself on fire. Witnesses say that he was engulfed in flames, running down the street, a literal human torch of his own making. Wow. You just got to say, stupid. Not exactly the smartest people, okay? Not the best, not the brightest. So he fled the scene, panicked and burning, running back to his, of course, trailer, parked near a tire shop. Now, I want to pause here and give credit where credit is due, of course. While this man was running away to tend to his self-inflicted wounds, you know what the victims were doing? They weren't waiting for anybody to save them. No, they were getting buckets of water. They were extinguishing the flames on their own property and in the street. They were doing it themselves. It's a perfect metaphor for what marginalized communities have to do every single day. While the hateful actors are busy destroying themselves and then running away, the community is left holding the buckets, cleaning up their mess, and saving their own homes and the homes of their neighbors. Police, of course, arrived to find a pretty chaotic scene. They ended up tracking McDaniel to his trailer on Hillsborough Drive. And you might think a tough guy, screams racial slurs and commits random arson would go down fighting. Nope. And by the way, not exactly random arson, I don't think. But I don't know the details. I don't know why he was screaming racial slurs, but it doesn't matter because when you start doing that and then come back and try to set somebody's house on fire, there's no excuse there. Now, anyway, officers, when they arrived at his trailer, breached the door and found him, get this, hiding like a little bitch under his bed. Master race, folks. Master race. Here we got the tough guy wanting to terrorize a woman and her kids, found cowering under the mattress, burned, and hiding from the consequences of his own actions. Yeah, that's some FAFO right there. Man was dragged out, taken to the hospital for burn treatment, and is now facing 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Now, why do I keep covering stories like this? Well, it's not just to laugh at stupid people, okay? Dumb criminals who fail, even though that is funny. Stupid! No, it's to expose the reality of these people. Because we are constantly told by the right, by our government right now, the Trump regime, that it is we who are the danger. It is the wokes. The wokers. The trans folks. The so-called radical leftists who, just want healthcare and fair wages. We're told that we're destroying the country. But when you look at the reality of the situation, who is actually the ones pouring the gas onto this fire? Who's the ones screaming racial slurs at people? Well, people like Tony McDaniel. People who are, come on, that person, I think we know who they voted for. Okay, very likely. Look, they are fueled by a media ecosystem that constantly feeds them racial grievance and rage. Okay, they are told that they are the ones who are the victims, that it is those people who are coming to replace them. Sound familiar? That rage makes them stupid, as it does for a lot of people. It makes them so eager to destroy others that they forget to check which way the wind is blowing before they flick the lighter. So at the end of the day, Tony McDaniel wanted to be a terrorist. Instead, he became a punchline. Man wanted to burn a family out of their home simply because of the color of their skin. Instead, he burned his own and secured himself a nice little stay in a jail cell. The victims, thank goodness, are safe. The house is still standing, although there is damage to it. While Mr. McDaniel is currently experiencing the very painful, very literal burning sensation of justice. There is a lesson here for the MAGA crowd, the hateful bigots, feeling emboldened right now. And that lesson is the fire that you try to start is usually the one that ends up consuming you. If this video helped you cut through the BS and see what is really happening, then smash that like button. Every single like pushes back against the right-wing propaganda machine. I can't do this work without your support. So please check out my Patreon. Link is in the description of this video. For a few bucks a month, you can help keep this channel independent from corporate BS. So hit subscribe, hit that notification bell, and let's keep fighting for democracy and against fascism together.
Hello? Hello? Audio good. Hello? Tu Adit? I'm doing a show today. You may notice a couple of our fine contributors here on this space, Industrial Incorporation, are taking the week off. I am not taking the week off, so I am here. This is a live show. It is currently 3:02 p.m. on the eastern seaboard of the United States of America, so-called. I am not on the eastern seaboard, but that's what time it is in that location. Today, I will be doing a show that is live about some stuff. You know, has anyone been paying attention to the news over the last week? I feel like every time I do this show, like it could be the last show I do before nuclear apocalypse, so I try to make it as good as I can. And I'm kind of running out of steam here. You know, like, you know, where's the nuclear apocalypse, right? But anyway, but today I'm going to be talking about a lot of people this week are out there pretending to be happy. They're out there faking it until they make it. Season's greetings, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Merry Hanukkah, whatever the fuck. A lot of people are going through the motions. They're pretending like it's a good season. They're pretending to be joyous. You could say that they are. I personally don't believe them. Now, I'm a little bit of a pessimist. But when I see people go like, Merry Christmas, that's not genuine to me. It's like I'm looking at like one of those, like, you know, creatures that can transform. It's like a they live situation. I put my glasses on and it's like, oh, that's an alien. Merry Christmas. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Merry goddamn Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Who gives a fuck? Like, I'm sorry. We're out here celebrating 5,000-year-old holidays. When a pedophile's in the White House, I don't get it. I'm make the best of a bad situation. I don't understand. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't get it. When I see people pretending to be happy at this time of year, I just see, I see weakness. And more importantly, I don't like being lied to. I hate when people lie. About anything. It doesn't matter how small it is. This could be like an autism thing or whatever, or maybe I'm just weird. but I hate when people lie about anything. It doesn't matter how small it is. It doesn't matter how big it is. I mean, it kind of does, but like just the idea that someone would willfully say something they know is not true. Happy holidays. Like, am I missing something? Merry Christmas? Have you seen the world of fucking around you? Now, to be fair, I am not Christian. I'm not Jewish. I don't celebrate these stupid fucking holidays. But like, and really, I never did. Like maybe when I was 5 or 6, like my mom would put up a Christmas tree. But like, you know, once I got old enough to be in charge of putting up the Christmas tree, I was like, don't really feel like it. But like when I see people celebrating these holidays in this time period, I feel sick and I feel shameful to be a part of this race of creatures. I feel disgusting whenever I see people. It feels like I need to take a shower when I see people celebrating Christmas or Hanukkah. You know, I know the Muslims got their holidays, but it's not usually this time of year, unless I'm mistaken. Maybe the Muslims got some shit going on right now, but isn't that shit a few months ago? I don't know. They're saved for now. But like, really? You know, I mean, I'm just saying, like, really? Really? Okay, there's a genocide going on by the self-proclaimed only Jewish state, and we're out here celebrating their holidays. I don't know, but that's a whole separate thing. Today I want to talk about how we as humans tolerate evil behavior just because it's like normal, or just because we don't want to rock the boat, or like, you know, we don't want to harsh the vibes or whatever, right? So we're just supposed to tolerate what people do. Now, I got to be honest with you. I have extremely high standards for everything I do and involve myself in, and people I engage with. I have extremely high standards. I've gotten in trouble many times for having these standards. People say you should lower your expectations. You should lower your standards. Well, I don't need to lower my expectations, okay? I think my expectations are just about right. But I will not lower my standards for people that celebrate Christmas. I'm sorry, I just won't. I just won't. I think it's a stupid fucking holiday. And I think that this whole fake joy that people put on just to feel like they're a part of something, I just think it's gross. I do. I do. I'm sorry if that offends you. But you can apply this to all sorts of things. You know, you could say celebrating a fucking thing, putting a candlestick in a fucking whatever. Is it really that big of a deal? If you want to do that and you don't attach any religious stuff to it, have at it. I burn candles all the time. I think that shit's cool. I play with trees all the time. You know, I like to pick up pine cones and put them back on the tree, you know? But when you attach this whole, we love Jesus. You love Jesus? Who? Have you ever met Jesus? You know, I'm not as familiar as what Hanukkah's about. It's some other stupid garbage. But like, I've been in a Christian society for a while. I've met a lot of Christians. And man, Christmas is dumb. That shit is dumb. But I'm not here to just talk about Christmas. I'm here to talk about how this is one angle of how we allow evil in this world. You know, it's weird. If someone says, Merry Christmas, and I say, what the fuck is this? What are you talking to me about? What is there to be joyous about? There's nothing merry about this time period. Now I'm the weird one. Now all of a sudden I'm strange. I have made a mistake, a social faux pas, for just saying what we're all thinking, that there's nothing fucking merry about this Christmas. The United States is about to go to war with the entire fucking planet. We're going to invade Greenland, Mexico, Venezuela, any minute now. But Merry Christmas, everybody. There's news items that says that the Orange Man in Chief was in a room with 12 and 13-year-olds for hours and hours and hours. We're all seeing these Epstein files being dropped. But Merry Christmas. And have a lovely new year. Oh, really? We're going to have a lovely new year. Now, you can argue, why do you have to make everything about politics, right? Well, I mean, look at the world around you, right? But let's just pretend, okay? Let's pretend we can't do anything about the White House, so whatever. Is anyone really looking forward to next year? Like, I'm serious. Now, I have a lot of personal projects that I work on. I don't share much of what I do outside of my streaming self. I made that mistake in the past, and I'm not going down that road again. But I'm looking forward to a lot of personal things that I'm getting up there on next year. I got a lot of big plans that I'm working on, and I'm excited. But this idea that like I can somehow just separate my personal life from the world around me, I don't know how to do that. I really don't. How can I be happy about anything when we have concentration camps, that we are sending people to on a daily basis, right? How can I be happy? Ooh, I'm working on this fucking art project. While fucking billions of people are dying. What does dying mean? We're all dying at different rates. So when I say billions of people are dying, what does that even mean? It kind of doesn't mean anything. So let me explain what I mean. We're all slowly rotting away at a pace that exceeds natural aging. When I say we, I mean you. Now, I eat junk food. I had some French fries yesterday. Okay. French fries yesterday. Can you believe it? But like, the shit that people do to themselves. We're in year 7 of a plague. Even by the low estimates of death and devastation of this COVID-19 plague, it is still one of the worst pandemics in human history. It's like top 3 or something, maybe number 4. And we don't even count the numbers accurately. We count the numbers at such a low rate. But it's one of the worst pandemics in all of human history, right? And it's only getting started. And everyone's flying around the globe. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Let's fly to see the family. We got to fly. Right? So people, they're dying at an accelerated rate. I did a show a few weeks ago where I talked about how COVID is similar to AIDS. AIDS, the disease or affliction which happens when you're poisoned with HIV and you don't treat it, that kills your immune system, and eventually you acquire AIDS. Acquired immune deficiency syndrome. That's AIDS. Turns out AIDS and HIV are not the same thing. Now, a lot of people don't know this because they're dumb and no one told them anything and they're stupid. They don't know how to look things up. But HIV and AIDS are not the same thing, right? HIV is a virus. AIDS is something that happens when you let that virus eradicate your system for an extended period of time. Some people, they acquire AIDS in a couple years. Some people acquire AIDS in 5 years. You might totally think you're totally fine for 7, 8 years, and then eventually you get a cold and now you're in the hospital. That's happening to everybody. COVID has been documented to destroy your immune system. People's immune systems no longer work. That's why you're seeing influenza reaching the highest levels it's been in over a decade. You're seeing the NHS is at capacity in several locations. The northeastern U.S., the hospital system is really struggling. But happy holidays. I'm just sick and tired of this fake pretend joy that everyone's constantly singing about. Everyone's pretending to be happy. No one's acknowledging the world we live in. And I'm the weird one for pointing it out. I'm strange. How dare you for pointing out that getting airborne AIDS 15 times a year is not a long-term strategy. But hey, whatever. They're all going to die eventually. And then people like myself who choose not to acquire airborne AIDS on a daily basis are going to have to be around here to pick up the pieces. And that's something I've dealt with to some degree, the grieving of a society that is killing itself. I've dealt with family members that are alcoholic. There's a point when you just give up. When you just say, I tried. I tried. I did for years. Didn't work. Whatever I did, it just didn't take. Okay? And at some point, when it comes to an alcoholic, when it comes to an abuser, you decide, I give up. And that's what I've done on society. I've given up. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to sit here on my microphone and whine and cry the whole way through, because that's, I got to do something. All right. But, so we all tolerate garbage on a daily basis. And if you don't tolerate garbage, all of a sudden you are the one who broke the social contract. Right? A doctor going into surgery without a respirator on, while actively infected with COVID, they haven't broken the social contract. I don't know if you've seen this, but there have been many stories of people, they break their leg, they go to the hospital, then they acquire COVID at the hospital and then die in the hospital. How cool is that? Right? How awesome is that? They haven't broken the social contract, the doctors and the nurses who willfully kill their patients. But when you ask a nurse to put a mask on, all of a sudden, you've broken the social contract. It's a scary prospect to be around human beings and ask for respect. So people, they go to these gatherings, right? They go to these concerts, these weddings, these fucking family reunions, these conventions, and they're willing to acquire airborne AIDS, where half of all cases of COVID are asymptomatic. That's how you know it's a good virus. Because what is the immune system but for the alarms? And if you are going to do a heist, you know what you don't want to do? Set off the alarms. So half of all COVID cases are asymptomatic. But it's scary to ask the people that are ostensibly a part of your family and loved ones to wear a respirator during the 7th year of a plague, one of the most deadly plagues of all of human history, right? And you're afraid to ask people that allegedly love you to wear a respirator in a plague. How did we get here? Where the people that are our family, our loved ones, quote unquote, are the ones killing us. It's the same place that the 1940s Germans saw themselves in, where their family members were the ones to rat them out. Where the family and friends that you thought you had your entire life are the ones who directly rat you out to the Gestapo. And we haven't learned any lessons. And people are afraid to rock the boat, so much so that they're willing to kill themselves because they're afraid to ask someone who they claim loves them to wear a respirator during the 7th year of a plague. I don't know. To me, I gave up on society. I don't want to be around people like that. People that are so fucking spineless that they are willing to be dragged into AIDS because they're afraid of asking someone to put on a fucking mask. You know, if someone walked into your house totally naked and you had kids around, would you ask them to put clothes on? But when those same kids are getting infected with airborne AIDS, somehow you cannot ask them to put their clothes on when you have kids around. It's totally acceptable to infect kids with airborne AIDS, but God forbid they see a naked human body. Make it make sense. Now, personally, I don't think they should be exposed to either of those things, just to clarify my position. But I find this world very, very strange. I find it to be very fucking weird. It's a weird world where we have 70 million motherfuckers in this country. 70 million motherfuckers that voted for an out. Not in the closet, out of the closet. An exposed, self-identified pedophile. 70 million people voted for someone they knew was a pedophile. Well, at least the black people are going to get cut off of SNAP benefits, so that's worth electing a pedophile to the highest office in the land. At least we get to kill our neighbors with ICE, so it's a fair trade to throw a pedophile in the White House. But I'm the bad one for suggesting that maybe we should not tolerate these people. You see a lot of motherfuckers going to Christmas right now. I did this whole rant in Thanksgiving. America, they do this shit twice in a row. Right? Crazy shit. Do pick one or the other, for Christ's sake. Everyone else picked Christmas. Americans somehow, in their classic American exuberance, they get 2 family fucking super trips where everyone flies on a fucking plane in a plague. Okay? But anyway, everyone's going to visit Uncle Motherfuck. They're Trump supporting family members and agree to disagree. I'm sorry, man. I had enough of this fucking fake country with this fake fucking culture. Everyone is fake. Everyone is hiding their feelings, except the Nazis, except the pedophiles. They're out in the open, and motherfuckers are voting for them in record numbers. But if you say, I don't like pedophiles, I'm the weird one for suggesting that pedophilia is bad. I'm the strange one. 70 million motherfuckers in this country are on team pedophile, and that's a minimum. That's a minimum. What do we do in a country called the United States? It's called that. What do we do in a country where 70 fucking million pedophiles are running loose? How do we even start to comprehend the scope of this problem? I don't know. All right, this is a long track that we're on. Okay, this is gonna be a long road. But when I see people out there talking about, here's tips to survive Christmas dinner with your family, I just like, who is reading this and going, oh yeah, it's a good idea. Oh, I'm going to take notes. I'm just, why do human beings tolerate evil to such an insane degree? But you know what human beings don't tolerate? Good. That is one fucking thing that the average person hates. You ever see how people treat vegans? You know, vegans, morally correct. 100% irrefutably correct. But you ever see how even lefties, social democrats, whatever the fuck that means, even commies, super commies, you ever see how these people treat vegans? Oh, vegans are crazy. There's all these vegan jokes. How do you know someone's a vegan? Because they tell you in 5 seconds. Vegan, they're bad. People have such a low tolerance for good behavior, but such a high, near astronomical tolerance for evil. People are more likely to tolerate a pedophile in their family than they are a vegan, because the pedophile doesn't want tofurkey on Thanksgiving. So it's easier to cook dinner. As long as the pedophile is doing their thing in the other room and I don't have to look, well, I'd rather have them than a vegan. That's the average American. Think about that. 70 million pedophiles in this country. Now, you may argue, is it fair to call all Trump voters pedophiles? Let me explain why. Right? What is it to be a pedophile? Now, you may say it's the attraction to children. I don't think it is limited to the attraction to children. You cannot be attracted to children and still be setting up the infrastructure for pedophilia to exist, right? Look at the dark net, for example, right? There are a lot of people who are not interested, right, in this kind of material, but they traffic this material because it's lucrative. It makes them a lot of money to buy and sell, large collections of this material to other people, to be transactors. It's a profitable business. Is it not fair to call them pedophiles? At the very least, pedophile enablers? Let's imagine, who is the one holding the camera at the pedophile party? To me, they are just as liable as the one doing the actions. Right? So I ask you this, who is holding the camera in this new Trump world? It's the 70 million motherfuckers who voted for him. They're the ones who bought the tapes. They're the ones who held the cameras. And they're the ones who are showing the world. And I say they are just as culpable. And I say, if you have a Trumper in your family, you are just as culpable. If you allow people, even for a second, to think pedophilia is okay, let alone voting for and electing one of the largest cabals of secret pedophile rapists in all of human history, supporting that cabal, if you think that that's acceptable, you're not in my family. Family? What? Oh, we share a percentage of our genome. I don't give a fuck. Can you see that? Can I see the genome? No, I cannot. So I don't give a fuck. If you have someone that voted for Trump in your family, my recommendation is never talk to them again and let them know why. Because I don't think we should tolerate evil. Now, some motherfuckers have this vain idea that they're going to string together a magical series of words in the English language to convince the pedophile that pedophilia is wrong. Like I said, a lot of people go through a phase with an alcoholic family member where they try and try and try and try, especially if you're a child. And you try desperately. Why won't daddy love me? Why won't mommy love me? And you think you're the problem. But really, ultimately, you end up realizing they're the one who has the fucking problem. And if they're choosing alcoholism over you, that's a choice they made. It had nothing to do with you. So if someone is willing to choose Trump and the pedophile cult over you, they are the ones who made that decision. You did not decide to cut them off. They decided they like pedophilia more than their own flesh and blood, whatever that means. So I say, if you are tolerating Trumpers for Christmas, you might as well have held the camera at Epstein's party. Because to me, I view you all as reprehensible. I'm sorry, maybe if you live in like an abusive situation and you're 16 years old and your parents are Trumpers and there's really no way out, you know what? That's a whole separate deal. But I'm an adult. And I like to style myself as someone who speaks to other adults. I'm not speaking to children. I'm not speaking to people in those kinds of situations. If you are over the age of 30 and you have a Trumper in your family and you talk to them like they're a human being, I view you as equivalent. You are allowing space for this virus to fester. You are allowing space for this disease to take hold in our society. And I'm sorry, I have high expectations. I do. Sue me for having high expectations. I expect my fellow humans to treat our fellow humans with respect. And if you are unable to do that, then I don't care about you at all. Now, you see a common argument that a lot of lefties say, where at this point they would say, I still want you to have health care. I don't. You don't want me to have health care. You're trying to kill me in year 7 of a plague. So you know what? I'm not going to do the common lefty refrain where I'm holier than thou. I don't care if Republicans have health care. In an ideal world, I don't want any Republican to have health care because I don't think we should have Republicans. We should not have pedophiles in our country. We should not have pedophiles on our planet. We should not have those that abuse and torture children to be a part of our society. And a part of our society involves health care. And I don't believe that these people deserve health care in the same way that I don't believe they should even exist at all. That is not to say we should do anything unspeakable to them. That is to say we should not have allowed this disease to fester in the first place. And I strive to exist in a world where no one tortures children. I want to exist in a world where children are respected, free, and loved, but we don't live there. So how do we get there is my question. Well, I mean, if I knew that, I wouldn't be doing the show. I'll tell you that, okay? But at the very least, we can stop tolerating evil people. You are not the bad guy if you don't want to talk to your alcoholic piece of shit uncle or your fucking rapist, disgusting parent. You are not the bad guy for, quote, cutting them off. Okay? They are the one who chose their disease over you in the first fucking place. So when I see people go out there and try to tell me I'm too negative, oh, you got to reach people where they are. You can argue that my methodology is maybe not the best, but I would say if you don't like my methodology, I want you to at least come up with something that is equivalent. come up with a strategy, because meeting people where they are hasn't worked. When you meet people where they are, they vote for a pedophile. Okay? And I find that anybody who thinks that that's okay in any shape or form, I just find you to be reprehensible. So what I recommend people to do this holiday season, if you've got pedophiles or pedophile enablers, again, I don't care necessarily who's the one on screen. I want to know who's holding up the camera. And if you voted for Donald Trump in 2024, you knew he was a pedophile. It was undeniable. You may have said, well, at least black people will die, so it's okay. You may have said, well, at least I get to call ICE on my immigrant neighbor, so it's fine if I elect a pedophile. You might have said, well, at least he's going to cut the taxes for the rich, so, you know, you win some, you lose some. I'm sorry, there's really no way you can excuse voting for a pedophile. You can't. So if you voted for a pedophile, you're garbage. Human scum. Okay? Human scum. And if you tolerate someone that voted for a pedophile and they're out there making excuses, I didn't know. Now, if you have someone in your family who didn't know Trump was a pedophile and then voted for him, that's an indictment on you. You are a pedophile enabler by not telling your pedophile enjoyer family that, hey, this guy, he's not so good. So if someone you know says the I didn't know routine, that is an indictment on you. You are a failure. You did not meet them where they are. You are a loser. And if you put up with that, I'm sorry I put you in the same fucking boat. Okay? Because I just have no tolerance. I have zero tolerance at all for evil in this world. You know, again, like I said before, the average American is more likely to get reactionarily upset about vegans than they are about Republicans. If you ask someone on the street, just on the street, whatever city, pick a town, pick a suburb, pick a population of less than 1,000, just pick a street, whatever, anywhere, and ask an average American, who has a higher net favorability, vegans or Republicans? And I guarantee motherfucking you, you're going to get Republicans over vegans almost every single fucking time. Right? Because people don't actually give a fuck. Even people that say they give a fuck don't give a fuck. So how do you know I give a fuck? You don't. I could be lying to you. I could have voted for Trump. I could be living it up with all a bunch of Trumpies in Trump Island or whatever the fuck, you know? You have no idea. Let's just be honest. You don't. But if I gave you that any sort of inclination as to that is what I am doing, you would be in your right to fuck off forever. Because, like I said, it's intolerable. They knew what he was doing. This was public fucking knowledge. You can make an argument in 2016. He's just a rapist. He's not a pedophile rapist. He's just a rapist. That's the best argument we got with Republicans. In 2016, they didn't know he was a pedophile rapist. They just knew he was a rapist. But hey, at least he's going to fund the police to kill more black people. So yeah, you win some, you lose some. And I'm the weird one for saying, hey, maybe I don't want to be a part of this society. I don't know, dude. I think that this whole fucked up situation we got ourselves into is a situation that was very easily avoidable, but it required to ask someone who allegedly cares about you to actually care about you. And again, we are in the 7th year of a plague, a pandemic that has killed millions and millions of motherfuckers. Top 5 deadliest plagues in all of human history. And the average American is so piss baby, shitting in their pants, afraid to ask their mom or dad to wear a respirator in the 7th year of a pandemic. And I'm supposed to believe that they have the balls to pull off la revolution. All these fake communists out there, all these fake socialists, all these fake fucking politicians going out there and saying Medicare for all now. Year 7, by the way. 7 years. It's one thing if you don't know how respirators work in 2019, but we all in the world, every human being who was alive and of the age of consciousness and cognizance, in 2020, we got a global education on how respirators work. And 90% of the world said, I don't like learning. I would rather die and kill everyone around me than learn anything. And now you have people that are getting sick all the time, and they're so fucking scared to ask the people that claim to love them to wear a fucking mask in a fucking plague. And I'm supposed to believe that that same group of people has any value on any other issue. Like, yeah, they're going to fight pedophiles. Yeah. The same group of people who's afraid to ask their family member to wear a respirator in a plague, they're going to fight on the front lines against fascism. And I'm the weird one. I'm the weird one. I'm weird. Motherfuckers are out there trying to moralize and grandstand about how fucking morally and ethically correct they are when they're too afraid to ask their family members. I'm not even talking about asking a complete stranger. We're talking about people that are afraid to ask their mom and dad or their brother or sister, someone who says, like, I love you on a near daily basis or whatever, or just every time you see them. You're afraid to ask them to wear a respirator, but somehow I'm supposed to believe that eventually you're going to get your act together. I'm sorry. I've given up on these people. I personally have given up on 90% of the human race for the same reason I gave up on alcoholic family members. I've seen this story play out before. And I'm sorry, if you want to drink yourself to death, I'm not going to stop you. All right? Especially if while you're doing it, you're waving around and knocking shit over and fucking, throwing beer bottles at the wall and there's glass shards everywhere. You are a danger to yourself and others. I'm not going to lock you in a prison cell because I don't believe in that, but I will stay the fuck away from you. I do not tolerate that kind of shit because I have extraordinary expectations. At least that's what people tell me. I personally expect equal treatment and respect. That's what I expect. I don't think that is anything insane. I expect to treat other people and with kindness and respect, and for them to treat me in kind. Now, if I remember correctly, they taught us this in school, right? And they associated a specific periodic element with this rule, if you could call it that. Some sort of metallic substance was associated with this mindset. Except whenever I preach this mindset, I get told I'm unreasonable. I get told you have too high expectations, too high of expectations. That's what I get told. I disagree. Call me Adam Sandler and Uncut Gems, because frankly, I disagree. Okay, I just think that this adaptation, because that's ultimately what it is. It is an adaptation to evil. People have gotten used to living in an evil world. You ever hear the phrase, it is how it is? That's just the way the world works. That's just the way the world works. You ever hear that fucking shit? Man, that shit drives me insane. I don't want to turn all of my shows into this, but you know what? Fuck it. It's Christmas. Let's talk about the war on parents. If there's any demographic that I have the least tolerance of, it's parents. Think about it, right? 70 million motherfuckers voted for a pedophile. They knew he was a pedophile, and they voted for him anyway because, well, maybe he will kill black people with the police. Maybe he'll invade Chicago with the National Guard, so it's okay to vote for the pedophile. Maybe he will raise prices at the grocery store, so that's okay. Maybe he will add tariffs. Maybe he will make my life personally a living hell, but at the very least, he's a pedophile. So, how many of them are parents? How many of them have kids? How many pedophile enablers and supporters and lovers have children? And I'm supposed to believe that they love and care about their kids? Really? How many parents right now, maybe not right now, maybe a week ago, are sending their children to school during year 7 of a plague without even educating those children on what respirators are? And I'm supposed to believe they love their kids. Long COVID is now outpacing asthma as the most common childhood illness and condition. Asthma. I had asthma when I was a kid. It's because my parents would smoke cigarettes 24/7. You know? But think about it. When I was a kid, it was asthma, asthma, asthma. Asthma, asthma, asthma. Everyone has asthma. Everyone's getting asthma. How do we solve asthma? And then they took smoking out of the restaurants. Then they took smoking out of the planes. Then they took smoking out of the hospitals. They used to smoke cigarettes in hospitals and cancer wards. Cancer wards. Doctors and nurses would smoke cigarettes in cancer wards 70 years ago, 50 years ago. Right? But I'm supposed to believe that these same doctors and nurses today know what they're doing when it comes to spreading airborne AIDS during the 7th fucking year of a plague. Not the first year when you don't know anything, the 7th fucking year of a plague. But I have high expectations. When I say that when I go to the hospital and I expect to be treated and I expect to leave the hospital healthier than when I entered, that's high expectations. That's unreasonable. It is unfucking reasonable. I want you to really grasp this. To expect a hospital to heal you, that is unreasonable in our society. To expect a doctor to treat you and make you heal, that is unreasonable. I can't believe you would expect something like that. Don't you know how the world works? You ever think about that stuff, man? It really does. There was this story I saw that caught some traction. When this kind of thing happens to everyday people, no one gives a fuck. But there was this actor or whatever that made the rounds for breaking their leg, going to the hospital, having knee surgery, getting COVID and dying. And there was some famous actor or whatever. And then people were like, wow, dude, that's crazy. You know, that kind of shit, it dry, I don't know anyone personally who has gone through such a thing. But I can extrapolate on my childhood experience. For those of you that don't know, I was chronically ill as a kid. I had a lot of illnesses as a child. And I was in and out of doctors' offices, in and out of hospitals for most of my childhood. From age 5 to 15, I had 50%, 40% attendance at school. It was a rough time for me. You can extrapolate that on how that has affected my current psyche, if you will. Feel free to psychoanalyze me. I don't mind. But when I was young, I remember going in and out of doctors' offices, my mom would drive me to other counties and other places to find different doctors. I have this eye thing right now on my nose. It's very itchy, so bear with me. And I just remember doctors just saying, here's a note for school. Just rest for a few days. You'll be fine. Oh, but this illness keeps happening. Oh, it's okay. Just here's a note for school. Take an antibiotic, even though it's not an infection. You'll be fine. This is what I was told when I was 5, when I was 6, when I was 7, when I was 8. I was told just rest and I'll be fine. When I was 9 years old, just rest and be fine. 10 different doctors, dozens and dozens of different doctors, right? It wasn't until one of them actually was like, oh shit, I know what this is. And then I had some sort of surgical intervention and it fixed whatever was the problem. I'm trying not to go into too many specifics here, but fixed the problem. I've been good ever since. I could have had this intervention when I was 6 years old. I could have had this intervention when I was 7. I would be a completely different person, but I didn't. I had to deal with 10 years as a child, 10 years of adults telling me they were helping me when doing the exact opposite. So I would say that has primed me to be a little bit more skeptical of the healthcare system than most people. But I would say that it is not unreasonable to expect that if you go to a fucking doctor, that you would expect them to help you. Hey, maybe you got your leg blown off in Korea. the doctor can't regrow the leg, okay? There's a limit to what doctors can do, okay? But if there is an ability to solve the problem and doctors refuse to do so, I'm sorry, do not pass go. Go directly to jail. I have very, very, very little tolerance for people that put themselves in positions of power, abuse that power, and then cry and whine after the fact and say, oh, we didn't know. In my opinion, there should be no such thing as medical malpractice insurance. You should get one strike. You refuse to treat someone, you go to jail. Why is it that cops are held to higher standards than doctors? You ever think about that? Cops have body cameras. Now, they're not on 50% of the time, but cops have body cameras. Sometimes, very, very rarely, cops go to jail. But if I were to suggest that doctors wear body cameras 24/7, when a doctor leaves your patient room and they start gossiping about you in the hallway, why is it unreasonable to want to have that doctor to have a body camera so you can see how they talk about you? Why is it unreasonable to want to see what doctors are writing in your chart? Oh, going to put that in your chart. Nowadays, doctors are using artificial intelligence. You ever see this? I saw this story. Someone going to a doctor's office, and the doctor was like, "Hey, do you mind if I use AI to take notes?" And the person was like, "No, I don't want that to happen. I don't want you to use AI at all." And then the doctor wrote that they were unreasonable and refused to see them. You get refused treatment for not wanting ChatGPT to have your medical records. Think about that. And I have high expectations. I'm the one with high expectations. Maybe the ability for human beings to tolerate clear and utter scam artists for centuries and centuries and centuries and millennia, maybe that's the fucking problem. Maybe having a capitalistic incentive structure where doctors get paid a fuckload of money, right? And so people become doctors not because they want to help people, but because they want money. And they don't actually give a fuck about people. Maybe that's not a good system. Maybe the concept of residency, where you force doctors to work 20 hours a day as they're going through schooling and, breaking them down into grueling conditions, treating them like human scum. It's called residency. That's what every doctor goes through. They go through a residency period of being tortured by other doctors. You think someone who's been up for 20 hours straight can possibly give you adequate health care? I don't, except that's normal. That's how it works. You got to earn your stripes so you can get paid, brother. I cannot fucking tolerate this fucking shit. I cannot. And it is shocking. It is shocking to see anyone else tolerate that fucking garbage. Okay? It really is. And I cannot function in a society like this. I won't. So I've chosen to isolate myself from society. I've chosen to take myself out of society because I don't want any part in this fucked up game of Twister where everyone's trying to turn into a new form of pretzel to talk about how they can sleep at night even though they voted for a pedophile. They can sleep at night even though they sent their kid to a fucking school during the 7th year of a plague without a respirator on. How the fuck do you sleep at night? If you give your kid alcohol, you get sent to jail. You give your kid airborne AIDS, it's just another Wednesday. You give your kid cocaine, you get sent to jail. You give your kid soda every day, all day, well, you're doing the best you can. We're all trying to get by. And I'm the weird one for having high expectations. I don't know. Something to think about. Motherfuckers are out there celebrating a religion that's currently doing a genocide. And, I'm the weird one for saying it's a little uncouth. It's a little uncouth to be celebrating a holiday that is currently being associated with genocide. Motherfuckers are flaying these David stars into children's skin. They are branding children with the Star of David. They're creating mass graves of their victims and using bulldozers to create a Star of David over the mass grave. How is that any different from the swastika? I'm supposed to tolerate seeing this on a flag waving outside of government buildings. I'm supposed to tolerate people burning candles in this environment. You know what we did with the swastika? We said, we don't care if your Eastern religion used that symbol for thousands of years. We're going to say the swastika is bad news. How do you feel? If you're a Buddhist in 1939, how would you feel if your symbol, your religious symbol, was permanently affixed to genocide? You would feel like shit, and you would feel like it's unfair. But you know what? To an extent, it is kind of fair. So why should we treat the Star of David in any other way? It's because we have tolerance for evil in this world that I think to some extent we did not have 100 years ago, 80 years ago, I should say. At least America got its shit together on a fucking mustache. I'm not America, the world. You're not allowed to have a certain mustache. Think about that. Facial hair. If you wear a mustache a certain way, people will look at you funny. But I'm not allowed to look at you funny if you're celebrating a religion that's currently doing a genocide. I don't know, man. There's a lot of things in this world that I find to be a little strange, a little concerning. But you know what? To some extent, I view myself as separate. It's an unhealthy coping mechanism, I know. But I view myself as separate because I can't even imagine tolerating such evil, right? So to me, seeing people that look like me, that sound like me, that walk like me, you know, and this isn't a race thing. This isn't a skin color. I'm talking about human beings here. To see people that biologically look similar to me act in such a disparate way than I would myself, to some extent, it feels like you're a different species. It really does. It does. It feels like I'm trapped on a planet, like an alien planet. And I'm trapped here. Like my spaceship crash landed and I'm stuck here in hell. Either that or they kidnapped me, probably more of an apt comparison, and brought me to this alien planet as a pet. Who knows? You know, but let me think about this. Let me think about that analogy. As a pet, you bring a creature to this world to take ownership of them, not because you care about them, but because you want to leave a copy of yourself. What does that sound like? It sounds like having kids. It sounds like being a parent. If you willfully look at the world around you and say, this is a safe world to bring a child in, I struggle to respect you. I do. And I know that there are parents out there, some of which I have good relationships with, and I need you to know I struggle. This is a struggle for me to look at someone who's got like kids. They're a parent. Like if you have like 50-year-old kids or whatever, that's a different time. Hey, I can go into a different reason why that was a bad idea, but I'm like, if you have like a 10-year-old, it's really hard for me to respect that decision. And by that, I mean, it's impossible. I can't. So in a way, I do tolerate bad behavior as well. I tolerate parents. I know parents. I've talked to parents, some of which I feel like I'm on decent terms with. They may not like this show, but hey, whatever. But if you're bringing a 10-year-old into America, you have a 10-year-old right now. If you're bringing a child into Sandy Hook's America, if you're having a kid in this world, you are saying to that child that this is okay. That the world around you is just how it is. We can't do anything about it. So let's send our kid to school during the 7th year of a plague while there's mass shootings every 15 minutes because, what can you do? And how is that different than going to a foreign country and kidnapping a child and bringing them back to your country? Or going to a foreign planet, kidnapping an alien creature and bringing them back to your planet? How is that any different? Think about it. Is there something so inherently magical about the creation of human life that it doesn't matter how much evil we do on these kids? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all how much we torture and abuse our children, because being alive is worth it. I don't know, man. I disagree. I really do. I disagree. Because if you are going to in any way torture your kids, you should not be around kids. I ask you this. If you had a kid, now I get it. You've normalized torturing your children. That's fine. Whatever. But if you wanted to hire a babysitter, and that babysitter, let's say they had like a tattoo on their forehead that says, "I love killing kids," right? And they've got like, baby skulls lined up around their fucking front porch. And they've got like candles made out of like human fat or whatever, skin cells, candles, like, skin grafts of human children, like tapped all over their walls. Would you leave your child in their custody? I don't fucking think so. And I treat most parents like that person I just described. If you are capable of sending your kid to school while there's mass shootings every 15 minutes, I'm sorry, you are not safe to be around kids. I wouldn't trust you within 10 fucking miles of a school, let alone having kids in your fucking house. If you're sending kids to school during the 7th year of a plague and you refuse to educate them on how to stay safe in that environment, I don't think you should be anywhere near children. I'm sorry, I have high expectations. If you abuse kids, you should not be around kids. I personally feel like that is a reasonable expectation. Other people in this world have a different position than me. I can't imagine how they came to that position other than, well, I had a kid and I need to somehow excuse that behavior and somehow make up a fantasy world where I'm not an evil fucking cringe lord son of a bitch so that I can sleep at night. Because that's what I see. People that have kids are on the first step to fascism, because what is having a kid in this society? It is creating a slave for the purpose of extending yourself. Most adults have children. Well, most parents, I should say, they don't necessarily have to be adults in Trump's America. Most parents have children because either they just love sex so much and they're like literally not even human. They're like subhuman slime balls and they're just a slave to their sexual desire. And they don't know about condoms or whatever, even though they're capable of having sex. They know what condoms are. They don't, whatever. That's all, I'm supposed to believe that somehow that magical act of creating a baby somehow excuses all of this evil, toxic, disgusting behavior. I don't know. People have kids because, hey, what else do? We want to role play. I want to role play. I know we live in Fville. I know that motherfuckers they can barely afford to eat, and the food that they're eating is full of fucking garbage, poison, microplastics, and shit, right? But I'm going to choose to have a kid in this environment because I'm bored. That's what most people have kids for, because they're fucking bored. They got fucking married to someone and they're bored with the relationship now. So instead of looking elsewhere, they're going to have a kid and hope that solves the fucking problem. That's why most people have kids, because their parents had kids under disgusting, toxic, evil environments. They grew up thinking, that's just the way the world works. Haha, it is what it is. So it's okay that I bring another child into this. I was abused, so it's okay that I abuse someone else. I say, how about this? Cut the whole fucking system off. You got abused, internalize that, understand that, and try the best you possibly can to prevent that happening in the future. So I ask you this as my show comes to a close today. By the way, I will be here tomorrow afternoon for a war on Christmas. My favorite time of year. Just kidding. I hate this time of year so much so that even though the war on Christmas is also this time of year, it still doesn't make up for the fact that I hate this time of year. But as I end this show, is it any wonder why we had 70 million people vote for a pedophile? They knew he was a pedophile and they voted for him anyway because, well, hey, maybe he'll kill black people. Is there any wonder? The same people who have kids in a fucked up society, they may not even be Trumpers. They may be liberals or socialists or communists and they have children in this society, right? I don't know, man. That's the first fucking step to losing your humanity. To bring another person into this world, Anyway, man, run up against the wire here. See you guys. Have a wonderful time.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. And you know what? Y'all are stuck with me for 2 hours today. I wonder if I'll be able to fill that time. You know, I did a live stream yesterday, specifically devoted to trans issues, and I meant for that to be a short live stream, and it's 5 hours long. Yeah, I'm wearing one of my favorite Christmas sweaters. There we go. And I want to show you my favorite mug. And this mug is my favorite mug, no matter the time of year. I just finished drinking my coffee hot chocolate mixture, so I won't be drinking from it, but this is my favorite mug any time of the year. Let's get that in focus. Focus. Come on, I want it in focus. Well, you can see what it is. It's cute. It's cute. It's cute. Anyway, yeah, so I have a little bit of stuff planned for today. Also, I wanted to give you an update on my streaming schedule for the next week. So tomorrow, I think it's Christmas. It's actually Christmas. Oh, and I want to show you my hairpiece. I like doing this every year too. I got the kit from a dollar store and it holds up. I don't know. Here, you'll have to let me know if you see it right. I can't see the monitor. Are you seeing it? Somebody like yell at me if I need to move up or down so you can see it properly. Did you see it? Let me know. Give me some thumbs up if you saw it. Oh, I got a private chat message. Looks great. Yeah. It didn't come with the little toque, but I added it. Oh, toque, Canadian word. And here's Abernathy, Canadian kitty. Yeah, so my streaming schedule for the next week, because I like to provide a place for people to go and have community during the holidays, because there's oftentimes a lot of our regular programming tends to go away because, you know, people have lives. I don't. So you're stuck with me. All of our we don't have a lifers can hang out together. Well, actually, that said, I am going out tomorrow to somebody's house for dinner. So what's going to happen is I'm going to do a live stream early. Like, I mean, around 10 a.m. early, which is super early for me, especially considering I was up late last night throwing up because I fucked up my leftovers. I didn't nuke them properly in the microwave. I don't think any of you comprehend just how bad my cooking is. So I'll be doing a live stream like 10 a.m. and it's going to be a relaxed live stream. If there's like massive breaking story, yeah, sure, I'll talk about it, but I like to stay away from politics. Well, news politics. I always talk about politics. It's in my blood. So I have some things planned. I'm going to show you a picture of me and my grandma celebrating Christmas. It's super cute. And I have some things kind of in mind to do tomorrow, so you'll have to let me know if you're interested in that tomorrow. So I'll be starting that around 10 a.m. And then I have a hard out at about 12:30 because I want to leave my place at 1 so that I can head over to my friend's place, who is a fabulous cook. Really, the bar is so low with me anyway. But he is actually a fabulous cook. And he always cooks way too much around this time of year. So I'll be going to his place to get some food and good times. But he wants me out at 8 o'clock because Stranger Things 5 is coming on and he wants to binge watch it, which I'm totally fine with. And so depending on how I feel, I might do another live stream when I get back. And I don't know yet the format, like if I want to do like a call-in show or something. I get worried because I want to keep things positive, but you never know who's going to call in. And if somebody's calling in, it's like, oh, I'm so unhappy and stuff. And it's like, I get it, but I'm not a therapist. I've been to enough therapists to have picked up a few things, but I'm not a therapist. And then from there, we'll see if I do one on Boxing Day as well. There's lots to do. Okay, yeah, everyone wants to see your adorable face here. Come on. Super kitty. Oh. No, you gotta get under the armpits. There we go. Superman pose. My lipstick is still wet, so I don't really want to kiss him right now because it will come back and it'll look like I have a mustache. Yes. Oh. Give me a kiss. So what to talk about for 2 hours? I wonder if I can fill the time. Just got this plume of cat fur that was on my hand. Oh, never nappy. Oh, you. I caught the tail end of Andrea's show talking about kids and stuff like that. And I just want to let everyone know you can choose to not have kids. I think a lot of people know that. That was the best decision in my life, to not have children. And I realized that when I was like super young. Hey, don't mute my mic. He muted my mic. Yeah, I knew super young I didn't want kids. And part of it was whenever I envisioned myself having kids as a kid, I was always thinking, so I want 2 sons and 2 daughters so they all know what it's like to have a sister and a brother, because something I wish I had was a brother. But then I realized, again, super young, I was always picturing myself as a single parent, and I did not want to be a single parent. But then pretty much as soon as I got old enough to realize you didn't have to have kids or get married, I knew I didn't want to do that. And so thanks to eugenics, I was able to get my tubes tied at a very young age here in this country. And you think I'm joking, I'm not. At 25 with no kids, my doctor agreed to the procedure. And she said, well, given your history with mental health, I don't think it'll be an issue to push through. And 3 weeks later, it was done. Still the best decision of my life, and I wish it was, not under such circumstances. And like for years afterwards too, I would, like a decade afterwards, I would get nightmares of being pregnant. Like actual nightmares. Like pointing to my stomach in my dream saying, what happened? What is this? I'm going to sue the doctor. Who's going to deal with this? I don't want it. Because I knew at a young age, my options were if I got pregnant, I keep the child, which I did not want to do. I knew I'd be a horrible, horrible parent. Temper issues and, unstable. And it's just, I didn't envision it in my life. So then I could give it to a family member, which is a hard no, because I happen to know my family. And part of the reason why I didn't want kids was when my biology teacher in grade 11 said, think of genetics this way. You're going to give birth to one of your family members. And I'm like, oh my God, give me that scalpel. I will take care of this right now. And so then and then there was the option of an abortion. And, I'm not against other people doing it. You do what's best for you. But I didn't know if that was something I could do at that age anyway. And then the other option would be putting the child up for adoption. Again, not something I wanted to do, have a kid knock on my door 18 years later, being like, why did you give me up? Or just, I've known foster kids and stuff, and there's enough children who need families. I don't need to add to that system. So the best solution then was to not have kids. And that I've been successful in that. No kids. But like now, if I were to get pregnant through like immaculate conception or something of that sort, I'm not getting that abortion. There's no issue. Like I'm just like, no, I am preemptively aborting any child I might get pregnant with, should the tubes have gotten untied or something. So is that like for the evangelical Christians, is that premeditated murder? Maybe. It's too bad. I should put like a mirror back there so you can see the back of my head, which sounds really weird, just so you can see the little thingy that I have in my hair. So if we don't like my music, my mom was adopted as one of the many World War II kids with teenage moms in Ireland. Yes. Oops. Well, sure. Antlers are cute. Yeah, there's lots of children in need of homes. I just, she was adopted by an amazing single woman. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, like I've known adopted kids, and some of them have had great lives because the amount of hoops that the parents have to jump through in order to be able to adopt, they want that child, versus people who can just get pregnant, that they're mistakes, they're unwanted. There's so many things, like it just happened. Like there's no planning on it or something. So then there's so many families out there, whether they admit it or not, that have unwanted children. But all children who are adopted are wanted, but not all stories end up well, and there's so many children in the system already, so I don't need to add to it. Anyway, yeah, I wonder if I can manage the whole 2 hours. Gosh, Abernathy is being really adorable right now. I think he's making up for the fact that he's been such a fucking brat lately. Oh my God. He is just like, he's the reminder why I knew I didn't want kids. Because if this was a human form, I would be losing my fucking mind. But he's just being super cute right now. So, yeah, here in Christmas, we celebrate a holiday known as, or here in Canada, we celebrate a holiday known as Christmas. I don't know if you Americans know that. It is the predominant celebration this time of year, but of course, Canada is full of all sorts of religions, so all sorts of things are happening here too, like Hanukkah and whatnot. But Christmas is one of the predominant celebrations this time of year in this country. I know you're getting some cultural learning here. So I thought, why not? Let's go over a little bit of the history of Christmas, both in general and here in Canada, as a way to learn stuff. Let's learn stuff. And so we'll start with the history of Christmas origins. It sounds like a superhero movie, really, when you think of it. There we go. Here we go. There we go. I haven't actually read the article, so I don't know. I don't know what it says. It's from history.com. So I'm hoping it's accurate. Oh, wrong screen. Sorry. I meant to do that to this screen. There we go. For any of you who are wondering how to do that, you hit Control and the plus and minus sign to make the web pages bigger or smaller. Styx Dragon says, I haven't been to a Christmas in 30 years. Yes, there were plenty of Christmases I spent by myself. A lot. And so tomorrow when we talk about Christmas, I'll talk about my grandma because she helped me to break that pattern when I started seeing her in the nursing home and whatnot. But anyway, let's see. So history of Christmas from history.com. So Christmas celebrated annually on December 25th is a sacred religious holiday as well as a worldwide cultural commercial phenomenon. Yes, it's a sacred holiday for capitalists. For roughly 2 millennia, I thought it was going to say 2 million years, which is kind of overdoing it. People around the world have been observing it with traditions and practices that are both religious and secular in nature. I fall into the secular category. You see, I'm not Christian, and I don't believe in a God, a creator, or anything of that sort. But I still like celebrating all of these religious type holidays. And I did what this religion did, what Christianity did, which most religions do, and is I co-opt the religion or the holidays to mean something to me. And so for me, Christmas is just a time to, think of the goodness in humanity, be together, gift giving, think of charity, celebrating community, that sort of thing. It's a time of kindness and all that sort of stuff. And then like Halloween, the celebration of deviant ways, whatnot. Easter is just the celebration of like rebirth and growth and things of that sort. So I tend to celebrate it for my own reasons. None of them are religious in nature. Okay, come on. You are too heavy to be on my lap this long, cat. Oh, ow. Oh. So Christians celebrate Christmas Day as the anniversary of the birth of Jesus of Nazareth. I wonder where that was. I wonder, yeah. Those evangelical Christians, I tell you. A spiritual leader whose teachings form the basis of their religion. Popular customs include exchanging gifts, decorating Christmas trees, attending church, sharing meals with family and friends, and of course, waiting for Santa Claus to arrive. Christmas Day, which falls on Thursday, December 25th, 2025, has been a federal holiday in the States since 1870. Does it have more information about a Christmas tree? Boom. History of Christmas trees. We got a lot of time to cover, so. Let's learn about the origin of Christmas trees since it just came up in the origins of Christmas. The origins of Christmas trees stretches all the way back to the use of evergreens in ancient Egypt, Rome. Okay, I'm still thinking like pine trees, and I'm pretty sure they weren't in Egypt. There might be evergreens in Egypt, but just not pine trees that I'm used to. However, Germany is credited with popularizing candlelit Christmas trees and for a lot of deaths around Christmas. Because those things get dried out and they just go up in a poof of smoke. As we know them today, in the 1800s, this tradition made its way to America. Discover the history of Christmas trees from the earliest winter solstice celebration to Queen Victoria decorating habits and annual lighting of the Rockefeller Center tree in New York. So long before the advent of Christianity, plants and trees that remained green all year had a special meaning for people in the winter. Just as people today decorate their homes during the festive season with pine, spruce, and fir trees, many ancient peoples hung evergreens burls over their doors and windows. In many countries, they believed evergreens would keep away witches, ghosts, evil spirits, and illness. I got some bad news for you. Oh, no, I don't know if I want this to be shown. I don't know if there's any copyright issue with that. Many ancient people believed that the sun was a god and that winter came every year because the sun god had become sick and weak. So this was, see, there's more religions than just the singular Christian God, apparently. They celebrated the winter solstice, the shortest day and longest night of the year, falling on December 21st or December 22nd in the Northern Hemisphere. Yes, from this point on, all nights will be getting shorter until the summer solstice. So that myth that winter, the nights are longer, it's kind of true, but they actually are getting shorter in the winter. It's not a myth. Like the phrase, like, in winter the nights get longer, it's actually the nights get shorter in the winter. They just start off really long. Because it meant that at last the sun god would begin to get well. Evergreen burls reminded them of all the green plants that would grow again when the sun god was strong and the summer would return. The ancient Egypts worshipped a god called Ra, who was the head of a hawk okay, I was reading that with an H, sorry. Who had the head of the hawk and wore the sun as the blazing disc in his crown. And wore the sun, yeah. At the winter solstice, when Ra began recovering from his illness, the Egyptians filled their homes with green palms and papyrus reeds to symbolize the triumph of life over death. Did you know Christmas trees are grown in all 50 states, including Hawaii and Alaska? Early Romans marked solstice with a feast called Saturnalia in honor of Saturn, the god of agriculture. The Romans knew the solstice meant that farms and orchards would be green and fruitful soon. To mark the occasion, they decorated their homes and temples with evergreen boughs, things. So I don't know if the other article is going to get to it, but pretty much the Christian holiday just kind of co-opted all of this. There's claims that Jesus, if he actually existed, was born earlier in the month even. So it's not his real birthday. It's just his pretend birthday for somebody who maybe existed or not. It is just, you know, over 2,000 years ago. Really? We think that this, really? Because in 2,000 years from now, people are going to be worshiping Donald Trump like he's the golden god. We're probably getting there. Anyway, in Northern Europe, the Druids, the priests, and ancient Celts also decorated their temples with evergreen boughs and a symbol of everlasting life. The Vikings in Scandinavia honored mistletoe, another type of evergreen, for its role in the death of Bladder, a god of light. German roots. No, go away. Germany is credited with starting the Christmas tree tradition as we know it by the 16th century. Sources record devout Christians bringing decorated trees into their homes. Some built Christmas pyramids of wood and decorated them with evergreens and candles if resources were scarce. It was a widely held belief that Martin Luther, the 16th current century Protestant reformer, first added lighted candles to a tree. According to a common version of the story, walking home one winter evening, Luther was awed by the stars twinkling amidst the evergreen. To recapture the scene for his family, he erected a tree in the main room and wired its branches with lit candles. Oh, I did not actually know why we put lights in trees. Now I do. It's to mimic starlight. That's kind of cool. America adopts Christmas trees. Most 19th century Americans found Christmas trees an oddity. The first records of Christmas trees being cut for display come from the 1820s in Pennsylvania, a German community, though trees might have been a tradition there even earlier. As early as 1747, Moravian Germans in eastern Pennsylvania had a community tree in the form of a wooden pyramid decorated with candles, but as late as the 1840s, most Americans viewed Christmas trees as pagan symbol and shunned them. No, not that. Well, it was kind of pagan anyway. Yes, we must shun everything delightful if it's not a part of our Bible. It is not surprising that, like many other festive Christmas customs, the tree was adopted so late in America. New England's first Puritan leaders viewed Christmas celebrations as unholy. The dancing, the gift giving, the empathy, so unholy. The Pilgrim's second governor, William Bradford, wrote, hey, he was all part of that 1812 war thing, I think. Maybe. No, never mind. Probably somebody with a very similar name, because I remember going over that with y'all. Wrote that he tried to stamp out pagan mockery of the observance, penalizing any frivolity. In 1659, the General Court of Massachusetts enacted a law making any observance of December 25th a penal offense. People were fined for hanging decorations. My God, you Christians! What people do in your own home. You can't have any erections there, I guess. My God. Like the idea that we're going to penalize you for having colorful decorations up is ridiculous. But then again, you know, that's also a colonial issue, because like here in Canada, they would punish any First Nations for celebrating their customs, their traditions, wearing their outfits, traditional outfits, their traditional decorations and all that sort of stuff. They'd be punished for doing that too, because they want conformity. So it doesn't surprise me that they would be like, we don't know about this new thing. It scares us. It's scary. We don't like new. So it they don't want to adopt anything new. They just want to keep things status quo, because the status quo works for them. Works for them. It doesn't work for the majority. It just works for the small percentage at the top. See, it's hard for me to not talk about politics. That's Stern Soleimani. I know this word. Soleimani. Me and words don't get along. Continued until the influx of German and Irish immigrants in the 19th century undermined the Puritan legacy. The drawing of Queen Victoria and her family surrounding the Christmas tree from a December 1848 edition Illustrated London News prompted Americans to embrace Christmas trees. The Queen taught you something. So yeah, Queen Victoria helped change American attitudes towards Christmas trees. In 1846, the popular British royal and German-born husband, Prince Albert, were sketched in an illustrated London news, standing with their children around a Christmas tree. Unlike the previous royal family, Victoria was beloved by her subjects. What was done at court immediately became fashionable, not only Britain, but with fashion-conscious East Coast American society. The Christmas tree had arrived. By the 1890s, Christmas ornaments were arriving from Germany, and Christmas tree popularity was on the rise throughout the U.S. It was noted that Europeans use small tree about 4 feet in height, while Americans like their Christmas trees to extend from floor to ceiling. Yeah, those Americans constantly overcompensating. Yeah, our trees, they're big and erect. We have the biggest erected trees. Americans. You see, I haven't actually decorated for Christmas for quite some time, even though I used to love doing that. And part of it was I was crushed over the holidays for many reasons over the past 5 years or so. But now, like, all my Christmas stuff is in storage. I don't have room for it here. It's at storage at my mom's place, so I'd have to travel all the way there to get it. But there's no way in hell I could have all the Christmas stuff up now because the 2 little demons that I have running around, Abernathy and Lanier, would absolutely destroy any Christmas stuff and become really sick from it and all that sort of stuff. Like, I'd have to put all my Christmas decorations in a glass cage if I wanted to keep it up and keep them safe. So the early 20th century saw Americans decorating their trees mainly with homemade ornaments, while many German Americans continued to use apples, nuts, marzipan cookies. Stringed popcorn, dyed bright colors and interlaced with berries and nuts, became another popular tree decoration. Electricity brought Christmas lights, making it possible for Christmas trees to glow for days on end. With this, Christmas trees began to appear in town squares across the country, and having Christmas tree in the home became an American tradition. The Rockefeller Center Christmas tree, boom. As many as 30 million real Christmas trees are sold in the United States today. Among the most iconic is the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree, which is installed annually outside the Rockefeller Center in New York City. The Rockefeller Center Christmas tree dates back to the Depression era. The first tree placed in 1931 was small, unadorned trees set up by construction workers at the center of the construction site. 2 years later, another tree was placed there, this time with lights. These days, the giant Rockefeller Center tree is laden with over 50,000 Christmas lights and topped by a 70-point LED star studded with 3 million Swarovski crystals. Steal that, you make a lot of money. I'm just saying. The tallest tree displayed at Rockefeller Center arrived in 1999. It was Norway spruce that measured 100 feet tall and hailed from Killingworth, Connecticut. Christmas trees around the world. Christmas trees in Canada. German settlers began migrating to Canada from the United States in the 1700s. They brought Canada's first Christmas trees and, in later generations, gingerbread houses and advent calendars. Yummy, yummy. When Queen Victoria and Prince Albert put up Christmas tree at Windsor Castle in 1848, Christmas trees became a widely popular tradition throughout England, the United States, and Canada. Christmas trees in Mexico. In most Mexican homes, the principal holiday adornment is the nativity scene. However, a decorated Christmas tree might be incorporated in the nacimiento or set up elsewhere in the home. As purchase of natural pines represents a luxury commodity for most Mexican families, the typical arbolete or little tree little tree is often an artificial one, a bare branch cut from a copple tree or some type of shrub collected from the countryside. Yes, the little Christmas tree I have that's in storage is only about this tall. It's like 2 feet, I guess. I like it. And I have a lot of Christmas ornaments, some hand painted and stuff that I've had for years and years and years and years. I miss putting my Christmas stuff out because it was fun. You know, it was nice to see all the bling and the colors and the scents, the gingerbread smells and the cinnamon apple smells and stuff like that. Like I like scented things. So it was, I always liked decorating for the holidays. It was nice. Okay, we don't need to read from all these places. Okay. What's this? What's this? Christmas tree trivia and facts. Christmas trees have been sold commercially in the United States since about 1850. Most Christmas trees are cut weeks before they get to a retail outlet. On average, it takes 7 years for a Christmas tree to grow to typical height, between 6 and 7 feet. The best-selling types of Christmas trees include the Scotch pine, Douglas fir, Fraser fir, balsam fir, and blue spruce. Other species, such as cherry and hawthorns, were used in the past. Between 1887 and 1933, a fishing schooner called Christmas Ship would tie up at the Clark Street Bridge in Chicago to sell spruce and pine trees from Michigan. Okay, yeah, this isn't actually as interesting as I thought it would be. You should never burn your Christmas tree in the fireplace. It can contribute to a buildup of stuff. In the first week, a tree in your home will consume as much as 3 quarts of water per day. Yay. Okay, let's go back to the history of Christmas. Okay. So I read this paragraph because I got distracted by Christmas trees. So how did Christmas start? The middle of winter has long been a time of celebration around the world. Centuries before the arrival of a man called Jesus, early Europeans celebrated light and birth of darkest days of winter. Many people rejoiced during the winter solstice when the worst of the winter was behind them and they could look forward to longer days and extended hours of sunlight. You see, usually after the winter solstice, here in Canada anyway, the winter gets worse. Like January, February, winter really hits us here. So it's just the beginning. It is the beginning. Because a lot of years, especially as of late, having a white Christmas is a toss-up in this area anyway. When I was a kid, that wasn't so much of an issue. There was usually white Christmases, but not so much these days. But January, February is usually when, like January in particular, is usually when we get hammered. So it's not, we're not past the middle yet. Anyway, in Scandinavia, the Norse celebrated Yule for several days, starting on the winter solstice around December 21st. In recognition of the return of the sun, fathers and sons would bring home large logs and set them on fire. The people would feast until the log burned out, which could take as many as 12 days. I would probably have indigestion. The Norse believed that each spark from the fire represented a new pig or calf that would be born during the coming year. The end of December was a perfect time to celebrate in most areas of Europe. At that time of year, most cattle were slaughtered so they would not have to be fed during the winter. For many, it was the only time of year when they had a supply of fresh meat. In addition, most wine and beer made during the year were finally fermented and ready for drinking. In Germany, people honored the pagan god Odin during the midwinter holiday. Germans were terrified of Odin as they believed, then why are you honoring him if you're too scared of him? Anyway, as they believe, it made nocturnal flights through the sky to observe his people and then decide who would prosper or perish. People of his presence may Many people chose to stay inside because of his presence. Many people chose to stay inside. Christmas photos. Does it go over? Like, no? Why can't I see more? No, that's not it. There's no like little arrow there or anything. Oh, I have to like use the mouse. Okay. Back before, you know, AI took over all this stuff. Like, that's the thing. I like just viewing pictures, like artistic pictures and stuff like that. And it's such a pain these days because you never know if they're authentic anymore. I'm just checking out the reflection in that. It's like the reflections are similar, but it's like these seem to be outside. Anyway. Ah, yes, the fireplace. Ooh, that looks yummy. Nom, nom, nom. My Christmas sweater is better. Tomorrow, looking at the candy canes, I might do a little thing with all of you. I've had a box of candy canes that I've never opened for about 10 years. Should I eat one tomorrow? Should I? Just a second. Abernathy, get down from there. Ah, that cat. That looks like a delicious drink. Wonderful Life. I've always been very curious, like what my world would look like if I never existed. And then I get depressed thinking, yeah, nothing would have changed. In fact, some people's lives would probably have been better had I never been born. Because I'm trying to think, like, I've had no impact on this world that I can, like, think of. So, yeah. I saved no lives, none of that. Ooh, those cookies look yummy. That looks disgusting. You know, fruitcake has never been a good thing. Poinsettia, if you have kitty cats, not a good idea to get that. So from Yule to Saturnalia. In Rome, where winters were not as harsh as those in the far north, people celebrated Saturnalia in honor of the Saturn god of agriculture, beginning in the week leading up to the winter solstice and continuing for a full month. Now that's a party. Saturnalia was the hedonistic time when food and drink were plentiful in the normal Roman social order was turned upside down. For a month, enslaved people were given temporary freedom and treated as equals. Businesses and schools were closed so that everyone could participate in the holidays' festivities. Wow. They were kinder to their slaves back then than capitalism is to the free people today. Funny how that works. Also around the time of winter solstice, Romans observed Juvenalia, a feast honoring the children of Rome. In addition, members of the upper class often celebrated the birthday of Mithra, the god of the unconquerable sun. On December 25th, it was believed that Mithra, an infant god, was born of a rock. For some Romans, Mithra's birthday was the most sacred day of the year. Is Christmas really the day Jesus was born? We get into it. In the early years of Christianity, I said that completely right. Easter was the main holiday. The first recorded Christmas that celebrated the birth of Jesus is often cited as AD 336. So, not the year zero. Okay. However, some historical evidence suggests the observance dates back as far as the 2nd century. Certainly by the 4th century, church officials had decided to institute the birth of Jesus as a holiday. Yet the Bible does not mention a date for his birth, a fact Puritans later pointed out in order to deny the legitimacy of the celebration. Although some evidence suggests that Jesus' birth might have occurred in the spring, why would shepherds be herding in the middle of winter? Pope Julius I chose December 25th. It was commonly believed that the church chose this date in an effort to adopt and absorb traditions of the pagan Saturnalia festival. First called the Feast of the Nativity, the custom spread to Egypt by 432 and to England by the end of the 6th century. By holding Christmas at the same time as traditional winter solstice festivals, church leaders increased the chances Christmas would be popularly embraced, but gave up the ability to dictate how it was celebrated. By the Middle Ages, Christianity had, for the most part, replaced the pagan religion. Yep. It's funny how things that are tied to Christianity have changed over time and are not accurate and have been passed down and all that sort of stuff, huh? Huh? It's almost like religion is a construct. On Christmas, believers attend church, then celebrated rancorously in a drunken carnival-like atmosphere similar to today's Mardi Gras. Hey, that sounds fun. Each year, a beggar or student would be crowned the Lord of Misrule, and eager celebrants played the part of his subjects. The poor would go to the houses of the rich and demand their best food and drink. If owners failed to comply with their visitors, would most likely terrorize them with mischief. Okay, why are we not doing this anymore? This sounds like adult Halloween. This is awesome. Like we need to be bringing this one back. I think we need to bring this one back. Christmas became the time of year when upper class could repay their real or imagined debt to society by entertaining less fortunate citizens. No. We need to do this. We need to get back to this type of thing, a drunken carnival-like atmosphere where we go and knock on the doors of rich people and be like, hey, ante up or else that mailbox of yours will go away. These eggs in my hand will go on your wall. That sounds like a fun time. We need to be bringing this back. When Christmas was canceled, well, we kind of went over that with the Christmas tree, so we don't need to go over this part again. How Christmas was celebrated in 13 colonies. So it wasn't until the 19th century that Americans began to embrace Christmas, and Americans reinvented Christmas and changed it from the rancorous carnival holiday to a family-centered day of peace and nostalgia. I wonder why they did that. It's almost like their capitalist interests were like, you know what, this isn't working so well for us. It's not, yeah, let's make this about peace and family and just staying connected and together, not about, paying debts to society. But what about the 1800s? Piqued the American interest in the holiday? The early 19th century was a period of class conflict and turmoil. During this time, unemployment was high and the disenchanted classes often rioted during Christmas season. There we go. In 1828, New York City Council instituted the city's first police force in response to a Christmas riot. So that's how they started cracking down. This catalyzed certain members of the upper class to begin to change the way Christmas was celebrated in America. You peasants are getting out of control. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, no, you peasants are getting out of control. We need to make this about peace and crack down on all those fun times that you're having and don't hold us accountable, and we have no debts to pay. Go away. I don't know if you're copywritten stuff. So in 1819, best-selling American author Washington Irving wrote the Sketchbook of Geoffrey Crayon, a series of stories about the celebration of Christmas in England Manor House. The sketches featured a squire who invited the peasants into his home for the holiday. In contrast to the problems faced in America's society, the two groups mingled effortlessly. In Irving's mind, Christmas should be a peaceful, warm-hearted holiday bringing groups together across lines of wealth or social status. Yeah, I don't get that vibe much anymore these days. You don't see that too much these days. Like, remember a few years ago, there was that winter storm right around Christmas or something, and people were stuck in their cars and they tried going knocking on doors and they were turned away because they didn't know who they were or something. Like, it's, yeah. This is what it was, this idea of celebration and coming together that I used to like about Christmas that just doesn't feel like it's there anymore. It's all about capitalism. Like, people donate to the food bank and think they've done their job when far from it, It's about recognizing everyone as equals. Irving's fictitious celebrants enjoyed ancient customs, including the crowning of a lord of misrule. Irving's book, however, was not based on any holiday celebration he had attended. In fact, many historians say that Irving's account invented tradition by implying that it described the true custom of the season. Around this time, English author Charles Dickens created the classic holiday tale, A Christmas Carol. The story's message about importance of charity and goodwill towards all humankind struck a powerful chord in the United States and England and showed members of Victorian society the benefits of celebrating the holiday. Yeah, it's just a fairy tale now, isn't it? The family unit was also becoming less disciplined and more sensitive to the emotional needs of children during the 1800s. Christmas provided families with a day they could lavish attention and gifts on their children without appearing to spoil them. Americans began to embrace Christmas as a perfect family holiday. Old customs were unearthed. People looked to recent immigrants and Catholic and Episcopalian churches to see how the day should be celebrated. Over the next 100 years, Americans built Christmas tradition all their own that included pieces of many other customs, including decorating trees, sending holiday cards, and gift giving. Imagine that, Americans, picking and choosing what they like from certain cultures. I can't say anything up here in Canada because we do the exact same thing. Although most families quickly bought into the idea that they were celebrating Christmas as it had been done for centuries, Americans had really invented a holiday to fill their cultural needs of a growing nation. Who invented Santa Claus? The legend of Santa Claus can be tracked back to a monk named Saint Nicholas, who was born in Turkey around 280. It always sounds weird saying a 3-digit year. St. Nicholas gave away all of his inheritance and wealth and traveled the countryside helping the poor and sick, becoming known as the protector of children and sailors. St. Nicholas first attended American popular culture in the 18th century in New York when Dutch families gathered to honor the anniversary of the death of St. Nicholas. Dutch for St. Nicholas or Sinterklaas for short. Santa Claus, drawn his name from his nickname. In 1822, Episcopal minister Clement Clarke Moore wrote a Christmas poem called A Visit from St. Nicholas, more popular known today by its first line, "'Twas the night before Christmas." The poem depicted Santa Claus as a jolly man who flies from home to home on a sled driven by reindeer to deliver toys. The iconic version of Santa Claus as a jolly man in red with a white beard and sack of toys was immortalized in 1881 when political cartoonist Thomas Nast drew on Moore's poem to create the image of Old Saint Nick we know today. You mean he was just invented? Santa Claus isn't real? What? So Christmas facts. Each year, 25 million to 30 million. Oh, yeah, we already know that. Middle Ages, Christmas celebrations were rowdy and rancorous. Yeah, you already told this. Is this like the questions at the end of the chapter or something? So So the Salvation Army has been around since the 1890s. Okay. Rudolph, Poinsett Plans, named after Joel R. Poinsett, is an American minister to Mexico who brought the red and green plant from Mexico to America in 1828. It's an invasive species. Rudolph, the most famous reindeer of all, was the product of Robert L. May's imagination in 1939. The copywriter wrote a poem about a reindeer to help lure customers into Montgomery Ward department store. The retailer gave away 2.4 million copies that year. Yeah, Rudolph, product of capitalism. Can't say I'm shocked. Okay, so that is the history of Christmas from that, but I'm Canadian centric, so we're going to talk about Canada in just one moment. But before we do that, let's check subspace. Let's see what people are saying in subspace. I think I went past back where I started. No, maybe not. Okay, people talking about my kitty cat. Yes, I live in Christmas. Okay, yeah. Okay, there's where I started. For people who are joining late, I had Abernathy on my lap, and he was doing his Superman pose with his arms out like that, and then leaned back and gave me a little kiss. It was so cute. Also, if you haven't seen it yet, I hope that's in frame. I think it's in frame. I love doing this every year to my hair. Anyway, and my sweater saying I'm having a meltdown feels about right. Let's see. Nan Schlick, as a fellow bag cook, my condolences. Yes, I nuked my leftovers in the wrong way last night and made myself sick, so I was throwing up at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Let's see, Shade Dragon talking about Abernathy. It's a tiny Yule cat. No, Abernathy's a big ass cat. Let's see. Shade Dragon, I can't blame you, Sandy. Most people don't want to raise children and a man baby. That wasn't the reason why I was picturing myself single when I was imagining having kids way back when. It's because all my family units have broken up. So like all the couples in my family, husbands and wives and stuff like that, ended up in divorce, like except for my grandparents because they didn't really have a choice, you know. Like my aunt, my mom several times over, my uncles, like all of them had gotten divorces and stuff, and then the mothers tended to be single for a bit and having to raise the kids, which meant that sometimes they were desperate for support and would end up in a very shitty relationship to get that. And then even as I was getting older, you know, my cousins, my siblings, it was all, you know, one sibling was getting a divorce at the same time and the other one was getting married. It's just like, so I didn't see marriage as something sacred that would last forever. And of the marriages, again, like my grandparents, I can't say that was a healthy marriage. Okay. Lots of people are hanging out in subspace. This rocks. I got 24 viewers on December 24. Conspiracy territory. There should be 462 days in a month. So that's how many viewers we get. You don't like my music, saying winter is literally an archetype for death and spring is rebirth for obvious reasons. Yes, I love winter. Winter has been my favorite season since I was a kid, hence my tattoo. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, no, twist this way, then no, that. Okay, no. I've always loved winter. I found something just peaceful about it. And as a kid, like after a snowfall or something, and I woke up early to get ready to go to school or something, and I look out the front window and I would see the street with like the city lights still on and stuff and the freshly fallen snow, and it looked like a movie set. And it just seemed so magical and beautiful. And then sometimes, you know, in the right conditions, you could be outside, and if everything was really still and quiet and the snow was falling, you could actually hear the soft of the snow landing. And then especially when there's a certain type of snow and then the sun would come out from the clouds, it was like being showered in sparkles. And some snow, the way that it is, you know, it would just shimmer as you walked by it, and you could see the little snowflakes in it. And then sitting in the car as the snow was coming down, you could see the individual snowflakes for just a moment before they melted out and stuff. And I like the cold, so that helps. And there was just something so peaceful and quiet about the winter, and it was just so beautiful. And you didn't have to worry about bugs outside and stuff like that. But it's always seemed like a magical season to me because of its beauty and whatnot. And just, it helps to calm me to see snowfall. A couple nights ago, I was out for my walk, and there were like these massive cluster of snowflakes falling down. And I kid you not, I did the thing. Where I'm standing outside and I go, and I got so much snowflakes in my mouth because I love winter so much. I still do that sort of thing, especially when the snowflakes were just like coming down in these huge, like they were fluffy and big clusters of them, which is just like the perfect snowfall. I love snowfall like that. I love going out and walking in it. There's just something so much about winter. The only things that I don't like is like the ice, slipping and falling, driving in icy conditions. But other than that, I love it. I love it so much. And then just even like coming back in from the outdoors and getting all cozy under blankets and hot cocoa, and, you know, the imagery of like sitting in front of a fire, and yeah, I love it. Winter is my season. It's always been my season. Yes, say Shade Dragon. Americans Christmas jacked all their stuff from pagans. Sounds about right. Yeah. You know, like my music, the old European Christmas myths are terrifying. Yes, fairy tales tended not to be family friendly in general. A lot of the stories back then were about keeping people in line through fear. Well, we just went over that. You don't like me. Isn't it true that the modern red and white Santa is a creation of Coca-Cola? Not quite, but I'm pretty sure Coca-Cola embraced it. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, autumn, winter darkness has really hit me hard this year. I'm sorry to hear that. Seasonal depression is an issue. It's reverse for me because, again, the darkness calms me. Like, I love going out walking when it's dark out too. Especially seeing the night sky full of stars and stuff like that. Like, I feel like I'm comforted by the darkness in a way. Like I'm more hidden or something. And then in the summer, my mood can start to plummet because the heat. I can't sleep properly. I can't function properly. I'm constantly in distress because, you know, you can't get comfortable at all, and it's gross. And, you know, I've lived in a lot of places that didn't have any air conditioning or proper air conditioning. Like there was one house I lived in, and it got so hot in there that one time I went to make a peanut butter sandwich and I took the peanut butter out, I literally poured it onto the bread. Like that's how bad it was in there. And it makes you feel sick and gross and you can't escape that. And it's very repressive and stuff. And so I'm not a fan of like the heat in the summer. And so my mood can plummet during that time. And I don't like, just baking in the sun, having the sun prickle down on me and whatnot. Like just going out and laying in the sun seems like a very unpleasant activity to me. But then again, my skin is just so pasty and sensitive. It doesn't, it's not exactly a shocker. But the idea of like just lying on the beach, soaking in the sun, feeling the rays piercing my skin is, ugh, I don't like it. Let's see. Groove Dragon, Blue Dragon. No, I'm still recovering from a fall I had a month ago. Falls are dangerous. Oh, did both of you fall? Sorry to hear that. Yes, I had a fall earlier this month, which gave me like the worst sprain in my wrist that I've ever had. Like the amount of pain was so bad. The next day I was in the hospital to get x-rays because I thought it was broken. Like I swore it was broken. The pain was so bad. But it's mostly healed up. Like as long as I don't overextend it too much, it doesn't hurt. And it gets tired and a little achy, like after doing the dishes or using it a lot. So I still have to take it easy on my wrist, but it's much better than it was earlier this month. Because I wouldn't have been able to do this hairdo 2 weeks ago because I have to use both wrists to twist the bun into place type thing. Let's see. Rich P. I heard scholars suggest it should be in the spring, not winter, talking about Jesus's birth. Let's see. You don't like me. Read about Santa's sadistic helper who punished or kidnapped bad children. Wait, Santa had ICE agents? I guess that makes sense. Sorry, I can't not get political. Walking sticks can help in some instances. What I didn't have that night because I didn't think it was needed because it didn't seem like it was an icy day, but I have these, they're on like a rubber tread that you can pull over your shoe or boot, and they have little cleat spikes on them so that you're less likely to slip. Super like that. Oh, okay. Let's see. Right, let's do, no, not that one. This one. There we go. Captain Cook. Let's see what else people are saying in subspace before we move on to Canada-centric Christmas. Christmas was one of the few holidays that actually, like I really liked Christmas growing up because I didn't grow up in a great situation, hence the single mother going to a not too great relationship so that she wouldn't be single type thing and would have financial support. Not great situation. But we often pulled off Christmas. There'd be lots of strife the rest of the time, but Christmas, we somehow made it work. So we had like our own little family traditions of Christmas Eve, we would travel to my aunt's for lasagna dinner. And then we would get one gift Christmas Eve, which was generally speaking pajamas. And then the next morning we could wake up early, the kids. We would wake up early and we could empty out our stockings and see what was in our stockings. And mine was usually loaded up with walnuts because I love walnuts, like cracking them open and stuff like that. And so we could we could do that before breakfast, and then we would have like a family breakfast together, and then we would do the rest of the gift giving and stuff, and do one at a time and all that sort of stuff, watch a Christmas movie or go out tobogganing or something of that sort. And there was a lot less yelling that day. Not always free from it, not by a long stretch, but often a lot less yelling. And a lot less threats. So Christmas used to be fairly decent for me growing up. So I think that's why it stuck with me. But I started having Christmases alone also because of family. Because in my early 20s, when I was living in Toronto and I was struggling, and I was about to go homeless because I was struggling so bad. There was one Christmas Eve, I went to my aunt's, and they were doing the whole gifts things and whatnot. And at one point, I kid you not, my aunt and my siblings pulled out a map of the Dominican Republic to talk about the resorts they had been to or were planning on going to. And my aunt gave me a food basket that she made up for Christmas. And I remember thinking at the time, like, oh, that's very sweet. She put a pineapple in the middle because I love pineapple. It's my favorite fruit. It didn't dawn on me at the time how twisted that actually was, because they knew. They knew the struggle I was going through. They understood that. They knew that food was an important thing for me to get for Christmas. They knew that financially I was unstable, that I needed help. And it was like I was invisible. I was ignored. All my issues, all my problems was never addressed. Nothing. And then I started having nightmares before family, like holidays. The thought of going to see family and stuff like that. I was getting actual nightmares before Christmas. Because there was also some things that I remembered from childhood that were traumatic and stuff. And the thought of dealing with that and not being able to address it with this family in particular, I couldn't handle it anymore. And my family was so toxic to me at that point that I knew I had to cut them off in order to be able to address my own issues. Because as long as I was dealing with them, I would never be able to address me and start doing some like introspection, get counseling, address a lot of the trauma I was dealing with, a lot of the depression and stuff. I would never be able to actually deal with that if I still had to deal with family. And so I decided to cut them off and much rather spend Christmas by myself than have to deal with all of that. No one missed me. No one tried reaching out to me. My mom was a little upset, and would have liked to see me there. But at the same time, she didn't really push for it because I was a downer. I wasn't very happy at these events and stuff like that. And my mom at times would say, like, can't you just fake it? So everyone probably enjoyed themselves better without me there, for one thing. But no one tried reaching out to me to see like what the issues were, why I was not going to see them anymore. It was nothing, just nothing. And I remember for years and years and years, even when I was living with poverty, I used to try to get my cousins something for Christmas, just to show them that I was thinking of them. And I would give them a Christmas card and a little gift that, something that I connected with them to show that I was thinking of them. And in the Christmas card, I would put my phone number, I would put my email address, saying I would love to connect. I would love to get to know you better. I'd love to have like a real relationship. And nothing. And so not having them in my life was just easier for me and made no difference to them. And so quite often what I would do is I would go to see a movie, because movie theaters were often still running on Christmas Day. So I would go to the movie theater and watch a movie. I'd watch some DVDs or something of Christmas stuff that I liked. if I had gotten any gifts from anything, I would save them until Christmas Day so that I would have something to open on Christmas Day. And that became my thing of Christmas, but it was very, very lonely. Very lonely. Because I didn't really have friends either. So, because dealing with the depression, living with dire poverty, not having a social life, I didn't really have friends either. So everything was quiet, everything was shut down. So I was really, really lonely around those times of year. More so than I think a lot of people. And then I started to have a life. I found out about local improv troops, and I started doing improv, and I made a circle of friends, and I was able to spend some Christmases with them. Sometimes good, sometimes not so great. And sometimes I'm like, you know what, for all the hassle this is, it was just easier to spend Christmas by myself, because there'd be fights over what movie we would go see. And one time, a friend insisted on seeing a movie I had zero interest in. And so to just stop the argument, I agreed, fine, we'll go see your movie. At the end, she apologized because the movie was that bad. And then later on, when I started to reconnect with my grandmother, and again, if you tune into my live stream tomorrow, you get to see some adorable pictures of me with my grandmother around Christmas. I would go to the nursing home and bring her a dinner and spend time with her on Christmas Day, sing her carols. One time I brought my laptop so we could watch the Mickey Mouse Christmas Carol type thing. And we would spend Christmas together. And that was a more meaningful Christmas than I had in God knows how long, was just spending time with somebody that you were connected with. And those were always very special, because quite often my family would go visit my grandmother in the days leading up to Christmas, but then on Christmas Day, they were spending it with their families, which she was then no longer really a part of. So on Christmas Day, I would go spend it with her and wear my silly Christmas outfits and, get like over the top Christmas outfit on and stuff like that, and bring her like a little hat and stuff too, and just celebrated her and me together. And so that's when Christmas started to really mean something to me again. But it's fallen back into not really meaning much of anything these days. Anyway, needless to say, I wasn't exactly worried about filling 2 hours. I'm autistic and overshare and ADHD. But yeah, that was so tomorrow during my live stream, I'll show you, I have a couple pictures of me with my grandmother. That's just kind of cute. And yeah. Also, seeing Christmas lights in the houses around us around Christmas was also a thing that we used to do traditionally. Like even as a family, as a kid, we would drive to certain neighborhoods that tend to go over the top with their Christmas lights. Or as a family, we would drive to like Niagara Falls, and they would have like Christmas lights and stuff like that, and places that you could drive through to see the Christmas lights and whatnot. But, this year my friend invited me to Christmas dinner, so I'm not always spending Christmas by myself these days. It's just sometimes with my family, even though I get along with them, me being invited to these things is more like an afterthought. But, it's not like I miss out on the food or anything. I didn't get my cooking skills out of nowhere. I learned them from someone. But yeah, so there's that. And now I get to spend Christmases with all of you lovely people online. So Edgebox, what did you do when everything was closed? Not everything was. Movie theaters were open. So that's what I would do. And I love going to movie theaters. I haven't gone to a movie in like over a year because, finances and whatnot. Candy cakes aren't really meant to be eaten, are they? That sounds really yummy. I think you meant candy canes. They are meant to be eaten. Etchbox saying that those would be perfect for grinding up into coffee and tea, talking about the 10-year-old candy canes I haven't opened. The year zero is a myth. There are only positive and negative. This bizarre arbitrary system, LOL. Yeah, calendars. It's something like if every month was the same number of days, like 28 days, there'd be like another month and they would all be the exact same length or something like that. It's like why they picked it to be the way that it is, who knows? I think it's 28 days. Like if all months were 28 days, then there'd be another month and no, maybe there's a certain number. If all the months were the same number, is it just 28 days? There'd be 12. No. Anyway, it's possible to have all months have the exact same number of days. Six Dragon Sharon saying, I'm possible at talking to rich people. I think passable, maybe. I used to work in middle school. Self-absorbed children are easy to deal with. I do miss that job. One thing when I was unhoused in Toronto is I got to learn from a lot of people what they really thought of us because I didn't look homeless. We need a holiday again where the peasants revolt. I like that. I like that. I can already feel the nights getting shorter. Miss Blue Ocean, Sandee, that's exactly why my daughter told me at 16 she didn't want to be a breeder. Everybody's divorced. She didn't want kids and she's not going to get married. She doesn't want to. Yeah. Saying, I only had her. I do not ever regret it. I didn't want kids either, but her. She's been amazing. Oh, that's good. But yeah, I can't imagine how hellish my life would have been with children. Talking about children again. We're getting into the circular conversations because as I'm scrolling down, people are responding to things that I was responding to earlier. So I think I'll skip through some of this. So I can get to the bottom because we still have Christmas in Canada. It's probably going to scooch through that a bit faster because it's going to be very similar to what we just read. And then I have something that will take about a half hour to read. A little message. What year, Sandee? I've been in Toronto since '95. I think we have some crossover. It's in the long time ago. Let's just say it was after '95 that I was in Toronto. Rachel Atwood is 13 months unlucky. Maybe. I'm sure somebody can figure it out in here, what that combination is, where if all the months were the exact same number. Is it 29? No, it wouldn't be 29. It'd have to be like something. Anyway. Christmas in Canada. So, Christmas is celebrated in various ways in contemporary Canada. In particular, it draws from French, British, and American traditions. Since the beginning of the 20th century, it had become the biggest annual celebration and had begun to take on the form we recognize today. While Christmas is generally defined as the Christian celebration, see Christianity, of the birth of Jesus, the festival has complex origins and ambiguous non-religious resonance. The origin of the name Christmas is an Old English Christmas. The French Noël derives from the Latin Dies Natalis, day of birth. Why is Christmas on the 25th of December? Whatever the origins of the festival that is held on the 25th of December cannot be a celebration of the actual birth date of Jesus. That date is unknown. Yeah, so we can skip past that. Okay, so yeah, that seems like a lot of similar stuff that we just went over. So in North America, some First Nations also held winter ceremonies and festivals as a time for regeneration and introspection. Some, such as the Orikwane, or do not know how to say that, groups held week-long festivals at midwinter when the time determined by observing the moon and stars. It eventually came to be associated with the winter solstice. Typical practices, which continue to this day, were healing rituals, making tobacco offerings, prayer, and ceremonial drumming and dancing. Okay, we know some of the early dates. Christmas tree we went over. Christmas trees in Canada. The first Christmas tree in North America appeared on Christmas Eve in 1781 in Sorel, Quebec. Ooh, we beat you to it, Americans. Because that's the first one in North America. When Baroness Residel hosted a party of British and German officers. She served an English pudding, but the sensation of the evening was balsam fir cut for its occasion and placed in the corner of the dining room, its branches decorated with fruits and lit with candles. The Baroness was determined to mark her family's return to Canada after a trying ordeal with traditional German celebrations. Baron Frederick Apollos Residel was commander of a group of German soldiers sent by the Duke of Brunswick to help defend Canada. Resdeli and family were taken prisoner during the disastrous British offensive in northern New York in 1777. They were not released until 1780 when they returned to Sorel. It was commonly said that Christmas trees' popularity dates from the time of Prince Albert, consort Queen Victoria, who decorated. Okay, yeah, we got that. Christmas tree industry, who cares? That's capitalistic sounding. St. Nicholas and Santa Claus. Okay, so we kind of got that. It's basically, I think, saying the same things but worded differently. Probably better. Should have read this one first. The origins of modern Christmas in Canada. So the Christmas that's celebrated in various ways in contemporary Canada is very Canadian in one way. That is, it is not only the product of French, British, and American traditions, but of many others as well. The time frame for the origins of this modern Christmas is fairly clear when it is considered that Christmas was hardly celebrated at the beginning of the 19th century. However, by the beginning of the 20th century, it became the biggest annual celebration and begun to take on the form that we recognize today. Christmas was essentially a religious festival in the early days of New France. In 1645, French colonists gathered together at church in Quebec City to attain midnight mass and began singing Chantons Non, an old Christmas carol that they had brought from France, the possession of the Christ child and blah, blah, blah. Early Christmas among First Nations. The earliest mention of the celebration of Christmas by First Nations dates back to 1641. Jean de Beaufort, a Jesuit missionary who lived among the Huron of Georgian Bay from 1626, composed a Christmas carol, Jesus Athanaia, or Huron Carol, in their language, telling the story of the birth of Jesus. Father Beaufort adopted his story, written in verse, to the distinctive characteristics of Aboriginal culture. Thus, the infant Jesus was wrapped in rabbit skin rather than linen and slept in a lodge of broken bark rather than a manger. Hunters replaced the shepherds, and, in a final touch, 3 First Nation chiefs stood in for the wise man, and in place of a gold Franciscan mirth offered fur pelts to the Holy Child. The Jesus is born of Jean survived as Huron descendants who settled in Lorette near Quebec City, passed down the generations. Today, Huron, like many other First Nations, continues to celebrate the Nativity as well as the Festival of Saint Anne, July 26th, the grandmother of Jesus, who they venerate as their patron saint. The Victorian origins of modern Christmas. In Canada, by the 1870s, Christmas had lost much of its religious character, at least in the English Canada and among the upper middle class in French Canada. The holiday became a community and family festival. Customs such as decorated Christmas trees, gift giving, and the Christmas Relevant, the awakening, became part of the family tradition. By the end of the 19th century, most of the familiar attributes of modern Christmas, including Santa Claus, Yule logs, holly and mistletoe, carol singing, and Christmas trees, were popular. Many attributed the change to Queen Victoria. Right, we got that. Okay. Let's see. Another contribution of Victoria England Christmas was the cracker, inspired by French bonbon, sugared almonds wrapped in twisted paper. British confectioner Tom Smith invented the Christmas cracker, which snapped when pulled apart, revealing candy inside. Small gifts in paper hats, the form we recognize today, replaced the candies in the late Victorian period. Gift giving had traditionally been New Year in Britain, but moved as Christmas became more important to the Victorians. At first, modest gifts of fruit, nuts, sweets, and trinkets were hung on the Christmas tree. Over time, gifts became more elaborate and are stored under the tree. The roast turkey dinner also came about Victorian Britain, replacing the older meals of beef and goose. I've had a goose Christmas dinner. I don't like dark meat. The turkey was the perfect size for a middle-class family gathering and reflected rising incomes. Victorians did not originate carol singing, but they actively revived the popularized custom. Old words were put into new tunes, and the first significant collection of carols was published in 1833. The Christmas carol originated in the Middle Ages as a Latin song, mostly about the Virgin or saints. There were a number of types of carols sung, including French carols sung at court, popular religious songs such as Corpus Christi, and hymns. In the 17th century, the singing of carols came under stricter by the Puritans. However, popular traditions continued with carols passed on orally or in broadsheets, many of which considered carols were Christmas hymns such as O Come All Ye Faithful, Joy to the World, Hark the Herald Angels Sing, and set to a tune of that. Much of what we think of tradition carols were either collected or written by those hoping to revive older traditions in collections such as Christmas carols, Old and New. The earliest Canadian carol to be published was probably a Canadian Christmas carol by James P. Clark, which was published by Anglo-Canadian Magazine in 1853. Most famous one is Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer. Grandma got ran over by a reindeer, coming home for Christmas. Something with something. Yeah. Let's see. All Christian nations have traditions and become part of Christmas season. I do like Christmas carols. I like singing, so Christmas carols were nice. I don't like a lot of the religious undertones, but I do like singing Christmas carols. Christmas, being a multicultural nation, also inherited traditions from many other regions as well. One of the richest of these is from Ukraine. Holy Supper is the central tradition of Christmas Eve celebrations in Ukrainian homes. The meals features 12 Lenten dishes symbolizing the 12 apostles of the Last Supper, made without animal products. Christmas is preceded by a period of fasting to symbolize Mary's hardship on the way to Bethlehem. That's not a thing. I've never heard of these things happening here in Canada. A few wisps of hay embroidered the tablecloth as a reminder of the manger in Bethlehem. Many Canadian families wear their Ukrainian embroidered shirts on this occasion. Make it sound like we all have one. I don't. When the children see the first star in the eastern evening sky, which symbolizes the trek of the three wise men, that begin in farming communities. Okay, of course, the most striking difference in the Ukrainian Christmas is its date. Yes, there's the Orthodox Christmas. Okay. And then Quebec, of course, would have very different traditions. Oh, just checking time because I still had something else I wanted to read. Should have read this one first. It's better. Performances and entertainment. A large part of Quebec traditions are popular activities, performances returning year after year. The most anticipated performance is certainly the Nutcracker Ballet, presented by Les Grands Bals Canadiens at Place des Arts in Montreal. Pure artistic enchantment. The performance of the Nutcracker rallies large and small, even teens. I might have to read that other thing tomorrow when I do my Christmas stream. So since 1985, capital cities throughout the country are brought together by the annual celebration of Christmas lights across Canada. In Canada's capital region, Ottawa-Gatineau, the winter landscape glows with hundreds of thousands of multicolored lights during the holiday season. The festivities begin with the illumination ceremony in early December and continue till early January. Okie doke. That is Christmas in Canada. Ugh. Okay. Let's see what people are saying in subspace. Okay. So if every month was 30 days, okay, we'd have 12 months at 30 days. Because the reason why we have a leap year is the 0.4. So You Don't Like Me has answered my question. Oh, you don't like me. You don't like my music, sorry. You don't like me. So 365 divided by 12 is 30.4. Yeah, so if every month was 30 days long, it'd math out. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, Halifax sends a Christmas tree to Boston every year as a thanks for the help after the explosion in World War I. Talking about the Halifax explosion. I believe I've gone over that on this space. Talking about the Halifax explosion, and there's a Canadian heritage moment about it. When it was one of the largest one of the largest man-made explosions at that time was the Halifax explosion. Somebody was just talking about durable footwear, and it reminds me something I would always love to get is like an authentic pair of moccasins, but those are pricey. Let's see. Anyway. So, let's see. Our options are, I don't know if there's enough time for me to read the thing that I was going to read. So I might have to save it for tomorrow's live stream because it might take about a half hour. And I don't think I have that left. So we have to think of other things to talk about. Let's see. I had some things in mind to fill in the last 20 minutes. like I can figure that out, how to fill time. I have a book of Christmas carols, I think still here because it's in with my music collection. I used to play the flute, and so especially with vocal books, the melody line is easily played by the flute. Sometimes you just need to bump it up an octave or something for the flute, but it tends to work. But yeah. Also, people buy my book. Need a Christmas gift? Last minute Christmas gift? An ebook is instantaneous. I don't know if you can buy an ebook for someone else, though. I think you can only buy it for yourself. But you can still get the paperback, and then it could be a late Christmas gift for someone. Because in my book, they have a celebration every 10 years called the Celebration of Treaties. The vampires do, because it's kind of silly for them to have a celebration every year because, you know, after thousands of years, that's a bit often. So it's every 10 years for them. They have the celebrations of treaties that marks when the treaties were all signed between the different factions and they became one kinfolk. They don't refer to themselves as people. And they became one kinfolk. And so during the celebrations of treaties, there's they also tend to celebrate the acolytes, the humans, and shower them with gifts and festivities as well, and show their appreciation for kind of very similar to what they were doing to the slaves, you know, gift giving, reward outstanding acolytes with certain accommodations, accolades and stuff. Some of them could get exempt status until the next celebration of treaties, which just means they don't have to submit to a passive feeding and they would never be called on for a full feeding, you know, unless there's an extreme emergency or something. Although acolytes in general aren't called on for full feedings. That's what the wild stock is for. And also then during the celebration of treaties, there's the achievement ceremony, which just highlights the best of the best. They don't really have competitions. Like, it's not like the Oscars or something where you have these runner-ups and stuff like that. It's just like, no, here are the biggest accomplishments that have happened over the past 10 years. All the young ones that became kin over the past 10 years are also celebrated. Then there's the treaties ball, which is often the highlight of the celebration, where it's a ball, you know, that is all decked out, and planning takes, you know, years and years and years to plan it out and whatnot. And it's a very festive time for the vampires. The books are paperback. I don't have them in hardcover version. Maybe if I ever do a redo, but yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. Let's see. Sandee just had a great idea. Would love to watch you draw for like hours. The photorealistic version of Bob Ross. Can you talk and draw at the same time? Not really. I tend to get focused on it. That does remind me, though, I do have the footage of me drawing this, like the entire thing, because I set it up here and then I would get the web camera over here so that it was there. And I've been meaning to kind of splice it together. And that's like 25 hours that I took to draw that. But I would cut out all the parts where basically the pencil wasn't on the paper type thing and condense it down and stuff. But I do have that, but you're not going to hear me talk over it because I like to play music when I'm drawing, like EDM music and stuff like that. So copyright there. but I do have the entire process of this drawing here. So I do intend to actually make that into a video for, you know, the oddly relaxing type videos and whatnot. But I'll have to find like appropriate music that can go over top of it, copyright-free music, to go over top of it so that it's not just silence, because that would not work. But yeah, I could also just play part of that while I'm talking tomorrow. But I have some ideas as to what to go over tomorrow, so that's fine. Plus New Year's, there'll be the New Year's Eve live stream as well. And then probably like a New Year's Day live stream. So I have lots of live streams planned, and I'll need your help for some of it. Going to talk about my book. I need some help with some plot points, some ideas, some brainstorming as to what happened. And I can't get too indulgent in it because I still need to finish the TYT video, but all of you can help me with that too as I plot out the second video. So there's all of that. But yeah, tomorrow I'll read. So what it is something that I wrote a long time ago. And there is a video that I put together of that years and years ago that I posted my channel. And it was something I wrote when I had like a moment of enlightening in my life, where things just made sense in a way that was on a different level. And it was the only time where I felt this sense of self, like it was a sense of self free of pain. Unfortunately, I couldn't hold on to that because, you know, reality kind of sucks. But I wrote this during like this moment of enlightenment. And so it helps to like bring hope and things of that sort. And, you know, we talk about enough shitty stuff throughout the rest of the year that it'd be good to hear. So I'll read that tomorrow during my live stream, either in the evening or the morning. So yes, for those who are just tuning in now, I'm going to be doing a live stream tomorrow, starting early, potentially around 10, maybe as late as 11, because I'm going to have to set my alarm to get up. So I'll do an early live stream, but I have a hard out at 12:30 because I'm going over to a friend's place for afternoon for lots of eating food. But also, I'm pretty sure this space is still running tomorrow. So starting at 1 tomorrow, you have that place to this space to go and hang out with if you need community. And then when I get back from the dinner, which shouldn't be too late, depending on how I feel, there's no guarantees. I might do a late night live stream with potential call-in show. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how I feel. I might do the show, but not have it call in. We'll see. We'll see. And then, you know, again, just depending on the vibe of everything, I might do one on Boxing Day, but to fill in some space because, you know, people get lonely. You get lonely this time of year. So I do have some things planned to go over tomorrow. Some things that are fun and light. I'll show you the pictures of my grandmother and me. There's not too many. There's just a couple that I can show. And I figured just, you know, something that could be a bit light is to go over some of the channels that I have in my playlist, in my YouTube collection to see, like, do I even need some of these, and go over some of them and why I have them and whatnot. Because there's some that I have just for the sake of giving them an extra subscriber that I never actually watch. And then we can think about like ponderance of stuff. You're not going to see all of them because I do still like to have some level of privacy, but you know, that could be fun. And I have some different things planned for my New Year's Eve stream that will be also fun. So let's see. Oh, what are people saying? Must be a rich neighborhood nearby. Oh. But yeah, so there's lots to talk about tomorrow, and it's about, you know, what Christmas used to mean to me, about community, about comradeship. Is that a word? Camaraderie? Stop. You know what I'm saying. You'll see me in a different Christmas sweater. I don't know if I'm going to do the hair like this tomorrow. Sticks Dragon saying I need to draw more. Well, draw tomorrow while you're watching me if you're not doing other things. But yeah, I should probably get that video together of me just drawing Thumper. That's what this cat's name was, Thumper. And it will be a long video. I might even try to condense it so you see the scribble. But even with the amount of footage that it is, even condensing it, it's still going to be super long. So I might have two versions, one of actual length, one not of actual. We'll see. Lots to go. And then I'm hoping to spend, I have no idea what I'm doing New Year's Eve. I like to spend the countdown with people. I do. I don't know if any of my friends are available for that, so we'll see. I don't know if Left Past 10 is open to having Minuet hang out with them for the New Year's Eve countdown. If they are, she would love to join them. Check out these human customs. But yeah, I will probably, it will probably be Minuet who shows up because it is the last Wednesday of the month. For you next week to go over some New Year's Eve fun stuff and whatnot. But if there is a online celebration countdown, she might like to join people to try to figure you humans out. Just saying. And yeah, but it all depends if she joins me at like a human event in person type thing. Because I don't know what's going to be happening yet. And yeah, so Sunday also will be my regular news live stream, so you can come check that out. Please go to all of my Twitter and Blue Skies and subscribe or follow me there if you haven't. I'm still really desperately trying to build up my Left of the Box accounts. They're really lagging behind, and I just had a weird feeling about something. Like there's going to be breaking news that I'm covering tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. I've had this weird feeling lately that I have some fucking fantastic, great news to tell you, but I have no idea what it is. But I think there's like going to be breaking news that isn't that. Possibly something to do with like the Epstein files. I just have this weird feeling that there's going to be breaking news that comes out tomorrow because it's Christmas, hoping that it won't get as much attention type thing. So I will touch on it if that's the case. It's a weird sense. But then like for the past week or so, I've just had the sense that I have some fantastic news to tell you, but there's nothing. I was joking with my friend about that too. It's like, because we were doing a dinner theater show together. And I'm like, it's an unshakable sense of like, I have this great news to tell you, but there's nothing. There's just nothing. It's just this sense of like phenomenal news. Like, and I don't mean like I cooked a dinner and it didn't make me sick news. Like, I mean like something that is like, this is changing. Like this is changing the direction of like really fucking fantastic, great news. You know? But there's nothing. Like nothing in my life. So I don't know what it is. I wish it would kind of go away because I keep on thinking, it's like, yeah, I had something great happen. And then I think back to it and it's like, no, not really. Let's see. Groove Dragon, I'm your man for brainstorming. I need to read your book. What is the link to buy a copy? Little marketing tip. Put your book on the shelf where the Star Trek is right now. I can't give up the Klingon dictionary. Yeah. No, I'm thinking about rearranging my backdrop at some point. Can somebody who has the link convenient? Oh, there it is. Johnny Too Late threw in the link to my book. And yeah, I could really use some help with brainstorming, especially if you're good with history. Was it you, Rachel, that was suggesting something coming out of Russia for the big thing that happened 500 years ago that caused them to create the new mandates? I think so. But yeah, as soon as I have that great news to tell y'all, you'll know it because I overshare. That's for sure. After this, I am doing something. One thing I can cook is baking cookies. So I want to take some cookies to my friends tomorrow to show my thanks. I can actually bake cookies, but I cheat. I cheat a hell of a lot with it. So it's the Quaker Instant Oatmeal Cookie Mix, where it's basically you just add water, but then I also add a crap ton of peanut butter and chocolate chips. And so they're oatmeal peanut butter chocolate chip cookies, and I put a dash of cinnamon on top, and they're super yummy. And so that's what I'm going to be doing after this, because it doesn't take that long because each batch just takes exactly 10 minutes in the oven, and you have to time it exactly 10 minutes. Because sometimes you look at them and be like, oh, well, the bottoms aren't brown yet, so leave them in a bit longer. It's like, no, no, no. They come out, they are super soft, but they solidify once they cool down a bit. And then they're like the perfect, gooey, yummy, delicious cookies. I should make them more often, but if I did, I'd be eating like 60 fucking cookies in a month because they're so good. I love them so much. And so usually around Christmas, especially since I don't have much to give to people, that's something I would do that, it takes effort and they're very enjoyable and they're fairly cheap gifts to do because it doesn't cost that much to get the cookie mix and chocolate chips and stuff. So that's what I'm doing after this. Well, I'm going to have dinner first. Again, there are a few dinners I can cook. And so I'm going to have one of those dinners where scrambled eggs with cheese and chicken bacon. It's easy enough. I can do that. That I can master. I've burnt my scrambled eggs more than one occasion. But I can usually manage that one. But yeah, oatmeal peanut butter chocolate chip cookies. Oh, so good. They're so good. Because I always have a large stash of peanut butter because peanut butter is my everyday food. From autistic perspective, it's my everyday food. But, I have a jam-packed live stream tomorrow. Well, I don't know how jam-packed it is because I'll be on it for a few hours, but it's not like I struggle to fill time because even now it feels like I'm struggling to fill time, but I am absolutely filling time. And then somebody's going to comment something and I'm going to start blathering on about that for the next 10 minutes. And Nicholas is going to be like, God damn it. You had an extra hour and you're still going over. Oh, I wish I had a gingerbread house kit. I would like that. I like the decorating of the gingerbread houses, but I want like real gingerbread. The store-bought kits are so fucking stale. I would like to do like a real one with like fresh gingerbread and stuff like that. That'd be so yummy. Ethan Dark says 6-hour stream. Go to my live streams. I've had one recently. Once upon a time, I'm like, oh, I'm going to be doing live streams. I hope I can fill 2 hours. And now it's like a short one is 3.5. Shade Dragon is saying Cheez It makes a gingerbread house kit. It sounds weird. Yeah, I suppose it's like making a nacho gingerbread house where all the walls are nacho and you use like cheese sauce to have them all together. And then you put the garnishes of like olives and salsa and sour cream and stuff like that for like the snow and whatnot. Actually, I think it has potential. Yeah, it's made. I would hope that it's, edible. All gingerbread houses should be edible. But I used to, when we did get the kits and stuff like that, of course I would go over the top. So it wasn't just the gingerbread house, but then I would also have like the path, like a sidewalk path leading to the door and little bushes and things of that sort. And so you have a big tray around it. So the gingerbread house is in the middle, and then there's like icing and cookies and candies all around it and stuff. It's been such a long time since I've done something like that. I should do it again because it's fun. It's fun playing with your food. Let's see. Oh, I still have 2 minutes to kill. Let's see if I can make it. Oh, Groove Dragon. Here we go. So perfect New Year's gift delivery by December 30th. Order now. I don't usually read vampire stories, but I will make an exception for your work. Why, thank you. It's not going to shock you, but it is loaded with my political and social commentary. But there's only so much that I can tell you guys about it because I don't want to give away too much. And so everything I talk about with it is in the first part of the book. Because, you know, of course, a good book should have a turning point in it. And there is one in it that I can't talk about too much because it would spoil some of the fun of it. So if I talk about like the past, like some plot points that I want in the past, that's not necessarily spoiling this book, but it would spoil any prequels that you might want to read. But it is good. Groove Dragon, thank you. I'm making an exception. I just ordered a paperback version, so cha-ching. Happy belated solstice to you. Why, thank you. I should have put that up on. I'm still not used to doing this part where you can actually put it up on screen. I super appreciate it. Let's see. Shade Dragon talking about the cheese cracker house, like M&M's frosting and that does sound a bit weird. But now I'm thinking, oh my God, I want a gingerbread house now. Okay, fine. Groove Dragon, my gift to you is that buy yourself a present. That works. It's like 2 gifts in one. Here we go to sign off with me. So please go like, subscribe, watch my content tomorrow when I'm on. Stay tuned to this space. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh. I don't know if you can hear him purr. My lipstick's not so wet anymore. So let's do this properly, Abernathy. Okay. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank Nicholas for being an amazing producer over all of this. Don't. No, thank Nicholas Abernathy. Don't play with the toys. And thanks to the mods, and thank you all you wonderful people for coming out. Anyway, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today. Merry Christmas!
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
All type of hustles and all type of grips, pushing all stereotypes and all type of myths. Look how they talk it fast, yep, they type it swift. They got to get the gab and know just how to recite a script, the formula to keep you mad, show you why your life's a bitch. These awful hypocrites with lies dripping off their lips, but they could give a shit about what you really dealing with. It's all for the bag, all for the cash, all for the drip. They here to get rich, but I ain't here to trip. Just all for my analysis and watch the stones start to get thrown at glass palaces. Cause when they spit that bullshit, I gotta challenge it, man. I manhandle it, break it down, dismantle it. Cause if it ain't true, then my doom, I can't stand on it. I can't stand with it. The stance is against it with Witnessing the slaughter of innocent Palestinians like cowboys and settlers killing off the indigenous. Y'all claim y'all in the right, but it's all wrong. I can't rock with you, something fishy going on, the stench is strong. Tilapia, so we formed a coalition here. Our main mission is stopping you. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
The mob wants victory, but more than that, it wants the total humiliation of its enemies.
Hello. Uh-oh, can't hear you, Lance. Can't hear you. Now I can.
Oh, you can? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, hello, everyone. What a way to start the show. How you doing?
In silence. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. I guess once again, I mean, Rebecca said she was going to join us today. Maybe she'll be here in a little bit. Rebecca also said she was going to join us last week, and she didn't. But
we'll be pleasantly surprised. That's what,
Yeah.
You just we'll do our thing, and hopefully she will grace us with her presence.
Yeah, I mean, it's the holiday season.
It is.
Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report. He's usually one of the regulars, along with me and Lance, who always make sure to be here. But this is the time of the year where Mike takes off, so we got Mike out. David Dole is David Dole. Oh, who knows where he is? And Ariana is again, don't know where she is either.
It's the holidays. Everyone's busy.
It's holidays. Yeah. And Rebecca, last week she wanted to join, but she got stuck in traffic. She said she should be here this week, but who knows? We'll see. But you got me and Lance. We're 1 week away from this time next week. You'll be if you celebrate Christmas, you'll be celebrating Christmas. So this is the last show of the when is New Year's? Is this the last show of the year, or next Thursday is January 1st. So I guess it's really up to us, because no one parties on the night of January 1st. So maybe some of us will be here. I don't know. If it was the 31st, I could tell you we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's true. This might be the first show until the 8th. Looking at the calendar,
maybe. Yeah. Definitely no show next week because it's Christmas. Oh wait, yes. Look at this. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm gonna see here. Speak of the devil. Oh, here she is.
What was y'all saying? Y'all was what
we were talking shit.
No. We were just talking about how we don't know who's showing up today. That's all.
You was coughing just now. Was that?
No, that was me. That was me choking.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that your tell? Is that like if I play poker with Binder and I hear him cough, that's what I know.
Right. I can't help but cough when I get nervous. Right.
Mm-hmm. I'm here.
Happy holidays, Rebecca. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too. I missed you guys.
Yeah, same. We thought you were going to join us last week, but you got stuck I was letting people know that you got stuck in traffic last week, and that's why.
And when I was in the car, I was so tired. I'm like, baby, I ain't gonna make it. I gotta get upstairs. I gotta get myself together. I gotta do all the things. And I was doing the thing where people get off of work and think about their life and want to take a nap in the car, but it was nighttime. And anybody who knows Atlanta traffic, it's ridiculous right now. I don't know why. Maybe because people are here, or maybe because construction right now is ridiculous on the highways. I don't know. But I got home, I got in the parking lot. It was brick outside that night. It was, I think it was like a good 30 degrees. But I know y'all in New York. Well, you're in New York and you're in Canada, so y'all know cold is cold. Yep. But for here, it's like, why is it this cold? When I lived in New York, when I lived in Brooklyn, I used to ask myself, like, why does my face hurt? Like, why do I live somewhere where my face hurts in the winter? But it changed. It started being like just cool during the winters in the last few years. But I think now this year it's cold, right?
It's been cold this season. So it's not even winter. It's not even winter yet. Do you realize that?
Mm-hmm.
And it's been cold.
It's been cold.
Yeah, so I mean, we had a cold front here in New York. 30 degrees is when the weather started getting nice here. We had a couple days where, and there's something going around too. A lot of people catching the flu around here. In my kids' school, like half of my son's class was out. People were with the flu, and my 6-month-old, we went in for her 6-month checkup, and the doctor was like,
She's
"There's
6
something
months already?"
Yeah. And the doctor was like, "Oh, I recommend the flu shot. They could start getting it at 6 months because something's going around." And it's something. Yeah.
I just know I can't believe she's 6 months already, because I just remember when you sprung it on us that my girl had a baby like 2 minutes ago, but I'm here. I'm like, wait, what? She was pregnant? You had a new baby? What's going on? And now she's 6 months. This is crazy. This is crazy. Time flies.
Time does fly. Yep.
What is her name?
Effie.
Not you named her Effie.
Yeah.
Like what brought on Effie? That's a good vintage strong name.
Right.
What made you name her Effie?
Well, we got a few vintage names with the kids. We got my son is Ezra.
Oh,
my first daughter is Enid.
Okay.
And then there's Effie.
So I'm thinking that your partner's name starts with an E.
No, this was accidental. We accidentally realized we were naming them E, and then for the third one, we were like, we got to keep the pattern going now. We got
I like it.
Cool.
I like it. No, Effie is a good, strong name. Baby gonna grow up and be Effie. Because a lot of people the reference to Effie is for Dreamgirls. So
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, a lot of people, always the reference for Effie is always for Dreamgirls. So, but that's a good, strong name for a little white baby. That's crazy.
Well, they are Latino too, but that's white as well.
Okay, good. Because we didn't know that. Okay, so that makes a little sense. They got a little color in them. All right. Okay, there's balance.
For Ezra, we just like the name.
That's a beautiful name. That's a biblical name. I mean, I know it's
it is. It's a
strong name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. And then for Enid, I don't know if you're familiar with the comic and movie Ghost World, where the
I'm not, but I was gonna go with the garden.
I know of Ghost World
in the Bible.
But it's not Eden, it's Enid.
Oh, Enid.
Yeah.
Oh, see here, gonna hit me just trying to make all your babies biblical names. Okay, Enid. Okay, so you named them after the comic.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, like the character from the comic book / movie Ghost World.
Okay.
And then Effie, there's a few places where that name's from, but for my wife, she was a big fan of the British TV show Skins, and there's a character on that show named Effie.
Okay.
Never seen Skins.
Right.
Is it good?
I like it. I love when
too into it, but
babies have names because there's origins. There's I name my baby this because some people are naming their kids. Remember what's that man name that we don't see no more? Elon Musk. He named his baby like some kind of digit or something. What was it?
Yeah.
It's XLR or something. It's got symbols that are not normal, right? Again, what is that? You're insulting the Elven language. I'm like, I didn't.
They tried to pull a Prince when Prince changed his name to the symbol.
Yeah.
What is that weird letter that's like half A, half E? Do you know? That's what one of the. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My brother, my eldest brother,
A12.
He got to America. And he started seeing people name their children like Apple and like Tree,
Water,
and North, stuff like that. So he named his son Z. One is named Green. He's born on Christmas Day. I'm like, you couldn't name baby Jesus. You couldn't name that baby anything else, but he named him Green. His brother is named Red. And the daughter, who is she's born on the same day as me, May 15th. She's 1 year old. She's named Goldie. So you have Green, Red, and Goldie, and I hate it all so much. But I love my children. My nieces and nephews love them. They're the youngest, but he done came to America and was realizing they name their babies all these type of names, you know. And my son, he was born on Christmas Day, so I'll do green. The other one wasn't born near Christmas, but he's red. And Creole, that means strong. The definition of
close
the
to
word
February could be a Valentine's Day color too, right?
the baby ain't born near Valentine's. It's a swear. But he's a Haitian baby, and so his
red hot summer baby could be red.
Baby born in the spring. But I will give him, you know, a pass because in Creole, lead means strong or hard or whatever. So that's like the definition of that. So he named the baby that, but the baby goes by his middle name, which is Doobie. And there's an African artist named Lucky Doobie, passed away. But he named him after that. So it's Red Doobie and Green Ethan, but they decided we're not going to go with Ethan. We're going to go with Green. So in school, they'd be like, Green, you know, Green. And I'm just like, oh, but now it's just like, okay, Green, you know. I don't know if he knows his name is awkward yet. But you know, we treat him like all, you know, regular, just green. My mom just can't comprehend in her Haitian accent. She's just like, why green? Like, why green? But my brother don't speak no English, but here he is naming the kids the American colors.
Hey, if it works, it works.
It works. The baby's name is Goldie. I think Goldie is more of I've heard like Goldie Hawn.
Goldie, like, that's who I think of. Goldie Hawn, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good name. She's adorable. She shines. You know, it works. It works. So, but you know, people name their kids, and I just feel like everything is in a name. So, but your children's names are beautiful, Matt. So
thank you.
Look, I'm just giving the audience a little something into your life because we ain't know about the baby until you told us on the day. You're like, yeah, I had a baby like 5 minutes ago, but I'm here. You know,
I thought people maybe I you know, I do a bunch of different streams and shows, and I never remember who I'm telling what. So I thought I mentioned it on here, but maybe I mentioned
it here because we were all shocked. Like, you had a baby,
I was like a third.
Right. Like,
that's
what?
A lot of kids.
Like, we know you're a dad, but I didn't know.
I apologize. Didn't mean to do it on purpose. Also, you know, I don't like to. I got no problem talking about my kids. I love talking about them, but I also don't like those parents who don't shut up about their kids. So,
that's
there's got to be like a middle ground where, like, you got to do it so much enough that the kids are still cute, and the audience listening isn't like, I don't care about those kids anymore.
No, I think now is a good time, but I also do think, which I do understand, like exposing, if I was a mother, you know, exposing my children on the internet because people are so mean. Somebody put in the chat, you know, like Beyonce named her child Blue. And I remember a lot of people were really mean about the name at first and what the baby looked like and all the, you know, those things. So with being on the internet and being a public figure in some way, like, your baby is susceptible to what you get. So if people aren't like, you know, pleased with what you said, they'll find a picture of your child and say mean things or stuff like that. So I definitely understand keeping that area of your life private. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll post pictures of them sometimes. It always really bothers me when someone wants to be an asshole in the comments for the post with their picture. It's like, you could literally pick any post you want and you call me whatever. Call me whatever, knock me for whatever. You could even Photoshop a picture of me to make me look stupid if you want. I don't care. Just I wouldn't do that to someone else's picture with their kids.
Oh yeah,
the kids to me are always off limits no matter what. Now, if my kid grows up to be an adult and gets involved in a public sort of life, then you could go after them for what they say when they're an adult in that context. But as long as they're kids, you gotta leave them alone, and I do that for other people too. Like, I don't go after Barron Trump, and you know, he's now old enough.
He's old. No.
But you know what? I don't even until he gets involved, like Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump. I have no reason to say anything about him.
Yeah, no, totally. I went through the trouble of taking a picture of Jack Posobiec going to Disneyland with his kids. I blurred the kids' faces out because I was like, that's not part of my burn in me posting this. I was just posting a picture of him going to Disneyland because he was one of the people saying like anyone who goes to Disneyland is a groomer. If you take your kids to Disneyland, you're a groomer. And then there was a picture of him with his kids at Disneyland. So I just blurred the kids' faces and posted it. And then I was like, this you? And yeah, you can attack people without attacking the children. It's not hard.
Yes.
Yeah. So what about you, Lance? Do you want any kids? Look, here go me being an old lady. When you gonna have some kids? Like when you gonna bring the babies around?
Maybe I have like 12 kids around the world and I don't even know.
Look, people who say that you was a Rolling Stone before you got married.
No. I feel so weird how sometimes you'll talk to people and they'll be like, "Oh, I probably have kids I don't even know about," and you're like, how do you have children you don't know?
Did you give to like a sperm bank or something?
No, I'm just being silly. I don't.
I'm like,
I don't have an international. Although I have seen documentaries on dudes who do that. That's an actual thing. Like guys who are like, I have to have like thousands of children, so I go around the world.
Oh, there
banks and stuff like that. Like
there's horror stories of people doing stuff illegal with that shit too. Like
yeah. I knew it was like illegal. Like there's doctors who have there's a case in Canada where a doctor actually was he worked in a fertility clinic and he was actually getting women pregnant with his sperm, but he didn't tell anyone. So there was thousands of kids who found out years later that they were like, one of his kids. And someone I knew in university found out while they were going to school that they were one of those kids, and like, unfortunately suffered depression and all this problems from it. But really fucked up that like, a doctor did that shit. And wasn't the only one either. Yeah.
Somebody said Celeste said nobody wants to bring kids into this world. Baby, into this current world, if you have a partner, like if you are married or have a partner and you guys are together and you have your children, I think that's good. But baby, being knocked up right now with just a man you met yesterday, or somebody who's unsure of you or other things, it ain't right. Even having a pet in a relationship breakup in this day and age, it ain't right. I had a friend, she broke up with her boyfriend at the time. And she left the house. They had an argument. She came back to get the dog. It was the baby. Came back to get the dog. Couldn't find the dog. Don't know where the dog went. Don't know where the dog is until this day. And
wow,
yeah,
that's messed up.
It was devastating. That was her dog, and he was, just to be rude, just to be nasty because of the breakup, went and did something with that dog. Not even sure, but
I mean, dogs under the law, dogs are considered property. So if she wanted to, she could have pursued it legally.
I wish she knew that. That was like 10 years ago. So I wish she knew that at the time. But it was one of those things. It was like, let me get out of this relationship. This guy's a psycho. If he can do this, I'm just like, I don't want any parts of it. But yeah, I remember this dog. I remember she put her, like, that was her baby, and went back to get that baby, the dog, and because first of all, people about their dogs, I thought it was just white people, but it's everybody about their dogs. Like they don't, like, that's their child. So going back,
I would go John Wick so fast.
And so
I thought the story was going to be like the boyfriend kept the dog and wouldn't give her back, which while that would suck, at least you would know where the dog was, if the dog was doing okay or not. But the fact that there's just nothing that
nobody knows what happened to that dog. That dog is, I pray that is with a good family, maybe brought to the pound or vet or something like that, but the dog is gone, and she never tried to get information, tried to ask about where the dog was. He never gave any information about it and was really vindictive and nothing. So I was like, damn, and I remember she really put a lot in to get the dog and take care of the dog. And it was just a baby and all the things. And so, yeah, so even in relationships, getting knocked up and even having a pet, in a breakup. So just as long as you are, in your relationship, it's tried and true. Okay. And you guys are ready to have a child in this economy, in this country, good. But it ain't no sense in bringing a baby into this world, and with 2 states, not really 2, but with less states than before being able for you to even have the option for your right to either have a child or not, please just wrap it up. I sound like the people in high school where they only told us to wrap it up or you get herpes. That was the 2 things. They never told us any in between. It was you wrap it up or you get herpes. They never told us about anything else.
And pregnancy. Like you'll get someone pregnant the first time you have sex without a condom. That was basically it. You're like, oh my God.
Like they taught us
I didn't know it was scary.
Nothing. Like they taught us nothing. You really had to learn as you go and be like, so am I pregnant or do I have herpes? We didn't know anything else.
Two outcomes. Yeah. This is our PSA, everybody. Wear condoms. Condoms are cheap.
Condoms.
They're available everywhere. Wear them. They will provide protection.
There's all types
no
too.
Pregnancies, no STDs.
Yes, we are pro condoms here on the Leftist Mafia because there's all types for whatever floats your boat. They got all kinds. If you're into weird stuff, they got the type. If you like it hot and cold, they got the type. If they got the barely there. I heard that they got the types. Please wrap it up if you ain't ready.
So what are we talking about today?
Yeah, we're talking about
what has been going on? There's been a lot going on, and so I'm not sure what you guys talked about on the last episode that I missed. But
we're talking about, I think at the time the big story was Candace Owens going.
That's over now. It's not fun anymore.
Yeah, she already met with Erica Kirk, right? And they've bygones be bygones.
She became probably a conspiracy.
What happened? She became part of it.
She met with Erica Kirk, and they had a 4.5 alleged very productive meeting. And then right after that, she basically decided that she's not going to go after Turning Point as much anymore. And it seems like the whole thing's over. I mean, we can joke about it, and I won't ruin anyone's bits, but I will say that it just seems like 2 people got behind the scenes. They tried to silence Candace Owens, but she's just too powerful now. She's just too much of a titan in the industry, and so they probably brokered a deal. I'm guessing it was like something along the lines of what will it take for you to stop directly fucking with the organization. And
it felt weird because I wasn't keeping up with it, but I still could catch up, coming on the internet and seeing the random clips of Candace Owens. I think the latest one that I seen a few days ago was her saying, I told you guys one of the things that I do is get a little bit angry and react out of anger and speak out of anger and speak out of turn and those type of things when I get angry. So she was saying that was one of her downfalls as a person, her characteristic that she doesn't like about herself. And so I'm like, damn, did Erica Kirk get in there and be like, girl, say my name again, mention my husband again, I'm gonna take your house, your kids gonna be on the streets, you're gonna have nothing, so get on the internet, apologize in whatever way you need to, and say you're never gonna speak about Turning Point again. Which is crazy because Candace Owens, since the assassination of Charlie Kirk, she has been saying like, don't follow Turning Point, they're a scam. She, how she does. Once you get to going,
she said they knew. Like someone at Turning Point knew about the assassination.
She said they knew. She said it was a setup. Yeah. She said all those things. This was out of Candace Owens' mouth. Countless podcasts and talking points and those type of things. And then now just to see, you would think, because it started off like, okay, she was saying like, they were coming after me, and then she was still saying that in what she was saying, but she was like, but I was just mad, and I realized that when I'm mad, I say things, and and then I told you guys it's one of the things that I do that I don't like, and blah blah blah. So I'm like, what did that lady come in there and tell you? She told you to leave her husband's name out of you. No matter what don't speak again, or I will take everything from you. And I feel like Candace was like shook and came back and was like, I'm not going to say anything about that anymore. I was wrong in a way. Like she stretched it, but kind of like got to, I was wrong, and I won't say anything else about that.
It definitely seems like she changed completely after that meeting and then dropped so much of the worst parts of the conspiracy. So
how is her how is her audience reacting to this? Because that's so obviously like
Very
YouTube,
negative.
anyone else. Oh, they are acting negatively. All right, good.
Yeah, I mean, if the like, well, there's no way to have a metrics because I can't tell you like, well, based on the data from this and this, she got this many more because I haven't
Which is
actually
like,
done
you
that.
know, when you go
Tons
on
of
her,
people are posting huge amounts of her YouTube comments, just being like, "I trusted you. Why the fuck are you dropping this? You told
That's
us
what I
not to
meant.
believe lies. You said everything is fake and gay. Now you're fake and gay. That was your slogan because that was your slogan for a while. Fake and gay. Like everyone's lying to you about Charlie Kirk. They're fake and gay, and now they're all just being like, "This, you're the one who is now fake and gay," and all this other stuff like that. Like, I think like you can't prime your audience
they're such
this
children.
much,
I
right?
swear though, like
I know.
faking gay. What the fuck?
I mean, that's their thing. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, you can't prime your audiences for this much conspiracy theories and then just be like, stop. you can't just be like, you know,
Forget about it.
yeah. She accused the French government a couple weeks ago of assassinating Charlie Kirk, potentially wanting to assassinate her, being in conjunction with the Israeli government, Mossad agents, potentially high-end people in the Trump administration, potentially Turning Point USA, and maybe even Erica knew about it. Like that's how far she had gone. You can't just be like, I get carried away sometimes, you know?
No.
Who doesn't get carried away, right?
No.
Like,
Yeah. You can't just do that, but she did it. You can't just do that and think that people are going to just go with it. And again, this is people from kind of the same side of the coin, right? But there's like different branches to it, and Candace is black. I'm like, girl, now I want you to know, like, people will ride with you until they're not riding with you. And here you are, you know, you met with her and people were expecting it to be spicy because even on that side there is division, as we see, because that's why allegedly Charlie Kirk, you know, they did what they did because there's a division within amongst them. But you know, people were waiting for that salaciousness. They wanted to come back and hear, because a lot of people are going with the fact that Candace really rides for Kirk, even, you know, after his death. And it's like, remember she said, I don't care what they do to me, I'm going to make sure that his name is still out there, and I'm going to make sure that the story gets told, and it's gonna, you know, it's going to be up to me. She really took on that bed, right? Because they, you know, they say take up your bed and walk, and she took that. But when Erica said, you know, you sit with me and tell everybody you're gonna sit with me, and after that, she had a change of tune, which is, we know that when people change their tune like that, something must have been said, something must have been threatened, something must have happened there. And that's just what I feel, because how you go so hard, you know, for months, and then just turn around and be like, well, I was just on my period. I hated that for her. I was like, girl, that sucks. Like, for you to come out and be like, I just had an attitude, you know, I was just, and it was like, nah. But still don't like Candace. Didn't like her before that. Don't like her after, you know. So let them fight amongst themselves, because Erica Kirk is still gonna sit on people's couch, and I think she's crying, I don't know, but do something, you know, performative. She's still going to do that. And they're still going to give her money. And she's still going to use that man's podcast. She's still going to, like, those things are still going to happen, whether we like it or not, whatever Candace says or not, it's still going to happen. I don't think Candace has as much power as we see that Erica has garnered immediately after the death of her late husband. So, yeah.
I will say this, it was stunning to see how much power Candace has accumulated in this process, though, just because they tried to do the thing they always do, where they try to, like, shut up someone who is causing trouble in the right-wing podcast circuit. So, like, you know, Steven Crowder went after her, Tim Pool went after her, Megyn Kelly was kind of on the fence, Matt Walsh went after her, Tucker Carlson said, like, there's no conspiracy. Like, they had all of the right-wing pundits coming after Candace Owens, and then Barry Weiss went on CBS and did, like, the Erica Kirk town hall, the Erica Kirk calls out Candace Owens special. Like, that was on mainstream news and everything, and Candace wasn't backing down that whole time. Like, I feel she grew to the point where she was beating them at the Game of White Supremacy podcast host. Like, she's the number one. The day she came back from Erica Kirk's thing, she had 320,000 live viewers. 320,000. Yeah, I was like, that's,
well, she's benefiting.
That's Tim, Hassan, Crowder, like all of the Daily Wire combined into one person. She's become more powerful than all of them. So I think she might have had some leverage in that meeting where they sat down and she was like, I'm assuming Erica was just like, we need to make this go away. How can we do this? Like, what?
Well, how do we do this? Is listen, heifer. Keep saying my husband's name and making me look crazy. You're going to have to go and use your platform and say the opposite. I don't care what that makes you look like, but you're going to have to do something different. And different looks like making you look stupid and not me. So if you want your kids to see another day at school, if you want, if you want to keep doing your podcast, you need to shut the hell up and tell the people right now something different. And that girl turned on her camera. And it was like a little bit of a struggle because she was just like going around and around and like literally, they said this and they said that. And she was still saying that and then ended up with, but it's just maybe I had an attitude that day. I told you guys that I struggle with the attitude. And and I was like, girl, what? But that was from the clip I saw. I didn't go in and watch the whole segment or the whole podcast that she did or the video that she did. I didn't do it, watch it. That's not my thing, but I did go off of the clips that were going and they were long enough for me to pull that information. So yeah, but whatever. Now, okay, so we have that. Then we have Marjorie Taylor Greene, bald-headed behind. She's out here, remember just the other day, it was like, I too am just like you. I was fooled by the Trump administration. And the same way that I thought he was somebody, I was fooled. And now me being Boo Boo the Fool, I got to leave just so that I can, save America, whatever, her BS. And then a lot of people, and I mean like enough people that I saw online were, and it was so crazy because I was looking in the comment section of some of the posts and people, white women, were like, hear her out though. She was a victim. She was a victim, and she just like was, somebody was like, she's so courageous for doing this.
Yeah, she's brave.
And we should support her. Feminists were really riding this, and I'm like, y'all. And this is for me, like the left itself. Most times right now, that it takes nothing for the opposition, because I gotta break that down for people who don't know what the ops are. The opposition to do something that is nothing, right? Too little, too late, baby. Like, baby, they done killed so many people. People are hungry. There are still laws in place because of them people on that side who have, signed for, rallied for, stopped, people who have been a part of voter suppression, all the things. Your grandma can't get her, your grandma Effie, she can't get her medication because
Grandma Effie.
She can't get her medication because of what this administration has done. This administration and their peers and all the people who ride for them has done. And here you are now saying, Marjorie Taylor Greene, but the same Marjorie Taylor Greene that was sitting on people's couches and was on The View and was all on these other, broadcasts, all these things. She's now making sure that before she leaves, transgender people are not able to get the gender affirming care that they need. Right.
That's her final bill that she just put through.
Yeah. To make sure that it's criminalized. So here you are, right? Like Marge and people are like, don't y'all, it's not even too soon. Like, she's just not a good person. You should not. And I'm somebody who is very, very pro forgiving because I feel like even for me, if you look at, which there are not there anymore, but tweets from when I was like 18 to who I am today, they are polar opposite, right? In today's day and age, I would have to apologize for a lot of the things that I was engaging in or whatever on the internet, just because of things that I was brought up in my culture or around or whatever. There was just no knowledge. And no, this is the person that is deep-seated bad.
Yeah, she never tried to change either, though. That's the difference, right? It'd be one thing if Marjorie Taylor Greene had come forward and been like, hey, by the way, I completely reject all of my prior racism, homophobia, transphobia. I'm going to work towards helping these communities and bettering them. I can't believe all this fucked up shit. All she did was basically say, I'm not going to do past the bare minimum of protecting the rapist pedophile president at this moment in time. I've done it in the past, but right now I'm not going to do it. That's what she did. And it wasn't just like, I agree with you. You saw tons of like, basically like white Democrats being like, oh, she's a hero now. But you also saw like some so-called progressive, hosts being like, we should have conversation with Marjorie Taylor Greene. We should, share a beer with her, find out where we agree on a certain issue. And I was always like, this is the worst possible strategy I've ever heard, because anyone who is that far right, it's like aligning with Nick Fuentes because he says he hates Israel. It's like, you don't gain anything from aligning with a Nazi because they're Nazis. They hate everything, right? Like, and you can work much better than finding the Marjorie Taylor Greene who you like agree with 10% of things on, with the person who you might actually agree with 90% on, who's also working towards like leftist policies. It's not Marjorie Taylor Greene, the bigot. So fuck like, honestly, all those people who for the past couple months have been like, oh, she's anti-war. I was like, she's a war profiteer. She has tens of thousands of dollars in war stocks. To pass that transphobic bill she just did, I don't know if both of you saw, but she decided not to vote on the restrictions for like defensive arms bill that was going through, and instead was like, well, I capitulated on that one so I could bring forward my transphobic bill. And I was like, great. So she's just shit.
There are people, because there are people always looking for support of issues that traditionally didn't have a lot of support. For example, with what's going on in Gaza with Israel, until recently, the Palestinian cause wasn't such a popular issue in the mainstream. I mean, by far, you were considered to be the in mainstream media, or even in mainstream society. If you weren't pro-Israel, you were considered to be the one who was off kilter or whatever. But that's since changed. But there are still people who are coming from that old, I guess, older feeling. So when they see someone of any sort of stature supporting, or they feel like is supporting Palestine, then they want to give that person a chance. They want that person to be a part of it. I think that's, I understand the feeling for that, but someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene's not that person, just like you wouldn't do the same with Nick Fuentes. A lot of people on the right are anti-Israel, but could not give a shit about the Palestinians. And people need to realize that. But they don't make that obvious. I want to make that clear. They know that just by criticizing Israel and just not saying anything about Palestine, they can weave that, that thread of feeling like they could get accepted by people who are pro-Palestinian or pro-Palestine. People need to be careful about that. And I'm not saying that to knock any. I am clearly someone who is on the pro-Palestine side of things. I shouldn't have to say that, but I'm saying not everyone, your enemy's enemy is not always your friend. It's not how it always works.
No, and true. It's politics. I think that people also have expectations, especially on things like Palestine and things like that, for their favorite politician, especially right now. It's like, if you said this or did this, and for example, I'm going to go with Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, right? She's running for Senate right now. And a lot of people are misquoting or using like old footage from a clip and saying that, because she said this, and you can't even vote for her because you don't live in Texas. But people are saying, I wouldn't vote for her or things like that. I did a video on this, and I just feel that while I can understand if that were the case, exactly what they were trying to make it be, okay, but it's not, right? But at the same time, like you were saying, your favorites may not have the same exact view on you with you about that thing. But I think in right now, especially we got to be careful with who we support and not support. Marjorie Taylor Greene is somebody who, from the jump, from the beginning, from entry, okay, has showed you, told you so many ways, even though she just recently sat down on so many couches trying to give you tears, the white woman tears, the crocodile tears, to support her. And after all she's done, and then what she is still currently making sure that she does, to tell you to empathize and sympathize with her because she was a victim. And that's the difference between her and our Congresswoman, Jasmine Crockett, who, you may not like for some other reasons, but we need to get people in office. And I just feel like the expectations on politicians, I don't trust neither one of them. I don't care if you see, this is not 2008 where you vote because the person Black, right? Because they're a minority. That was a good time. It was nice, right? But that's not what we're on right now, right? What do we need? What do the people need?
I mean, I actually, in 2008, I thought Obama was really good for a multitude of reasons. The fact that he was
good. I'm glad.
The fact that he was Black was just a cherry on top, really.
But the Black folks, I'll tell you what the Black folks did. We was like, oh, he Black. Oh, baby, so no, we don't need to know nothing else. He Black. And so, and while that was a great time, and that was my first time ever voting, and I'll vote again the same way if it was 2008. But because I work in politics for the last decade and all the things that and all the things that you think differently, but at the same time, and this, you think about the times that we're in. Keep playing, and we're gonna mess around and keep putting ourselves back. We don't have. What are the other options? Think about the other options. Think about what we have now. This is politics. I did a video on Jasmine Crockett, and I was saying, this is too reminiscent of the Kamala Harris, to me, situation, the Stacey Abrams. It's the more so the idea of somebody removing themselves from a place that people are comfortable with so much and saying like, okay, girl, now you're doing too much trying to do this. I think we need you just here. And it's like, okay, how can we make any changes? Nobody else is trying to get this seat. Nobody else is trying to, fight here. She's actually risking.
Well, there is another candidate who
yes, absolutely. I
think he might be.
I think she's 8 points. I think she's above this person like 8 points as of like 2 days ago.
Yeah, I think listen, I agree with you. I think that recent clip of hers has been explained. It's not a great clip, but it's not a great clip. But it's also not exactly how
the full story.
How it's being portrayed when you don't watch it. Like the way it's being described is not 100% accurate either. But it's also not a great clip. Yeah. I think, I think in terms of this particular seat, I do worry about those reporting I've heard where the Republicans would prefer her to win because they think in the general she's easier to beat than the other candidate. That doesn't mean I don't like her. I just think we have to wait and see, and I just hope the candidate that could beat the Republicans win. If that's her, that's great.
And
but
that's,
if it's
that I'm with you on that one. Now, my preference would be that, but I can't vote in Texas. Now, I would love for the people to vote. Yeah. I would love for the people to vote correctly in Texas, just like they did in New York. But I would love for people to come out and do the proper thing. At least just get somebody. I said, even if she doesn't win, I just think the bigger picture is, I think it's beyond just the Palestinian thing. I think that people are uncomfortable with seeing somebody try to move from a certain position that they're already praised for and what they're known for, being loud and being proud and being that, and trying to do something different. I think we need more of that because these positions, a lot of people are holding up the seats for decades, not doing anything, not saying anything, not making any changes or differences. It's just the same thing over and over. They're just your representative and not doing anything for you. So I think in this time, we do need changes that make sense for especially these particular states that have it bad. Florida, Georgia, Texas, we know that these places have it the worst. So making, positive changes and not fueling the fire to just be like, I'm going to sit this one out. We got to really make changes or we're going to have or these states and our peers and our friends and families are going to have a representation that isn't representation, that's going to hurt them more and taking away rights every time we wake up, every time we go to sleep, every minute, it's going to be that. So that's all I am. But there is, like you said, Matt, there's, somebody else who is running for the same seat. And so just make the right decision. Just as long as we have somebody else that is not, we're putting people in place that are not going to be people who hurt us in the long run. And I think that is where we should go. We got to be moving towards change. We got to be moving toward people who actually think about the people.
Right.
And so, I want to say, like, Palestine isn't the only issue. It is a major issue, and people should be on the right side of it. Don't get me wrong. But there are so many other ones too. We got to make sure, like, you want your, like I said, Grandma Effie to get her medicine. You want those things. You want to be able to, for you to go in and get your medicine. You don't want to go to work and then they say, we don't want to hire you because you're disabled, you're Black, or you're Asian, or you're whatever. You want these things to be a thing. You want to be able to say, I'm not ready to be a mom. I'm not ready to be a parent right now. So, or I want my gender affirming care. You want a representative who can do that or help you with that, especially at the state and local level. You want that. So be smart about it.
Right. Yeah. Listen, if you could vote in that election, in the primary, campaign for who you want, work for who you want. In the primary, vote for who you want. But especially in a situation where the electoral makeup is what it is in Texas, once there's a primary winner, coalesce around the candidate that wins. It's what we should do. It's what we should do, and it's what the not everyone in the Democratic establishment did for Zoran Mamdani, but it was the right thing to do for the people who did coalesce around Zoran after he won the primary. So we should do the same in every election, because that's the right thing to do, especially when we're trying to defeat a Republican.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And the only criticism that I actually have, because I've had criticism of her in the past, I ain't scared to criticize nobody. But the only criticism I have is, like, don't focus so much on the things that are being said about you, but focus more on the policies that you want to bring to your people. I'd rather hear more of that. What are you trying to bring? How are you trying to bring it? Really focusing on that, because every question that's being brought to you is the same damn thing. Every single time somebody talks to you, I think you should spin it and say, this is what I'm trying to do for the people, how I'm going to do it. I think I want to hear more of that from her moving forward, but that's pretty much it, but yeah, that, what else is going on
I had a question to ask to Americans. Is there a general sentiment in the US right now that y'all could go to war at any day? Because just watching it from the outside, I feel that, like, every day
with who?
With Venezuela. I just feel like randomly is going to be like, hey, by the way, we're launching Operation Supreme Freedom Force, and it's happening, and we're bombing Venezuela today. And then everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess it's happening.
I do wonder, I think he could do anything, obviously, but I do wonder if he would hold back simply because he likes this idea. It's not true, but obviously if you launch a full-scale war, you can't even pretend it's true anymore, that he's like the peace guy. That would totally derail his dream of winning a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean,
he already got the FIFA one.
Well, I think he knows that's not the. I think even he knows it's not the same. I mean, listen, I think I don't think anyone's under the illusion that he is the peace guy, and that he isn't responsible for a lot of terrible things going on in the world. And I think he knows that as well, deep down inside. But at the same time, you could at least pretend up until you start, like, the full-scale war, and then you can't pretend anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really been following it, but you guys are educating me on that. I've seen some things and people talking about it, especially on TikTok. I've seen people put up some videos, but
yeah, basically Trump is there's reporting that he's getting closer and closer to just starting a full-scale war with Venezuela. I mean, they're They've moved, from my understanding, military in the area. They're still striking any boat that they see that they think or pretend to think is a drug smuggling, but reporting from the area has come out that on numerous occasions it's just been like local fishermen and whose families are destroyed because the guy just went out to make his living as he usually did, and now he's dead because of the Trump administration. I mean, it's a shame what's going on. I don't know what else to say. I mean, a shame is not even, I think, gets to the level of what it should be called, but it's tragic that there's no one doing anything to stop it. Like we're powerless. Like, what do you do to stop something like this? I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah, this administration does its best to terrorize a lot of different countries, and we see how within our country in America that they well, not you, Lance, but with over here in the deep, dirty America, what they're doing is, especially with this administration, they already tried to frame it with how they're restricting different countries and things like that to make it seem like, oh, these are already bad countries. People who come from these countries are criminals. Venezuela, Haiti, they're trying to move in on Nigeria, all the things, and we're going to restrict them and we're going to make them terrorists and we're going to put them on our banned list, so that that these people are not only criminals, they're terrorists. And so, it was bad when it was mostly brown countries, Middle Eastern countries. And now it's just adding all of these different countries because Donald Trump just feels like, I don't like them people. So now I should let you know why I don't like them, which are not valid reasons. And then now I'm going to tell you why I want to just start a war over there. And it's like, people are, like you were saying, Matt, people are dying. People waking up, going to work, ain't coming home because of Donald Trump's, this administration's reasonings, which are not valid, for why they don't like the people, why they are a threat to America. And that's why we should start a war with these countries. And they're vulnerable countries. And so if it's almost like he's picking on these countries and to infiltrate and start war and whatever he wants to do else, over there, whatever else he wants to do. I think when we see this, it's like the abuse of power at another level, but this is nothing less than Donald Trump. This is who he is. And this is what we're going to see more of, constantly just making, like, Haiti just, qualified. They'll be at, what is it, FIFA? I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Yeah, they be, what is it called? FIFA. What is the thing that they doing?
World Cup. World Cup.
The World Cup. Okay, yeah, the World Cup. Okay.
Oh boy.
They'll be at the World Cup. They'll be at the World Cup here in Atlanta, actually. And
are you going?
The tickets.
I know, but wait, I heard.
Did you say $4,000?
There are thousands of dollars, but I heard that FIFA has finally agreed to give each club or I don't know the full details.
A limited.
There's going to be a limited number of $60 tickets.
Yes,
for local.
True. Couldn't find it when they said it, so I don't know if it's available now.
It's not available yet. No. But I feel like, Rebecca, I feel like if Haiti, the team, gets a certain number of tickets to disperse, and you being who you are and such an advocate for, I feel like you can apply, or you should reach out and be like, I would love to, and cover it even. And I think
that would be
you'd
great.
be able to get.
Oh,
we get.
If that happens, I promise you guys I would do it. I looked up the tickets immediately when I saw the news. It was immediate. So I should look it up now. It's probably, I don't know. It's probably sold out, because I can imagine if they said limited, because they made such a fuss about, excuse me, like, we can't even, first of all, Trump immediately made sure that I know I said, for people, and especially in that, it was a press conference with the head of FIFA, whatever it is, World Cup. I
Yeah.
don't know, but the
Yep.
head of the people over there at soccer, and and they were like, okay, we're going to give you guys tickets for your friends and family from these countries. Just apply for people who don't have visas or things like that, and we'll speed the process up for you to make sure you're able to come and rep your countries and support. And Donald Trump immediately was like, yeah, Haiti, not you. I think Iran. I think Iran was the only other country that.
From my understanding, there's some Iranian players who think they're not even able to get into the country to play, let alone attend. Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And you see, it's like, not y'all, because terrorists, criminals, we don't want y'all here, right? And so, which is not true, but that's what he generalized.
Yes, I know what you're saying. Yep.
So and so that was immediate. So everybody was making a fuss about that. They didn't say much about it. There was no commentary about it. Of course, it made the news, but nothing else moved forward. But when the ticket prices people were making, like okay, we can't even, the people here in the States who are Iranian or Haitian or whatever, we can't make it to the games because we can't afford it. We can't even afford groceries. How you think we could afford $1,000, $500, $4,000 ticket to get there? So I don't know if these $60 tickets are outside of the venue on the grass, watching it from, a projectile, something on a building.
I think what's going to happen is that they're not going to be able to, like obviously for some of the bigger games, they're going to have no problem selling out the arena with thousands of dollars for a ticket. But there's also a lot more teams than ever before in it. A lot of teams that are from very small countries who've never even made it to the World Cup, who likely aren't going to have huge crowds coming out to see them. I feel like for a number of games, the more games than not, there's going to be a huge drop in price as the games get closer. Like if you're talking, you want to go see, Mbappe's France versus Holland's Norway, which is going to be one of the matchups in the group stage. That will probably be a game that sells out in the thousands. You're not going to, but for some of the smaller countries or the countries where there are less people here in the United States, I think people will be able to go to those games just so they could say they went to a World Cup game and not go broke, having to go. We'll just have to wait and see as the games get closer.
I hope that the tickets go. I really would love to go. I'm in the city. I didn't.
Oh, your mic just switched. Your mic just switched. We're listening to something else now.
Yeah, you guys listening to mine. Give me 1 second. I don't need y'all listening to the unprofessional. Hold on. Let me see. Here we go. All right, I'm back. But
no, it's still you hear that, Lance, right?
Love, because I think originally it was supposed to be in Miami.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a smaller microphone now.
A lot of Haitians and them would have been infiltrating that. But Haitians are going to be the ones in the country. They will be there at the games. They're going to make sure that they pay their last or whatever to be there. But I think that they shouldn't have to do that. Whoever buys their tickets should be able to get at the game. If y'all don't want the people from out the country to do it, they're going to watch it at the local, what we call bars in Haiti, the little bars and stuff like that. They're going to watch it there. And it's going to be a big thing for them there, just as the wins were when they qualified. Like it was the country celebrated, which is a celebration that we needed with all that's going on there. But the people here, we want to go to the games. A lot of these people want to go to the games and be there and be supportive within the stands for our teams. And so, but to have to use your last is insane to me. Like how, Taylor Swift's concerts was way too much money. I remember in 2020, Jasmine Sullivan, one of the greatest singers out there, Jasmine Sullivan, her concert immediately was, and that's when I realized, really, Ticketmaster. So you guys are in the scamming business too. You guys allow people to resell tickets for 4 times the price and don't do anything about it. And you guys are thieves. I know, what's the artist name right now? Is it Olivia Dean? I want to say it's Olivia.
You can't hear us, can you?
Olivia Dean.
Can you hear us?
She's an artist right now that's popular. Her name is Olivia Dean.
Welcome to the inaugural episode of American Wasp, where we all agree you don't get change in America by asking nicely. I am your host, Deter McBizness, New England's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant living in Southern California. The purpose of American Wasp is to explain the social values and political views of the most powerful tribe in American history. So let's start this very first episode by answering the obvious questions. What is a wasp, and why should you care? Imagine, if you can, an anthropologic mosaic featuring panels for every major American tribe you can think of and their related subgroups. African Americans, Asian Americans, Mexican Americans, every kind of immigrant. Muslims, Jews, Roman Catholics, Irish Catholics, the LGBTQ plus communities. The list goes on. The least community-oriented tribe on that mosaic is without question the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. If America represents the emergence of individualism in human history, as so many historians agree that it does, we wasps are the best Americans because we wasps epitomize American individualism. Or at least we'd like to think we do. What you'll soon find out is that that obsession with individualism derives from wasps failing more than any other American tribe at the social art of empathy. The main reason why wasps struggle so much with empathy is what you already know about them. We are, the most privileged and powerful tribe in American society. And to be perfectly honest, we deserve to be. After all, we founded this country. We've run this country. We own this country. The rest of you are just tourists. You didn't know that? Ironic, isn't it, that the most powerful tribe in American history just so happens to be the least tribal? Something to keep in mind. A quick note about empathy, since that's the social concept more frequently used these days than it has been since, I would argue, the civil rights movement. The most widely used cliche to define empathy is walk a mile in my shoes, which works fine. But I prefer to phrase empathy as an acknowledgement of ignorance, because that's exactly what it is. I have no idea what it's like to be you, just like you have no idea what it's like to be me. The reason I have no idea what it's like to be you and you have no idea what it's like to be me is that we are all prisoners of our own personal experience. That is what I like to call a Deter decree. Over the course of this show, I'll frequently revisit 3 types of foundational insights relevant to understanding someone's worldview: Deter decrees, Deter dichotomies, and Deter threes. This very first Deter decree, we are all prisoners of our own personal experience, is crucial to understanding the obliviousness of the American wasp to the plight of those less fortunate. A tremendous anecdote that perfectly encapsulates the American wasp self-image as the founders and by extension the proprietors of America is Robert De Niro's highly underappreciated 2006 film, The Good Shepherd, which explores elite East Coast wasps establishing the Central Intelligence Agency following World War II. There's a scene between Matt Damon and Joe Pesci wherein Pesci's character notes that culturally speaking, he and his fellow Italian Americans are known for having a strong commitment to family and to church. The Irish have their homeland, the Jews have their traditions, and African Americans have their music. He then asks Damon, "What about your people? What do you have?" To which Damon responds, "The United States of America. The rest of you are just visiting." A lifestyle anecdote that might help explain what I like to call the superficial spirituality of the American WASP is that the Protestant work ethic implicitly teaches that material success brings us closer to God. So instead of going on mission trips like true believers, we WASPs write checks to churches. Then before we chow down on some lobster, pray for all of the people getting screwed over by unregulated capitalistic globalism so we can enjoy more guilt-free time at our summer house. That is the ultimate symbol of WASP success, by the way, not your first, but your second home. A Nantucket Country Club conversation between a few New England WASPy good old boys might go something like, "You got a pool? Cool. I got a view. You got a view? Cool. I got a view. And a dock. And a boat. Oh, you're on the water too? Cool. But you're facing west, right? Because only an idiot would buy waterfront property that doesn't get the sunset." At this point, I should probably acknowledge that I'm describing a pretty specific type of American WASP, and it's because this is the version of the subculture with which I happen to be the most familiar. I'll get into other sub-demographics, most notably the Southern evangelical WASP, soon enough, but for now, I'm talking about the ruling class of America, the elite East Coast male country club WASPs that essentially run the nation, whether it be through direct political power or corporate political power. As you'll come to see in future episodes, the Southern evangelical WASPs are merely manipulated by these country club WASPs to serve their one-percenter in corporate political interests. The great tragedy of the American right. For WASPs with money, because they had satisfied their need to succeed, their new interest becomes the pursuit of perfection, or more specifically, the pursuit of the appearance of perfection. But what they don't realize is that that commitment to the appearance of perfection comes at the expense of individual happiness, which is ironic because the entire WASP culture is predicated on individualism over collectivism. Understanding this very first Deter dichotomy, individualism versus collectivism, as it relates to understanding people's worldviews, will prove very useful when I begin to analyze people's politics according to demographic and psychographic data. That's the premise for a future segment called Drugstore Psychology, which will be featured in my next episode where I diagnose myself. Obviously, the WASP would like to think of himself or herself as an individualist. Remember, we're talking about the least community-oriented subculture in America. Without even realizing it, many East Coast upper-crust WASPs are caught in this emotional catch-22 of constantly questioning their self-worth, which contradictorily derives from the opinions of their social competitors. Keep that in mind because I'm going to be coming back to it in a minute. Now that you know my first Deter dichotomy, I might as well introduce you to my first Deter 3. The 3 best ways to see who someone really is. You want to know what someone's truly made of? You want to know what's really important to them, what their greatest fears are? Get them stressed, get them drunk, or watch what they do with their money. Since witnessing the effects of stress and alcohol require a certain level of proximity to the individual, and since the type of WASP we're currently discussing is defined by his wealth anyway, money is the most natural choice of criteria we can use to evaluate the collective conscience of elite East Coast WASPs. Related to understanding someone's values by way of observing their financial decisions is my second Deter dichotomy: material comfort versus experiential happiness. WASP success is somewhat experiential. Where did you go skiing last Christmas? But predominantly material. The self-made WASP, who didn't inherit his wealth, works to accrue possessions to prove to himself and his brethren that he is successful. But while his need to prove himself to others might produce comfort, it doesn't produce happiness. because he can never truly trust those whose approval he seeks. Why? Because men like that can't help but compete with their peers. It's a social paradox, the catch-22 I was just talking about, wherein one's pursuit of social approval derives from their standing with their peers, but their peers are also their social adversaries. I'll frequently refer to this social dynamic in the future as the tough guy complex. Country club culture is the WASP American experience. Unlike their Catholic equivalents who grew up going to their cousins' birthday parties, first communions, and good old-fashioned Sunday afternoon barbecues after church, like a real community. Type A WASP 1%er men in particular don't have real friends and tend to have increasingly superficial relationships with their immediate family members as they grow older. They play golf and drink at the club, but these guys don't spend time at each other's homes. They don't confide in each other by having deep conversations. Only the most open-minded 1%er WASP would even consider seeing a therapist, much less admit that they see one. And you can forget about meditation. Believe me, I've tried. The concept of spiritual and or emotional awareness could not come less naturally to these men. Very often, their emotional scars are actually the motivation for their need to succeed. More people need to know this. Many super successful white men were physically or emotionally abused when they were young. The converse of this behavioral pattern is that 70% of inmates were abused as kids. Of course, chances are that the abused kid who grows up to become a CEO doesn't look a whole lot like the abused kid who grows up to become a criminal. Back to the whitest of white Americans, that lack of emotional self-awareness is the reason why the only thing more important than individual success to a WASP is privacy. Appearances are everything. Vulnerability is weakness. Authenticity, and by extension, intimacy, are expendable. My third Deter dichotomy is the artistic versus athletic divide. The artistic athletic divide helps explain why these men, and very often their spouses, are so obsessed with winning. In general, America's youth grows up being encouraged to either pursue sports or art, rarely both. And in general, especially if you're a guy, if you're good at sports when you're a kid, you play sports. Pretty much all of these country club WASPs grew up playing competitive sports. Some were decent athletes, but more importantly, their interest in athletics exacerbated their competitive disposition and did not encourage them to balance their early life by pursuing anything creative. And as you will see over the course of this show, if you don't already know, creativity is the domain of empathy. The East Coast elite WASP is too busy competing to appreciate that self-reflection is the vehicle of self-determinism. Put more simply, successful WASPs are less likely than any category of human being to reflect on their approach to life because they experience years of people around them reinforcing the idea that their worldview is the best worldview because that worldview produced material success. They're white-collar wannabe gangsters like the D-bags you saw play golf with Tony Soprano in the series' 10th episode, A Hit is a Hit. I'll be doing a series on the Sopranos this fall, by the way. If you don't remember, the club members pretend to seriously consider sponsoring Tony for membership to their club so they can ask him all kinds of questions about his gangster life over the course of the round. But they're completely unwilling to share with him anything about an investment opportunity that comes up in the conversation later. Golfing WASPs talk about the market, the latest Fox News political coverage, And sports to a certain extent, but there's usually only a handful of guys in any given waspy clique that really knows what they're talking about when it comes to sports. Most of them just borrow a quote from an ESPN personality to make it seem like they know about sports, because real wasps watch sports. Because wasps win, baby. At some point, probably without even realizing it, these sociocultural super competitors gave into the idea that social status and self-worth do not derive from any kind of personal or spiritual journey characterized by exposing oneself to different people, cultures, and experiences. Competition is king. Winning is what matters most. Not loving, but beating your neighbor. I speculate that were they to be more socially connected to their neighbor by way of some kind of community, they would likely be less oblivious to the societal consequences of their obsession with winning. By the way, Vince Lombardi regretted being known for that tired but elegant oversimplification. Winning isn't everything, but it's the only thing. More people need to know that. The problem with this social dynamic is that all of the men I'm talking about are already winners according to society's social standards, but not necessarily according to high society's standards. Since they're now surrounded by people who are just like them, rich, white, wealthy, at one time educated, but neither spiritually nor culturally enlightened, and live just like them, at least 2 huge houses, at least 1 country club membership, usually a boat, a luxurious travel experience once or twice a year, the need to win manifests in a different way. This social context facilitates a behavioral pattern psychologists call groupthink. The social psychological norm that when you group together people of like minds, their views become more extreme and more firmly held. Right-wing media outlets, Tucker Carlson on Fox News most prolifically, regularly attempt to steal this label to suggest that the left is guilty of falling victim to this kind of anti-intellectualism. But right here and now, and over the course of this show, I'm going to reclaim the term groupthink as characterizing the right, not the left. That political tactic by them is known as conservative projection. So to review, according to conservative East Coast wasps, in the game of life, the scorecard is, no surprise here, money. The best way to show everyone how much money you have is possessions. But while those possessions produce comfort, they do not produce happiness. Lacking the self-awareness to even know that this is one of their core values, elite East Coast wasps believe, and so do their evangelical counterparts, but they don't experience it as much as their northern cultural cousins because they're simply nowhere near as wealthy, that happiness does not derive from experiences, but rather the comfort and security provided by an abundance of material possessions. My thesis is that WASP culture is the most individualistic culture in America. Well, in 1%er WASP culture, that individualism manifests as materialism. Expensive furniture isn't good enough. It's got to be antique furniture. A big sailboat made of fiberglass isn't as impressive as owning a wooden sailboat because wooden boats cost like 10 times more to maintain. Unless you're a billionaire, usually from New York, you don't necessarily have to own a private jet, but you at least have to have a private jet membership. Because if you don't think $5,000 an hour is worth avoiding those airport security lines, you just don't know how to live. Plus, the best thing about traveling private is, you guessed it, the privacy. There's that core value again. The reason why elite East Coast wasps are so obsessed with privacy is because they don't want others to know how incompetent they are at participating in authentic relationships. Their relationships tend to be inauthentic because they are inauthentic. They don't want to know you. They want to beat you. However educated, successful, or well-traveled an elite East Coast WASP might be, after a couple decades of self-validation by way of living the corporate country club life, a person can't help but feel entitled to a certain degree of social deference, best exemplified by the childish outburst you'll hear from an elite East Coast WASPy one percenter if you dare disagree with them publicly. Try telling a white 60-something CEO you know better than they do. See how it goes. The social pressure to avoid any kind of intellectual, much less verbal conflict is so pronounced that they constantly and rightfully second guess whether the person to whom they are talking is really being themselves or just acting agreeable to avoid conflict. And the truth is that after years of this kind of relational fakeness, most 1%er WASPs enjoy occupying the position of social superiority. And that's actually the impetus for this show. To expose the WASPy worldview as nothing more than inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement. Let me say that again. The conservative, WASPy worldview, both East Coast and evangelical, is inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement. The ones who have money, especially those who are self-made, think that America belongs to them. We built this country, remember? And because of that narcissistic belief about what they mean to America's history, they also believe that they deserve to be treated as intellectually superior to those with less money, and at least as intellectually equal or superior to academics who have spent their entire lives studying a given subject. Climate change, for example. They are neither enlightened nor worldly. They are decidedly ignorant because they are trapped in a social bubble of their own making, a social bubble of groupthink, which constricts their ability to see the ugly truths of the world at large. This is my empathy for them. And the emotional avenue for that empathy is forgiveness. More on that in the next episode. Partly to maintain my own sanity because I have a couple WASPs like the ones I'm describing in my life that are very important to me, I need to believe that most of these WASPs are not intentionally malicious people, but merely overgrown children who don't know any better. Underdeveloped human beings that, for whatever reason, either never received those crucial educational or experiential opportunities to transcend the ignorance of their upbringing, or they simply didn't take advantage of them when they arrived. This is my second Deter decree. Just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. However legitimate that explanation for their limited worldview might be, their effect on our society is far too great to concern myself with any kind of excuse for their selfishness. For the past 40 years of them taking so much for themselves and leaving so little for everyone else. I don't care if they didn't or don't know any better. The ugly truth is that their beliefs have hurt America far more than they have helped her. Concerning ourselves with their feelings is nothing more than a distraction that hinders tremendously the ability of the educated and enlightened members of society from forcing these detractors out of the way of progress. This firm but fair understanding of the consequences of their selfishness and stubbornness will justify the aggressive and unapologetic political strategy I propose in future episodes for how the left should challenge the right until it is cleansed of Trumpism. Then we can talk. Contrary to what outsiders may think of the WASP's luxuriously comfortable lives, I can tell you from personal experience that the American WASP is actually a tragic figure, as difficult as that may be to believe. The fierce combination of blind faith Christianity and blind faith capitalism has not produced a tribe of happy people who look back on their lives with a sense of satisfaction. More often than not, elite WASPs in particular spend most of the second half of their life complaining about the most mundane minutia most of us wouldn't think twice about. The mail comes too late. The neighbors play their music too loud. The news is too negative. But all that complaining is nothing more than a social smokescreen to hide their internal dissatisfaction with life. Their sadness. The net result of living a fear-driven life. By the time they reach the age of reflection, say 70, it's almost impossible for them to be truly happy because they've forgotten what true happiness is, if they ever knew. By that point, they've spent too much time and money pursuing possessions rather than experiences that they're just not very interesting people. They're boring. They're not real. They're fake. They're not remotely creative. They're annoyingly competitive. They're not worldly because worldliness, just like creativity, requires empathy. They're not empathetic because they can't help but be preoccupied with what someone should do with their life as opposed to what someone wants to do with their life. I'll conclude this episode with my fourth Deter dichotomy, wants versus shoulds, or desires versus expectations. My examination of WASP culture will demonstrate that the WASP worldview is the foundational culture of American conservatism. You'll soon learn that the conservatives' resentment for liberals does not derive as much from ideological differences as much as it does from conservatives' jealousy that liberals live freer lives than they do. Republicans like to promote themselves as the party of freedom. The left is where true freedom lives. Conservatives envy liberals' unapologetic pursuit of what they want rather than what society tells them they should want. We entertain, they complain. We party, they pray. We engage in relationships with people that are different from us. They actively avoid people that are different from them. We don't allow blind faith patriotism to discourage us from criticizing America. Their criticisms of America are directed at those that aren't native-born white Christians. Thank you for your attention on this very first episode. My hope is that this show will articulate a socio-political ideology from which the left can derive more effective rhetorical tools to help progressives win elections, rather than Republicans and neoliberal corporate Democrats. As mentioned earlier, the next episode will introduce a segment called Drugstore Psychology, where I evaluate people's personalities and attempt to explain why they are the way they are according to demographic and psychographic data. The first edition of that segment will feature myself focusing on the evolution of my own politics to establish my credibility as an authority on WASP culture, which, by extension, informs modern-day conservatism, aka the Republican Party, aka the Trumplican Party. Another segment, War of Words, will discuss the connotations and denotations of particularly loaded words and cliches, such as blame, victim, politically correct, socialist, my right to an opinion, and my personal favorite, let's agree to disagree. You'll quickly realize that this war of words is nothing more than a rhetorical war between inevitable change and the status quo. In a similar spirit, the blame game will be another segment wherein yours truly unapologetically assigns blame to certain luminaries and political factions for present-day problems. If you're interested in understanding how today's insane world came to be, a detailed examination of the last 40 years of American history will reveal that one demographic more than any other merits a majority of the blame for the current condition of our country. Check out that episode to find out who it is. I doubt you'll be surprised. Finally, in the liberal capitalist segments, I will counter all of my complaining by proposing solutions to both policy and political problems facing the progressive left, such as the Deter debt solution and Deter's 10 points of truth. I'll also eventually add a segment to the show called For the Love of Hollywood, where I defend the entertainment business by arguing that it is actually a reflection of society, not an influencer of it. If you haven't realized it by now, I am a diehard progressive. And I want to conclude my inaugural episode by acknowledging other progressive YouTubers because their work has inspired me to create this show. I strongly suggest that if you liked me enough to make it all the way to the end of this episode, you'll very likely find their content insightful as well. Kyle Kulinski, Sam Cedar, David Packman, The Progressive Voice, The Humanist Report, The Rational National, all do great work. None of them are perfect, and they would all freely admit that. They are all, however, very informed progressive thinkers and add tremendous value to left-wing political discourse. You'll find my show to be a little different from theirs. I'm going to focus on explaining conservative cognition to support an argument for a new macro-level left-wing political strategy. A lot of people out there might think they understand the right, and some accurately speculate as to why Trumplicans are the way they are. But the difference between them and me is, as you'll find out in the next episode, I actually know why WASPs are the way they are because I am one of them. Only because of some profound educational experiences early on in my life was I able to transcend their oh-so-tempting fear-driven worldview so I could see it for what it was. And not only reject it outright, but work to mitigate its effect on American society. Please like, share, subscribe, find me on Twitter, email me with questions and concerns you have about the world and what's going on and what you'd like me to talk about. Stay up to date on my videos, which will feature foundational long-form episodes like this, but more frequently I'll be offering comments on the day's current events, including this week's debate between Trump and Biden. Don't ever forget, you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Keep watching to find out why. Welcome to the second foundational episode of American Wasp, where we all agree you don't get change in America by asking nicely. I am your host, Deter McBizness, New England's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant living in Southern California. This episode will be my attempt to establish my credibility as something of an authority on the subject of the WASP worldview, which, I argue, constitutes the ideological foundation of Reaganism, which has since mutated into present-day Trumpism. If you're tired like I am of hearing political commentators struggle to explain Trump's base by exclaiming things like, "How could any American support this narcissistic idiot, much less 63 million voters in 2016? Take a good hard look at the origins of white society in this country, leaving out the Catholics, of course. And the idea of supporting someone like Trump won't seem so absurd. I know the WASPs inside and out because I spent the first 2 decades of my life being surrounded by every size, color, and shape WASP you can think of. I suppose they're all the same color, though. To understand WASP conservatism is to understand American conservatism. To put it biblically, you might say the insights I offer here are the keys to the kingdom of comprehending conservative cognition. This episode is part of a series called Drugstore Psychology, where I attempt to explain why people are the way they are according to demographic and psychographic variables, such as the socioeconomic status of the family in which someone was raised, where they were raised, urban, suburban, rural, the educational opportunities made available to someone and the extent to which that person took advantage of those opportunities, not just whether or not you went to school, but where you went to school and how well you did while you were there. Life experience variables, such as how much someone has traveled or done community service work, how much money they've made or inherited, whether the person is predisposed to athletics or the arts. Even birth order can be insightful. Using demographic and psychographic data points such as these invokes my fifth Deter dichotomy, an age-old question I'm sure you are all familiar with and have pondered before: nature versus nurture. Since I became an uncle 8 years ago, my views on this dichotomy have shifted slightly, because I've seen that kids do indeed come out of the womb with some strong personality predispositions. The question of whether or not someone is a product of their environment, however, depends on what aspect of their life you're evaluating. So, leaving personality aside for the real psychologist to evaluate, I speculate that most people's worldview is well over 80% determined by the circumstances of their life, circumstances like the variables I just listed, leading up to their mid-20s. Not coincidentally, according to psychology, 18 to 24 is typically the most impressionable age range in someone's life, with more of their opinions changing in those years than any other time period. Dramatic events can take place after the mid-20s, which might transform a conservative into a liberal or vice versa, but those cases are few and far between. Those stories, often presented as redemptive or seductively unique, play well in mass media, but only because they are the exception, not the norm. Stories about atypical people draw larger audiences than stories about typical people, because typical people are boring. Until you've been out of school for a couple of years and actually experienced real independence, there's still a chance that an outside force might influence your worldview, but once you start paying your own taxes, buying your own health care, and start to think about having kids, your raw, real, when no one is looking opinion of humanity is crystallized. Before I delineate the evolution of my personal politics, I feel compelled to offer this intellectual disclaimer. Those who seek to influence others, especially within the context of politics and religion, as I am doing right now, must practice what they preach if their message is to survive criticism, lest they be labeled hypocrites. To invoke the gospel according to Matthew, judge not, lest ye be judged. So please, feel free to judge me, because I'm going to be doing a lot of unapologetic judging of others over the course of this show. Express those judgments of me in the comments section below, because they'll only make me a better advocate for progressive change. I know how YouTube works, so for all you Trumplicans hate watching this right now, first of all, thank you for your attention, and secondly, know that I accept your feelings toward me in the same way the greatest president of the 20th century accepted his detractors more than 80 years ago. They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred. The great irony of my personal journey leading up to the launch of this show is that the reason for my comprehensive understanding of all things Wasp is the same reason why I've outright rejected the subculture's values and views: my loving mother and father. I was only able to transcend the ignorance of my privileged upbringing because of the educational opportunities they provided. So before I continue, I want to be clear. I am grateful to my parents for providing me with those amazing opportunities. I justify my harsh criticism of the Wasp worldview as both the least mature and least empathetic of any American tribe by arguing that their relentless resistance to any kind of change is the single biggest obstacle to America becoming the great society we all want it to be. The society we were promised it would be by now. When so many members of the voting public resist change for no better reason other than it is change, it should be no surprise that the country struggles to socioculturally evolve. They want to preserve the status quo because they are the status quo. Why would they want the system to change? As far as they're concerned, even though most of them are dead wrong about this, the system works for them. No other relationship between political factions has influenced American society more in the last 40 years than the alliance between rural uneducated whites, most of whom have become Trumplicans, and white one-percenters, most of whom have become the primary beneficiaries of Trump's economic policies. The emotional bond of this alliance is the inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement that I defined in my previous episode. That sense of entitlement, that we own this country because we built this country, even though that proclamation is far from true, has been promoted by elite WASPs to manipulate evangelical WASPs into voting against their own economic interests. I know that understanding of Republican political strategy since Reagan might not sound particularly original, but when I dive into the details of that alliance in the next few episodes, you'll come to appreciate that any strategic plan for long-term left-wing political success must include intentionally offensive tactics. Because playing not to lose might work in 2020, but it won't in future elections. For now, let me explain how the first 2 decades of my life entitle me to the privilege of judging the 3 major feathers of right-wing American conservatism. Let's call this my second Deter 3. Right-wing religious, right-wing military, and right-wing corporate America. I get to judge them all because I know them all. I know them all not by choice, but by chance. No one chooses the circumstances of their early life. But I am grateful for mine because they endowed me with a special kind of comprehension of the conservative psyche that I am now attempting to share with you. I spent the first 23 years of my life aspiring to become a waspy one-percenter in my own right. So you're listening to someone with all kinds of credibility when it comes to explaining the cognitive tendencies of the ruling class of America and their electoral demographic base, because I come from that world and consciously left it because I became aware of its decidedly negative effect on American society at large. Let me explain. If you had asked me when I was a freshman at Vanderbilt what I expected my life to be like after college, I probably would have said something like, I want to get a top-shelf job in corporate America so that a few years later I can go to Harvard Business School. By the time I'm 35, I'm 36 now, by the way, I expect to have a few $1,000,000 in the bank, a hot wife, at least 2 smart and athletic kids, at least 2 homes, maybe a boat, and take at least 2 lavish vacations each year. Because I love to ski. What actually happened was my childish but passionate defense of George W. Bush and the Republican Party went up in smoke when I saw Fahrenheit 9/11 while studying abroad in New Zealand. 5 years after that, I produced an activism documentary of my own about offshore wind energy in Massachusetts. A kid who actively rooted against Al Gore in 2000 produced an environmental activism movie 8 years later. What the hell happened? Well, as you might imagine, I did a lot of self-reflection for this episode. And upon doing so, I realized that the 180 in my political perspective came about in 3 phases. First, I was conditioned to value relationships with people that are different from me at a very young age by attending a very small, 50 guys a grade, all-male private high school where the only things my classmates and I had in common were that we were all guys, all pretty sharp, and all eager to learn. Over half of them were on financial aid, and the school was already very affordable to begin with compared to other private high schools in the area. So, unlike most privileged white kids from the suburbs, I actually had a diverse group of friends growing up from inner city Boston. We all still keep in touch to this day through a group text chat that frequently blows up with fiery political arguments. Without even realizing it, my 6 years at Roxbury Latin didn't just make me tolerant of people that are different from me. They actually made me want to know people that are different from me. Genuine social interest in those that are different from you doesn't have to derive from education, but it did for me. I work in the entertainment business, and what outsiders don't realize is that the best part of Hollywood isn't the parties. It's that Hollywood is a magnet for people who are genuinely interested in knowing those that are different from them. Working with people that are different from you. How much fun is that, can you imagine? Why are Hollywoodites so interested in people that are different from them? Because that's storytelling. The second phase of my path to progressivism came when I studied abroad in New Zealand. And yes, it really is that beautiful. After 2 years of awkwardly navigating the social politics of a college experience that can best be described as Southern rich kid frat culture, which is a lot of fun, to be clear. Spending almost half a year with people from all over the world in what is arguably the most beautiful country in the world reminded me of how good it feels to socialize with people that are different from me, since Vandy was certainly not the most diverse academic institution, even though I understand that it is much more so today. Those 5 months in New Zealand introduced me to the idea that humans have a moral obligation to take care of our planet, and taught me that the history of the human race, just as our present-day global economy, is defined by change. So to be predisposed to resist it, which is the definition of conservatism, is only a manifestation of a fear-driven worldview. Still reluctant to take Michael more seriously, but really just scared to death that this would indeed become the table-turning intellectual moment of my entire life, and that ideological about-face would somehow make me less of a man. After hearing every local Kiwi and every study abroad student rave about it, I finally saw Fahrenheit 9/11, and it did not disappoint. Seeing that film made me realize how much damage mass media, which was also coincidentally my major at Vandy, had done to public conscience, because no matter what you think of Michael Moore's personality, Fahrenheit 9/11 is a fact and data-driven exposure of conservative politics as the means by which the wealthiest Americans manipulate the most ignorant Americans into politically supporting the interests of the top 1% in corporations, rather than their own. Up until then, I defended conservatism by invoking its cliché principles of individual responsibility, fiscal responsibility, yeah, remember that one, and small government. But Michael Moore's incredible research opened my eyes to the ugly truth that when it comes to the politics of our Western democracy, conservatism cloaks itself in cultural crusading to defend the economic interests of the status quo. Let's call that my third Deter decree. W was also reelected while I was in New Zealand. There was hope among my liberal friends that Kerry could upset a wartime president, but that wartime context and, let's be serious, Karl Rove's political genius proved to be too much for the post-Clinton stuffed shirt Democrats. I'm embarrassed to say that I was secretly somewhat pleased that W won re-election in 2004, and I suspect it was because I saw the Democratic Party then in much the same way as I do today. A party of losers. My study abroad experience combined with seeing Fahrenheit 9/11 had yet to influence my worldview definitively. I was becoming more aware, however, that I was indeed looking, as Trumplicans do today, at politics as if they are a team sport. We conservative tough guys defending America against you deadbeat liberal losers looking for a handout. Little did I know, a colossal shift in my worldview was about to take place. In the third and final phase of my political transformation upon my arrival back at Vanderbilt, I was warmly greeted by a new batch of friends my other friends had incorporated into our social circle while I was gone. They were, for the most part, flaming liberals, and none of them were from the South. making memories with them over the next 3 semesters, combined with the most intense streak of studying I've ever experienced, to produce a complete reorientation of my political perspective. At that time, I still really wanted that corporate America job, so I knew I had to graduate at least magna cum laude with Phi Beta Kappa honors to get it. So as a byproduct of working hard academically to get a good GPA so I could get a competitive corporate job right out of college, I learned a great deal about American society with a particular focus on the politics of the 80s and 90s, the evolution of communication technology over the course of the 20th century, particularly 24-hour news and the internet, as well as a tremendous appreciation for who I and many scholars consider to be the father of Western civilization, Sir Winston Churchill. By the time I graduated, I had done so much research on recent American history that I could no longer intellectually stave off the ugly truths left-wing America had been spouting about right-wing America for decades. The same ugly truths that were showcased in Moore's masterpiece, and the same ugly truths so many of my friends back in Boston had tried to help me see when I was younger. I grew up in a very conservative household, but that household was surrounded by the capital of American liberalism. Part of the reason Boston has that reputation is because it is the Athens of America, with more academic institutions in its vicinity than any other city in the country. So my friends' parents were almost all really well-educated liberals, being professors at MIT and Harvard, physicians, lawyers, judges, CEOs, and even publicly elected officials, all of whom were Democrats. After graduating college, I was well on my way to becoming the progressive I am today, but first I had to do a year in corporate America, which I hated, so I left. A year working on movies in New Orleans, and a year making my aforementioned documentary on Cape Cod before heading to UCLA Film School in the summer of 2010. Over the next 10 years, I would spend more and more time becoming an active citizen, but that interest in politics grew 10 times when Trump shocked the world in 2016. Speaking of Trump in 2016, this is one of the more interesting election night stories you'll hear. I was texting away to friends and family about the disaster we were witnessing unfold when I received a group text from an old high school friend of mine who's black, as were several other recipients. The message included this: a picture of my parents on either side of Trump proudly posted on my mother's Facebook wall. It was taken at a fundraiser hosted by Bill Koch, the third and much lesser-known Koch brother, but still very much a politically active billionaire. You see, I'm not friends with my mom on Facebook, but my buddy is. He sat on this picture for 3 months and sent with it one of the more epic texts I've ever received. "Hey Tar, tell your mother we forgive her. She was always nice to us whenever we came over to the house." I laughed for a few seconds, as I'm sure you are right now, but the fun was quickly drowned out by a feeling of betrayal because I knew about this fundraiser. And I asked my dad earlier that summer if he and his friends were planning on going. He said a few of them were, but he wasn't. So my old man straight up lied to me about publicly and financially supporting Trump for president. My folks have given money to presidential hopefuls in the past, but they've never paid to have their picture taken with the candidate. That kind of public display is a far cry from sending a few $100 to George W. Bush in 2000, I'm sure you would agree. I've tried to explain to them that it's one thing to vote against Hillary, but it's quite another to publicly and financially support Trump, because having your picture taken with a politician, particularly when you pay for that picture, attaches your reputation to theirs. Typically, that public display of support doesn't really change the way your friends and family look at you because politics and religion are topics of conversation we're taught to avoid when we're young. But this pick did for me. And it has for many other friends and family of loud and proud Trumplicans. Trump isn't like any politician we've ever seen. Supporting him isn't the same thing as supporting W or Reagan. Supporting him has reputational consequences, whether Trumplicans like it or not. I knew they'd never vote Democrat, but I thought Trump might wake them up to the ugly truth. Are you starting to recognize a theme here? that their party was no longer an intellectually legitimate form of conservatism. Back when Trump was hosting The Apprentice, my dad actually joked about how much of a failure Trump was in real estate. That all the people he knew who worked in commercial real estate looked down on Trump as some kind of wannabe player who never actually got to the big leagues. A joke within the industry. After all, the guy went bankrupt 6 times. Count them, 6 times. You know how hard it is to bankrupt a casino? My old man admitted that the only reason Trump has fame and fortune is because he became a reality TV star, not because he was a successful real estate entrepreneur. This may be a rationalization, but since I knew my dad didn't respect Trump as a legitimately successful businessman, that he lied to me about attending that fundraiser is actually a good thing. I'm choosing to look at it this way, because it tells me that he was actually embarrassed to have gone to that event, and likely only did so because my mother pressured him into it. He also likely felt a decent amount of peer pressure from his country club crew of friends, but neither of those influences are excuses. They do, however, constitute an explanation for his choice to attend that makes me think my dad is not actually an overgrown child, unlike most Trumplicans, particularly 1%er Trumplicans. I honestly believe he knows he was wrong to publicly and financially support Trump in 2016. I know he regrets it. But I also know he's way too damn proud to ever admit he regrets it. CEOs, after all, aren't known for their humility. I knew my mother would jump at the chance to publicly and financially support Trump, but I just didn't think my dad would accommodate it. Without getting into too many details about what she said about Obama, let's just say her Southern evangelical heritage informed the way she would talk about our first black president. I know that night sucked for a lot of people, but it sucked for me in a special way, because not only did Trump win, but my family helped him win. And all my friends now knew it. I couldn't help but be embarrassed. And whenever I tell that story, it always gets a hearty laugh from listeners, but always let people know after they're done laughing that it's funny for them because they're not your family. When the Trump campaign contributors are not only members of your family, but the founders of your family, you only laugh to prevent yourself from crying because, to be perfectly frank, their public announcement of that political allegiance means that I will only respect their intellects again if they surprise the hell out of me by admitting they were wrong to attend that fundraiser. Repentance, ironically enough, since that's a big word in Christianity, does not come naturally to conservatives, much less 1%er Wasp conservatives. So before I break my promise of implying that my folks are bad people because they are Trumplicans, let me tell you a little bit about them. My dad, put simply, is the American dream. He came from humble beginnings on Long Island to attend the U.S. Naval Academy. My family's connection to the Navy runs deep, with my mother's father serving as a minesweeper in North Africa during World War II, while my father's father captained an amphibious vehicle to transport troops to Omaha Beach on D-Day. My Cold Warrior father spent his 5 years of naval service as a nuclear engineer on submarines chasing the Soviets under the polar ice cap. Fun fact, it's something of a submariner tradition to play a game of football on the surface of the polar ice cap. As you can see in the photograph, yes, our submarines reach the surface by simply punching through the ice with the submarine's sail. Pretty damn cool. After serving his country, Chief, as my brothers and I like to call him, would go on to attend Harvard Business School and Tufts Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. Then, instead of pursuing a PhD in economics, he decided to climb the corporate ladder to become a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. If you met him, you'd probably find him to be polite, quiet, but subtly intense. He tries to play it off, but my dad is one of the most competitive men I know. His resume indicates as much. No one works that hard if they aren't obsessed with winning. Perhaps the most interesting thing about my dad with respect to understanding the psychology of the self-made one percenter is that his competitiveness came about as a byproduct of having to survive. He wasn't given anything in his life, so I suspect that at some point, without even knowing it, he equated surviving to winning. And while it served him well in his professional life, I'll be honest, the guy struggles to enjoy his success. Now that you know my dad, if Archie Bunker were a CEO, it's time to meet Livia Soprano. I mean, my mom. Just kidding, Mom. She doesn't even understand that reference because The Sopranos is too violent for her. She hails from Virginia Beach, which is a much deeper part of the South than you would guess from looking at it on a map. They definitely like their Confederate flags, their Bibles, and probably their guns down there, or at least they definitely did back in the 1950s and 60s. She was the oldest of 3 girls born into an upper-middle-class cattle family. Not only did she not have any brothers, but her education was exclusively and somewhat ironically feminine, attending an all-girls high school and college before she married my dad at 21. After a couple years of being a teacher for kids with learning disabilities, a career I strongly wish she had stuck with, she, a Southern evangelical born-again Christian, raised a family of 3 boys surrounded by the liberal elite of New England. She and I were probably at our closest when I went to God Camp in Martha's Vineyard back-to-back summers. I thought it'd be a good way to meet girls since none went to my high school, and I was right. But since real Christians saved themselves for marriage, having youth ministry serve as the basis for my social life was a short-lived venture. Something that does separate my folks from roughly 1/3 of their peer group is that they were not born into 1% privilege. They worked their way into that status, and if you ask my father, never really expected to achieve that level of material success. That's what I was referring to a minute ago about him not realizing that at some point he conflated surviving and winning. That revelation of their own expectations for life, that they never expected to achieve the level of material success that they did. That all they really cared about was educating their kids and raising them in a comfortable suburb. Upper middle class was their aspiration, not country club 1%er. Understanding that contextual element of their life experience explains to me why they are so unaware of how their superlative privilege has corrupted the integrity of their worldview and made them resistant to almost any alternative perspective. Just as I like to define empathy as an acknowledgement of ignorance, I have no idea what it's like to be you, and you have no idea what it's like to be me, so too do I prefer to define perhaps just as ubiquitous a word in public discourse these days, privilege, as a specific circumstance. Privilege begins where material needs end. My 4th Deter decree explains the psychological effect of privilege. The price of privilege is a prison of expectations. The greater the privilege, the greater the expectations. You might have noticed that this decree sounds like a combination of my first Deter decree, we are all prisoners of our own personal experience, and my 4th Deter dichotomy, wants versus shoulds, also understood as desires versus expectations. Those kinds of intellectual synergies give me hope that I'm offering something useful here. Commentary that you can take with you into daily conversation that will shed light on how the status quo of today's America came to be, why it is so difficult to challenge the status quo, and by extension, the concerted effort the post-baby boomer generations will have to make to overcome it. Even if you're talking with a baby boomer conservative, these Deterisms will serve as fantastic conversation facilitators. I promise. One point of recognition I would like to make in the event Archie and Livia are watching, my folks did do an excellent job of making us aware of how blessed we were to never have to worry about food on the table so that we could focus on not whether we would go to college, but which top-shelf college we would choose to attend. Unfortunately, they never learned the inverse lesson from us, that privilege can adversely affect the worldview of adults who come from humble beginnings, as they do. Their earned superlative success has psychological consequences of which they are completely unaware. The difference between the worldviews of my parents and their sons constitutes the premise for my sixth and arguably my favorite Deter dichotomy, because it just might be the best way to understand anyone. Survivors versus explorers. You've thought about this before with your friends and family, but you've likely used other words to describe the two directions of this psychological fork in the road. Maybe fear-driven versus hope-driven? That's a popular one. I choose survivors and explorers because it suggests that even if someone's life does revolve around the reality of having to make material ends meet, as most people's lives do, there's still room for them to have an exploratory spiritual journey. Put another way, experiential happiness isn't only available to people with money. Survivors follow the money. Explorers follow their passions. Survivors don't respond well to the unpredictable. Explorers don't let their unmet expectations ruin their mood. Survivors surround themselves with the look and like-minded. Explorers seek out those that are different from them, traveling being the most obvious example. The elephant in the room that becomes visible when you start to look at people in your life according to this dichotomy is that your survivor friends are boring, while your explorer friends are fun. Connecting my fourth Deter decree with my sixth Deter dichotomy explains the tragic reality of many self-made one-percenters. They never learn how to transition from survivors to explorers because they are trapped in an emotional prison of expectations only white one-percenter privilege can produce. Most people are survivors because they have to be. Most people, even in the ever-shrinking middle class of America, work to provide for themselves and their families. Many people in corporate America don't actually like their jobs, particularly finance executives. Many of them work in that space for the money. The really successful banker bros eventually treat investing like a really sophisticated game, which is why they become so good at it. The point is, many one-percenter wasps never shed their obsession with success to actually enjoy their success. I alluded to one of the behavioral outcomes of this understanding of the one-percenter wasp worldview in my previous episode by describing the crotchety old man who spends most of his free time complaining about mundane minutia when he should be on cruises in Alaska. Much of our current public discourse rightfully revolves around the experience of the oppressed and the marginalized. But I argue that the key to success within the context of political conflict is understanding your opposition. In simpler terms, let's call this my fifth Deter decree. Defeating your enemy demands that you know your enemy. Not to suggest that today's Trumplicans are crypto-Nazis, although their views do reek of authoritarianism. The aforementioned Sir Winston Churchill became Prime Minister of Britain in 1940, 9 months following the outbreak of World War II, because he was an expert on Germany. He paid attention to Hitler in the 1930s when every other political leader in Europe dismissed him as a powerless, failed artist with a funny mustache. Just as Churchill understood German fascism better than any other Brit in the 1940s, I submit that I understand conservatism in the age of Trump better than any other American today. By explaining to the general public why the right is the way it is and how it mutated from Reaganism to Trumpism over the past 40 years, I aspire to convince as many Americans as I can that at least 1/3 of the voting public are simply unreasonable people. Unreasonable people that would rather die than admit someone different from them knows better than they do. Yes, they would rather die than admit someone different from them knows better than they do. That quintessentially Trumplican never admit you're wrong attitude justifies a complete overhaul of left-wing political messaging. Now that I have articulated my judgment of the ruling class of America in my first episode and justified that judgment by telling you the story of my own politics in this episode, I will next explain in greater detail the emotional manipulation 1%er conservatives use to persuade non-1%er conservatives into voting against their own economic interests. After that, I'll transition into answering the most important question of all. What are we going to do about it? Thank you once again for your attention. Please like, share, subscribe. Find me on Twitter and email me with stuff you would like to be discussed on this show. I'm trying to crank out as many episodes as I can between now and Election Day. I'll conclude this second episode, which will definitely be the most personal one I ever do, by offering a simple suggestion. Whenever politics or American society in general comes up in conversation with friends or family, try to establish agreement on this one point. The McBizness maxim, if you will. You don't get change in America by asking nicely. Then tell them to listen to me to find out why.
Okay, look, it's Christmas. Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas. I know there's other stuff going on, but I always celebrated Christmas as a kid. I would love if people were having a happy Hanukkah right now. I would love if it's a Merry Kwanzaa or whatever they say. I was a Christmas kid. Family was religious, Catholic, not me necessarily. Kind of grew out of that pretty quickly. Although I had a lot of friends through church and our youth group and stuff like that. And we did a lot of volunteer work, and I always liked that. Felt like activism. It's a good thing. Do a lot of that this time of year. I was doing it yesterday. I was out in my community helping people yesterday. Why not? I mean, everyone should try that, right? But it's Christmas, so 'tis the season for commercialism to reign supreme. And it's weirder than ever out there, as you may have guessed. Check this out. Here's Nina Turner's response or reaction to a Fox News guest telling Americans to buy fake Christmas trees so AI data centers can use the land.
Farm is 150 acres. Yeah, they're going to be farms, and there will be transmission lines that have to go through developments and farms. That's the very nature of a growing economy. Like that, everybody needs to get on board. I just don't. It's a, you know what? Buy a fake tree.
Oh, dagger right in my heart. Daggin.
What? I have a fake tree.
Daggin. Oh,
No, I have a beautiful
Daggin.
real tree.
Daggin.
Coming up, no time for this.
I know, but I can't afford the tree.
We're doing what we always do, which is to sacrifice the needs of the majority for the needs of few. This is pure, unadulterated greed, per usual, at the expense of everybody else. To say that everybody needs to get on board, to sacrifice Christmas tree farms, to sacrifice the environment so a few people can make a profit, but then we don't have clean air.
This farm is 150 acres.
Here's the thing. Embarrassing, but this is one of those moments, again, where I say, you know what? I'm disgusted, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because I know I'm not supposed to be surprised, but I'm continually shocked. And I love that Nina Turner is going in on him with that reaction. But even then, it's like, yeah, I knew Nina Turner was going to say that. I knew that would be Nina Turner's reaction. I'm glad it's out there. I'm glad it's still out there. But why is this still happening? And why does it seem to like only get worse? But look, 'tis the season for commercialism to reign supreme. And that ironically, or perhaps not ironically, makes me think of Charlie Brown Christmas Special, which debuted in 1965 and is to this day, 60 years later, arguably the greatest all-time Christmas special. I mean, no one had done anything quite like it before. There's a massive achievement in animation. The music alone is 100% essential this time of year. I mean, it really, I can listen to the Charlie Brown Christmas soundtrack any time of year. I had a dog, a border collie, who later in her life wouldn't eat unless I sat there and sang "Christmas time is here." I'd start singing that and she would start eating. I don't know how we came upon that. I don't know how I discovered that trick, but it worked. And that's exactly what I needed to do. I never recorded it or anything, but that's what I needed to do for like the last few years of her life. And like people would be over and I'd say, I got to go feed the dog. And I'd go to the bedroom because she would only eat back there. And I'd come out later and they go, were you singing? And I was like, yeah, that's the only way she'll eat. And they're like, so you just sing whatever? And I was like, no, it's just that song. So look, my point is it's magical and you can't deny that. But, you know, that Christmas special also pulled off something no one had really done before, and especially not in a cartoon. And believe it or not, there was controversy. Maybe it's not that hard to believe. Some things don't change. I'll get back to the Christmas special and Charlie Brown, but first, you know, that was 1965. And at that time, there were only 3 TV stations. And somehow the media and network executives were as lame as they are today. And that's why I say some things don't change. But one major change is that we've gone from 3 televised media outlets to, I mean, what? Billions of outlets? Just think of all the ways you get your media. It's a nonstop, endless cycle coming from all sides. Anyone can just fire up a camera and be like, I'm the media. I'm the media now. This is an outlet. I started this working class media collective this past summer with my pals. Here we are. We're a media outlet. We did it. It really wasn't that difficult either. Well, in hindsight. But it's nonstop. And as a result of always needing more content and as a result of the haste from which they churn content out, the media can't avoid distorting reality. This is something I'm talking about a lot lately, including on Hey Funny Book, which is, please tune in at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight for Hey Funny Book, hosted by the Letterhack. But this is something I talk about a lot. But it's essential to have these moments where we check in and remind ourselves that the distortion is real. It's happening. And there's evidence. I want to show you an example now. It's on one of my many open windows. We've got browsers, folks. We've got browsers. Oh, no. Did I close it? Maybe I closed it. Yeah, maybe I did. I bet you I can get it back quick enough. So, let's see here. Oh, boy. You know what? I'm going to tell you why this is difficult right now, because check this out. When you go on Instagram, when you go on Instagram at the moment and refresh your page, I wish I could show you this, but I'm scared of what might come up. Will get us kicked off. But when you refresh your page on Instagram right now, the thing that comes up is a random reel, that's what they call video clips on Instagram, of some scantily clad woman. I'm not kidding. I was like, whoa, because I'll often sit here sharing my screen and then I'll refresh the page or something to get the video to start over. Stand by. Now I'm getting connection issues. Oh, it's Christmas, folks. There we go. So you refresh the page like I often do to get a video to start over, and it shows you like somebody in like a bikini or underwear. I'm like, whoa. If you copy the URL from the browser into a new browser window, same thing happens. And I was like, oh my God, I'm glad I discovered that off air. So anyway, remind me, don't refresh the page while sharing Instagram. But look at this. This is seemingly a video of a man rescuing a woman from walking out into traffic. Check this out. Okay. The video said breaking news. It showed a man grabbing a woman who's looking at her phone with headphones on, about to walk out in traffic. And they said he was sued for sexual harassment for grabbing her when actually he rescued her. And now here's the guy from the video saying that was fake. Okay, if you don't have audio, stand by. Like, what do I do? Like, refresh the page? It's insane. I'm going to try it again. Hopefully this works. Okay, get ready. Hold on. Here we go.
Cycling content. So
hopefully
here
you
we can are. hear
this.
Saved a woman who was on the verge of being hit by a car, but was charged with sexual harassment.
Hey guys, I'm the dude from that video, and everything you just heard was completely made up. I don't have sexual harassment charges. My name's not Daniel. That was actually my close friend in the video. And I just made that clip to see if it would go viral for a longer YouTube video I was working on at the time, which feel free to check out if you want. But yeah, that was all completely made up. I've tried commenting on the video a few times saying like, hey, this is all, BS, but the dude keeps deleting my comments. And what I think he's doing, he's just taking random viral clips and throwing AI speech on top to make rage bait content. But yeah, it's all completely made up, and that guy's just, recycling content. So here we are.
Okay. You heard it that time. So what happened was we're going to look at the video. He was making a video about emo boys or e-boys or emo guys. And it was like a funny thing. And he was joking around saying, I'm going to reenact what it's like to be Chris Angel, the original e-boy or emo kid or whatever. And so we're going to come in on the video, and people were in the comments saying, oh, that's not true. This is actually fake. You aren't making a video. So he linked to it in his bio. And so he's like, hey, man, enough of you were saying this was not true. So, it's in the bio. So we're going to watch it. But we're coming in where he's out doing Chris Angel stuff. Okay. And this is very interesting because like all good, documentaries, I don't know if he was setting out to make a documentary, but like all good documentaries, you allow your film or whatever video to take a left turn. And he did. Check this out. Something unexpected happened and he went with it.
Of danger, and he loves illusions more so than magic. So in order to make an impact, I needed to incorporate the same techniques. I decided on staging saving someone from being hit by a car and got a few friends to help me out. The next day, I went to a local street and it was time to put my plan into action. I had my friend place a dash cam in his car to record the stunt. I also had another friend there to play a very important role. I explained to her how she would wander in the street while she was distracted on her cell phone with headphones on, and I was going to run in and act like I'm saving her from a car even though one isn't currently there. I would then have another friend drive by after, and I would crop the two clips together, all in the sake of Chris. After quite a few attempts over a couple of days, we finally got a clip that even Chris himself would be proud of. I had a friend post this clip on Reddit to avoid suspicion to myself, and I also posted the video on TikTok under the account name Chris Angel is the original e-boy. 2 weeks later, I checked the results, and they were amazing. The GIF had been posted to over 23 different subreddits, one of them receiving over 65,000 karma. The GIF itself had been viewed over 2.8 million times. On TikTok, it has over 1.5 million views with over 150,000 likes and 1,000 comments. It was posted to websites like The Daily Star, Metro, Daily Mail, MSN, and many more. But then, something even crazier happened. Something that would blow the mind of the mind freak himself.
Good thing sometimes the rest of the world is paying attention when we aren't. Fortunately, our friend Chris here is paying attention while he's walking down the sidewalk. But notice this woman who is on her cell phone with major earphones over her head when Chris notices something's up and makes a run for it.
Oh, wow. Nice save, brother.
I even made it on Inside Edition, which has been viewed at this time over 723,000 times.
And here's the hero, 25-year-old Chris Allen.
I was trying to wave to her. She couldn't hear me, obviously, so I ran out and just kind of pulled her back. And after all that happened, she was kind of in shock.
You can see her thanking him.
And she's like, "Oh my God, thank you so much." And then I was like, "No problem. Sorry about that again." And we just went our separate ways.
Totally not true.
Distracted walkers seem to be everywhere. There are tons of examples on
that's
YouTube.
A good point.
Chris has some sensible advice.
Stay off your phone when you're walking. Your safety is everything.
I did it. I finally made an impact on Chris's career. Being a mind freak takes a lot of willpower and determination, but I think we can all learn something if we take a page out of Chris's book. I know I sure did. And again, to answer Chris's question from earlier, are you ready? I am ready, and from here on out, I'll always be ready.
Okay, I mean, see what I'm saying? So he did it to make a video, and it sort of went viral. And now somebody's thrown an AI voice over it to say that he also had sexual harassment charges, which is not true, because they wanted the viral video to be more viral, to be more controversial. And every time he comments going, "Hey, I keep telling you this is fake," they delete it. And they keep posting it. So it's distorted and then some. It's weird. I mean, you got the guy flagging it saying this is fake and nobody cares. But okay, look, back to Charlie Brown Christmas special. The controversy around it was because Charles Schulz wanted to include a religious aspect. Now, I'm just going to show you this and allow you yourselves to make connections to that story we just showed and today, and how the media distorts and how more outlets don't make it better necessarily. They don't improve the way we absorb media. They don't improve the way they share media. It's not any better now, but you can also judge for yourself how bad you think this was. And I'm not a religious guy, but I totally stand with Charles Schulz in this moment, or I would have 60 years ago. The controversy around it was because Charles Schulz wanted to include a religious aspect in the Charlie Brown Christmas special. Schulz was opinionated like anyone, and he was known for responding to the media and fans all the time. Now, look, Christmas is about this Bible stuff, the Christian Bible. Okay, and there's a lot of stuff that's come since, because capitalism says, "Oh, you get paid time off now. Oh, okay, so I guess we'll have some sort of Christmas family tradition. Everyone likes It's a Wonderful Life." You know what I mean? There's all this stuff that's come around from it, but in 65, Schulz didn't want it to lose the true meaning. However, he was popular for responding to people and for letting his own opinions and views be heard. Here's an example. This is a letter that, okay, so like as part of an assignment, a fifth grader wrote him and asked him what makes a good citizen. And it was like some class assignment for these fifth graders. And this is what Charles Schultz said in reply to what makes one a good citizen. He says, "Dear Joel, I think it's more difficult these days to define what makes a good citizen than it has ever been before. Certainly, all any of us can do is follow our own conscience and retain faith in our democracy." Well, I mean, ain't it the truth? Sometimes it is the very people who cry out the loudest in favor of getting back to what they call, quote, American virtues, who lack this faith in our country. I believe that our greatest strength lies always in the protection of our smallest minorities. Sincerely yours, Charles M. Schultz. Now, look, so when I say, I mean, first of all, this is dialed for right now, but like he's replying to a fifth grader. You know, I wonder what the fifth grader went on to do. Where's Joel Lipton? I should have looked it up. And I'm totally doxing his, 1970 address there. I doubt that's, and I'm not. This was online. But the point is, this rings true even now, especially now. And so, but I want to bring it up because and sorry, but this is just what I'm saying. Like, I'm letting you make connections to today. But just when I say that Schultz wanted to include a religious aspect, it's the same, and that made it overly religious. It would be the same as me saying that this letter made him sound overly patriotic. And he wasn't. He may have been, but that's not what it comes through here. But if you were going to allow the media to distort it these days, what do you think Fox News would say to this? See what I'm saying? Are you with me? Good. Okay. Matt wants to share an article. Matt's always trying to share articles. I'm sure people say that. I'm sure people are like, Matt wants to share an article. God damn it. Why do we have to share an article? Because people say things better than I do. And I want to make sure you know about this article. Jacob Hess is from just a few days ago. Deseret.com. This is like a faith column. When prodded to drop religion from a Charlie Brown Christmas, Charles Schultz refused to budge. When CBS executives viewed a completed cut of A Charlie Brown Christmas in 1965, 10 days before it was scheduled to air, that's the first time anyone saw it, 10 days before, they were horrified. They hated it, producer Lee Mendelson recalled in a 2003 interview with the Archive of American Television. The two top people just hated it. They said it's too slow and it's very religious and it's not particularly funny. Man, look, you've all seen this. This thing is just beloved, this special. And listen to what these guys are saying about it. Amazing. At the time, the show's producers even agreed. I was just devastated, Mendelson said, because I didn't think it was that good either. We thought we had ruined Peanuts, the producer admitted. Remembering the moment in a 2015 speech, we were in great despair. Commissioned by Coca-Cola, the animated special had come together on a shoestring budget over a short period of 6 months. Executives worried the show was slow and crudely animated. They worried about the real-life children's voices, especially without a laugh track, common in TV comedies at the time. Schultz also shot down the laugh track, thankfully. And they chaffed at Vince Guaraldi's score that mixed Christmas music, Beethoven, and jazz, which they thought didn't belong in a cartoon. Absolutely unqualified. If they had seen this any earlier than 10 days in advance, we never would have got this Christmas special. We never would have got this beloved Charlie Brown cartoon. But the real sticking point came from the narrative arc of the show, which began with the titular character Charlie Brown announcing early in the program, Christmas is coming, but I'm not happy. I don't feel the way I'm supposed to feel. Amid bickering and personal letdowns, Charlie Brown later laments, I guess I don't really know what Christmas is all about. Isn't there anyone who knows what Christmas is all about? He says that, right? That's how he sounds. I guess I don't know what Christmas is all about. Isn't there anyone who knows what Christmas is all about? Sure, Charlie Brown. I can tell you what Christmas is all about, responds Linus. Charles Schulz had been sketching Peanuts for 15 years prior to agreeing to Coca-Cola's pitch for a CBS Christmas special, but there were certain parameters the cartoonist laid down up front. If we're doing this show, Mendelsohn recalled Schulz saying, I'm going to add some meaning to it. I don't want it to just be something funny. If we're going to do this, we should talk about what Christmas is all about, not just do a cartoon with no particular point of view, the cartoonist said, according to another interview with Mendelsohn. Schulz wanted to emphasize the true meaning of Christmas, telling his team, I think we've lost that. Director Bill Melendez and I just looked at each other, Mendelsohn said about his interactions with the other producer in a 2010 Time magazine interview. Well, over 60 years, they do a lot of interviews. We weren't so sure it was a good idea. When they asked Schulz about how exactly they were going to add meaning to the Christmas special, Schulz responded, well, I think one of the kids could read from the Bible. Schulz, who died in 2000, remembered saying, the more we think about it, we cannot do this show without including the famous passage from St. Luke. Now, he was a Sunday school teacher. I'm not sure they mentioned that here, but at this time, Charles Schulz was a Sunday school teacher. And I sincerely think he did this. He's not, yes, you could say religion indoctrinates kids and stuff like that, and it's all hoo-ha, whatever. I think he was sincere. I think he was living in a time in America and on the planet where, he was just trying to help people. Just reference the letter we read from him to that 5th grader. Schulz later called the reading of Luke the key to the special and the highlight of the show. That's probably in hindsight. But at the time, Mendelsohn felt uncomfortable. Bill and I looked at each other and said, uh-oh, that doesn't sound very good, he recalled, thinking. There goes our career right down the drain. Are you sure you want to do that? They pressed. You can't put the Bible on television, Gene Schulz, Charles Schulz's wife, remembered Melendez saying, I met Gene Schulz at San Diego Comic-Con. This is religion, Mendelsohn told Schulz. It just doesn't go in a cartoon, according to comments made in Charles Solomon's 2012 book on Peanuts. I have that book. Moving forward, anyway, even Schulz would later acknowledge no one would ever put biblical passages in an animated show. Doing so on primetime TV, especially in a children's cartoon, was virtually unheard of. And I think we can all agree this is so much more than like a children's cartoon. Even if you're not a fan, you can admit that. But it's all ages appropriate. But at the time, Schulz was unmoved, saying, if we don't do the true meaning of Christmas, why bother? Even with all these objections from the creative team and CBS, it was too late to turn back. The show had already been widely promoted. Mendelsohn described the head guy at CBS saying, well, we're going to have to run it. It's scheduled. See, they would have cut it. They had to run it anyway because they had booked the airtime, Gene Schulz said, or to Yahoo Entertainment. Even with all their objections, she said they thought, oh, well, we'll just let it go. Schulz stood alone in his optimism with a few exceptions. Time magazine TV critic Richard Bergheim asked to see the show before it aired. Mendelsohn recalled in the 2010 interview, CBS executives told him they had better not let him see it. They relented, and Mendelsohn sat in a viewing room alone with the magazine critic. He watches, and he doesn't say a word, doesn't take any notes, gets up and leaves, the producer recollected. I said, oh my, we're dead. The week of the show's airing, Time magazine published Bergheim's positive review, which is believed to have made an impact on the public response. When the special aired on December 9th, 1965, few could have predicted that what would happen. 15 million people, an estimated 45% of all possible viewers, tuned into the premiere. It finished second in national ratings the week after Bonanza, whoa, the biggest show on television. The show would eventually win an Emmy for Outstanding Children's Program that year and subsequently a Peabody Award. Coca-Cola was delighted. They ordered a bunch more. Yet, when one of the CBS executives who hadn't liked the show called to tell Mendelsohn they were going to buy 4 or 5 more Charlie Brown shows, he added, I wanted you to know that my aunt in New Jersey didn't like it either. Jeez, buddy. It was 45%. Like, let it go. Schultz grew up in a Christian home with parents committed to the Lutheran faith. He was quiet, earnest, and introverted as a child and described deep reading of the Bible at an early age, later saying, I thought God was very real and very close. He just loved the Bible and thought there were just marvelous things in the Bible that were true, Gene Schultz said years after the cartoonist died. The cartoonist's faith evolved and shifted as he aged, but Mendelsohn remembered Schultz during story development discussions, stating, we cannot avoid the religious nature of Christmas. In a 1997 interview with Gary Groth, Schultz reflected on the earlier controversy, saying, I didn't think there was anything wrong with reading from the Bible. It's the basis of the holiday. He explained why he saw the scripture as essential. I wanted Charlie Brown to feel the way I feel about Christmas, he said. I wanted him to understand what Christmas is all about. Now, look, I'm a lefty. I respect all religions. Do I want that in my life? No, thank you. Do I think that it should affect policy and government and the rule of law? No. Is our law based on that stuff? Yeah, sure. But I don't necessarily agree with that either. And frankly, I think we should revise a lot of laws. I think they're mostly there to protect capitalism and keep the poor in poverty. But I have the utmost respect for Charles Schultz as an artist. He is a hero of mine. He always has been. He's a true American. He always did the right thing. He always seemed to say the right thing, and he didn't sacrifice his own values, views, and principles. And you got to respect that. He died in February of 2000, the day before his last Sunday comic strip was published. Look, every day he had a comic strip. They eventually would start to syndicate a lot of them, re-syndicate a lot of them. But I mean, come on. Like he went beyond sometime in the 80s, you can see the lines get a little squiggly. It was after his stroke, but he just kept going. But he candidly talked about his complex views on faith while noting that he felt deeply about God and spirituality. Schultz also spoke with humility about the limitations of answers he had. Charlie Brown reflected some of the cartoonist's own uncertainty and existential melancholy, while the character Linus represented his own early childlike faith. Lucy also voiced a more rigid and dogmatic religious voice and was modeled after Schultz's own assertive wife, Joyce Dottie, first wife. So this is the thing. You could say, oh, the characters were religious because Schultz was religious. The creators just giving them his voice. Not the case. Each character had a different aspect of his views on religion from his life. I think that's remarkable. I think that's great storytelling. Talk about write what you know. But like to do that with something that most people were like, hey, it's a kid's cartoon. Just make it Christmassy. Have Charlie Brown drink a Coca-Cola and we're rap. And he didn't do that. He took it very, very seriously. So it's not just a daily commitment. It's not just a commitment to making it high quality, but to making it sincere. And he wanted his characters to feel that. You can watch Charlie Brown Christmas pretty much everywhere. I know Apple TV Plus makes it free this time of year. Even when Schultz's own faith became more uncertain, he never regretted the Christmas special, which was the most explicitly Christian moment in all of Peanuts. When asked about the Christmas special in an interview in the 1990s, Charles Schultz said, I think it's the best thing I ever wrote. For me, it's must watch. I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it this time of year. I can't not. But I wanted everyone to know what went into it. Because in the same way the media and the executives reacted to it being very religious, people could very well think that today. And with Christian nationalism, like, on the rise and not seemingly going anywhere, people may be just, frankly, over it. I don't want you to be over it because this is the appropriate way to do it. It's good storytelling. I've got some good stuff lined up for you later. Oh my God. Hey folks, we're going to keep going and now we're going to do a little shift. But my regular show starts at 9 p.m. Then we got left past 10 tonight. It's Christmas and next week is New Year's, but this space is on. Okay. So stick with us. But I just got a glimpse of something that's coming up. It's fun. We're going to have fun. These AI guys are going to hear about it. You want to talk about media distortion? Stick around. But good storytelling, dedication to your art and to the art form, setting standards for others to achieve. I'm going to talk a lot about standards coming up. And it's not overbearing. I don't know what they were afraid of. I mean, you'll hear bad faith arguments on a regular basis these days that they won't let us be Christian. Huh? I feel like there's way too much of it being, shoved into my face, shoved down my throat. But now to me, a Charlie Brown Christmas isn't that at all. First of all, it's anti-commercialism. Yes, I love that. Second of all, the way he took care of that Christmas tree, that little Christmas tree that was neglected, shows that just a little care can revive it. It can rise to its true potential. That there's meaning in everything, even if it's small or out of the way or disregarded. We need to take into account that Peanuts was developed by a person who wanted to share their views with the rest of the world. And those views have a source. There's a source material. And even then, it wasn't overbearing. There's so many people that read the Bible and turn around and say, well, I mean, it must be true. It's in the Bible. And he didn't even think that. But there were some things, I mean, if we're talking about Christmas, and talk about, the origins of that. And there's definite source material. It's been on the bestsellers list since the day it came out. It's called the Bible. I've read it. Some of it sounds cool. Most of it sounds like fiction. I'm not here for it. And this is it. With harmful exclusive religion on the rise, I think it's helpful for us to encourage activist inclusive religion like Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Desmond Tutu and Father Barrington and Oscar Romero. Yeah, I mean, look, one of the founders of this space, Pastor Ben. That's not just a nickname. The utmost respect. But that, you know, in Peanuts, in Charlie Brown, to me, it was just part of the story. I never looked at it as like, religion. Even as a kid, when I was like, kind of like, religion, I never looked at it that way. To me, it was just part of the story, part of Linus's character. Of course, Linus would do that. Of course, the second Charlie Brown said, does anyone know what Christmas is really about? Linus would say, I do. And just for the record, pre-internet, we all had a Linus in our lives, and it was great. Post-internet, everyone's trying to be Linus, which is lame. Just putting that out there. We're still making connections. But of course, Linus would do that. Of course, Linus would take to the stage to do it. He walks out to the center stage. Of course, he would say, lights, please. Give some stage direction and ask for the stage lights to be turned on. So now he's center stage and he's in a spotlight. Of course, he would have his blanket with him, but of course, he would drop his blanket at just the right moment. And of course, everyone would stop. I mean, if you remember the show, it's total madness at this point. Everyone's arguing. Everyone's losing it. No one's paying attention. They're trying to organize a play. It's totally off the rails. Charlie Brown doesn't know what to do. His dog is trying to win a decoration contest. It's totally commercial. It's falling apart. It's coming down around his ears. All they want to do is dance and be stupid. But of course, in that moment when Linus took the stage to explain, and everyone would just shut up and listen to him. As he said, and there were in the same country shepherds, abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, fear not, for, behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you, ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host praising God, and saying, glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. That's what Christmas is all about, Charlie Brown. One way or another, we're going to make it happen tonight, folks. It's Hey Funny Book. I'm the Letterhack, your host, Matt Strackbein, a.k.a. the Letterhack, a.k.a. Matt Strackbein. If you've been watching this space today, you've seen a plethora of live and syndicated content. That's right, it's Christmas, and we're still here. We're still doing this thing. Next week's New Year's. Guess what? We're going to be here doing this thing then, too. If you've been watching for the last hour or so, then you've seen me talking about Charles Schultz and Peanuts and Charlie Brown Christmas and the way the media distorts things. And I touched on a couple of topics that I will continue to touch on now. I just want to remind you that after Hey Funny Book around 10 p.m. will be Left Past 10 with my fellow co-host. It's our weekly panel show. It's our midweek fever dream, if you will. But one of the things I touched on earlier was standards set by artists and what that means. It's a scary word sometimes. Don't worry. It's not. We're going to get there. Now, I talked about how the media distorts things because it moves too quick. It moves way too darn quick. And because they have this need to keep churning out content, they got to stay in the algorithm. It's got to be edgy. But what it ends up is messy. And it is already a messy world out there. And I'll prove it with this statement. We must seek the truth without assuming everything is a lie, but we must also assume everything is a lie in order to find the truth. I'm just quoting myself here. This is what I tell me. We must seek the truth without assuming everything is a lie, but we must also assume everything is a lie in order to find the truth. You see what I mean? This is our dilemma. On this show, we don't rail against AI slop just for the heck of it or just for clicks and views. For me personally, I don't believe generating AI images makes one an artist. I can't say these things enough. I know I'm a broken record, but I'm at least going to go in different directions each week. Tools like graphic design apps and programs like Adobe Illustrator or Photoshop, they make you a better artist in the same way paintbrushes would make you a better artist. But none of that makes you an artist. They just help you. And I also have to, and so when they compare AI to technology, well, there's always new technology. This is different. This completely eliminates the process. We'll talk more about that as well. But I also have to admit that I take a degree of joy lately in watching these so-called AI artists fight. Have you caught wind of this? It's becoming a real thing. They are fighting over, I mean, look, if you didn't realize it, everything is drama, okay? But also, if you didn't realize it, these guys are starting to fight more and more, and I have my popcorn ready. This is Aaron Biba on Blue Sky saying, this is absolutely fucking bananas, the way these people are so close to getting it, but still manage to miss it by a fucking mile. Let's read these. Hold on, here we go. This is Oscar AI. Never do this. Passing off someone else's work as your own. This grok image effect with the day to night transition was created by me, and I'm pretty sure that person knows it. To make things worse, their copy has more impressions than my original post. Not cool. This is what happened. Somebody stole their prompt. Somebody did their prompt. And they're saying, no, I did that. Okay, stick with me. I don't know what you think, but this seems a bit unfair to me. My original post with the sorry keto Athena a prompt, I don't know what that is, has 4,000 impressions, while this new one with the same prompt, post an image created with my prompt, has 30,000 impressions. As for not quoting me as the author, I'm not saying anything because she has apologized. Okay, let's just fucking stop. AI generated images exist in the past. They only exist because they have trudged the internet for every image they could possibly find. That's the only way you get it. So it is theft. and there's no credit being given, and there's copyright and laws that are in place that are being fully ignored here. Okay, say what you want about those laws, but for this person to complain that their AI art is, their prompt is being used unfairly is some bullshit. They say, if I wasn't so well known, would there have been a notification? I'm afraid that many small accounts are stolen on a daily basis and nothing happens. But for a copy to be more widely distributed than the original is a very bad symptom. Without focusing on anyone, I think that some big accounts hardly create original content and just post other people's content, often without quoting the author, and that's very uncool. Respect and honesty above all else. Let's play fair. Now, look, I put some art on the internet recently, and in the replies, people are showing me how they're using my art on other platforms for other stuff. They're putting text over it. They're not giving me credit. I'm like, you instantly took my art and made it a meme and posted it in reply to my art. Okay? I'm just going to go with the fact that over half the internet and more every day is automated and not real and inauthentic. Just assume that was that, and that this isn't a real person being that tacky. But again, I'm not making a post about it. I'm not going off the rails about it. But anyway, I love this. So there's all, this is just one example, but there's a whole thing. More and more in this world, we have to know what is and what isn't real. That's what it comes down to. There's a lot of stuff out there, and people are just building off it and building off it. There's a lot of fake stuff out there. Check this out.
Lately, I've been doing calculations, as well as looking back at old NASA footage and raw data from satellites hovering above Earth. And I just can't escape the conclusion that the Earth might actually be flat.
Okay, has anyone seen this video? Do you know Neil deGrasse Tyson? Scientist? Have you seen this video? It's not real.
That's not me. It was never me. Those aren't my words. That's what's called a deep fake.
So we need to be worried about this right now. And so when I say I'm up here doing this show, not just to rail against slop for clicks, just believe me. This is my activism at this point. Anyone with a platform talking about art or AI at all needs to be calling this out ongoing, because it's increasingly worse. I've said, as I have said, and I still firmly believe that 2025 is the final year where we could passively look at images online, like looking at stuff without questioning it. 2025, that was it. It's all over. We don't know what is real and what isn't at a glance, or even more than a glance. That seemed very real to me. The first time I saw it, I was like, oh, he's doing a bit. And then I was like, oh my God, it's not even real. One of the glaring issues with this dynamic is that we are, for whatever reason, being tricked. We are being fooled. People and robots want us to believe something is the truth when it isn't. And I realize how that very last thing I said, I realize how much that sounds like the stuff of science fiction. Well, let me just say that it turns out all of my years of reading comic books is finally really paying off. Because now we live in that world. And because the more the world feels like a comic book story or a paperback sci-fi novel, the more I realize I am the hero on an alien planet. We all are. We are the human component in the war against machines. This is it. The reluctant protagonists who make up the human resistance. This is the Matrix. It is happening now. The robot takeover is upon us. That's not hyperbole. It's the truth. It sounds so hyperbolic. It sounds so silly to say that, but it is happening. This is it. Do you believe that I'm here now saying this? Luckily, I don't talk good, which might be a giveaway. But AI is going to start to take that into account. And so tonight, look, I beg you, believe me, while you still can. Tonight, we're going to talk about things that look real. We're going to begin to build or enhance or continue to build or continue to enhance that part of our brain that detects fake and phony. But we're going to do it in the hopes that we can retain a sense of dignity at the same time. Now, I want to stress this. It's okay to look at things twice without being paranoid, right? It's fine to take a closer look or ask if you can believe what it is you're seeing. That's fine. As long as you don't let it take over completely. We must always have a second lens by which to view the world through when we're online or TV, but using a device. We'll put it that way. Not just in the case of scams either, but in reality itself, or what people want us to believe is reality, media. But look, it's because a lack of truth leads to issues of distrust. When we know we can't believe everything or that we are being lied to, when that becomes glaringly obvious, it leads to issues of distrust. And by that, I mean you have issues where you can't trust anything or anyone. To the authoritarians at our doorsteps, that's good. They want us to doubt each other. They want us to turn on each other. Why else would the same oppressive regime be so heavily invested in AI and the 100% total deregulation of that industry it's only just now investing in? So they're just full board. They're building a train with no brakes. It's supposed to be reckless. It's supposed to just do as much as possible as soon as possible. Who cares the consequences? Because they want us on our own to make enemies of our neighbors. They want chaos. And so, of course, they begin with silly images and slop. You know, it's memes first, propaganda later. Memes first, propaganda soon after. Then when we can no longer tell what is or isn't the truth, chaos will erupt. And look, here, I'll show you. They want us to, they're using this dynamic against us now. Have a look at this. This is Donald Trump, I think on Truth Social back in 2024. This is what the Democrats do to their Republican opponent who is leading them by a lot in the polls. This is AI, and it is very dangerous for our country. Also, I was never on Epstein's plane or at his stupid island. Strong laws ought to be developed against AI. It will be a big and very dangerous problem in the future. Boy, did he go back on a couple of things there. Number one, he was on that fucking plane a lot. Like, they got him like 8 or 9 times now, like as of today, right? And he's just saying that the things that he's responding to here, the Epstein file stuff with him and the photos of him with Epstein, he's just saying that it was AI because he can use that as an excuse, knowing full well that given the opportunity, he would do everything he could to make AI as disruptive an element in our world and our society as possible. strong laws. Please. That sounds good. They want us to doubt our own eyes when it suits them. I mean, look, okay, obviously. But it's just like an excuse for wrongdoing. They create a problem, deny it's a problem, then use that problem for their own means and goals. I mean, that's gaslighting. And they have supporters who use this dynamic because keeping the powerful in powerful positions help their devious goals as well. Here's Rob Rousseau. Already seeing a ton of fake AI photos mixed in with the legitimate Epstein stuff. Cool. Cool that we will just no longer be able to tell what is real and what isn't, while sicko elites get to have plausible deniability for everything that comes out. So how do we do this? How do we condition ourselves to seek the truth instead of assuming a lie? See the distinction there? We need to be able to look at things in a manner in which we are seeking the truth. And so that helps us be critical without having to just assume everything is a lie. Because like if you assume what I'm saying is a lie right now, that would be detrimental to my cause and my advocacy. So, you know, we're going to look at the examples that have always existed. And we'll find those examples once again in art. Let's begin in London, England with this amazing wall-sized Christmas mural. Did you guys see this thing? This is amazing. I can't believe this existed. So there it is. I just want to show you the scale, right? Wall-sized. Futurism.com. Town's huge Christmas mural was generated using AI, resulting in ghastly, chthonic horrors. Look at these images. Look at these images. They generated this massive wall-sized thing with, you know, I don't know if it was supposed to look like a painting or a real-life photo or what, but they generate this huge thing. It's wall-sized. You can see every detail, and they didn't even go back and like fix any of it. You have a dog with a bird's head. You have all kinds of horrible mutations. So it truly does look like some ghastly horror. An enormous new mural near London depicting a crowded Christmas scene. Is it a Christmas scene? I mean, they're in the water. Hold on. We're going to have to look at it again because they're in the water. This makes no sense. What kind of Christmas scene? What do they do in London for Christmas? They're like, hey guys, get the dogs. Let's run out to the water. I don't get it. That's kind of the problem anyway. But it's drawn outrage and mockery from passerby. The issue is that the mural, which is prominently displayed above the Côte Brasserie restaurant on Kingston upon Thames Riverside Walk, is a popular stretch lined with local businesses, appears to have been hastily generated by an AI, resulting in horridly disfigured people, animals, and even a snowman. Now, look, if that was the point, I'm here for it. If they said this is going to be messed up, people are going to love this, it's going to look like a horror movie, do it. I think that's cool. In the same way, Charles Schultz wanted to put religion in a Peanuts Christmas special. Go ahead and infuse some horror in your wall-sized mural. What do we want? I think it's cool. Anyway, they said it looks like a refugee camp Christmas market mashup. I guess the prompt was reform Christmas nightmare. One user wrote, they didn't stop the boats or the mutant dogs and two-headed snowmen. So there appears to be a second mural as well, which also bears the hallmarks of having been AI generated. It's just disgusting. The good news is that they took it down or said they were going to The bizarre story of why a much talked about creation is being torn down, plus Dockland's light railway extension, a giant. Okay, so anyway, and there it is at night. They took it down. I still don't know. It looks kind of Russian, right? These don't look like British people that I've seen in history. I don't know. This is weird. Celtic, maybe? You would think some people are being burned, or there's some sort of a fire or an unintentional blaze. I don't know. It's very weird. Fortunately, they took it down. I mean, what were they even thinking putting that up there? But even if the image had been done more realistically, the big giveaway that it's actually a painting or a photograph is that it's wall sized. And so you can see any clues or flaws which have been magnified. Like if it was just photoshopped, you'd be able to tell, most likely. They didn't do anything to hide it. They didn't do anything to fix it. They just passed it off. I mean, this is what we can expect, I think, from the media going forward. This time next year, I'll circle back. We'll see. People are just getting away with it, maybe. But it's wall sized, and we can see the flaws. So in other words, our eyes immediately see it for what it is without question. In other words, we are not hallucinating. Now, I use that word intentionally. Here's what I think about it. When you see an image, even if you know straight away that it isn't real, your brain is basically letting you know you're not hallucinating. Okay? Now, I'm no scientist, obviously, but I believe that we don't naturally see what's real. Instead, I think we determine what isn't. I think when we view the world, we're looking for what's not real. And that's how we know what is. And I think that there may be something to, like, I feel like I'm looking around at everything and taking it in, but how much of the time, if I really think about it, am I determining that I'm actually not hallucinating? Not fake is what I think we think of first. Must be real is where I think we land. And surely there are times where we just let it go. Doesn't matter if it's real or not. Who cares? I'm moving on. I have things to do. I'm not putting any energy into that. In those cases, it may be a matter of one's personal perspective or opinion. So let's quickly go back to what we see as art in the first place. What matters and what doesn't. And let's look at an example of what this particular artist calls graffiti. Now, I'm going to ask you to tell me what you think is art. We're going to look at a few examples, okay? I don't think I'm going to do any sound on this one. I don't think we have to worry about that. Okay, ready? Check this out. Is this art? They've got some people in yellow costumes or jumpsuits holding different brooms and stuff like that, and they're up against the wall here. And then somebody else comes by on a dolly with black spray paint. And this is like in the parking garage at some modern art museum or something. What do you think? And they call it graffiti. Now, to me, this is not graffiti. Whether it's art, I don't care. But it's not graffiti. Just because you use spray paint doesn't make it graffiti. And there was an awful lot of planning and staging and participation for what amounts to something that if you had painted it without the models, I'd be very impressed. But you just did like a real life stencil. So I don't know if it's graffiti. Now, this next one is Justin Bua. Now, this guy is apparently one of the most successful print sellers in the world. I mean, he's a great painter. He always does sort of the same like leaning style. Maybe we'll look at him someday. His Instagram is just basically him being critical of other artists. And so we're not going to listen to it because there's like a lot of music playing, but there are some captions if you want to read along. But he is showing what he considers to not be, art. My question is this graffiti? Like, I'm giving you stages here, okay? Is what do you think about this one? So do you see what's happening there? He's got an instrument, like a mechanical instrument. Now, I think he has full use of his arms and, his limbs in this case, right? Because it looks like he's holding it up there and pushing buttons and stuff. But is this graffiti? I don't think it is. I think this takes away from the art of the tag. I think at this point you're relying on a machine to do your art. I don't think that's graffiti. It could be art. I don't know, but I don't think that you're going to run out to, a brand new clean subway car and do that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I got one more for you. Tell me if you think this guy is doing graffiti. Now, let me explain. I've been fascinated lately by people painting miniatures. And so the algorithm has shown me something similar where a guy is painting like scenes and sets. And he goes in and does like, look at this. See the graffiti art? Is this graffiti? It's not out in the world. It's not like on a wall. It's not on a subway car or some sort of train car. So, I mean, these things are so cool. But so here he is painting graffiti artist making graffiti. Is this graffiti art? See what I'm asking you to decide here? What is art in the first place? What do we see as art? Why do we perceive something to be art? What makes it art? Why does that matter? Why doesn't that matter? That's what I'm asking. So I'm giving you 3 examples of what people call graffiti art and asking you, is it? Because in the traditional sense, it's not a guy with a backpack full of spray paint doing some badass art. And so whatever you may personally feel, because art is subjective, visualizing the world through hyper-realistic images is the perfect way to train yourself to be more critical without being more cynical as a result. Those were not hyper-real images. The last one was getting there. And those miniatures are really, you got to have an intimate knowledge of how sludge splashes up on the side of a car to be some of these guys. I've shown them before. I'll show them again. The way they'll get like a clean toy dumpster and paint it to look like it's all grimy and everything. It's a little too good. Like, how much time have you spent around filthy back alleys and dumpsters? Because you nailed it. But what we pass off as art or what we pass off as an image worth looking at is what we're talking about tonight. And when it comes to like hyper real art, then you start to think, okay, AI art, bad, right? Oh, they want AI images to look as real as possible and pass them off as real, and that's bad. But then if you saw a painting and you couldn't tell if it was a painting or a photograph or what would you think? Would you have that same feeling? So I want to introduce you to an artist, maybe you've heard of him, named Bill Braun. Now we're gonna watch a video which is provided by this museum's website. Bill Braun's paintings are impressive feats of hyper-realism. At first glance, they appear to be the ingredients of a child's art project: crumpled craft paper, masking tape, staples, and cut-out construction paper. In reality, every element is expertly rendered in acrylic paint on canvas using trompe-l'oeil techniques. All right, check this out. And yeah, I know I'm not pronouncing that right. Give me a break. We'll hear somebody do it the right way. Seeing is not believing.
Bill recalls having a formative experience at the San Francisco de Young Museum when he saw the trompe-l'oeil room with works by William Harnett, John Pedo, Alexander Pope.
Unfortunate name. Look at this. That's not old vintage currency. It's a painting of currency.
And John Harberl, among others. Trompe-l'oeil is a French term meaning to fool the eye. It's a type of optical illusion that makes you believe you are seeing real three-dimensional objects on a flat two-dimensional plane. Its fundamental aim is convincing you, at least for a moment, that what you are seeing are actual objects and not a painting. Though the term wasn't widely used until the early 1900s, trompe-l'oeil can arguably be dated back to the frescoes of Pompeii and Roman art, where a mural might depict a window or a door or other architectural features. The technique was honed through explorations with perspective and foreshortening in the Renaissance, particularly infamous on the ceilings of grand architecture to give the illusion of infinite space and height. Many 17th century Dutch painters used trompe-l'oeil to achieve great feats of realism. Using color and shape to trick you, the 60s optical art movement borrowed heavily from trompe-l'oeil techniques. It is a style that is continued in many works of contemporary realism and mural art today. The images that Bill saw in the de Young Museum that day seemed so modern, and he found interest in the depiction of imaginary space and painted surface. In the 80s, Bill presented his first trompe-l'oeil paintings of figures and masks, and after a strong magazine review, his artistic career took off. Upon moving to the Northwest, he thought he would give his technique a new twist. He decided it would be fun to trick people even further.
Okay,
and
now
so
look at
began
it.
to make.
This looks like staples on construction paper with like cutouts and pencil and watercolor. This is all painting. That's not a crinkled piece of construction paper. That blue background, that's a painting. Okay? This blows me away every time I see it, and I've known about this guy for a while.
Make cute paintings that looked like children's art projects. Since trompe-l'oeil is all about dealing with the unexpected, he enjoyed that people wouldn't assume his identity as a male artist and would have no idea just how complex these paintings really are.
Now, that's huge. If you can look at a painting and go, well, man did that. All right, that's kind of telling. But if you can look at a painting, like one time Sam Cedar said, he was talking about the Letterhack's art, and he goes, I don't even know if it's male or female. And I was like, perfect. Because if my art looked masculine, I think that'd be weird. But this guy blows me away.
He's inspired by artists like Jasper Johns and Rauschenberg, and very much influenced by Japanese woodblock printing as well. Bill likes his studio because it's in his house, and his house is next to a commercial building, so he can make noise and no one cares. Generally, he listens to the radio all day long. He's been refining his style and technique using trompe-l'oeil for nearly 40 years now. People still don't believe when he tells them that the staples aren't real, or that the signature, painted in the bottom corner, is not stuck on with a label maker. Bill encourages people to stand to the side of the painting and see that it is indeed two-dimensional. He especially loves the look on their faces when they realize the trick and are finally in on the game.
Okay. When I see this kind of art, I think to myself, we should not all be able to do this. Only some of us should be that good. And I'll explain why in a moment, but here's another example of hyper real art that I want you to check out. Suyan Pan is the name of this artist. So that might look like a photograph of a bicycle, but it's not. This is a painting. You can see the paintbrush is real small. He's like painting this now. It's time lapse. He's got focus, aperture. The angle seems weird for a painting. Here he's painting some lettuce. Look at how real the light looks, the shadows. Look at how amazing that looks. There's flaws. Like something like lettuce leaf is a... Think about how difficult... Look at this. One eyebrow at a time. Look at that. The imperfections are perfect. How can you perfectly render imperfect? Come on. And we have sense memory. We know what this is supposed to look like. That's why it's hard for us to tell if it's real or not, because it looks good. Our sense memory also helps us know when something looks wrong. Look, somebody stop me. We could go on and on with this. This guy's amazing. That's what I mean. Not everyone should be able to do this. Our world is nothing without emotional content. Something I want to talk about later in another episode. You martial arts fans would know what that's from. Our world is nothing without emotional content. You don't set out to paint as realistically as possible alone. You do it to entertain and to create wonder in the world around you. You don't go, I can paint like it's a photograph. You say, check it out. You think it's a photograph? It's not. It's a painting. Like, know what I mean? See the difference? To make a fantastic moment where we gasp and smile and go, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's what they want. Bill Braun said he loves watching people's faces when they go, oh, what? Smile. Be delightfully tricked. It is a trick. We are being fooled. Tricked into thinking something was anything other than what it actually is. We must challenge one another to improve, to develop, and to grow through education, sharing knowledge and images, spitballing ideas, or presenting scientific findings. We must allow ourselves room to grow. So we must allow information to get in. We cannot be closed off. We must receive. But we also must remain critical at all times. So that's why I say we need standards. In art, standards are the things that give us something to strive for. What is or what isn't art may be subjective, but if we begin with the idea that standards are set by those who have mastered their craft, the experts in the field, then we allow ourselves to remain open to the notion that no, not just anyone can be an artist in the same way that these hyper-real artists are. But the good news is we can learn from them. They give us something to strive for. And having that standard as a goal to reach is how you strengthen your ability. The standards the experts have set, practice, technique, patience, understanding, trial, and error as part of the process. This helps us realize there's a path to achieving knowledge. And almost nothing is or should be instantaneous in those situations. Check this out.
Did it. AI generated art. Now consumers can experience the joy of creation without actually creating or experiencing joy. Fantastic job. What are you going to solve next? Thank you, sir. For our next project, we've decided to improve soccer. Now, we all know that goals are the most important part of the game. We've decided that we can improve the sport by eliminating all players on the field and introducing a high-speed conveyor belt that delivers the ball directly to the goal in seconds every time.
Okay, so that's hilarious. Focusing on the end result, the final product takes the art out of it. The process is art. I saw my friend Mark Tweedo in the chat saying that earlier, and I didn't put it up on screen because I was getting there. But Mark gets it, and you folks get it. You can't skip the process because, for one, it ignores the standards that are there to help us strive to be better, to improve, to hone our craft. So, back to standards regarding art. We can have our own personal standards. Your standard should be finding your voice, maybe, or your style. The vehicle of your expression is the medium you choose, but the marks you make is the voice you want to produce. Standard isn't a dirty word. See, that's what I was saying at the top. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's not a means of gatekeeping. In fact, it's best if we don't set out to avoid mistakes. The standard isn't to be perfect. That's a misconception. When people always say, oh, I can't draw. Okay. What do you mean? You can't do it now? Because you don't really sit down and do anything perfectly. You don't, it's like no one ever says, I can't use Twitter because you haven't, right? I wish they would. No one ever says, I can't drive a car. No, you say, I'd like to learn how to drive a car. See what I mean? For some reason, when it comes to generating images, people look for the end result. They think of that first. I'm here to tell you it's the process is what I live for. The standard is not to be perfect. It is actually to live with your fuck-ups and try harder next time. And that is why I say the artistic process should be integrated into our lives. The standard is getting back up, not avoiding being knocked down. You want to learn from your mistakes. If you get knocked down, you get back up. Then make sure you're not going to get knocked down again. But you don't set out with the first step, avoiding being knocked down. It takes the fun out of it. The other side of this, something I'll talk about more at another time as well, we cannot allow ourselves to be purely skeptical because we may become overly dismissive. I was kind of saying that earlier. In a world of fake but increasingly realistic images, we might actually mistake a truth as false. And again, this is a dilemma the authoritarians using AI for controlling purposes want to occur. Here's an example. I want to show you a process video of a painting that I mistook for fake but is real. And it'll replay here. I don't want to refresh the page because Instagram's doing weird things when you refresh pages now. This is real, but my first thought was they are painting it too quickly and in a one and done style. Despite the fact that it's a time lapse, you can see that they're not taking any breaks. They're not really pausing or lifting the pen for very long or the brush for very long, and that just seemed too good to be true. This is a problem and something we do often that we should be aware of more. And just to say it again, this is real. Okay, watch this instead.
Is AI generated. It is not. It was created by an artist called Marcela Bolivar. And here is her profile. Here is her usual gloomy style. She's a Magic the Gathering artist.
Okay, this Magic the Gathering artist has had his art mistaken for AI. He's been thrown out. He hasn't gotten jobs because they're like, oh, we don't do AI. And he's like, I'm not AI. And they're like, yeah, right, buddy. That's a problem. And so I'm not going to show that whole video because there's music in it and everything.
Did he want to throw a party in Los?
I'm telling you, Instagram is like fucking random. It's so random. All social media has become so random. What happened to my curated feed? I saw some crap on Blue Sky today. I was like, why am I seeing this? I'm unfollowing this person. I was like, I'm not following this person. Why am I seeing this? It's probably reposted by somebody I am following, but you get my point. Anyway, I just, when it comes to so-called AI artists, I can't see them becoming a beloved figure that we will all admire or having a lasting legacy that will endure for decades. Do you know what I mean? I can't see like them having a name so renowned that a street would be named after them one day. Like, oh, everyone knows Sick Dog 1258997Q was the alpha omega of AI prompts. That's why they named this boulevard after him in New York City. That's not going to happen. But I'm bringing it back to comics tonight. There was recently a street named after an artist, a comic book artist, the most legendary comic book artist. And I say that because we all know his work, whether you recognize the name associated with his work or not. It's Jack Kirby. And if you're a fan of the MCU, you know who this guy is, trust me. Although he did work for DC as well. Marvel creator Jack Kirby gets the New York City street of his childhood named after him. I am going to go into reader view here because I hate ads. Essex Street between Delancey and Rivington Streets on Manhattan's Lower East Side will be permanently named Jack Kirby Way after the famed Marvel Comics creator who was born on 147 Essex on August 28th, 1917. Pretty cool. It's a holiday miracle. Readers will likely recall that we reported on a temporary naming of a street after Jack Kirby as a promotional event for the Fantastic Four movie. Later, we reported on how a decade of efforts to get the intersection of Essex and Delancey Street on the Lower East Side, near Kirby's birthplace on Essex Street, named after Kirby, had been thwarted by New York City regulations. Over the last few months, a new, more politically savvy campaign has been launched, spearheaded by Columbia University's Karen Green and Roy Schwartz, a comics historian, board member of the American Jewish Historical Society. At the time, it appeared to be making progress. Sure enough, this week, during Hanukkah and before Christmas, the New York City Council approved the co-naming of a street, Jack Kirby Way. Yancey Street, a phonetic play on Delancey Street, was the fictional street that Kirby's creation and alter ego Ben Grimm, the Thing, one of the superheroes comprising the Fantastic Four, grew up on. The Yancey Street Gang was a group of kids from the Thing's old neighborhood who would taunt and insult the Thing for becoming a big shot superhero sellout. Jack Kirby, along with his collaborator, writer, and editor Stan Lee, co-created much of the Marvel Comics universe, including the Fantastic Four, Hulk, Thor, Ant-Man, Black Panther, and the X-Men. Kirby was an incredible, groundbreaking artist, revolutionizing the medium with his drawings, power, and dynamism. But he was also an amazing creator, writer, plotter with a boundless imagination. Kirby's comic book creation spawned the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the X-Men film franchise, which have generated $40 billion in box office revenue. A video documentary about Kirby can be found here. So that's cool. That's amazing. It's so cool. I'll tell you right now. These guys bickering over stealing each other's AI art, that's not cool. That's not a thing. Hold on. Oh, I want to show you. Look at these comments. It's like a 5-year-old complaining that another 5-year-old with the same stencil drew the same thing. Okay, so you get 2 5-year-olds with a stencil, and now maybe you can see the callback to the first example of graffiti art where they basically just made a human stencil. But it's like one of them saying, hey, you stole my drawing. And the funny reply here, except both 5-year-olds actually put in the work. Anyway, it is an embarrassing development to watch them fight. But I'm going to take joy in it. I'm going to take pleasure. Yeah, so this is a good point. Nowhere Bound, how's it going? Most historians agree that Jack Kirby had more to do with Marvel's success than Stan Lee, though Lee's touch was needed. So there's 2 ways to write a comic book script in general. There's a lot of ways, but there's 2 basic ways. One is to write out the script, page 1, 4 panels, panel 1. Here's what happens. Panel 2, here's what happens. Then there's what they call the Marvel way. And Stan Lee has said that he would dictate to people on typewriters, secretaries probably at the time. He said he would dictate 5 comic book scripts at once. And that's why they did this. But the other way is called the Marvel way, where you just say, okay, page 1, here's what happens. And the characters say this. You don't do the panel breakdowns. Somebody else will come in and do that. But a lot of the times, the artist, Steve Ditko with Spider-Man, Bill Finger with Batman, or Jack Kirby and Stan Lee with like all the, Thor, Captain America, the Hulk, the Avengers, all that stuff. They would take it and they'd say, okay, what's he got on page 1? Captain America gets in a fight and says this. Okay. And they would develop the comic and in doing so, evolve the characters. And it would be silly of Stan Lee to go, no, I didn't write that, because you didn't write that. The rule in writing comics is if you want to see it on the page, you write it. And if you don't want them to put it on the page, tell them not to put it on there. But if you leave it open, if you do it the Marvel way and kind of leave it wide open, they're going to run with it. And so, they did. That's why they can take as much or more credit. But now imagine this so-called AI art theft, stealing each other's AI prompt on a larger scale, like with movies. They always talk about, oh, you can make movies with this stuff one day. You work for however many hours, expending however many resources and costs to make an AI movie. And then someone with a larger platform, say a well-known media figure, does the same exact thing. And even if yours was better in every way, the next one is getting all the views and subsequent ad revenue, right? Think about it. This is the second major flaw in considering yourself an AI artist. The first major flaw, well, let me put it this way. I've shown videos of people complaining about gatekeeping. The so-called gatekeeping done by publishers and studios is keeping people from making AI. And go ahead and make your AI story. Just because you can't submit it to a publisher doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means they're not going to publish it. They are currently against AI and won't accept your manuscript, or like a studio accepting a movie pitch, because you used AI to make it. And that's not gatekeeping. They just aren't doing it themselves. See? Because if the publisher was okay with AI, they would just do it themselves. The publisher wouldn't say, we're okay with AI now, and then say, now accepting submissions from humans who came up with the prompt, now accepting submissions from humans who got ChatGPT to write a novel. They would just use ChatGPT themselves. This is what I don't get. They won't need you or anyone else to assist. They will just make the slop on their own. They won't go, well, our slop would be better if somebody was better at prompt. No, they would just, they've gotten to a low enough standard that shit doesn't matter. There's no quality control. Look at the mural that was up in London. What is this? They made it. It was terrible, and they put it up there. AI will only be used to cut out humans, not allow more humans to be in the game. Now, if that means that we all get paid and they cure cancer, awesome. But they're not doing that, and they're not going to do that. None of that's going to happen. They're not creating a utopia for us. They're just cutting us out. This is pure capitalism. So it's not gatekeeping so much as it's your own delusions of grandeur. But the second major flaw has now been identified. The second major flaw in thinking you are an artist by using AI is that literally anyone can just steal your prompt, because you can't legally prevent someone from stealing what you rightfully stole in the first place. Okay? You cannot legally prevent somebody from stealing what you rightfully stole in the first place. And if they do change laws for that, we all are going to have lawsuits pending. But look, please don't forget the actual gift of embracing art. This is what matters. The third major flaw is forgetting that achievement, actual accomplishments, come from the act of attempting to produce and not the product itself. You may have the end results in mind. Maybe you're painting from a photograph and you want it to look as realistic as possible. That's what you're aiming for. If you don't get it, good. Because you shouldn't be able to do that. Or else why would you be trying? Now look, if you can just sit down and do it, oh, okay. They're out there. I can show you, this guy passed away. I can show you a Korean artist that will blow your mind. And I will. We'll look at some of that. This guy he gets like a big wall-sized piece of paper, and he would just set up at Comic-Cons, and he would just start using a pen and a brush and a magic marker, and he would create a whole mural straight off the top of his head, be the most accurate thing you've ever seen. And when it's done, you would say, there's no way he didn't already do a version of that. There's no way he didn't know what this was going to look like. Halfway through, he started drawing camels, and you're like, what is this? But it made sense. So they're out there. If you can do it, more power to you. That's amazing. But you shouldn't be able to. Those are Those are the exceptions. I make an entire comic book, and I hope people appreciate the end result. But what I know is that they can never truly appreciate the work that goes into it without trying it for themselves. I could tell you all the trials and tribulations and all the successes and mountain moving that I accomplished. But I'm just talking. You're just listening. If you try it for yourself, that's an experience. And even if you don't succeed by meeting your own standards or the standards that have been set by the masters of their craft, which again is just for us to benefit from, then you cannot forget this one vital point. In a world where everything is fake, and if it's not that world today, talk to me tomorrow. But in a world where everything is fake, the act of trying and failing is as real as it gets. And in that way, every single one of us can be and is an artist. And there's no questioning that. A very special Christmas episode of Left Past 10 starts right now. Look, whether it's special or not, I may have been inaccurate on that point. It does start now.
Yeah. Shouldn't it start in 1 more minute?
Andrea, it's 10 p.m. Eastern exactly. So I think you mean, shouldn't it start in 1 more second? I think you were like, we should wait 1 more second because this feels wrong. Oh, hold on. Sorry, real quick. Do me a favor.
No.
You guys hear me okay?
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Okay.
Stop it.
Don't talk during this part because it ruins the whole damn intro when we talk over it. So just
I love your scarf, by the way.
Oh, I'm
thanks.
glad you mentioned it first because what the hell? First of all, did you get a haircut? What is that?
I did get a haircut, yes.
You look handsome.
The whole thing. You look
know-
like a fucking college little
You know
trust fund
why-
baby going into fucking Yale for the first time.
You
and
know why I
fucking-
got a haircut?
No,
Because
I
I
don't.
don't cut it myself.
Okay.
I don't follow.
I got a haircut.
Oh, wait, now
because
I got it.
otherwise I
Damn
would
it.
have cut my hair.
Yeah.
This is my look. I was like, okay, I could wear a tie and a cardigan. I could do the Clark Griswold thing, or I could do like the Christopher Robin thing, which is easier because I could still go out
Well-
in public and not look like I was at church.
I don't know. Were you sinning?
But yeah, I mean, look, it's amazing for people to be like, you're looking good. You look so young. Just let your hair grow without any upkeep or anything for like a year and then cut it. And people
get
will be
real
like, time
depressed.
machine.
You look older though. Like this is like midlife crisis territory. Is what?
Oh,
I'm saying.
really?
Yeah. You're trying.
I
to
got a
reach after lot.
standard tapered side part and I'm not really brushing it. And what midlife crisis? This
Well,
looks
it's
like a boy
it's
band
hair
haircut to you?
plus whatever the fuck this is. This
It's my
whole-
Christmas. I'm just doing Christmas.
That's not Christmas. That's like
I'm a Christmas caroler.
$300,000 to be here. Energy.
This scarf has a hole where one of my dogs chewed it up. It's at least 35 years old.
Okay.
Oh, you think this looks expensive?
No, it looks very cheap. It's just the whole thing's it gives off this energy as if you
I look
think
like
that you're more important than you actually are.
I look like I'm just
the
leaving my.
haircut goes a long way too. Like
I'm
it's
leaving
not
my
one
law
of the-
class.
If you only had one, it wouldn't be that bad. But the fact that you have both the hair and this. It's
I'm
really concerning.
leaving my law class. I'm late for philosophy. I just dropped my economics thesis.
Yep, and the
And-
weight just picked up, and now it's everywhere.
And when I graduate, I'm going to be a poet. So all
You're
this
still ambitious. You're planning on
wasted-
being poet laureate, but you know.
Oh yeah. Well, my father was, so I'm a shoo-in. Nepotism.
Andrea, what are we working with here for holiday outfits? It looks like we got a blanket.
I'm cold.
Fair enough.
That
You tend to
is
make everything look cool. You're why grunge became a fashion. Kurt Cobain made it look cool, and then we all tried to copy him, and it didn't work out.
Andrea had this sick beatnik thing going on during her show today. I was watching
What
it
was
like,
that?
yes. It looked like black turtleneck and yeah, it looked very beatnik. It was probably exactly what you have on now, but the lighting was different.
This is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, nice. Turtles
High
in a
on
half
life.
shell or heroes
I
in a
love
half
it.
shell.
Yeah.
High on life.
This is Beatnik? Is that what this is? This is
No.
Beatnik?
Oh, yeah. You've got a shirt with artists on it.
Hipster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I stole my nephew's sweater. This belongs to my nephew.
It looks like it doesn't fit you, so that makes a lot of sense. It
Doesn't
looks
really.
very tight.
It's
showing
very
off.
baggy in the arms and very tight around the stomach.
I noticed that earlier. Yeah, like when you were doing a wide shot.
Yeah.
This is great. I'm
This is
loving
why
these.
I have like 5 pairs of clothes, and I accumulate some over time. This is actually a new addition, but
Christmas card model.
it's horrible. It's really it's really terrible. The whole thing.
Come
The
on.
hair is the worst
It's just a
part.
haircut. This is what my hair looked like for the majority of the
And
time
it
you've
looked
known
terrible.
me.
Yeah, I know. It looked terrible. I thought you were
do
finally
think
getting
you look
over that
wonderful.
phase of your life. I thought you'd finally learned a thing or two. And now
I love
you're
that
regressing.
getting a haircut is midlife crisis. Like,
I haven't gotten a haircut in literally.
dude, you're obviously falling apart. You went to a
I haven't
barber
gotten
this
a
week?
haircut in 11 years. I haven't taken scissor to my hair in 11 years. So
I went to a barber and the entire building was gone. And I was like, oh, yeah, it has been a while. They knocked the building down. So then I went to the only other all men's barber in town because I'm in a bad place for
all men
haircuts.
You're not going to get a woman to cut your hair. No, sorry.
No, they have female
all men.
barbers, but they only do men's hair.
They only do men's hair, right? So the women are allowed to work.
I'm
on
just
the men,
saying.
but the women are not allowed to actually get the haircut. That's a little. That's a little
Unless
too
you
much
want,
for them.
like-
For South Carolina. That's they're still not up to that part yet. So it's all men.
Yeah, what do you want to pay him equally next?
Correct.
Come on.
Yeah, it's terrible.
So the reason why I never went to this place is because they don't have a phone number and they're never open.
Yep.
But when they are open, they're open from 7 to 7, which is most people are open like 9 to 3. So
Yeah, that's not bad.
So I went there and I was like, they're not going to be open, but it was close to where the building. So I drive to the building, it's knocked down. I was like, fuck. So I drive, but not a big loss because the haircut wasn't that great anyway. So I go over to this
I
other
agree.
place, handwritten sign, maybe open this afternoon, check back. And I was like, check back? You don't have a phone number. I'm supposed to keep driving over here?
I like, and just on the off chance that they'll be open, like they're not actually sure,
Incredible. So then I was like, okay, I'm just going to go wherever's open because I've decided to get a haircut and I've been driving around and I had to get out of the house for a while. So I go to this, I don't even remember the name. It's just like a generic chain. And I was like, I'm just getting a haircut. And the lady they said, okay, she'll take you back. And I was like, oh,
Was it
cool. I
all
didn't have to
men's
wait
though?
or anything.
Were
No.
there any women present?
There was all female barbers and lots of people were getting their
Wow.
haircut. So
all female. So they're
They-
working on you then. So they're in the lower rung.
So she took me right back and she said, what are we doing? I was like, I don't know, but you can't disappoint me. And she was like, I can't. I was like, is it obvious? No. I was like, you can't disappoint me.
Can only
Just-
go up from here.
I was like, I don't want like one of these military cuts that I always seem to get where they just get out the clippers right away. I want something layered that I can comb or not.
This is like that episode of Leave It to Beaver where the fucking grandma cuts little Beaver's hair. That's what the energy here is. It's very striking.
So then she's like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. And I was like, you do though. I was like, I always ask for a tapered side part and I never get it. So can you help me? And I just sort of brush my hair with my hand. So it's
I'm going to be honest. What the fuck is a tapered side part? I don't
tapered
know
means
hair
shorter,
enough
shorter,
to even
lower,
begin to create that language.
and it tapers down probably to nothing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's the hairs are longer up here, shorter until they're just stubble by your cheeks. That's the taper.
So a side part
similar to
part on the side.
What would be my
It's standard.
hairstyle? What would you describe this with your
Long.
wide vernacular?
Long hair.
Long
a barber would say long hair. You charge you extra.
Extra? Well, they wouldn't charge me anything because
This is
I
work.
wouldn't
Work to be done.
Joan Jett,
So what-
circa 1988.
Joan Jett?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's that's why
88? 87 maybe, you think? Or just strictly 88?
Somewhere in
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Now that I got a haircut, I'm thinking about all these other life choices. I've just been throwing everything away.
Yeah, you've
I'm
just been, spending all of your life savings on comic books all of a sudden,
Is it hot in here? I'm sort of
You decided
panicking.
to just, quit your career working in snow things.
Wait, you
to
didn't
draw
throw
comic
out
books,
the hair, surely?
You're really.
I kept it with all my discarded fingernails.
Yeah, in a bowl.
In a jar.
Yeah, okay.
I keep a giant bag full of Max's hair so that eventually I'll have enough hair to create a second Max. And then they're gonna
I've
meet
done
each
that
other.
as well. Creepily, I will smell my dead dog's hair from time to time.
That's not creepy. You gotta keep it in a Ziploc so that the fumes persist over time.
Yeah.
And then every time you open it, it's a limited can. You gotta open it, get a sniff, close it right away. I do this and Max is still alive. I do this.
Yeah.
So I'm developing the habit early.
We're acclimating my dog to the rest of the house, our new dog.
New dog.
And so it's like 70 something today. So I was
What
sitting
is
in the
it's 70 something? What does that even
crazy. It's like very warm outside. So
Oh,
I
the
had the front
temperature.
door open and we were sitting in the front room and we are just sort of like, see, there's a porch and there's a yard and we're upstairs, but there's outside. We can go in and out all these doors. And so then she wanted to go outside. I had her on the leash the whole time. So we went around the side of the house she hasn't been on yet. She's very skittish. So we're walking around. She just nose to the ground. And when she gets to her kennel, she starts sniffing and she's like, oh, I know where I am. Like you could see the recognition. And she looked up and she saw the steps to go up to the deck and then into the dining room. And she was like, ooh, and still on the leash, runs over there, up the steps, goes in the house and is looking at my wife and our other dog like, I figured it out.
Her other dog. That's an interesting choice of
Our
pronoun.
other dog.
Our other dog is what I said.
Oh,
Jeez, look, Andrea, are we going to sit here all night where you try and find a flaw with where it does not exist?
No, I'm just curious. I don't
It's
know.
like those are failed relationships. If you didn't know, these are the sorts of relationships that one party will back away from and say, you know what, this isn't working.
I don't
for
know.
me."
Okay. Let me give you my perspective.
Like your
I scroll up
haircut
for an
looks
episode of
like
Left
a
Past 10, I see
midlife
this on my
crisis.
screen,
Not a nice thing to say. And
Oh,
then
yeah,
cherry picking every word, every other word that I say as something
I'm just trying to
negative
understand the
is
story there is all.
that is what's negative.
I apologize.
I want to play War on Christmas 4, by the by.
Do it.
Oh. Not the
load it
first
up?
three. The first three you can skip them.
Well, because it's the newest one. I'm not gonna declare that I'm gonna do a stream because every time I do that, it's embarrassing because it doesn't work and I look like
That's
a much
true.
older
You played the
fella.
first one. I think I saw the first couple levels were streamed, and then there was then it was just your face for a while. But that was a
Yeah.
good show. I really enjoyed that one.
Can we play now?
Well, I'm gonna
You
download it
actually
after
have the
this
butt
and try
cup.
to install it.
See,
that
now-
one is good though.
Now, when Andrea gives a compliment, it's because something went wrong.
Yes.
So, like, just so the viewers know, whenever we're off air and Andrea
This
goes,
is
"That was a
my-
good
this is
show,"
my
I
situation.
know I should probably unlist it and turn off monetization.
I like the terrible shows. When the show is going smoothly and everything's great, I feel like I'm out of place. I have imposter syndrome. But when the show is a train wreck, I feel like, oh, great, I belong here.
When it's an entertaining train wreck, I feel the same way. As long as it's interesting, you know?
Yeah.
I like my
But here's the problem. If I recall correctly, the camera was just locked on my face and my mic was off for a good long time. So most of the stream was just like nightmare.
Those are really good streams. I like that one where you tried to speak, but it was terrible, and you just sat there like a Renaissance man. That was a really good.
Actually, I did like that. You guys, you pulled off an entertaining podcast.
Jake, do you know about this mug that says "my butt"?
I don't.
So I can put my butt on screen at any time.
Ah.
I just set my butt on the desk. I was just drinking out of my butt, and when it's empty, I'll have to clean my butt. But for now, it's full.
This is one hell of a.
This is my wife got me this for
temperature
my
wise.
birthday.
How's your butt doing?
It's freezing cold.
Fair.
And filled with juice.
Oh.
This the
Just
mug.
so we know, I the things that I've said on today's show pale in comparison to whatever.
The
just
mug
happened.
might be a sign of a midlife crisis, actually.
Well, what's the size of the mug is also a little
That's-
concerning. It's
look
a
at the-
it's a
look at
large.
the other one.
Whoa, what is that? Does that say anything, or is it just big and empty?
Big
my
blue
skull?
mug. I told my wife, I was like, all of our large mugs are not for me. Our
Mm.
larger size mugs, I don't like them. I was like, I need like a decent large mug that I know is mine.
You need like one that's yours. You don't like sharing?
I just want 2 cups of coffee at once.
Are they different roasts, different types of coffee, or is it just like one's from 3 days ago, one's from this morning?
Here's something other married people will realize. Sharing something just means you're going to be one person is going to criticize the other for how they're using the shared object. So you have to maintain your individuality. You have to have your own shit.
I don't think
Because then I don't have people saying, Matt, please don't do this with our shared coffee mug. It's just my mug. I'll do whatever I want. This is the thing. People look at marriage. It's like it's like scuba diving.
It's
you're underwater, so that's like you're in a intense environment. There's dynamics you have to account for. It's not always safe. You're gonna have to work together, right? Somebody may be in better shape than the other, and you got to help them out. Sometimes you're equally strong and ready, and your equipment's working great, and everything's perfect. But you can't count on that.
No.
That's my marriage analogy. I think most people who get married, whether they quickly realize this isn't the case or it ends up being like the reason why the marriage ends in divorce, people think that, okay, yeah, scuba diving, I get it, but we share a breathing apparatus, right? No. You each have your own life. You're each in control of your own personal well-being. You help and assist and you're partners, but like you are you and I am me. And that's the only way like a true like marriage or union works, in my opinion. But I think a lot of people go into it thinking we have to both breathe out of one thing, and it's like you're putting too much pressure and stress and unneeded bullshit on this. You know, and because then the other person's like, you're using too much air. It's like, oh, Jesus. Okay, I just want my own breathing apparatus. And they'll be like, you do? Why? And it's like, cuz you're doing it wrong. I'm just waiting for somebody to interrupt me.
I
can
know.
go on with
I'm
this.
intently listening. About
And then there's a
life
shark.
advice column. I'm like, we should start getting people to write in. Turn this into
the marriage shark.
One of
Yes,
those,
you
you know,
write
those
in.
shows where people talk about their life problems or whatever to some like 60-year-old guy in a studio, and like that's what this show is.
60.
Well, I'm not talking about you.
Oh,
You're
not me.
getting
Oh,
there.
okay.
Yeah, you're going to grow into it at some point. You're going to get there.
Oh,
Like a
well,
good
okay. For a
persona?
second, I thought that maybe you weren't criticizing me for a moment, but you are. You're just
No, no.
future me. I get it. No,
For
that's fine.
you. Yeah, if there's any consolation, I criticize myself every second of the day. So I gotta shift the radar dish once in a while.
Look how my marriage analogy got an all new unmodded person to chime in. I love it.
Nice.
See? This is
All
content
new.
that people engage with.
Yeah,
So.
it's true. They love engaging with this content.
Alaro, you are our newest moderator. Somebody please
Oh,
explain.
that's fantastic news. That is fantastic news.
Oh.
My wife's gonna be like, "What did Andrea and Jake think of your haircut?" And I'll be like, "Jake liked it. Andrea identified my midlife crisis."
Oh well,
which
I
is
mean, it's
happening at
good
51.
haircut if that's what you're going for. You know, it's like you're like going to the Harry Potter fan club. I don't, that's
Nobody would look at it and go, "Ooh, what happened?" Because I've had the worst haircuts and nobody did that.
I just like whatever you think the normal person would do, I flip it.
Here,
That's what I do.
where I am, it's not normal. There's a guy who will brush your hair in such an abusive manner that a couple of days later you'll be like, I can feel the brush. It is insane.
That's
This
why
guy
I only
plays
brush my hair once a month or two.
he plays Newsmax and he's sitting there with the brush and you're like, damn, dude. My father-in-law stopped going to him. And I was like, why'd you stop going? He goes, he's too rough with the brush. And I was like, okay, this makes me think we should bring it up because I feel the same way. We can't be the only ones. And so I went to look at like the reviews online and they were all really positive. And I was like, this is one of those things where it gives you a discount if you leave a positive review or something, right?
It's all a conspiracy.
And so
I thought you were gonna say they were like a wall of rough with the brush.
that's what I was expecting.
Huh.
But then the last time I was in there, his assistant took me instead. And I was like, oh, thank God.
Right.
This fucking troll. So yeah, a troll. I said, hey, are you aware of your glowing reviews on Yelp or whatever it was? And they're like, oh, we don't look at that. And I was like, you have the best reviews and the most reviews out of any barber in this town. And they're like, okay. And I was like, yeah, I feel like that should matter. You know what I mean? Like, you might not be like bragging about it, but
where Yelp is a very important metric.
No, I'm just saying they don't care about the feedback at all.
That's
so, like,
how I
if they
feel.
don't,
I understand that they pride themselves on the quality of their work, and
well,
nothing
but
else.
this is my point: is if they don't care about the positive feedback, they wouldn't care about a bunch of people saying too rough with the brush.
Oh no, for sure.
Oh yeah, you can tell them. You can say like, "Hey, you don't know what the fuck you're doing."
So
And I think all of these people are wrong. Actually,
I was driving an hour, like sometimes an hour and 15 minutes one way for a haircut, and it was great. They would give you a bourbon. It was like a 45-minute pleasurable experience. It was amazing. It was really fun, but it's too far. And it was
you
like
ever think
75
about
bucks.
the homoeroticism of like the male on male barber with the massage scalp and
I'm pretty sure that's like a trope.
The close shave,
A
I don't know, I just
pornography
find the whole
trope.
thing to just be very, very sexual energy just everywhere with that kind of
Fucking
stuff.
A, that's awesome.
Strangely enough,
You know-
I find it to be one of the most asexual places. Isn't that strange?
Really?
Yeah,
That might say a lot about your feelings on many things.
could be.
Hmm.
I used to have a barber named Mr. Meyer, and he
So
cut.
he's like 40 years older than you?
Yeah, it was 40. You think he's his son? No, he was much older. Much
Right.
older.
Okay. I see.
And I went to his barber shop from the time in which I was playing with the toys he kept in the corner all the way up to like leaving for college. And then he died. And ever since then, when I either just buzz my hair every couple of months, or I'll go to a cost cutters with the same attitude that you go to like a prostitute after your wife died. You know,
You just couldn't recover. Yeah, I see. You could.
Yeah.
It's never the same. You don't even want to even try because you're setting yourself up for failure by even trying. So you just resign to a fate of something worse than death. The
And,
fate
you know,
of
some
someone
people
who's just given up.
Some people only have it in them to care for one barber in their life.
I get
Romantic, maybe, but not sexual.
that. I get that.
That's
I mean, the way our appearance means a lot to us.
I would never let anyone alter my appearance under any circumstance. I just could not see just a barber.
Yeah,
or
and
a
you're not
tattoo,
alone. I
or I
mean-
would tattoo myself before I let someone else tattoo me.
But it's something about like thinking about barbers as being erotic gives new meaning to rough brush treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's well, I
starting
mean,
to make me
I don't do that whole
like,
thing.
what was
So to
he
me, I just
really
look
up
at
to?
it and see it as a weird thing that humans do.
But okay, this is crazy talk. But what isn't? I was thinking. I was recently talking to somebody, and they were like joking around about old man porn, and I was like, "Oh, what?" And they were like, "Oh, dude, it's a thing," and I was like, "Wait." So you know me, I just went into hold on a second moment where I said,
"Is that in the Epstein files?"
I said, "So I said, so what you're telling me is I'm in my 80s. I'm a widower. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe my wife has got fed up and left me. I'm single. I'm in my 80s. Whether through natural means or
I can think of worse places to be
chemical
than in your 80s.
assistance, I can get into that industry." And the guy was laughing, and I was like, "I'm asking you, is this what you mean by that? Like, that's a real thing?"
There's
And he
a
goes, "I don't
pipeline,
know,
there's a
dude."
gateway, there's a program you can enter to eventually reach that
So I kept thinking about it, and he was like, "Let's stop talking about it." I was like, "No, let's see this through." I was like, in theory, you wouldn't do it because you needed the money. You would do it because you had money to sponsor it. And so
Right,
you're the
that's right.
producer,
You're
the director,
producer,
and the
director,
star.
You're fulfilling a fantasy that in your youth was not
I'm
cool.
just saying, I never thought about getting into porn until I thought
think
about
about it, if
getting
you're
into
80
porn as like an 80-year-old.
Yeah, if you're 80, think about, like the Holocaust was going around like 80, that was a while ago. Like that was a different world.
Yeah, connect these dots for me.
Yeah, well, my point being, you couldn't really regularly do porn during the Holocaust. It wasn't that popular. So, you have to keep that dream, you have to contain it, and then eventually you grow up and now you can fulfill that.
You got there.
See what I'm saying though, right? Like think about it's like I'm 80. I got $500,000 in the bank. It's not buying me any happiness. I'm just like, so lonely and bored. I can't draw anymore because of arthritis. But
I can still plow.
I need to set up my phone to take video right over there.
Man.
And then all I need is about 20 minutes. Maybe I don't look, and I'm just now thinking might not even include anybody else. I don't know what's selling right now.
Thank you. See, I've had multiple porn schemes come to mind, many of them including the fact that there's a fetish for everybody. There's got to be a fetish for whatever disgusting thing I am or any of us are.
Maybe it's clothes on.
Yeah, you want to see my my hams out? Sure. You want to see me fully dressed, getting slapped with the pie? Go ahead. All you need is my consent for you to jizz about it, and you've got it.
And then what's the ROI? Like, how much
Yeah.
am I gonna make back? Right? Yeah.
Are there enough of you little freaky bastards out there? That's essentially it.
This is where our economy is nowadays. People can't really find a real
Gig
job,
economy.
so they do this.
If we can't just have a UBI, I'm fine with everybody having a pornographic account. By all means, we got to get by.
I think like the sex work industry is not I don't see that as being like people having a great time. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think it's work, like anything else. I think it's a fucking
really
job.
thrilled to be involved.
I don't think they're like, I love this fucking job. I think that you get something out of it. You know, it's like there's an art form to it, like with dancing and in what they call strip clubs and everything.
What
That's
they
all
call
fine.
that? You don't call it that though, but someone else.
I'm
calls
just
it
thinking
that.
there's probably a new, more liberal
So
term.
you've never heard of it.
It's probably another term. I'm probably strip club. It's probably outdated. I'm just taking that into account. So maybe not. But dancing for money. But like there's an art to all of this, but there's also like the people who come in and lowball everyone else and they're like, I'll do anything. Right?
That's true. That's true. There's
Getting
always
all the
people willing
clicks.
to do anything, and that's the problem with our economy in general. Is you have a bunch of people with low standards that are just willing to do anything for the lowest amount of money. We call them scabs, and they drain the rest of us of our resources and buying power in this economy.
Speaking of getting drained, do
why I'm
you think
pro-abortion.
Trump actually sucked off Bill Clinton?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, just wanted to.
I don't think Bill Clinton. I think that was. I
See,
can't
that's
see him.
the only point at which I doubt is where you're coming at it from, which is Bill Clinton might have been like, yeah. If I
No,
want
I'm
someone to
thinking
blow
Bill
me.
Clinton woke up in the middle of it and was like, "What's going on?" Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
no, it's Epstein and Trump.
Finish
they're
up and
talking.
get out.
They made a bet, and then the bet was like, you do this or whatever, you lose, you gotta suck his dick, and he's sleeping over there, whatever the fuck. And
Now
then
that's
they
a
made a bet.
possibility.
Trump lost the bet. Go over there. You just give it a go. Good old round 1, round 2 situation. And, Bill Clinton, what is he, the president at the time? He doesn't mind getting his dick sucked by some wannabe billionaire. Whatever. Good for him.
I don't think they did. And this is the thing.
They did it many times. Multiple
Trump's
times.
not a giver, for one.
Yeah, Matt's coming
Not
at
gonna do
you.
anybody.
It has to be a lost bet. That's my.
He's not going to do anybody. And come on, like Trump commits to deals he's made. No, that's
with Epstein,
definitely
with
not.
Epstein, his best friend.
He's not going to go, well, I
Enigma's
guess I
never changed.
lost. So, did you see the South Park where they showed Trump doing it to JD Vance and he keeps flipping him and doing all these other positions? And I
not
was
see
like,
that
not
part.
realistic. Trump's
I
not a
saw all the other
multiple
ones.
position kind of guy.
Trump has sex like a turtle. Like I'm sure he just climbs up there and goes, "Nah," and then it's a
He
miracle
just
he's
climbs
alive.
up. I think you're giving him too much credit. I don't think
They
there's a-
showed him in that movie, The Apprentice. They showed him having sex with his ex-wife against her will. And
they showed that on TV.
And I was like, I still don't think that's how it happened. It looks way too. He looks like he's way too
Athletic.
energetic.
Yeah,
he probably just falls on top of them and they can't move.
Oh god.
From his under his weight. You know what I mean? Like, and they're like, oh my god, this isn't even like.
I mean, it's like if some big,
it's abnormal in every
look at
way
Donald
when it
Trump,
comes to
look
this
at
stuff.
him. We all know what he looks like. If he falls asleep on top of you, you're not going anywhere. You're gonna wind up somewhere like underneath 6 feet in New Jersey or whatever. You're gonna wind up with moss on your fucking gravestone. That motherfucker falls on you. Like it's not going well.
I think
Why
Trump,
do you think his kid is that one kid is just gonzo? No one talks about her. Trump fell on her one time and it's been downhill ever since.
I just can't see him doing. Okay, let's.
The
this
same
kind
kid he
of-
brought to Epstein's Island and introduced Epstein to and all those things.
This is on topic, but not on topic. I'm looking at all these
Is there a
images.
topic for today's show? I feel like
I'm looking at all these images
I'm so sorry.
of Epstein and all this stuff.
you're looking at him.
And
I'm trying to avoid them, but you're diving straight in.
the ones that they're putting up,
These
you
are
know,
most
like on
regular.
Majority Report or whatever. I'm not on, what is it, a Dropbox? You
I
know what
100%
Like,
am. I'm
So-
being a little tinfoil hat weirdo, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
Here's what
I've
I
been
get
copy-pasting
from
my PDFs, unredact them.
here's what I get from pictures of where he lived and how he dressed and like his surroundings and his office and all. Very boring, no fucking style. Looks like he spent a lot of money on stuff that is not impressive. And like, I'm not just talking about like the gold tacky shit that they're
We're talking
like,
about
"Put some
Epstein?
gold over here and over there." Yeah, because Trump is modeling the Oval Office and all that shit after what Epstein's place looked like, one of them. So But like Epstein, it looks like, and I'm not kidding. They showed pictures of like some sex toys, and I was like, even that just looks incredibly boring. That shit that you can
Those
just
were, like,
buy
the
from a
sex
porn
toys.
store.
Yeah, those were the stuff like you buy when you stop at an adult toy store with your spouse or whatever because you're looking to spice
And they're like,
things
let's
up
do something
last minute.
naughtier. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so this guy would like, look, I don't know how it works, but if I had more money than God, I would definitely be like custom jobs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, 100%.
Like, because Jeff Bezos does synthetic coke, not the street shit. You know what I mean? And that's just I don't have any evidence of
nothing
that.
that comes in a cardboard box, for
Right.
God's sake.
That's what was weird to me. It was just like this guy just seems like so unimaginative and
Well,
boring.
when you factor in that he's
also the worst
he's a
person around.
intelligence asset, you know, like you know, his goal is to manipulate rich people. He's like the lowest common denominator of rich person, right? So he's trying to model his whole place after what are all the rich perverts going to be into.
If you are a connoisseur of fine products, those products don't make any sense. But if you look at it through the lens of he's trying to get pictures of people around products, then it makes a lot more sense.
I mean, yeah, he's got like a 5-hour tape of Trump and like a child, you know, that's somewhere. We don't know where that is, but
yeah,
he tried to reach
I can't wait till
out.
that one comes out.
Tried to reach out to what's the guy's name? Larry Nesser. The U.S. Olympics.
As you know, I've taken the short route home.
He tried to reach out to him,
Like
and the
it
letter
reads
was
like a Trump tweet. That letter, that shit's awesome.
It was returned.
That does seem
unopened,
like people are saying that letter is something he wrote to incriminate Trump in case he gets killed in prison. I think it's the other way around. I think he wrote that to try to intimidate Trump, being like, you better get me out of here because here I am talking on the record. And instead of getting him a really quick, quiet pardon, what it got him was...
I mean, the whole thing's very interesting. I can't wait until Donald Trump steps down and gets a pardon and goes to live his best life.
Isn't he
going
to pardon himself?
Well, he's
I
going to
have a
pardon
whole
himself,
ass
and then
prediction.
he's going to step down, and then he's going to get pardoned again. It's going to be a double pardon. With
By
cheese?
February of next year, by the end of February of 26, I think Trump is out of office, pardons himself on the way out, and plans to go die quietly in Mar-a-Lago. But I don't think that he fully understands the America he created, and I think one of his own is going to gun him down when he thinks he's in retirement in the last days of his life. But I think basically all this is happening because he is dying right now, and every month he has fewer days and fewer hours in the days that he has to behave anywhere near coherently.
He was
and I think
dozing
JD
off.
Vance is already
The
every
way
meeting, basically.
The way he falls asleep, but his face droops. What is that?
Yeah. Well, it
Sad
looks
deal.
like that's damage from a seizure. It looks like
Oh.
these muscles, which can get damaged during a seizure.
He was holding his head up to listen to somebody and fell asleep like this, and then went.
See, that is if you
like, whoa.
That's like scarring from not a seizure, an aneurysm. Stroke. Thank you. For God's
I mean,
sake.
out.
I can't believe Mitch
Not just on the
McConnell is
kids,
still in
and
office.
doing
Remember,
it on
he
TV
was
too.
falling.
What if there's a real emergency, you guys? Like we've stopped even bothering with this conversation. But sincerely, what if we have another Hurricane Katrina tomorrow? What if a country actually decides to attack us? Mitch McConnell, Donald Trump, what the fuck are they going to do about it? They won't even know what's happening.
I wouldn't even consider that an emergency. I mean, who's going to attack us? Anyone who would attack us. I mean, I feel like that's probably going to make things better off.
Emergencies happen all the time. We don't know what they are.
There's hurricanes. I
COVID.
mean, they're not going to do. They already dismantled FEMA. So I mean, if anything, they're going to try to engineer the hurricanes. They're going to create some whirlpools in the Gulf of America to try to take out some population.
we know what they will try to do will be nonsensical, and their plan won't help anybody, but it's irrelevant anyway because they're not competent enough to execute any plan, even a bad one, even one that wouldn't help. It's irrelevant. It's a little bit worse than having nobody in the White House. Because at least if there's nobody in the White House, everybody else can plan.
Well, we
for
had
that
nobody in the White House for 4 years after Trump and before Trump, there was nobody in the White House. So
Sort of.
I kind of like that, in retrospect. I didn't like it at the time, but like looking back,
this is the problem.
we didn't know how good we had it.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I think there's two major problems. One, Jake is on with the
Jake is
on
just
it,
on,
right?
as in on stream. That's one of the problems.
With people
Yeah.
not voting in their best interest, always voting Republican down ballot, even though it gets them and everyone nowhere, right? And like we can try to win them over. I think the other problem is every time we hit a new low, we can guarantee we're not going to recover fully.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like when you dip, you never get all the way back up. So
Oh, yeah.
that means that the failures and the worst aspects of the current administration are to a degree normalized, even when we gain power back or
The
majority.
all-time high is a very long time ago, and we
So I
will not
think-
be getting back.
That doesn't happen in a preordained cycle, though. That has been happening because we've been bouncing between regressives in the form of the Republican Party and conservatives in the form of the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
So
that's what I mean. So like they need to go.
yeah.
So
our main job, I feel, isn't even attacking the Republicans or whatever. I'm trying to
Exactly.
do that, but our main job is gutting the Democratic Party and getting rid of
Exactly.
the old guard.
Exactly, because the Republicans, that's hopeless. Like, if Republicans continue to not run for office again, great. I don't know what happened recently. Like, they say, oh, Republicans are jumping ship. Okay, well, let's not exaggerate, but also any Republican jumping ship is a good sign. But I feel like, why now when this guy's been the same fuck up the whole fucking time, right? I think maybe there's some major thing and they know about it or they caught wind of it. It could even just be a rumor around the halls of Congress. I don't know. There's some major thing where people are like, I'm getting out now. This is going to get bad. I'm out.
We should also, I think, get our heads together and come up as a community with a way to signal to Democrats who are like, maybe I'm going to retire next cycle, maybe the one after that. It's time to get the fuck out. Like, look, if you want to leave gracefully, you can leave gracefully now. But if you don't, like, I'm thinking make an example of somebody. Like, if you don't, if you say, like, if you're a Joe Manchin type and you're saying, I think I'm going to run again because I'm in a purple area and blah, blah, blah. Just gotta release some compromise, do whatever we got to do.
I think we should be like, there are people out there praising Ro Khanna for possibly running in 2028. I'm like, he needs to go.
Yeah. He's like, he's a Liz. This is very harsh because I can't think of a more appropriate thing, but he's similar to Liz Cheney in that I'm happy with what he's saying right now. I have no complaints with what he's saying right now. Obviously, we don't have a long-term use for this guy. He can't be trusted. Once you hit that level, even if you eventually agree with my politics, I cannot trust you. Like Gavin Newsom, everything he's saying right now is basically perfect. Don't trust him. He didn't have the sense to know that you shouldn't give a massive Hyperloop contract to Elon Musk. He was in favor. He wasn't governor, but he was in. Was he governor?
Yeah, and that's the same thing with Obama and Ro Khanna.
Wow.
Always is like, yeah, I can text Elon right now.
Yeah,
they're all pals.
they
Vance
just
also pals with Elon.
We don't have.
Hey,
time.
Elon, want to play some games? Here, gamer.
The whole the House resolution to reform ICE, which just came out in October. No, we should abolish ICE, not give them badges.
No,
and
we got to
squad cars
reform
and then
ICE because
hope they
borders
do
are
the right
great,
thing.
and we need to enforce the border. I love
we
ICE.
gotta
I love
imprison
Israel.
ICE.
Yeah, they should be in jail.
Yeah. If
Now,
people
we
are
need
not
better transparency. Are you fucking kidding me?
If we So there's two things I think that's important, and they're going to sound like they're the same thing, but they're not. They're fundamentally, or they're crucially different, I should say. Thing number one is we should be making sure that if you are a progressive and you dare call yourself a progressive, you also have to be aggressive about law enforcement, which means ICE broke the law. That's the immediate thing we have to deal with now. You should be talking on the campaign trail about how you intend to get these people in prison. The other side of that is we cannot put. I'm just going to say it too awkwardly, but the other side of that is we can't talk about moving on or letting go, because when people say that, that means that we don't only not agree with them, but we turn on them and end their campaigns.
So
we say if you for this crowd, if you hear somebody saying that, every one of us on this space during that week should do something like stop supporting this person, start donating to their competitor, and just tear them to shreds.
There was a CNN article that I covered on my Monday night show, because Mondays are back.
Mondays are back at the Letterhack Industries. Subscribe.
We had there was a CNN article that it was a handful of Democrats saying they're being attacked by primary challengers. And I made the case that in a ideal setting, let's say I was in office, I'm the incumbent, and Jake is the primary challenger. I'd go, shit, a primary challenger. Well, if this guy's doing this campaign in good faith, maybe I've done something wrong or I'm not doing good enough. So that's on me. I'll do better. Also, let me reach out to Jake and tell him, good luck. Thank you for embracing this vital part of our democracy. And just want to let you know, may the best person win. But if it's me, you should come work for me, because you obviously want to hold me accountable. So you got a job. Don't worry. But if it's you, keep my number, because I'm going to help you navigate this bullshit swamp. Okay, if I can be help at all, you let me know. Now back to what we were doing.
Fantasy world.
But instead, these guys are all saying we're being attacked. We're wasting time and money on a primary. We just need to win. This is in the same week that Barack Obama said, don't worry about your ideological differences right now. Stop arguing. Just win. On what? We're not supposed to run on anything. It's ridiculous. And it's also the same week that the DNC said, or maybe it was the DCCC, they're not going to give their 2024 autopsy. They're like, nah, we're not going to show you the results of that. Oh, but by the way, we did spend $20 million on with consultants to try and find out how we should be speaking to American men, young American men. It was called SAM, Speaking with American Men. Should have been SWAM. It was SAM. I think.
I just want to say no offense at all, but I've had enough with American men.
Then
I can't take it anymore.
You can't just read that article and go, this is bullshit. Just quickly cross-reference with Track APAC, right? And you can see that every single Democrat that was mentioned in the article, and they're all, except for AOC, because somebody was complaining about her, they're all being fully funded by pro-Israel lobbyists and super PACs. It's all in the game, right? So like, the problem is easily identifiable. I went to one website, looked at the names of the people bitching and moaning about their primary challengers, and there it was. And so now the next step is what you can't rely on the average person to do, our beloved normies, which is find out who those primary challengers are. Support them, follow them on social media, donate to their campaign. If you live in that area, vote for them, volunteer at their office, whatever it is. Like, that is the most vital aspect that is being missed. Voters think their job happens on election day, and that's not the case. And that is a huge problem.
One of the core aspects of a democracy is an educated electorate, and so we've never had an educated electorate. You could argue maybe in the 60s and 70s, maybe they were trying to educate the electorate, but like, we don't live in a democracy simply because no one knows what the fuck's going on. You can't, if someone has the same voting power, someone who's read every single news article from every major website or whatever, versus someone who thinks the sky is made of cotton candy and rainbows, and well, I mean, it is made of rainbows, but but if the clouds are made of cotton candy, if you have the same voting power, it's not a democracy. There's no democratic value there.
Isn't it just wild that a sitting member of Congress or any politician would be anti-primary election? I mean, you're saying that you don't like, you can't say there's one part of democracy that's a fucking bad part without saying it's all. I mean, this is
primaries. There should be the most.
That is accountability. The primaries are.
You get to make a lot of appearances, like most incumbents that don't have primary challengers, no one knows who they are because they're just kind of coasting. You get primary challenge, you get on TV, people ask you questions, they start paying attention to you. They should really want more of these.
They can ignore the letters and calls to their office once they're elected. You can't ignore the primary challenger in that same way. So like, to me, that's where true accountability happens. And if you're against it, what are you trying to cover up? You're not doing a good job and you're afraid that's going to be exposed. Like you definitely need to go.
I mean,
but anyway,
the more centrist to Republican you get, the more conservative you get, the less you care about, in my opinion, right or wrong. And the more you're just interested in power. So yeah, it makes total sense to me.
They're just scumbags. I mean, it's not, we try to overanalyze it because, we're trying to make sense of it, but they're just scumbags, scam artists, cocksucking pieces of shit. That's what they are. They don't give a fuck about anything but themselves, their pockets, and they don't give a shit about that.
There's a left of center. Was it a consultant group or a nonprofit? They're identified as left of center and they're called Welcome. And I was like, which direction are you welcoming people from on this spectrum? Like from the left to the right, or you're just like, hey, everyone,
we're all
welcome to the middle. We're all come this way. Come this way.
Welcome, everybody. Oh, just come on in.
Oh, I just imagine somebody being like, it's over here. It's over here.
Oh man, those pieces of fucking shit. I hate those guys. Those like centrist cocksuckers that are just like,
you finally realize.
I try to be reasonable, and we're the only
gray area is where it happens.
It's all, as Pink points out, it's already happening with the abundance folks. But I've noticed that as time goes on, progressive stuff is going to be viewed as the answer because it is the answer. It's when you have fascism, it's defeated by socialist policies every single time. So progressive stuff is going to appear on paper to be quite popular. Hopefully it actually will be. But that also means we're going to have a flood of con artists. For example, Sri Thanadar in my state, he's a con artist. He votes super conservative, but he talks like he's a progressive. That's going to become, because there's so few actual progressives right now, and it is so fucking difficult to be one in this moment. We're going to get the zone flooded with fakers.
And it's easy too. Like people don't understand that, like, especially now that Trump is on that out, he's going out. Like, people are going to want to get out ahead of that. They're going to want to establish their backstory now so that, 3 years from now, they can do this epic run. And then they can like say, hey, look at my Reddit posts where I was talking about how I'm a communist or whatever. And, and I had this perfect job, farming, and I'm a great person. They create this narrative, and they're going to do it now because it's obvious what direction we're going toward, like Jake was saying.
Yeah.
And, if you have any at all intent to win on anything, you can just plan a year, 2 years ahead, and you can get a lot of shit done in that time period.
I should say I'm actually fine if they are a plastic progressive. If they don't feel in their hearts whatever, but they're still able to accomplish things. All right, fine. You just keep pretending to be a good person for the rest of your life, and I'm okay with that.
That's how I feel about some more recent additions to the online left. Some of these podcasters. It's like, I don't think you believe what you're saying, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Do the dance. Do it well. I see you. I know who the fuck you are. I'm not sticking my neck out for you. But I feel like that way about David Pakman, actually. Like I think he's kind of slimy, but he does make good arguments, and like I will never risk anything to help him out. But I'm glad he's out there. Actually, you go get him. Do Spanish language, whatever.
Go get him, buddy. Man, I do not like
Speaking
David
of
Pakman, though.
podcasts and YouTube and stuff,
I love YouTube. I love podcasts.
So I wasn't doing my channel. I wasn't doing regular shows. It was all planned. It was intentional. I got right back on track when I intended to, and I got a lot done in the meantime. So, you know, it wasn't really a time off, but it was a hiatus. And I got to say, I had some time to think about what I wanted to do when I came back, how I wanted to do the show, how I wanted to handle clips. Am I trying to grow? I feel like we talked about it into the ground. I should have way more subscriptions than I have, just based on the consistency, not necessarily
Undervalued.
that it's a great
You got to
thing
get
or
into
whatever.
Letterhack now.
But you know, I was like, how do I want to get engagement? Because I do want people to respond to this, or you know, I want it to resonate with people, the show I put on. And so Jake, first of all, being away was very good, because it's like I didn't give myself a chance to get stale. And when I came back, I feel like people were like it feels very good to be back. Like I'm not like, well, maybe on my third show I'll get some audience. Like, no, we picked up where we left off, and then some, because Jake had given me an idea. This would have probably been like early 2024, to do a bunch of shorts. He was like, just put the shorts out there. And Jake was even like editing them, saying, here, put these out there, put these out there. Some of them did very good. I think if they didn't, it was because it was my content that wasn't resonating. But like, I never saw a flaw with the model. Jake's point and his advice, I was like, that all seems very solid. And so I tried that again. I did a show Monday night. I had Josiah of Pondering Politics on for a 30-minute interview. And I had a pre-taped 1-hour interview with the Virginia Industrial Hemp Alliance. And so I put out a whole bunch of shorts, and I'm over 1,000 on each short, pretty much, views.
Whoa.
Yeah. So like it went from, you know, I'm getting no views, like, you know, oh, you had 1,000 views last month. Good job. Yeah. Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing any new shows. So then I had like 4,000 views from my first with Jesse Dollamore the week before. And now that's like quadrupled. It's and it feels very good. And I was like, okay, note to everyone doing podcasts, take some fucking time off. Walk away for 3-4 weeks if you can, right? If you can afford that,
I've been saying this for years, quitting and then coming back. Just quitting. I love quitting.
For the coming back
part. Maybe
I'm waiting for your coming back part. I really am.
But quitting is great. I love quitting. I quit a lot. I quit everything all the time. I'm
quitting.
surprised I haven't quit this yet.
Hiatus. I got a lot done. But like coming back has been very rewarding, and I just didn't know what to expect. I was like, will they give a fuck if I take a day off and come back? Will they be like, no, dude, you were gone? But like,
The
I think
people that
maybe
leave
I
during a break like that, those are the people you don't need. You just trim the fat, you shake off the chaff, and you throw it in the garbage. You compost that shit in the front yard and let a new tree grow in its place.
And I have comic book art to share, which is, look, I've never had a post get over 300. And I put some art up the other day, and it's almost at 1,000 likes and over 150 reshares. It's really fucking cool.
Everyone likes it. I saw the one that had the little disk space in there. That was, I like that.
That's going to get covered up in the final product.
No,
unfortunately. It will.
Why?
There's a surprise image that's going to go there.
Oh, surprise image.
You've read the comic, you know what it is.
Yeah. I like the disk space version. I think that version is probably the best. Should keep that one.
Yeah. Do you know what she's talking about, Jake? It's like a subway sign, like where you put advertisements on a subway stop.
All right. I don't follow.
We're talking about a little art piece.
Okay.
That, Letterhack drew. He drew a little art piece of a city street with a subway entrance with a little advertisement. And the advertisement board said this space. Which
okay.
It's a good
Watch
space.
this space. Yeah.
But I understand that Matt is he's not going to ship it with the this space advertisement. Unfortunately, he's going to cover it up with something debatably more appropriate worse
An Easter
overall,
egg.
maybe. But it's
You know about it or you don't.
It's a version thing. That's the thing, like there's another version out there, and the prototype, it's the history, really. It's a historical artifact.
I dig
But I'm
it.
looking forward to the release. I think it's going to be great. I think people are going to like it. I've got a little behind the scenes of it. I'm always excited when I wake up to 5 new messages about, whatever this is.
That's just a panel.
I was gonna say that the way Andrea described it reminded me of The Watchmen, and actually I stand by that. Although that actual city street looks more like Chicago.
It's Brooklyn. It's an actual subway stop in Brooklyn, New York.
It does say Manhattan, to be fair.
It does
That's where
say that.
It's going to Manhattan.
Here's what
I don't know.
You don't
To me,
go to a
Manhattan is in
subway
New York.
stop
I don't know.
in Brooklyn that advertises where you are. The subway advertises
All
where
I know
you
is
pick
New
up the
York
train
has
to go.
Buffalo, it has Manhattan, it has the island, and
All
it
the
has,
trains don't go to each place.
that's all I know
equally.
about New York. I've never been there. I
That
don't care
stop
about New York.
gets a train that goes to. Okay.
I gotta
You
say
know
something
that.
here.
It looks like
I'm gonna
Chicago.
get up from the shot for a minute because every
must
time
look.
I'm trying to discreetly scratch my balls, it does look like I'm playing with myself. So what I'm gonna go do
Hey, it's
is
like scratch
just
your
go
elbow. It's totally
freely-
natural.
Yeah, it's
actually
biological
my inner thigh, my disgusting furry inner thigh is itchy. No different than
That's
ball
worse
material.
than that's
Dude,
worse. than,
save it for the barbershop. What
yeah,
the fuck?
It
save
is.
it for the.
Yeah,
Wow.
good call, man.
What am I, your
Hold on, I
barber?
would like to pause this for a moment here because we got an interesting comment.
Oh,
Is this channel like About Anything or just a Seinfeld episode? Now this is a and
don't
and I'll go
confuse
back to
channel with.
is
show.
channel. I'm not sure. Channel. Some people that's a name for people like Chanel. So I'm going to assume that that's just a lowercase proper noun. So is Chanel like About Anything? Good question.
This channel is. This show is not.
This show. Well, what channel is this person even on? Is my
This
first
space.
question.
This space.
This space
Could be mine.
This space. Well, this space is a channel that has what do we have? Like 20, 30 different people
File
on
break.
here.
Still listening.
We're like the worst. We're like the graveyard shift. We come on at night to just waste everyone's time as they drift off asleep. Right? People they watch the better material earlier in the day. This guy right here had a show earlier, and then he did a bunch of drugs, and now we're here. This is the main Chanel. And
Look at
so,
that.
but now we're at nighttime. We're just talking about. Honestly, this show has been kind of disgusting. We're insulting each other. We're talking about pornography, death, destruction, hurricanes, murder, the Holocaust.
Inner
was
thigh
mentioned.
fur.
Inner thigh fur. It's really kind of we've gone off the rails a little bit.
Senior
But this space is
erotica.
more about it's a collaborative collaboration. Really, it's a collective actually, and we collect like Pokemon. We collect YouTubers and we put them on screen like that, like Letterhack on the he had that open on screen. It's like showing our Pokédex, but with YouTubers. And it's like there it is. You ever play Pokemon? You ever play that? I play games. I got Pokemon right here. Look at this, Pokemon Red. It's like that. This is that's what we're playing here. That's we're playing Pokemon Red.
Not lying.
Yeah. You can see like I sneezed all over the screen. It's kind of disgusting. But anyway, that's what we're doing. And we're the worst. We're like at the late night, Jake's so embarrassed he had to shut his webcam off. Like we honestly we could cut the show and the net result of this space would probably be better off. I would imagine, but
This I love.
now this is an example of colonizing language.
Yeah.
We have
Got 'em.
basically created a space in your mind.
I don't make the rules.
We have permanently, you're going to be like in 2053, if you live that long. I don't know how old you are. Someone's going to hear, you're going to say this space in the corner of your peripheral auditory range. And you're going to think about this channel that collapsed in 2027 because we got banned. But we're still colonized. We colonized your language forever and you'll never get over it.
Well, people were already saying people in this space need to blah blah blah, and I was like, that's why we're calling it that.
I've
'Cause
been
now
saying that
whenever
for a
they
long
say
time.
that, yeah. If you think about it, in this space, it's like, yep. Yep. That's why I coined the phrase the greater this space. Like
It's
when
kind of
I
like the greater Israel, but less fascist.
when I say, and then you look at people in the greater this space, not this space, but the greater this space. Oh, look at this. Boom.
Little super sticker.
What's going on, Kowalski?
Hey, Prairie Fire. All right.
I invited Kowalski on the show recently.
This show?
Yeah.
He was on the show before.
He's been on before, which is why it made sense
Yeah.
to me, but I understand he's a busy guy. But I was
Speaking of being
trying
busy,
to,
look at this empty cup. Got a
Yep.
huge problem. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, solidarity. Hold on. Okay. So what I was saying was
the improv game.
you're back. Okay.
Damn
Hold on. I was just in solidarity with the no cams. So Kowalski's channel is blowing up. He's got great farming content. I was like, dude.
Yeah. Yeah,
Come
like
on.
30,000 views on a video or something like that.
Sent an email.
I sent a pigeon.
I sent email, and I'm
see
sure
what gets there
like, yeah, I mean, if he's in the middle of the field, the pigeon's going to be more visible.
Yeah, and I don't think it was like a
Connectivity-wise.
carrier pigeon. I just I just
Oh.
was patient and I snatched one up, tied the message.
Anyway, Kowalski, open invite. Come on the show. You can come on my regular show too, and we'll do the new interview segment I have going. It's very casual and relaxed. It's easy. Anybody can do it. Have you seen any of those
Can't come on
interviews?
mine though, unless you find that pigeon.
But you can come on
need
this
pigeon.
show anytime.
Yeah.
Have you seen? I've only done 2 so far. Have you seen the Q&A I got going now?
I have not.
It's again
How's it-
something I thought of you. I was like, what is a cool thing people do that's not being done in this space? And I thought to myself that
hello,
I'm an interview guy. It's an interview show.
Is that milk?
It is, but I want to hear
have-
about the show.
I like to have guests on. So I'm trying to get a more, and when I've had guests on from the online left for interviews, I'm typically asking like how and why they do what they do and try and learn about them in terms of being a broadcaster. But maybe we could get a more well-rounded perspective of who these folks are if the questions were more random and silly sometimes. So like I have this huge list of what feel like just real random questions, right? Like one of them is circus or carnival.
Ooh.
See what I'm saying? And
yeah.
then topic of something very topical. Like here's something that's happening today. What do you think about redacted files and whatever? And then I always have a hot take where I say, respond to my hot take.
What's your
And,
hot take today?
Yeah.
Today? Oh,
Yeah.
I can give you the most recent one.
Yeah.
I don't think you can be anti-capitalist and a sports fan if you aren't currently protesting that all stadiums are named after like banks and insurance companies or corporations. And so respond to that. But then there's a follow-up. What if it fell on your shoulders to choose what stadiums should be named instead, which category, theme, or industry would you choose if you were limited to just one? And so, like, let's use Pokemon, for example. What if you said Pokemon and now it's like, hey, the Dallas Cowboys at Pikachu Stadium this Sunday, right? Like,
I don't know
that would
about
be
the Pikachu
fucking
Stadium.
funny, right?
I don't
But,
know.
like, okay, then what? Horror movies like the Mike Myers field?
I mean,
or
I thought we were
Freddy Krueger Arena.
But I mean, if we're going to horror movies, I mean, I
But
don't.
what? I
I'd
mean,
like a
you can do
Saw
whatever.
6 arena. Take the United Healthcare arena, turn it into the Saw 6 arena where they're chopping up the health insurance guys. The Luigi Mangione movie.
See,
Yeah.
I think this is seriously good. Like, I think the people of the area should decide. I think it should be a vote by the local folks, and options are put forward. There's a time to submit, something like that. But I think arenas should be owned by the government. Event centers like that. If something is ever built by the government, by default, the government should own it. That's my feeling. Because the government is us. So if we all had our resources taken to build something, I'm fine with that, but we should own it also.
I can agree.
Or we just name everything Cosby Stadium. Cosby Stadium 1 through however many, and just be like, look, y'all didn't put any regulation on this. This is what happens when you don't have regulation. It's a lesson for us all.
It would be so easy to just name the fucking thing after the team.
Yeah, true. Yeah, at Ravens Stadium or whatever. Yeah.
And they don't. And it's like, fuck those corporations. Why they have to fuck? It's just like Trump putting his name on the Kennedy Center, if you ask me. That's
Oh
what
my
made
God.
me think of it.
Oh my God. I cannot with that bullshit. I cannot.
Did
look
you
at
hear
that.
about
I
the
saw
Christmas
picture.
jazz band?
The Christmas jazz band. Oh,
They
no.
they play every year at the Kennedy Center, and they refuse this year. Good for them.
Oh, that's great.
Everybody should follow their example. Nothing else at the Kennedy
Please,
Center.
everyone, look to the Christmas jazz band as your North Star.
Yeah, go figure. But yeah, unexpected heroes. And that's, by the way, that's a bigger deal for them than it would be for like Sylvester Stallone to just say, no, I'm not going to go to this thing. For Sylvester Stallone, it's one additional back pat in a life full of his back being patted. For these folks, this is probably the biggest event they do all year. It's probably the thing they're most famous for in their lives. And they are saying, no, we're not gonna do this event. Good. Regular
They
folk.
probably have a list of friends and family that rely on them for comp tickets to this thing.
Probably, yeah.
So like it's a bigger deal than just saying we're not going to do it. It's like now you have to explain that to everyone. Like we had plans. What are we supposed to do then? It's like we had to take a stand. And so now everyone's like having get-togethers at home, and they're like, I thought you were going to the Kennedy Center, and they're like, let's talk about it. So I don't know. I do think it's fucking like the most disgusting part about all of this is the way people are just glazing the guy 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Never
it's
have
so
I seen
pathetic.
somebody so undeserving in my, what did you say, Jake?
It's pathetic.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's so like Emperor has no clothes. I can't believe it. It's shocking to me on a daily basis, although I'm not shocked in the traditional sense, is that it keeps happening.
You know, I think I know.
In the words of our big beautiful president, it's a little tough to watch.
Yes. Like the CEO Tim Cook like giving that gold
Tim
bar.
Apple.
Sure. All these folks, I think what they think is that they're putting on a performance, as in for us too. Like they think that they're going to turn to the camera and be like, well, what are you going to do? Isn't this crazy that I have to do this? Like by being so blatant about it, or like saying, oh, sure, we'll rename the Kennedy Center this or that or the other thing. All these people who were comfortable next to these devils, who are now helping them, all of these folks think that we're going to forgive them.
Your music
because they're
sucks,
being
by the
sloppy.
way, you little piece of shit. Go on,
I've
Jake.
been
I
watching
get
for
it,
about
Jake.
half an hour, and I have no idea what you think. Bye. I mean, it's been nothing but our opinions this whole time, so I can't help you, pal.
I feel
But-
like this is one of the rare shows where we're more opinionated than usual. We're talking about how much
Yeah.
we hate Donald Trump, how much we hate Democrats.
Yeah.
Letterhack was going off on how much he hates the Democrats earlier. I don't know if you missed that part.
They're
I think
making it
all
easy.
those corpo dem types who are being so permissive of Trump, they think we're going to forgive them because these are the times, and it's got to be crystal clear that no, you're out now. Like we don't. If you used to buy iPhones, literally consider switching the kind of phones you buy for the rest of your life, because Tim, whatever the hell he is, Apple, all these people.
I mean, Apple
Saudi
sucks.
Arabia. Qatar.
Saudi Arabia, don't even get me started. They're purchasing all these fucking events. I saw they purchased the fighting game tournaments earlier. They're like, I hate Saudi Arabia.
I
They're
thought people were
colonizing
going to be
everything.
talking
Yes.
about the Dave Chappelle stand up more. But
Well,
they're
no one cares
not.
about him. He's washed
At
up. He's a
Riyadh.
loser.
I saw
Yeah, he's
he
not been. He sold his soul as well. I'm not interested in what he has to say. If he makes me laugh
Agreed.
ever, I feel I can't laugh as freely because back in the day when I laughed with Dave Chappelle, there was a trust involved. I knew that I wouldn't feel horrible about it in a year. And now I don't feel that way. So my laughter doesn't come the same. He's just not as funny as he used to be because he's not a decent human being. Mix Glitch Master. You mean to tell me people are actually listening to this and not just passively hearing this in the background while playing video games? You people are weird. No, I mean, that is how I watch our stuff.
I suddenly imagine there's scenarios out there where people are going, hey, can you guys shut up? I'm trying to fucking watch Left Past 10. Like, Mom,
I mean, there's at least one or
keep
two
it
people out
fucking
there.
down.
This is
Letterhack
this
is
the
saying
thing.
something.
This is the thing that they look forward to once a week. You ever think about that? I've had people telling me that, like, oh, I look forward to your streams. That's why I quit. I couldn't take that shit. That's a lot of responsibility. I can't have that fucking shit on my shoulders.
Hey, bro, did you watch Left Past 10 last night? Do not spoil it for me. I haven't watched it yet.
I taped it.
Right? Like, nobody's doing that.
That's when those
Matt was
motherfuckers
talking
get
about
pissed
being
when
in his
Letterhack
80s.
unlists the episodes. When Letterhack unlists the episodes, those motherfuckers, they're trying to find bootleg copies in a
Matt
fucking
was talking
alleyway
about
somewhere.
being in his 80s, getting into porn.
Yeah,
Like,
we're gonna have to unlist this one. This one got pretty rough.
This is not even the first time we've collectively talked about incorporating porn into our repertoire on this show.
You've mentioned it several times. I know you have a whole.
Yeah, I started an OnlyFans.
You have a whole
Cool.
account and everything. You're building an empire over there.
Chappelle justified.
You know, the CEO of
the
OnlyFans
Saudi
loves
Arabia
Israel and gives a
comedy.
lot of the money from OnlyFans creators to Israel. So just throwing that out.
Oh
there.
no!
I just thought people were going to go after him about justifying doing the comedy tour in Saudi Arabia and all that, or festival.
Oh,
No, I mean,
it's
it's just can't be bothered with Dave Chappelle. People are more
Yeah.
interested in Bill Burr. He was the
But
more
isn't that
disappointing figure.
isn't that what
fucked
we're?
Saga.
But isn't the left looking for shit? I mean, come on. Every other video is about Trump. Like, we're tired of him too. I get he's the
It's
president,
just
but like
no
pointing out
one gives a
atrocities
fuck
is
about
the
Dave
thing.
Chappelle. He's so
Yeah.
worthless. Like you'd rather make a video about like the guy who was in that fucking movie from whatever, than Dave Chappelle.
You know what's
like,
comical? He doesn't think that. Chappelle
well, he
thinks he's
he's
more
he thinks
important
he's
than ever.
a modern day opiner, but that's unfortunate for him.
No, like he comes out and says it in the
Yeah.
like toward the end.
Mm.
I watched
I
it.
usually don't get that far.
I watched it just like, ooh, fuck. What is he talking about now? I was like, what is this? He sounded incoherent at times where I was like, this must be what it's like to get all your news from like just Joe Rogan's podcast or just Facebook, because I was like, this is all over the place. He said one negative thing about Bill Maher and one negative thing about Israel, and people were like, or two negative things about Israel, and people were like, oh, this is good. And I was like, no, the whole show was bad. That's not okay.
We have such like low expectations, and this is my whole show about it. Low expectations or whatever, earlier, but like, yeah, anyone comes out there and says, I think Israel is not the greatest thing, and everyone just showers them with praise. Like, wow, like that's it. We're on fucking how many years of the whole Israel thing, and this is the most strength you can have on the position. I mean, give me a goddamn motherfucking break with this fucking shit.
Monday will be my last show of the year, and I'm formulating like I always try. I know it's not like great wisdom.
Are you
and people
taking
aren't
are you
tuning in
quitting?
for this? No, but I always try and give like this is where I see the online left right now. This is what I see as like the podcast sphere for political lefties or whatever, right? Like I always try and give that snapshot. And you
got to watch all the videos one year, just like watch them all back to back and see how the predictions went.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're just getting to a point now where the podcasts are what people consider a political win.
What do you mean?
It's sort of an abstract thought, but like I'm sickened by the fact that we're still in a place where we just need more people saying the right thing when we still don't have anyone doing the right fucking thing. Know what I mean? Like as far as policy or whatever. So like new podcast comes along and everyone's like, I like them. I'm like, fuck them. They're not saying anything that hasn't been said a billion fucking times. Why do you like them? Why
It's
is this
the
so
same
good?
tired talking
Why do we need
points
more?
with slightly different orators each?
Why we don't
each-
need
each
more
day,
of this
you know?
shit? People, and then they have each other on their shows and they're like, I'm impressed by you. I'm impressed by you. Fuck both of you.
Yeah,
Shut
it's
up
gotta
and run
go
for
somewhere.
fucking office. Go get in Congress. You're just making money
Well,
off.
people love hearing
definitely
themselves
don't wanna
talk.
go
That's why
that
they get
far.
into this job. People love.
But I mean, if they are so
Half
important and they're so great and they matter and they have millions of people subscribe to them, surely you can achieve office. Like, go for it. Otherwise, what do you? Is this
wasting
entertainment?
our time, man.
How
So,
serious is this?
For the same
We're airing
reason,
grievances tonight.
for the same, I will grant that there's a lot of crossover skills between podcasting and politics, but for the same reason, Jake Paul has no business being a professional boxer. He's a good amateur boxer, but he's not a professional boxer. I would not say that being a podcaster should make your mind jump to, oh, I should also be in politics. But I do broadly agree with your feelings about, like, it's no longer. In fact, I was planning on saying something like this today on this show. It's no longer enough just to get in front of a microphone and talk. You also have to be doing something else. And you, as the audience, also have to be, it's no longer enough just to listen to this stuff. You have to be actively doing something at least every week.
And my point isn't please run for office. It's if you're not going to do that, stop doing your stupid podcast. Like my point is here's my thing. People are just, and it's, you know, I kind of want to save this. It's not gems, but I kind of want to save
these
it for
are
like
gems by Letterhack. Yeah.
for something I've written down and composed versus a off the cuff rant. But and it's going to be a lot more. It's going to be a lot easier when I can name names. I sort of don't want to do that right now because it's going to come off wrong, and I want to be constructive about it. You know what I mean? But I just think if there is a new podcast and everyone is fucking gushing over these people as if what they're saying is like finally somebody's saying it. And that's not the case. This isn't finally somebody saying it. It's like, God, somebody else is saying it. So what, in 10 years, we're going to have like a podcast where we go, finally somebody's saying it, or what? I mean, what are they criticizing?
You know, I got to be honest.
Are we gonna
I
ever
never
get
feel
there?
that way when I watch podcasts. Like, I mean, all these podcasts that I see that are
Same.
popular are the stalest, driest.
Same.
Everyone says the same fucking thing. So, like, I've never been impressed by anything that's broken through to the mainstream.
People are like,
So
I
when
like
see
that guy.
people-
He's great. And I'm like,
I don't get it.
okay, but what are we're creating an industrial complex here. It's like a cottage industry of bad politics podcast.
Oh yeah, terrible.
Like,
even.
do you exist in a Star Trek utopia? No. I mean, because you're just sitting here capitalizing off all the bad things and the drama, right? Which is why I'm surprised, to get to my original point, this is why I'm surprised more people aren't talking about the Dave Chappelle thing as if it mattered. I'm not saying they should. I'm just surprised they aren't. Because being dissatisfied, pissed off, and railing against people who aren't with us is like the whole fucking thing. And there is activism and advocacy out there too. And I love that. And there are people who focus on, like, you know, one avenue or one aspect. But like the ultra popular version of it, these folks that come out of absolutely nowhere, it's like as soon as you hear about them, they've got millions of subscribers. And
Well, yeah. Then, we also
buying
have
that
like
shit.
these fucking people like David Pakman, who's training a generation of do nothing cringe lords. You ever see these like 19 and 20-year-old YouTubers that just somehow have like 2 million subscribers out of nowhere? That's like David Pakman's little cringe crew, his little femboy project he's got going on.
Well, all these
Twink
folks
manufacturing complex
that are being mentioned in the comments and also on stream, I note that all of them were upper middle class when they started, which meant they could afford ad buys. And that right there.
And they have all these fancy studios with these fucking TV screens and all these fucking horse shit that no one
and the
fucking gives
golf,
a fuck about.
you
'Cause
don't
it's about
have
the
to be
aesthetic of podcasting more than
a
it is about the
millionaire
substance.
to have that stuff available. But you know, there's a difference. We're so used to billionaires and millionaires, we forget that there's, you know, wealthy people amongst us as well who are not millionaires, but they have a lot of wealth. So somebody like the I've Had It podcast folks, or David Pakman, or yada yada yada, all these folks have the budget to get ahead up.
Somebody middle-aged could have a kid in junior high school that could do professional level editing for their podcast, and it wouldn't be a big deal to them, and you just have to promise to let them play lacrosse next year or whatever it is, right? Hey,
Speaking of
joining us
lacrosse.
now, very special guest all the way from Nebraska, where it's not quite Christmas yet, but it's Christmas in Nebraska.
And
it's Kowalski from Nebraska. What's
buddy.
going on, Kowalski? Good to see you.
Oh, I'm just enjoying, Christmas Eve. Is my audio
Recently
working? I don't
escaped prison.
Typically.
Sounds
It's
good.
working.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you got to
escaped-
escape from prison to enjoy it, of course.
Yeah, you just carry the ball and chain with you. It just you got to make it a little sporty. So, all right. So I understand we are going after some new podcasters on the block. Who needs the fire?
Okay.
We got the prairie fire.
I was
Douchebag
very
landowner.
annoyed. I was very annoyed recently on this show when somebody kept saying the iHip podcast, and I was like, I haven't heard of them. What? And they're really popular.
Somebody we're talking
I was
about.
like, what is
third
iHip?
party.
What? I've never heard of them. I was looking it up, couldn't find anything. The next day,
I prefer
somebody said it
waffles.
in a chat, and I was like, what is that? And they go, the I've Had It podcast. And I'm like, we're just calling it iHip. And when somebody doesn't know what iHip is, you can't explain that it's, it's called the I've Had It podcast.
This is
So anyway.
Matt is just so angry. He's full of misogyny at this podcast.
I mean, as a graphic designer, there's a whole bunch of like file extensions that people don't know what it means, but that doesn't matter. We don't live in, you know what I mean? Like JPEG. Like I know what that means. You don't have to know what it means, right? Like TIFF. I know what
I
that
love
means. You don't
experts
have to know
groups.
what that means. But like if you're trying to explain something to me as something I'm supposed to reference, please elaborate enough for me to understand what the fuck we're talking about. So anyway, that's all.
My
But-
Matt is
defense
mad as hell, man.
of their popularity.
Matt's honestly, Matt's had it.
Good.
My
That's
defense
good.
of their popularity and why I quite enjoy what they're doing is that they are bringing opinions we've held for a long time to a, let us say, socioeconomic class that has not heard them. For them, this is news. For us, it's the same old, same old.
Oh yeah, middle-aged white women are finally listening, I guess.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I
Honestly,
mean,
good.
The White House will be bombarded with empty wine bottles, depending
Yes.
on how things turn out this
I've
year.
started
So-
investing in wine companies. Just after hearing that podcast a single time, I think
and
it's,
wearing hip glasses without a prescription, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
get it.
Look,
Hip.
Deep down,
Get it
I'm a
on your
middle-aged sassy soccer mom. Completely. We need our tipsiest soccer moms reading the Epstein files and getting furious.
True.
Yeah, and
Can we do an
and
Epstein file live reading, just the whole thing, just live on stream, just read the whole thing,
Dude, yes.
It'd be pretty quick because like it's all.
Well, you can
I-
unredact them. You just got to scroll your cursor over, and you can see all the black bars through.
There is that.
Yeah, that has been absolutely nuts to see. Like the sheer incompetence.
Oh my God, it's amazing. And the thing is, we warned them. Like, we literally did say, Donald Trump's picks have no experience. And, we were talking about solving actual murders and such. But I suppose that also applies to government cover-ups as well. They're inexperienced at these cover-ups. Oy.
And I'm not really being critical of that podcast. That was sort of the final straw for me.
Matt's just really, he's been having this energy built up. Well, keep in mind, Matt was also voted the most right-wing member of the show, so it
Look,
makes sense that he would hold on.
How
to
many
this party
times?
for such a long
How many
period.
times is there going to be a new podcast that we all get really excited about because they're popular? Like,
I don't know.
When that's
We're
your
just
only
trying to counteract.
value, you're not valued because of your substance or
What's
your
is it
tact.
translating?
You're only valued because you're popular. I mean, I don't know, man. That's a
As
loose
long
stake
as
to
they're
go.
reaching an audience that has not necessarily been reached, I would view that as a net positive. Something that I would view as like not a net positive is if like something came out to compete with like EMR or something, because it's like we already have that. We don't need that again, unless it's like meant to be geared towards like a younger audience. But
yeah, but this is not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying the way the people who are already tuned in, who have a finger on the pulse, are like, I fucking love that podcast. Okay, great. Are we 10 years out? Are we going to be saying we love the podcast and hopefully they reach the right demographic? Like, how does it? And I know these guys are so new that you can't really. We can only hope they're reaching that. You don't know.
I'm hoping that like they're reaching people, like maybe it's starting conversations at, the Christmas dinners, people being exposed to like, oh yeah, this is just blatant corruption that we're seeing around us.
I'm with you.
I've never really contemplated how like workers have just been getting screwed completely. And, something that has been driving me up a wall lately with my little stint into content creation has been the absolute like naivete of liberals in this situation. The number of people who are now, look, I understand a lot of people are going to get upset with like the way a lot of rural people voted in the last election. Makes total sense. You voted against your economic, well-being and all that. But it also, this is coming from the same people who listened to what the mainstream media was saying in 2020 and destroyed all the momentum behind Bernie and switched it all over to Biden. And they believe that they're not the ones that can be manipulated by a narrative. So like clearly there's still a lot of education that still needs to be done, because even when the entire country is like, yep, we're ready for the big change, we need to go with the guy who wants to actually reform healthcare, in just 2 weeks, we can go from that to a nationwide narrative that, oh, Bernie's actually unelectable. We got to go with Biden.
It's because he's sexist,
The
like
fact that
Elizabeth
everyone
Warren's
stabbed
handshake
him in the
or
back.
whatever.
Yeah, that was.
And this is my whole point. I could criticize a podcast because I don't like
I
them.
still
Whatever,
can't
my
get
opinion.
sleep because of that shit, man.
But what I'm saying is, I don't like that we're still in a situation where we need to keep making the case. I want this country to fucking I get it. I mean, I know that as well as anybody. I'm not even saying that's not the case. I haven't said that. But what I'm saying is, for fuck's sake, where is it podcasts that are going to get us there? Because when? And if not, then what? And can we please focus on that? And like, what is the solution beyond just broadcasting the message that has been broadcast since like, decades now, right? And people aren't getting it. And it just makes me a little
system that works and let their system crumble, and then they're going to look at your working system
me
and they're going to
that people are so quick to be like, and maybe it's just byproduct of social media, but it just, people in this space, the greater this space, are so quick to be like, oh my God, this is the best new podcast. And it's like, fuck, man, we've got millions of these podcasts out there.
Well, on a related note, Kowalski, you've had some time now with your channel. You've got a sense of who's watching. Who's watching? Yeah. Who are you reaching?
Yeah.
A lot of men.
Not bad, actually.
But are they young men? And are they lonely young men?
We need every demographic
spread on my videos is I'm pretty much equally hitting every age group. It skews 80-20 men, and for the most part, it's reaching, I think, more of a farmer audience. So
good.
That is what I really wanted. So I'm pretty happy with that. I had one video that did extremely well, and I am not entirely sure how it caught fire, but great.
Prairie fire?
Yeah.
What was the video? We got to know. What's the video?
Why farmers voted the way they did. and I try to explain to the best of my
I'm so sorry, man. It's gonna happen every time.
Always.
I had to stop myself
maybe.
from asking. Christ.
But it's just some of these comments are very distracting. This is why I will never be a live streamer.
It's so fucking hard.
Being a live streamer sucks.
Yeah.
People love farmers, though. I mean, that's got to be a lot.
Oh yeah,
of-
why did they vote? For the pedophile? Explain.
I basically tried to explain how there are echo chambers and how a lot of people's perception of reality, I guess an allegory I've always liked is Plato's Man in the Cave. Are you three aware of what that is?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so if you think about it, if you were to look at rural areas about 1980 onward, this is a pretty isolated group. If one person is able to monopolize the media going into this group, you can kind of control what their narrative is. So think, Rush Limbaugh, talk radio. And I don't think a lot of people really understand how prolific that was for so long. That's one thing that I really liked about Sam when he would talk about early days with Air America, that's who he wanted to compete against. Because there was no counter narrative on that. But so Donald Trump is obviously the outcome of this big media blitz that has happened in rural areas, and something people have to remember. Due to how the Electoral College works, rural areas have disproportionate representation. So if you win rural areas, you're getting more bang for your buck. But if you all remember, when Chuck Schumer was asked what he was doing to reach voters, he wasn't worried about blue collar voters. He was worried about the suburbs.
Yeah.
So people need to really understand that you aren't going to win over rural voters unless you have an organization or a party trying to. And the Democrats aren't interested. At least the leadership isn't. I'm sure there's a lot of
You
people
won't passively win rural voters.
Exactly. And spoiler or not spoiler, you guys get to, I'm working on a new video right now that's going to be a follow-up on that one.
Smart.
Question for you all. What was Harris promising rural America?
Ooh. I don't recall anything, but I'm sure she did make some.
What was
gesture.
Biden promising rural America?
Also, I don't recall anything.
What did Obama promise rural America?
I'm sensing a disastrous pattern here. Gall.
Yeah.
The closest Harris came to it, and this was something she mentioned, it tracked right away, and she never brought it up again. I think she called it sandwich economics. Is that what it was? Where it's you get people like my age who would have kids and elderly relatives, and they're taking care of both.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's very you're right there at the kitchen table in rural America. You could have applied that to urban settings as well, and they just totally didn't go there. So yeah, I don't think anything, right?
Yeah, and if you also look around, people try to make this argument that there's some sort of educational gap. Do you know that the educational outcome in rural areas are better than most urban areas? Typically, the suburbs win that fight just because they have disproportionately more money. But rural areas actually do score relatively higher than most urban areas, but higher education is usually not as big. There's also just the inherent issues with rural areas having fewer people. So naturally, there's just less conversations going on. So there are fewer members of the overarching queer community in rural places, but a lot of that is probably because there isn't a lot of discussions going on to where people who are in that community would be able to identify that. And it's just because there's a lack of communication. And Democrats could benefit by, having a campaign to go into rural areas and try to explain some of this. But there's also I'm getting a little sidetracked on this, but another thing that I've been looking into on it is In the last 8 years, who has been the most prominent leftist politician that is genuinely liked by rural voters?
Bernie.
Yes,
Bernie.
unquestionably. What was Bernie's plan for rural America?
But it's the same thing that was for everybody else.
Yeah, Bernie had a plan. Yeah, hospitals were going to get subsidized because we were going to have Medicare for all.
I was going to say it was healthcare.
Healthcare was a big one. He also talked about
he discussed infrastructure, Wi-Fi, and internet and the like. Yeah,
infrastructure. He called back to his time in Vermont, where Vermont has one of the best trade school programs in the nation. It was predominantly something that he spearheaded. He had a huge record. Like, he was unquestionably the most qualified Democrat to get overarching support in both 2016 and 2020. Nothing. Here's another issue. A political party needs to set their leaders up for success. Who was Obama's successor? Who was his chosen handpicked successor?
Anybody but Biden from the way he behaved.
Well, in 2016, the successor was Clinton. Did Clinton believe in Obama's vision?
I don't know. Well, I know
so.
this isn't being helpful, but I don't know that Obama had a vision, frankly.
Yeah,
but
that was a big issue there, but that's also kind of the point. Like, there's an aimlessness to it. So when you're trying to build broad political support, you need to have like a system in place. When Bernie builds something, he's trying to build a system. His whole thing was always, we, not me, us, not me, that sort of thing. Did Biden ever work on a successor? No. Did
not till the last 107 days.
Yeah, and even then, he told it that she was unallowed to break from his narrative. For what it is worth, Bill Clinton did have a successor. It was Al Gore. Al Gore wanted to carry on a lot of his policies. There was a lot of the party that got behind that. John McCain was a clear successor to Bush. They only broke on like a couple little issues, but for the most part, there was a clear coherence with that. Right now, both political parties, they're not working on building any type of lasting institutions, nothing. They seem to just be focused on ensuring power for the oligarchs.
Yeah,
So
there's a directive not to, Obama was like, do not have ideological arguments right now. That's mostly, he said, that's mostly social media and the internet. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Move on, just win. You can figure that stuff out later. We've got a lot of talented people, but we need to be in power before what? We figure out what we're running on. It's insane.
yeah, if you don't say that you stand for something, then technically, sure, you can stand for anything, but your opponent can then say you stand for nothing.
So this is the thing. It's like, you're totally right. They're looking out for like donors and stuff, because that's exactly the opposite of what voters want. So like, if the Democratic Party came out and said, we're for universal health care, the donors would be like, no, you're not. Fuck this, right? What about us? And so to me, this is why I say primaries are vital, right? But we have to hold them accountable in the meantime. We have to continue to go after the politicians that are just serving the donors instead of what obviously polls well. So when we say, I want to bring over people from the right, voters, I want to get people voting Republican currently to vote in their best interest, that doesn't mean voting Democrat. That just means not voting for Trump. So join us in voting for the lesser of two evils. I don't think that wins people over. I think they're always going to go with the person who is at least lying about shit, because that's what they want to hear.
I have a question about rural voters. One thing Republicans love to talk about is personal responsibility, right? So when rural voters are in a media echo chamber, in a bubble, do they not have personal responsibility to get out of that bubble? Like, because what the Republicans promise rural voters are we're gonna bankrupt you, and then maybe we'll bail out some rich farms here and there. Like that's what they've been doing. Is
No,
like
but they
Democrats
word
aren't
it-
necessarily the ones that are
they
killing all the
word it
farmers
better
and-
than that, though.
They word it in terms of there's an
But-
enemy trying to get your way of life and ruin it.
But like
They're trying
these
to make
people,
you gay
they're
or
just
whatever.
they're lemmings. They have no agency. Just the man on the radio
It-
said the
it's-
Democrats
it's-
are evil, so therefore I can't think for myself.
goes
I
back
don't
to
know.
pro-
It's not
God,
about no
anti-China.
agency. It's not about no agency. It's about a reinforcement of an idea. The problem is it's not necessarily that like, oh, you heard this one thing and that's it. No, it is an entire ecosystem. When you go to the hardware store, that narrative is being played over the radio in the store. It's what people are listening to every day. When there's
like
conversations,
I can't respect someone who's just like everything and everyone that tells me they must be telling the truth. Like I just like, when I'm in school and they're telling me to sing the fucking flag song or whatever, I'm thinking, why are they telling me this so much? Why are they so interested? I just don't understand why they don't have the personal responsibility to open up a fucking book instead of just listening to the radio at the hardware store. That's my
But
my
it
issue.
also does go back the other way, because at the same time, liberal voters did choose Biden over Bernie. And
liberals
Bernie,
are a whole different level of mental illness. That's true. Yeah.
that is true, but liberals are, broadly speaking, more educated. They have better access to more resources than people in rural areas. They should be having more conversations, and yet they fell victim to the exact same political system that gets them to vote against their interests. Bernie was the
It's the
working
conformist
class.
mindset, ultimately. Like, it doesn't matter how
Yes.
many books you have. If you're wanting to be a conformist with the group, you're just going to conform to whatever group you're born into.
Well, you also have to look at the bigger system at play. So like the primary system is geared towards whoever the establishment wants to win. So I've been diving in deep into like the 2016 and 2020 primaries on this thing that I'm working on. And if you recall, 2020 rolls around. But this was before the pandemic. Bernie won Iowa. The party said Pete Buttigieg won, even though he lost.
Coin flips, all that
Yep.
horse shit.
But
And then they had the
party kept
gall
saying
to
it.
do the whole Trump is fucking like, I cannot. Don't even get. I'm gonna have an aneurysm with this whole
But that's
Iowa.
the
You
point.
shocked the
No, let
nation.
him
I
cook.
can't.
No.
I
But
wanna
this is
hear
the
it.
I
point
agree,
that
I
I'm getting
agree,
at
yeah.
on it. Bernie won, but the narrative was Bernie lost to this nobody, this mayor from nowhere. And then he gets to New Hampshire. He wins. New Hampshire doesn't matter, actually. Then he wins Nevada. That doesn't matter, actually. The real contest is going to be South Carolina. And what happened in South Carolina? Obama and the entire Democratic establishment pulled every string they had to ensure Biden would win. And going into Super Tuesday, every challenger, with the exception of Bernie, backed Biden. And every single one of them was promised either a cabinet position or key legislation that they would get passed, like in the case of Warren, if they backed him. And they all did. And they all stabbed the public's favorite candidate, the one who had broad support with Republicans more than any other, without compromising their own base of support.
Yep.
And for what? And to put a cherry on top of all of that, I keep hearing the same narrative. All of you lived through the trade war of 2018. You all remember what Trump did. How could people be so foolish and vote for him again in 2024? We all lived through Obama. We all remember how much of a failure he was at building a political institution. Why did you vote for Biden to continue that legacy? It is the same coin. It's just, it's worded differently, and people in cities are being told that, oh, you're special, you've thought this through, but somehow the rural areas that you outnumber 4-1 beat you in the election. How?
Well, that's because liberals don't understand that the game that they're playing. They don't understand the board. They don't understand the rules. They don't understand the pieces. They're missing half the pieces. That's why the states are set up in such a way that, like such a small percentage of the population controls everything. Yeah, but they're just they're also lazy, and they're in their conformist little bubble where it's more fun to talk about things rather than actually get off their ass and do something.
if you are looking for a chart to help illustrate what it sounds like you're talking about, I will tell you there is one, I think still on Wikipedia, that changed my political life. And that is a simple mapping of the way counties voted in Michigan in 2016 in the Democratic primaries, and then the way counties voted in the general election. And every Democratic primary where Bernie won actually ended up going to Trump. It tells you so much.
People want change. Like,
yes,
people,
that's it exactly.
They just want change.
Don't understand. They don't understand politics, so they're only saying, okay, somebody's offering change.
They don't understand anything. I mean, Trump's offering change.
They'll go with
He's a
the
billionaire
obvious
man.
lie every time.
Let me try it again. Everybody's offering change, and everybody says that every single time. But there's two candidates this time that the establishment is squawking about. I'm not going to listen to the reasons the establishment is squawking about them. I don't even understand the policy they're talking about because I'm American and I can barely put my pants on in the morning. But I do know that I want
suspenders.
Yeah, I think you nailed it exactly. I'm so glad Kowalski is doing this now. He's great. I love Kowalski.
Appreciate it.
You gonna have guests on, Kowalski? You gonna do anything live?
I don't think I'm going to do anything live or do interviews or anything like that. There's a few videos I want to put out to just explain like a few things. And I'm not sure where I'm going to take this from there because there's just a lot of misconceptions with agriculture. And then there are these misconceptions with politics. Like, I just feel like there are a lot of people who do not understand how often they are the person in the cave in Plato's allegory and don't really appreciate how easy propaganda is to manipulate a person. Like, you all know I'm in these spaces, right? Like,
I prefer this space singular.
Okay, this space. I've heard all the arguments.
It's confirmed he's going to show.
Clearly, my politics are pro-worker, pro-labor. That's who I am. I don't think you need to define my label any further beyond that. But just with how everybody is raised where I am, if you say socialist, if you say communist, it sends a weird little like signal in the back of your head. This is bad. I know it's not, but it's still there. It is a lingering effect of propaganda. It just sits there and you got to work around it.
Jake, did you see the link to the Instagram video I put on our Discord earlier today where I said took the words right out of my old pal Jake's mouth?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Talking about being around family on Thanksgiving, Christmas. I think it was a Christmas one. And he's just like, get all the scary words out of there, right? Don't tell him we should be communists because you're going to lose right away, right? Like,
yeah,
like the way he was doing
this
it.
idea that we have to treat Americans like they're fucking 4 years old.
This is what I was saying about the fucking podcast.
You can't dress a certain way. You have to
This
have
is what
your
I
hair
was
a
saying.
certain way. It's
Why are we still in
fucking
convincing
hate
stage
Americans. I hate these
endlessly?
liberal ass bitches, and I hate these fucking rural farmers who don't know what the fuck's going on because they listened to Glenn Beck for 50 years. Like, I mean, can you just trash the fucking tractor trailer into the fucking goddamn like whatever is some equivalent in the city?
I
I
feel
don't
it,
know.
buddy. I simultaneously acknowledge that it's our job to convince America, but I also am resentful that.
And
this
then all
job
these
exists.
bitches with personal responsibility, man. How about I just give me a fuck? I just hate them all.
The president is a diddler. This should be the easiest thing in the world to.
He was a
suss
convicted
out.
rapist. He was impeached how many times? I mean, come on.
But look, hey, let's keep the spirit
And then
of this
these
thing going.
motherfuckers throw Biden on here, and
participated in a
Kamala Harris is
genocide.
going to run again. Gavin Newsom is going to run again. Oh man, I'm going to run from this fucking country. I'm going to get the hell out of here. This is fucking hell on earth.
But even if they run, what will it matter? Say they win. What are they promising?
Exactly.
Nothing.
We got
The only thing Gavin Newsom
revolution
can do
has
is
arrived.
cement Trump's legacy and then make it worse for the next run.
We hit a new bottom, and we never get all the way back up.
Well, it's
Listen,
that
I've been a
ratcheting
bottom for
effect.
some time now. I'm ready to top. Look, I think the superpower we have here is that we can sacrifice basically everybody in our party in terms of conversations. I don't like most Democrats. So I'm happy to say Trump sucks, and there's the obvious reasons why. And hey, Biden participated in a genocide for a full year. I mean, send his ass to court too. That's murder that he participated in. I'm ready to wash our hands as a country of the entire political class.
I mean, look, if there was a note to end it on, let me ask you this, Kowalski. This is specific to farms. Do you ever hear any voices out there? Are there any kind of like shared paranormal things between, you know, pilots always have a story about a UFO? Do farmers always have a story about crop spirits? Or
and he goes to multiple farms. There's no way.
I remember the last time Kowalski was on the show, Matt asked the same question. You asked the same question last time. Yeah.
What was the answer?
Well, give us the update then.
Yeah, Kowalski, what was the answer?
I mean, I don't think I've really ever experienced any paranormal thing. I mean, like sometimes you feel like you're being watched, but I mean, you know, there's just
okay. That's what I'm talking about. So what is that?
Elon's satellites are going to zoom in on you. They can see everything. Yeah.
What's it feel like to?
You can see you jerking off in the cornfield. You know,
how is the sensation that you're being watched different from me? Like a farm versus a neighborhood, or
I guess like if I feel like I'm being watched, I typically think it's probably because there's like a coyote or a mountain lion around.
Okay, yeah.
So like,
terrifying.
Interesting.
So I mean, like, there's probably like some sort of crossover where a lot of people confuse like, oh, the spirits are watching. No, it's probably that lizard part of your brain going, you know, you're completely vulnerable to an apex predator right now if you're not in like a social group of of like 4 or 5 that can fend this thing off.
You don't think they know you though? They don't see you often? I heard, I was reading a study about cockroaches, right? I'm in South Carolina. You need to know about these things. It turns out, because they see you more than you see them, it turns out they recognize you. They recognize individuals in the house.
Of course, yeah.
Well, a mountain lion and coyotes would probably view you as like a threat or a danger and would want to keep their distance. So like, they're not going to view you as necessary prey, but I mean, like, if you get close to their cubs, they're going to view you as like,
they're going to view you as like an oyster. You're like a giant metal machine with some little juicy meat inside.
They look at you. If I'm reading you right, they look at you and say, if I had to, I could take him. I'm going to avoid it.
That is actually how a lot of predators view humans, because it's like, yes, I could win, but he could probably do a lot of damage. It's like this. Yeah. Like, so do you risk it? No.
You're never like, and this sounds potentially totally inaccurate, but just for the sake of conversation, you're leaving the field. You never do that thing where you're like, huh? What was that? Somebody just said my name. Nothing ever like that.
If you build it, they will come.
I mean,
nah, that's the corny version.
You can, I guess, like, you can on like a windy day hear voices, but that's only because like people talking upwind that can travel for like 2 miles.
That's
that's
amazing.
It is actually kind of weird when that happens occasionally. So
that's why gossip in rural areas is so popular.
But I mean, that's a little more, manageable here where we have like no trees.
That was good. Get it? Because that's pretty funny.
Well, Nebraska and the Dakotas and Kansas have the 3 lowest densities of trees in the nation. We have more trees now than when we colonized this place. So it's only like 7 or 8% coverage of the whole state.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah,
that is wild.
Yeah, we need to plant more for windbreaks, but
I am a Michigander, sir. When I stand up on a hill and look down at the towns I live in, it's like looking at a forest that is occasionally dotted with a Starbucks.
Oh, you might get this. What is the state tree of North Dakota?
Poplar?
No, it is the telephone pole.
That's good. That's good. Hey,
not bad. That's not bad.
High wind.
That.
I lived in Colorado for over 20 years, and so my wife was talking to our old neighbor today on the phone.
The right wing one?
Yeah. And he said apparently he's very anti-Trump. I was like, I need to talk to this guy. But Does that mean he's like pro JD Vance? I don't know. So,
No.
but he was he let us know that in Colorado, because before we moved, December 2021, we moved in April of 2022, but previous Christmas there was a horrible fire because of dry conditions and strong winds. So now they had like 5 or 6 inch snow last month, but now it's incredibly dry and the winds are ripping, right? And it's like in the Boulder Valley. When I first moved there, I asked people, I worked in a warehouse yard and I had to go and ask people, is this fucking normal? Or is this like a hurricane? What's going on? They're like, this is normal. This is actually nothing, but like planks of wood blow by. So what the energy company is doing is rolling blackouts on purpose. It's like a controlled burn for blackouts because the winds will knock down power lines, dry conditions everywhere, fire in residential areas. But just imagine if all the podcasters and live streamers who are like the fuck happened? They're like, oh, it's because they're not giving anybody any real notice.
Well, you see, that's why you got to have a backup generator and use Starlink.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that way
Is that what you're doing?
You can.
I actually do have Starlink because it is the cheapest way to get internet that is over 5 megs. So
I've got the generator. It's like the 3-way. You can hook it up to the gas line. It takes gas or it takes propane. So like bases covered, hopefully. And it's still in the box. So I'll just sell that fucker if I have to.
My
I mean, if you sell it
generator
during a
involves
power
having to
outage,
go get a tractor. So I would say keep your generator, especially given the state of FEMA at the moment.
yeah, we gotta keep it. Yeah.
Yo, my God, yeah.
And keep your propane tank full.
We're keeping
one
charcoal.
last thing I want to slip your way. What's something I can start communicating to the occasional farmer that stops by my channel? Since you seem to have a way with these folks, what's something I can communicate that will ahead of time, like tell them to look for ahead of time, so that they can see for themselves that the Republican Party doesn't give a shit about them?
Start by insulting the Democratic Party. Point
Easy.
out how their leadership is the same as just your average Republican Party member. And then point out people like, I would say like Bernie and Mamdani. Because like, for what it's worth, a lot of the people I've talked to in Kansas, they say the grocery store thing is a no-brainer. It works there.
And they're anti-establishment, which is very attractive to people who vote for populists.
There's also like one thing that's kind of interesting about like Mamdani is
Merry Christmas, by the way. It's Christmas.
Oh,
Merry
nice.
Christmas, everybody.
I love Jesus Christ.
Good to know.
I feel like Andrea would be a much bigger fan of either Saturnalius or the Yule celebration. Just, different winter solstice.
They're okay. But honestly, I make up I'm so narcissistic. I have to make my own holiday. I can't just ride some coattails from a couple thousand years ago.
Wait, Rovenski Day is not a real thing?
I wouldn't call it that. There's too many unfortunate people with that name. I'd have to create.
I already went through with the bris.
See, Jake, you should have been a barber, dude.
Still could.
That's a reference to a part of the conversation.
You could be a
that
barber
Kowalski was
upwards
not
of 80
here
years
for.
old, I think. You could probably still pull it off. Multiple things off.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't dredge up that earlier conversation.
There's going to be a lot of dredging up in that career.
It's a callback to somebody we should just let go.
It's a callback to stream of consciousness that I'm not even entirely clear what happened and what we imagined.
That's true. That's true. We got to go back and unlock.
I guess to kind of get back though to where I was telling you the advice for the farmer thing. I really think,
I love farmers.
or like actually any Republican voter, always start the conversation off by insulting the Democrats. Insult Chuck Schumer, insult Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, the whole lot of them. Biden, I hate him. May he suffer in anguish. Don't care.
This is like I'm asking you how to lose weight, and you're like, start by eating all the candy you can possibly find. Okay, great.
It's actually more like saying, go get the amphetamines.
Yeah.
Here's a really good lead in. I've done this a lot. If people start saying you're not Republican, I go, no, but do not call me a liberal or I'm walking away from this fucking conversation. Like, I always say something like that to be like, just so you know, we're on the same page. But you've been misled by the media to believe
I'm
otherwise.
a Lincoln Republican, you know? That's the kind of Republican.
No, I mean, it eventually comes down to
Brown Republican. We know.
if you're racist and
Well,
I'm not, this isn't going to work.
I don't think John Brown would have liked the Republican Party. They're a little too liberal for him, I think.
Also, if you said you were a Lincoln Republican, they'd be like, we're all on Grindr. Move on. But,
That's true.
But you were telling
just
us real
crashed
stuff
again.
that I need to know. Step one, you insult the Democrats.
Insult
Done.
the
Step two.
Democrats because that'll give them, like, that will make them believe, oh, you're on my team. And then you need to point out obvious, clear flaws that are relevant to the Republican. So in the case of farmers and ranchers, Trump really botched that trade war with the soybeans, didn't he? He really screwed up with the whole Argentina bailout and then screwing the cattle guys over. Like, what was he thinking? You know, these rich guys are all in it together. They
Rich
are out
guys.
against us.
Yeah, because I
And-
was going to say, is it not enough to just go, it's a fucking billionaire? Are they not the problem?
It's
here?
like playing with a dog. You just got to dangle the toy. Yeah, Democrats are bad. Democrats are bad.
All voters,
And get
yeah.
the pill.
Yeah.
Like, it's
And then
really pathetic, these people.
I would try to build, like, you're a worker, I'm a worker. We might disagree on a few social issues, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're both being robbed here. We need the working class standing united against the wealthy because they're horrible for the Democrats. They're just as bad with the Republicans. Clearly, we need to go with something else. So, and kinda
Here's
just
my tip for
leave it
talking
there.
to Republicans. You got to convince them. Actually, Democrats hate black people too. Here's a list of reasons, and you know.
So
I
I
did.
do think it's interesting that you said leave it there, though, because that's also crucial. Knowing when to stop and let them marinate on something. And when I say them, I want to be clear. It's whoever you're disagreeing with politically. But yeah, knowing when to stop and let folks marinate is key. I don't have a sense of that, but I'll try to develop it.
You are a shepherd
ChatGPT
leading the
about
flock to calm water and green grass. They have to chew, they have to drink on their own. Just take them there and see what they do.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kowalski.
I'm a shepherd, by the way.
It's a wonderful Christmas gift. I've specifically made jokes about how I have been, my barber shears me like a sheep. Weird that we keep going to flocks in this show. Matt, I'm sorry. I jibber jabbered.
See, I do not get haircuts. I walk into the fire and I just come out and I look like this.
That's fair. I mean, haircuts are a scam anyway. It's a scam.
And you said there was no supernatural aspects to farms. This sounds crazy cool. Like there's a pit out back. Oh, well, there is a pit out back where it's not a fountain of youth. It's more like a pool of lava of youth. Like, great haircuts. And I don't age.
He's joking about cutting his
become
hair.
youthful in the sense that before you were born, you were nothing. And if you go in the pool of lava, you also become nothing once again. So you're going back in time.
That's true. It's a very spiritual way to disintegrate. He's joking about cutting his hair with fire, though. I actually did try to get rid of my belly hair with a Zippo, and the whole apartment stunk like a dead cat for a couple of days.
Could you explain? I'm going to need, first of all, I'm going to need to know what public schools you went to and how they failed. I'm going to need to, but after all of that.
Right in high school, I didn't attend.
Well, you got a lighter and said, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to burn my belly hairs off. Or was it like, oh, I got a lot of belly hair. How can I deal with this? Oh, razor blade. I got a lighter right here. Like, what came first? What was the first impulse?
Well, I've shaved it before, but it's like trying to cut your way through a jungle with a machete.
Right.
It just it's growing back practically as fast as I'm cutting it off. Then it leaves razor burn all over, and I don't want that close. I just don't want the filth sweat from under my sweater to collect and pool towards my cavernous belly button. That's we're asking for mold trouble.
It gets rough in there. I get it. Yeah. So
There's,
you decide let's
brush
whip out
fire.
the lighter. Yeah.
It's a bunch of artist painters who this is purely a social media thing. It's like Instagram, TikTok thing, where they, let's say it's like an elaborate painting of somebody with this brilliant, like shiny sword. They'll do the sword and then tape it off, paint the rest of it, and they'll light the tape on fire, and it reveals the sword in like a burst of flame. Or sometimes it'll be like rays of light behind them and going in all different directions. And when they light it on fire, it goes like torches the tape and reveals the painting.
That sounds amazing.
It's pretty cool. It's like gimmicky, but I don't know why not. You got to get the tape off.
Moment, yeah.
Fucking burn it. It's cool. Okay, so here's the thing, Kowalski. You're in a wide open area, but it's small, right? Population wise, do people know you as like? Are people like, dude, how can you be a farmer and vote Democrat? People have that like attitude, or are you in line with people at the election day who are like, know who you're voting for?
Well,
idiot.
I do mostly mail-in voting because during the primaries it is planting season, and then during the general it's harvest season. So
I love they have mail-in Nebraska. It's
oh
good.
yeah, if they got rid of mail-in voting here, there would be like, it would like just disenfranchise farmers. Just like broadly speaking, most farmers would not be able to vote. Nobody's
travel time. The amount
Well,
of
I mean,
time
it
it
makes
would take.
sense. I mean, yeah,
you can't
like
be away.
Well, the travel time's one thing, but like when harvest is underway, are you really going to want to stop a crew of like 7-8 people from doing their job so you can go vote?
So you don't have people talking poorly about or lying about the downsides of mail-in. It's cheating there.
I mean, our local politicians aren't against that. In fact, that is something that somebody who's quite opinionated with that I talk to almost every harvest. He always talks about how like, like the 2020 election was rigged. Like not even Nebraska was spared. And I was like, you can just go talk to the county clerk. Like she'll tell you like, no, how are we supposed to like rig this? That would be impossible. And I mean, frankly, it practically speaking is impossible to rig these elections. One of the funny things, I was at a GOP convention back in like 2022, maybe it was
Most
2021.
right-wing member of the show tonight. Most right-wing.
Oh, you got
okay, fine.
Absolutely. 100%.
So when I was there, though, there is a ballot counting company, or one of those companies that would count up the ballots that is based out of Omaha. They weren't the Dominion voting machines, they were another one. And a person had heard a conspiracy that those things got hacked and were rigged. And our Secretary of State, who was speaking at the convention, had to assure her that he knew that the ones out of Nebraska were definitely not rigged, but could not say confidently if the Dominion ones were. And this was before the big lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
So like, that's when I kind of realized that a lot of the leadership isn't quite understanding what the general base is up to, because like, if the base is drinking the Kool-Aid and you don't understand that the base is drinking the Kool-Aid, you probably don't want to be stroking any of those misconceptions of reality, because you're not going to be able to control what happens after that. I honestly, I kind of think that's how Jan 6 kind of happened. Like, I don't think any of the leaders thought that those people were going to storm the Capitol building. It's just they really should have understood that it was a very likely thing given what everybody was saying. So at least for what it's worth, I don't think there's much organization on either the Democrat or the Republican side for a long-term project. So,
well, the long-term project is the collapse of America, and then the billionaires are going to buy everything up and create their little small dome cities.
I don't think they're intentionally doing that. I think it's just a consequence of their actions. I don't think they're smart enough to do it. It's just the natural flow of how that's going to go down. And I mean, biggest examples of how that went: collapse of the Soviet Union. Like,
I've been talking about that a lot.
They bought everything
lately.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
that's actually
Kowalski-
a weird. Oh, go
No,
ahead.
go ahead.
I
After
was
you,
going to say a weird rabbit hole that you could fall down when reading about the collapse of the Soviet Union. If George H.W. Bush had won re-election in '92, the world would have been a better place.
Whoa!
Bush,
I actually,
no, that's a theory I've
director
heard.
of the CIA.
Thanks a lot, Ross Perot.
The director of the CIA and the guy
Co-conspirator
who was
in Iran-Contra.
Yes, but that was because he loved America more than anything. Like, for what it's worth, George H.W. Bush was probably the last statesman we ever had as president. And like, you can be a good statesman or a bad statesman, but a statesman is a person who's looking towards like a decades-long forecast of where he wants the country to go. His plan was a controlled collapse of the Soviet Union and slowly bringing them into the globalized system. When Clinton got into office, he had no idea what he was doing. He could not hold the wealthy in check. And that is what caused the pillaging of Eastern Europe, which basically led to Putin. You can look into a lot of things where George H.W. Bush did not want that to happen because he thought that it would end up creating a resentful Russia down the line, which would inevitably regain some form of power and become a threat on the East again. Had George H.W. won, we would be in a whole different world.
Counterpoint, Clinton might have said couldn't or let people believe couldn't, but I'm of the belief that he is a neoliberal through and through. However, the point is still the same, and it's fascinating. Where did you see this? I wanna look at this as well.
I'd have to look into it. Basically, it's
I'll Google it.
Look into how he was working with the Chancellor of Germany at the time in order to do the reunification of Germany, along with the loans that they were giving to the Soviet Union. Because
there's just a few months old documentary about this guy, George H.
Interesting.
He's an interesting guy. Yeah, honestly, he would have been better than Clinton because, again, we wouldn't have agreed with him politically, but Bush was a through and through, wanted the American empire to be the thing on top and recognized that you cannot have corporate power competing with the state. He was against that completely. It is a weird paradigm to look at, but he despised rich people thinking they should have more power than the government. It's just his nature of looking at imperialism.
On a related, also he got bullied a lot. He was a guy that was bullied all the time, and all right,
fair.
A larger point.
He was a rich man. I don't care.
Yeah, no, same. But I mean, you see how even the rich hold resentments, like with Trump demanding his name get put on. That doesn't matter. I am of the belief that the Cold War is currently ending. That it did not end in 91 like we believe and are told. That was the first half of the ending. The second half is American collapse. And I don't think that the Cold War began to end with the fall of the Soviet Union because of communism, but rather the same thing that's currently affecting America, which is blind adherence to ideology without understanding that ideology. In the Soviet Union, you would say, well, I'm doing this because communism, without knowing what communism is. Here, it's the same thing nowadays, but I'm doing this because capitalism. But you don't actually know what capitalism is. And in reality, in the real world, you don't blindly adhere to ideology. Ideology is used to describe things that work. So if you're retroactively, if you're trying to make all your plans based on other things, based on what some knowledgeable seeming person says is your ideology, of course, you're just giving all of your power over to those supposedly genius people. But I think it's our blind adherence to and the ideology of capitalism right now. And I think it's going to be solved when people come to understand, yes, capitalism makes sense for a lot of things. it makes no sense for others. It doesn't make sense to have a privatized version of policing or roads or doctors or school, etc., etc.
Yeah, there was
that's the other side of America anyway.
There's just quickly the only other point I personally had about talking to people who currently don't vote for the libs, right, or whatever that means, or commie Democrats and all the bullshit they've been sold. They respond well to you being able to quickly and easily explain things like healthcare, like universal healthcare. And I always go back to, I mean, you could always just say like, hey, did you know there's primaries? You can vote for the right guy, and that would, you don't have to worry about lesser of two evil thing. But like, I always go back to this conversation where I was in Walmart and I was just in an aisle looking at stuff, and this guy was on the phone. He was upset and he got off and he goes, man, these insurance companies suck. And I was like, wouldn't it be nice if the money that you paid right now that they took out of your check for insurance came out of your taxes instead, and then when you went to the doctor, you didn't have to pay anything? And he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, that's what they mean by universal healthcare, basically. And the guy was like, why aren't we doing that? And I was like, yeah, right. Because the rest of the civilized world does. What the
And you
fuck?
weren't even giving them best case scenario. The
All
money
right,
you're paying right now, only it's less money.
Yeah, and oh, and by the way, when more young people are on the plan not using it, it's more affordable for the old people who definitely need to use it, right?
The argument I always like going back to, especially with like people in rural areas, we have to have subsidized hospitals. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. We don't have the density for it. But one important thing to always remember, you actually, with a universal healthcare system like Medicare for All, means less bureaucracy. There is no longer private bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Like, think about the literally thousands and thousands, maybe even like a million. I don't know how many people work in the whole health insurance across all the companies.
It's a lot.
Over
their job
2.2
is
million.
nothing. They have no job. Like,
Yep,
imagine like you wake up every day, you go to work, and you do nothing. Like they do not contribute to society.
They trade
create-
paperwork so they can charge you.
It is bureaucratic headache paperwork where they are
garbage.
trying to charge hospitals an arbitrary amount of money, and then it goes through a completely fictitious system of payment structures of, oh, this is what you need to charge people out of pocket, and then the hospitals have an entire other roster where they go, well, this is what it actually costs, so if these people are poor, we can't actually charge them this, we'll charge them this, and then, we have to write this off on our taxes. All of that just goes away.
It is a
All
whole
of that
industry.
Just imagine if we had 2.2 million people we just gave them a job. Now we have 2 million people working in the workforce doing a real job for the real country instead of whatever the fuck that shit is.
Seawalls. Like we
Yeah,
need
like, what the
seawalls
fuck?
so bad.
It is an entire industry of busy work, and the only product it produces is American death
and anxiety.
Useless.
The beautiful thing is that once everyone has health care, you no longer have to put up with bullshit at your job, because if you lose your job, you lose your health care. So like, I think that it would be because
liberating.
Yeah, and like Etch makes a good point. I always say this about, you could say this about ICE. It's like, oh, well, people are going to be out of their job now. What are you going to do? Right. And like, that's the reason to try and like normalize it and not reform it or not get rid of it. But the real thing that they're afraid of is that we will be liberated and we will be empowered through getting out from under the fear. And that's why they say people don't want to lose their health care. No, yeah, you're right. We don't want to lose our health care. But that's not why we're not fighting universal health care because we love the plan we have at the job. Fuck that. That's ridiculous. And like, you're talking about a small percentage of people, if anything. Once you, and that's sort of why, healthcare is like the first, that's priority one in a lot of cases. When I ask people like, how would you prioritize policy? What do you think is most important? It's like, just get everyone healthy. You stop worrying about what if I get sick. You stop worrying about my kid's health, right? And you stop worrying about that tooth that's been bugging you for months and you're putting it off. You stop worrying about all that. you address it, it automatically, I mean, come on, it's health. It automatically improves
I
your
don't
life
think
to the
people give a
point
fuck
where
about this shit, man. I don't
where
know.
you can hold it over your employer and be like, fuck you, man, I don't need to put up with this bullshit. And it might not happen immediately, but I think eventually it becomes a situation where employers are like, hey, what do I got to do to keep you happy? Versus you better fucking keep me happy as your employer.
I think
or else no
ultimately most Americans like being slaves. They like having the employer-employee relationship. They like the boss like covering over them and fucking breathing down their neck because they don't know how to be free. They don't know how to think for themselves.
Not the real ones. We got to focus on the real ones. Do you know what I mean by that? If somebody says you're a real one,
Never surrender to nihilism. We believe in shit. So
I
that,
hope.
Yeah.
like healthcare is one thing that I will always defend, like Medicare for all, that needs to happen. I will not compromise on that position. I do not care. I understand.
I think
that
Medicare
it
for
will-
all is a compromise. Like we got to do
It
a
is a
lot more to make
compromise.
people healthy.
But it's also a compromise that can get you a lot of allies too, because
Sure.
a lot of doctors and nurses also would appreciate it. Because there are a lot of doctors actually are disproportionately higher on the taking their own lives chart. I don't want to get you guys
No, you're
banned
right.
or whatever. And it is because they have a lot of
They have high rates
anxiety.
of gun ownership. Let's just put it that way.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's because they took an oath to save lives, and now some guy in a building in another state is telling them, you have to charge this amount of money or kick them out of the hospital. And the doctor knows, if I do this preventative treatment, it will save them money, time, extend their quality of life. They'll get to be there for their children. They'll get to be able to contribute to their community. They know all of the positives, but are being forced by a bureaucrat in an authoritarian institution of private insurance to condemn that person to suffering. It makes no sense.
okay, dude, it's time to put up. I'm seeing all these comments. What's my job in your administration? You're not going to be like, oh, I'm the president and forget about the Letterhack, right? Like, you're going to call me with something, right? Do I get to work in the White House kitchen? What is it?
I don't think I would want to be president, to be honest.
Hey, that's why you should be.
Make me secretary
we're
of
doing
ag.
it like the lottery.
That would be more of my like. Make me secretary of ag, and you can be one of my spokespeople.
All right, fine. I'll be president.
I'll be
Fine.
Aggie, the secretary or the Department of Agriculture mascot.
Aggie.
Here's
That's a good one.
Here's why, like, I really do want to live in a world where presidents don't choose themselves. Like, what did Beto O'Rourke say? I was born for this? Apparently not.
Shout
but
out
like,
to that guy, man.
but
He's so
like,
great.
like we pick them and we go, look, man, you always show up. You're sensible. You're a great leader. Your management skills are off the charts. Great project organizer. You be it. And that would be great. But you could also have folks like myself that are like, no, I'll fucking do it because I'll take the responsibility. I'll take the heat. I'll weather all that shit, and I will surround myself. And I'm not talking about like Ross Perot, if anybody remembers that. I will surround myself with actual fucking experts who can get shit figured out and done. And at the end of the day, it's on me, right? Like if it goes wrong, you're all fine. I'm not going to blame you. I'll take the heat. Like that's the kind of leader I want to see.
That would be
forget. Oh, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say that one of the reasons I thought Bernie in 2020 could have been the most pivotal president of our generation is because we know that he would have offered head of propaganda. He would have proposed a very big, like Green New Deal policy, pretty much guaranteed, right? And what happened when we did like the bare minimum infrastructure under Biden? We got pushback from what's her bucket in Arizona and what's his bucket in West
Manchin.
Virginia. Yeah, Manchin and Sinema.
Jesus.
Bernie's response to that would not have been condemnation in the news. It would have been going to both of those states, getting 50,000 people riled up into a crowd,
shame them,
and shutting down the capital city of those states. And this
Why
would have
didn't he
been
do that anyway, though? Even if he wasn't president.
even he was a senator. He wasn't the president. If the
Yeah,
president goes out and commits himself to basically doing a general strike in a state,
way
guess
bigger.
what?
Yeah.
No National Guard's coming to shut that thing down. You've been federalized. Stand to the side.
See,
the president could do that.
Why
And
don't they?
It
It's
works
so
with the
obnoxious.
conservatives' view of the unitary executive theory. He's the president. He can just do it. So if they want to make that legal argument, they have to either neuter the presidency, which, okay, cool, or it goes through. It's the catch-22 of putting too much power into the hands of one person.
I forgot to mention earlier, I'm interning for the Krampus tonight. So I'm going to have to skedaddle.
I got to go too.
Yeah, we probably should
Oh
be going
shit!
soon.
They're
So-
dropping like flies.
It's 12:27 a.m. on the East Coast. Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas. This space is on air tomorrow. We'll have stuff going on
Tomorrow, I will be playing all 4 of the A War on Christmas quadrilogy, the
Yeah.
4 Doom clone shoot 'em ups where I murder thousands of Santa Clauses for 4 hours straight tomorrow at 1 p.m. If you also hate Christmas because you're someone with an IQ above 50 and so therefore you know Christmas is a scam, show up and check it out.
All right.
Just real quick, it's bottom up, not left and right. That's another one. That's another talking point when you're talking to conservatives or Republican voters. You say
Rock
look,
bottom, and then
we don't do these
gotta
marching
turn it
orders
up.
left, right. We do bottom up. Andrea, I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to tune in and watch. Are you saying people can jump on stream with you and play, or is this?
I'm going to be playing the game. I'm open maybe if I get bored. If you want to come on and do
I
some-
thought I was. Never mind.
You can.
I thought I was
come on.
supposed to be doing commentary while you
Can.
played.
You could. Do you want to? I mean, I'm not.
Yeah.
If
I'm
you
sorry,
want,
I'm gonna show up.
Sure.
if
Does
you let me on.
Kowalski know Andrea is a speed run champion record holder?
I'm a champion.
I
of
think I've
speed
heard
run.
that.
That's why I was like, maybe you don't want people mucking it up.
Well, I'm not going to be speedrunning them per se. I'm going to be taking it slow and showing everyone how great it is and how I am the best level designer of all time. I am the Jesus Christ of level designers. And so, as a result, I will be celebrating my birthday tomorrow, or today, actually, by
Happy
showing
birthday.
everyone
Happy birthday.
my levels design.
Thanks for
Speedrun
coming
champion.
on, Kowalski. We'll have
Yep.
Sandee Shellis of Environmental and Political Coffee House.
She's
back next
she
week.
was out tonight. We did not mention that at all, but she's
Oh,
not
we
feeling
didn't.
so- She
We're not good
she's not
friends.
feeling well as a result of a physical injury of some kind, but she can go into that if she wants. But so we're holding the fort for her. We got Kowalski on here to replace. This is kind of like Trump's in office, so we got a DEI situation, reverse DEI. So we got rid of the woman to get the white man on here. So
They found the
we always do
stock
that.
image of a stereotypical Midwestern
Yeah,
farmer.
so
to fill the
and
void.
you're doing your part, so thank you.
Oh,
for
that's why
coming.
we asked him all the political questions, because now maybe people will finally listen. Now that
That's
a white
right.
man is saying it, and from
Yeah.
Nebraska, people will be like, "What? I've never heard this before."
Wow, this is like how come no one else has been saying this? This is the first I'm hearing of it.
That's awesome. Bernie,
Like,
who? I'm sorry.
How come no one told me sooner?
We live in hell.
No, I really do appreciate you coming on. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, thank
And
you for the
if-
invite.
Yeah, if you want to come on my show, if you want to come back on here, anytime. I mean, there's got to be some downtime for you, and I
This
know
is
you
the
probably-
slowest time of the year for me. I honestly, there's a weird thing where it's easier for me to check my emails on my computer. Not all of my emails show up. I checked my phone. Your email was there. I have no idea. None
That's
at
a
all.
conspiracy.
So,
weird.
But
Wow.
yeah, I mean, like, I'd come on your show if you want to do an interview or something with like just focused on like maybe the ag economy or something, because it's a doozy.
No, dude. I've got an interview designed and being refined every time I do it to get the most well-rounded perspective possible. So it's questions that you'll never see coming. But it's like, here's an example, okay? Cats or dogs?
Dogs.
Okay. See, but that's like a whole thing.
No,
So,
dogs
like-
are like the answer though.
Correct.
Yeah, I know, but
That
then
was a
from
trick
there,
question.
it's like, but in line with the rest of the interview questions, I think we come out with a very well-rounded perspective. You know what I mean?
Not really, but I'll
Matt's not really
participate,
making
so.
a great. He's not really defending his point. Jake's really desperate to leave. He's trying desperately. He's been trying to end the show for hours now. He's ever since we
Oh,
showed
he
up.
did a
he's been
Jake
trying to-
goodbye.
Yeah,
A Jake goodbye. That was good.
Yeah.
Jake.
All right, guys.
Hi. As in,
Parappa pum pum.
Ooh.
Jingle all the way.
Yikes.
Whatever else they say. Christmas.
Mm.
Happy New Year.
Ooh.
Anyway, thanks for coming on.
We'll be doing a New Year's next year. Now that's a real.
Oh, yeah.
holiday. That's a real one. I can
So,
I
like,
can understand the New Year holiday.
We'll be on for New Year's Eve, and I think we're going to open it up to all the other This Space hosts who are around. and
Not
wanna
all
come
of them.
on.
Not all of them. You
Oh,
know,
no?
maybe there's like one or two that I'm just gonna veto at the last minute and say,
Sorry,
I
Jake,
don't
you didn't
know.
make the cut.
Yeah,
it's
Jake's
hardcore.
he's kind of on here. way
Andrea
too
will
much,
just
so.
have everyone but the regular host of Left Past 10.
And honestly, Matt, every time he shows up, he just tells the same story every time. So
I haven't told those stories tonight. I actually did tell
you
the one
asked
about
Kowalski
healthcare
the
and
same
Walmart.
question. You know, he's been on the show twice, and you haven't.
But I ask all farmers that.
That's
I
true.
ask all farmers
That's
that.
true.
Maybe he's
And you
thought
never
about it.
know.
Yeah.
Maybe he's built the baseball field by now, so it's possible that
The next
he's got
time I
a
come
different
on here and it's, this space, there's going to be a dream catcher behind me and I will have a better elaborate story concocted. It'll be
That's great. You need to
I
start
just
building the
imagine-
background story now, so.
Just imagine getting like an email like, Matt, it happened, dude. Bring me on. I
You
want to
were
talk
right.
about it. It's like, no, Kowalski, call the national news. What are you doing? Don't.
The
Well,
wind
no,
spoke
this
to
is a
me.
good scoop.
Turns
We
out
gotta-
the wind is really into collectivizing agriculture. It could be weird.
Wow.
I'm going to go drink more scotch. I got some 18-year Glenlivet this morning from my wife. And I didn't have very much beforehand because I wanted to be wasted. But now the gloves
Now
are
it's
off,
time to
so
get
I'm going to go do
wasted.
that.
You've
All
been
right.
yearning
You
to
guys
get
have a
wasted.
good night. I'm heading out. So.
Take care, everybody. We'll see
All
you.
right.
right.
Andrea, good luck with the
Are you showing up? Is that what that
the,
is? I play with a keyboard. I'm not playing with a thumb.
with the clickety clackety.
So you're showing up for a moment?
Um,
I don't. We're
I got a
we're
plan.
having this weird stream layout. We're gonna be doing this in a little bit of a strange way.
Oh, okay.
But I
One of these
think it'll
jobs?
work. Well, no.
Then more
you'll
like
see.
this.
It'll be a little bit like this. Now this is more like what I was thinking.
We should have
Actually,
a
yeah.
whole show like this and just be like, oh shit, we haven't looked up.
Ah, yeah. Now this is the best show. When I'm
I
not on-
do have a concept for a show I want to run by you. So let's end this and I'll quickly
Let's
do
end
that.
this, and then we'll get to the real show. I noticed, by the way, you took the scarf off. That was a good choice.
Matt. Appreciate that.
Just for reference context being applied.
Matt. Appreciate that. Matt. Appreciate that.
I love Israel.